A global catastrophe began in the world, during which the temperature on Earth became unsuitable for life. 95% of all residents died in the first minutes after the disaster began. The survivors tried to do everything possible not to die from lack of food resources. People began to lose their minds, and many created their own colonies, where they killed and robbed everyone who caught their eye, after which they ate them. Alex was one of the few who survived the beginning of the disaster, but died a few days later due to his naivety. However, he was revived before the end of the world and received the power of space. He also had a ton of his own savings, so he decided that in this life he would do whatever it took to survive and then have a blast. However, his last day of his past life was not at all joyful, as a gang of cannibals broke into his apartment and dragged the guy out of his hideout along with all his supplies. Alex screamed in pain as one of the bandits cut off his arm. Suddenly, a girl he knew, Evelyn, appeared in front of him. She said that it was she who lured Alex, so she was also entitled to a share. While the hero watched his severed hand being handed over to the girl, he thought that he was too naive. He decided that if there was life after death, he would make these people pay 100-fold. A moment later, Alex wakes up in his apartment safe and sound, even before the start of the great disaster. At first, he could not understand what happened, because he thought that those monsters had killed him. Looking at his phone, he finds out that he was reborn at a point in time when there was about a month left before the start of the disaster. He couldn't believe that he could be reborn. The cause of this global cataclysm was the fall of a meteorite in 2050, due to which the temperature on Earth fluctuated from -60 to -70 degrees Celsius. The snowstorm lasted for more than a month, covering the city with a blanket of snow and ice. Alex cursed, because in his previous life he was able to survive thanks to the supplies that he kept at home, and those freaks simply kidnapped him and put him to waste. Alex decided that he must now ensure his safety and stockpile supplies as quickly as possible, and then take revenge on the bandits who killed him. He also understood that in addition to protection and food, he needed to take care of weapons to repel the attacks of those people if they tried to infiltrate him. Suddenly, he felt something get into his eye. Suddenly, he found himself in another dimension, which was more like some kind of virtual world. He wanted to equip it as a warehouse with various resources. Alex thought that if he managed to transfer all his supplies to this dimension, then he could easily survive decades in such harsh conditions. After this, Alex decided that during the global apocalypse, he would no longer be able to enjoy various delicacies, and the first thing he decided to do was get enough of his favorite food. He went to one of the most elite restaurants in the city, where he ordered a bunch of different food worth several tens of thousands of yuan. Alex greedily devoured everything that was brought to him, thinking about how during the disaster people would pray to try at least some noodles. A few hours later, he left the restaurant and the waiter offered him a VIP customer card, but Alex refused such a gift. Alex's girlfriends were passing by, who happened to notice him and thought that he was not as poor as they imagined. When the girls decided to say hello to Alex, he saw Evelyn, the same girl because of whom he was killed. At first, he became gloomy, as it was unpleasant for him to look into the eyes of the person he liked, but who ultimately betrayed him. However, Alex did not dwell on this and told his friends that he was heading to the store to buy a few things. The girls said that they were just about to buy a few things and decided to go to the store together. Entering one of the nearby stores, they were surprised that Alex began to buy almost all the products in the store. Alex said that different things can happen in life, and you need to be prepared for anything, for example, a global catastrophe. The girls did not take Alex's ideas seriously and offered him to treat them to dinner in gratitude for their help, to which Alex offered to arrange a joint dinner next month, since he now had a lot of urgent matters. Evelyn's friend, Kylie, could not contain her emotions and said that Alex went to the store and buys such a large amount of food himself. Evelyn asked Alex not to take her friend's words seriously and then kicked Kylie in the shoulder. The girl immediately began to apologize to Alex, saying that he was a very good person. Alex looked at the girls slyly and said that everything was fine. A couple of hours later, Alex and his friends were about to leave the store with carts filled to the brim with various products. They arrived at the apartment complex where the hero lived. Alex noticed the puzzled looks of passers-by, but he didn't care, since he only cared about the thought of survival and revenge for his death. At that moment, the old lady, the administrator of the complex, Abigail, walked by with her little grandson. They were surprised by the large amount of food that Alex bought. She asked if they were really bringing food again, because they had just recently bought groceries. Then Evelyn said that these were Alex's purchases, and they were just helping him. Abigail was both surprised and horrified that Alex could easily leave people without food, while her grandson tried to steal a candy bar from Alex's cart. Alex noticed that they wanted to steal his chocolate and immediately took it from the child. Then the child began to scream at Alex and threaten him that he would kill him if he did not give back the chocolate. The words of the little thief did not frighten Alex, and he threatened the child in response. The child, in tears, grabbed onto Abigail, who began to scold Alex for scolding her grandson. Abigail then said that she was going to buy chocolate from Alex, promising to bring him the money later. Instead of giving her the candy bar, Alex handed her the phone and told her that she would either pay for the chocolate right now or go to the store and buy the chocolate there herself. Abigail became even more angry and began to threaten Alex that he would still pay for his greed. But Alex no longer paid attention to her. After a while, Alex was already at home with all his purchases, and Evelyn continued to ask him to invite her to visit. After this, Alex decided to check how food would be stored in his dimension, and then he was going to start searching for cures. He also needed to think about heating and insulating the house. Alex did not forget that he needed to get a firearm as soon as possible, since it would be very difficult to get one now, while getting a melee weapon and a bow and arrow was not difficult. He sat down imposingly on the sofa, realizing that he had another month left, and he could also sell his assets. The next day, Alex decided to check what happened to the food he left in his dimension. He noticed that the meat and vegetables were fine, but the fish had spoiled as time flowed differently in his dimension. Alex then decided to do the same experiment with ready-made products. Alex called the restaurant and said that he was throwing a big party for his friends. The administrator replied that his order would cost at least 1 million yuan, and that he needed to make an advance payment of 200,000 yuan. Alex transferred the prepayment amount and then went to the bank to leave his house as collateral. After Alex mortgaged his house, 6 million yuan was deposited into his account. Then he began to calculate further expenses for home repairs, medicine, and weapons, from which he concluded that he did not have enough money for all expenses. At that moment, Alex was approached by a man who wanted to offer him the services of the company for which he works. Alex was glad that he had found a way to quickly get a large sum of money so quickly, so he agreed. After some time, this man brought Alex to his boss to discuss all the conditions for issuing the money. The director began to find out from Alex what amount and for how long he would like to receive. Alex said that he needed as much money as possible as quickly as possible, and that he would return all the money within 3 months, regardless of the interest rate. Before signing the contract, the director asked Alex to provide something as collateral. Alex offered to mortgage his house and expensive car, which together cost more than 5 million yuan. The director began to doubt that Alex would be able to return all the money on time. Then Alex tried to convince the director to at least slightly reduce the total loan amount to 4 million. At first, the director refused, but Alex asked to give him 4 million on the condition that he would return him 7 million yuan. The director accepted these terms, and Alex signed the agreement and then left the office. Alex was pleased that the director actually gave him these 4 million, since he was sure that in less than a month these people would die after the disaster began, and he would not have to return the money. The bank director and employee decided to check if this stupid guy had any other assets. Meanwhile, Alex got into the taxi, very happy that he was given such a large sum of money. After this, Alex decided to go to the office of one of the largest security companies, Zhanlun, which provides high-quality protection to various celebrities and politicians. In his previous life, he heard that the son of a tycoon built himself a $1 billion hideout. The manager of the commercial department of the security company approached Alex and greeted him. Alex immediately asked him a question about creating a shelter that could withstand any consequences of the end of the world. The manager said that their company could do everything necessary to create such a shelter. After that, he provided Alex with several drawings of various shelter options. Among the features of the shelter in the drawings were very thick steel walls, bulletproof glass, a high-tech ventilation system, an advanced video surveillance system, and armored doors. As he looked over the plans for the shelter, Alex thought that the most important thing for him was to make his home a large metal box that would withstand extremely cold temperatures and that no one could penetrate. And although the man did not know Alex's true goals, he decided that this client was definitely suitable for them. The manager added that their company is able to create a shelter almost anywhere, regardless of the size and location of the home. In between, the manager told Alex that before becoming a manager in this company, he was an international mercenary and therefore he himself knows a lot about such shelters. Alex was very interested in these words, and he decided to ask the manager if he could get him a firearm. The manager replied that he could not immediately resolve this issue, to which Alex said that the other day he accidentally came across several guys with machine guns. The manager thought he had contacts with people who could provide guns, but he was also concerned that he couldn't just hand the gun over to a stranger. The man told Alex that the construction of the shelter should take up to 2 weeks, and during this time he would try to resolve the issue of obtaining weapons for Alex, for which he was very grateful. Alex then decided to start purchasing melee weapons such as axes and clubs. After some time, Alex went to a hunting store to buy a crossbow and arrows for it. He promised that he would use his purchases wisely. Fortunately for Alex, he had a hunter's license, thanks to which he could be calm in case someone suddenly discovered a crossbow on him. About an hour later, Alex returned home, where several food trucks and an astonished crowd of residents had already gathered. Alex approached Uncle Aaron, who met the courier, and told him that he was the one who ordered such a large delivery and that the trucks could move on. Meanwhile, the neighbors were discussing how much Alex could spend on such a large order. Among the neighbors was Evelyn, who was also shocked. She thought that Alex really had so much money and that she shouldn't embarrass herself in front of him. The hero asked the couriers to take everything to the warehouse first, and he would take care of the goods himself. Alex noticed Evelyn among the crowd, but pretended not to notice her, and thought that at the first opportunity he would send her to the next world. A few minutes later, Alex stood in front of a pile of boxes containing various culinary delicacies from the hotel. Looking at these boxes, Alex could not stop thinking that all these goodies now belonged to him, and that he could enjoy them for the rest of his life. Then he immediately began to transfer these boxes to his dimension. He was very happy, anticipating his future carefree life. The next day, construction workers and engineers from a security company came to Alex's home to turn his apartment into a shelter. Meanwhile, Alex's neighbors began to suspect that he had become somehow abnormal, as he began to buy large quantities of food and turn his house into a fortress. At this point, the manager wrote to Alex to inform him that one of his contacts would provide Alex with a firearm within 3 days. Alex then informed the security company that he would be moving into a hotel room during construction. Walking along the corridor, he thought that soon he would definitely prove to everyone that he was not as stupid as they thought of him. Alex later went to the warehouse where he worked, and then went to see the man who was the warehouse manager. He wanted to take the entire contents of the warehouse for double the price, and also take a short vacation. Having received approval, Alex said that he would immediately transfer the money to him. He then headed down the stairs to get his goods. Once at the warehouse, Alex realized that he would have enough of those products, tools, and other things that would be useful to him during the disaster. He decided to wear a cap so that if something happened, no one would realize that it was him. At the warehouse, Alex noticed that Carl, one of the warehouse workers, was planning to invite Evelyn to a concert over the weekend. However, she replied that she already had a date planned for this weekend. At that moment, Carl noticed Alex and began blaming him for the fact that their trip to the store yesterday caused Evelyn's back to hurt so much. This was due to the fact that he forced the girl to pull his grocery carts. Then Alex realized that Evelyn had told everyone everything yesterday. Evelyn interrupted Carl and said that she didn't have any pain, but just had a slight tingling sensation in her lower back. However, Carl did not stop blaming Alex and demanded that he give Evelyn 500 yuan for the doctor as compensation. Alex told Carl that Evelyn herself decided to help him, and that Joe had no right to tell him anything. Carl was very frightened by Alex's behavior and advised Evelyn to stay as far away from him as possible. Evelyn was also scared because she noticed how much Alex had changed over the past few days. Soon, Alex, as promised, went to the hotel while his apartment was being renovated. That same day, Evelyn decided to write to Alex and personally find out from him what happened to him and why he had changed so much in a short time. She said that she felt lonely since they began to communicate little, but Alex only read her messages with a grin and did not answer her. Evelyn was very annoyed that she decided to write to Alex first, but he completely ignored her messages. Then Evelyn decided to ask her friend what she personally thought about such changes in Alex. She suggested that he was really preparing for some terrible event. Kylie said that Alex was just crazy and that Evelyn shouldn't focus on it. She stated that if the world was facing something serious, it would be all over the news channels. About a week later, Alex received his shipment of firearms, with which he will be able to repel anyone who tries to break into his home. A little later, another courier arrived to the hero with a huge box. Alex received a large package containing various medications and essentials. After that, Alex said that he needed to order some more things and asked the courier to help him with this. The courier agreed to help, and at that moment, Alex received a message from the manager of the security company. It said that the conversion of Alex's house into a shelter had already been completed. A few minutes later, Alex was already in his apartment, where all the walls were sheathed with a thick layer of hardened steel. The manager also described how his workers installed an advanced ventilation system in the apartment and improved the thermal insulation system. They also installed armored bulletproof glass in all of the house's windows, which was even stronger than all the steel cladding in the house. In addition to this, workers equipped the entire building with a video surveillance system with 300 cameras, with which all floors could be monitored simultaneously. Alex thanked the manager and his company for such a good result. When the manager left the apartment, Alex felt sorry that the manager would hardly be able to evaluate the effectiveness of the bunker when the end of the world came. At this time, Alex finally received his last order in the form of a whole truckload of clean water. He ordered this because water would be the hardest thing to get during the apocalypse. A man named Aaron, who was very kind to Alex, decided to ask him why Alex ordered so much water. The hero knew that in a past life, Aaron gave his last supplies to his mother and child, and he himself died. Alex told Aaron to quickly stock up on food and water before it became too expensive, as very cold temperatures were forecast for the winter. Aaron asked if this information was true. Then Alex replied that he had decided to prepare thoroughly and suggested that Aaron also stock up on water. At this time, Aaron's boss intervened and assured him that Alex could not be trusted under any circumstances. Aaron said his boss was just getting a little carried away and asked Alex not to hold it against him. In the remaining days, Alex decided not to waste money and spent all his savings to the last yuan in various bars and restaurants. Alex also continued to buy mountains of food from stores for his warehouse. He learned how to shoot a gun and went to the gym so that during the disaster, no one couldn't resist him. 3 days before the disaster, Alex came to work early so that no one would suspect him of missing most of the things from the warehouse, and added sleeping pills to his colleagues' tea. A few minutes later, Alex returned to his colleagues and invited them all to relax and drink a mug of tea. All the workers, without exception, decided that it really wouldn't hurt to get some rest, and everyone sat down to drink tea together. Alexa knew that the sleeping pills would take effect within 30 minutes. Half an hour later, all the warehouse employees were already fast asleep, and then Alex began stealing things from the warehouse. Before removing all the items from the warehouse, Alex turned off the entire security system and all CCTV cameras. Then the hero decided to activate his super ability. After that, Alex began to transfer all the boxes from the warehouse to his dimension. In a matter of seconds, Alex collected absolutely everything from the warehouse into his dimension: gasoline, toys, food, household goods, and much more. He decided that he would first move everything to himself and then sort it. After a few minutes, Alex transferred almost all the things to his dimension, leaving one small load in the corner. Alex decided to look at the contents of the boxes. Inside, I found sets of clothing that can withstand extremely low temperatures. He decided that this could be very useful in the end of the world. After that, there was not a single box left in the warehouse that Alex did not take to his dimension. Later, Alex returned to his sleeping colleagues and removed traces of the sleeping pills so that no one would think that it was he who stole all the things from the warehouse. He also drank a drink to pretend that he too had fallen asleep. A couple of hours later, colleagues began to wake Alex up. They informed him that someone had stolen all the items from the warehouse. The hero took on a surprised expression and immediately ran to the warehouse. Arriving at the warehouse, Alex pretended to be very shocked that someone had completely robbed their warehouse in such a short time. Then one of the employees approached Alex with a phone in his hands. Alex picked up the phone and heard the voice of the director, who wanted to know what was happening in their warehouse. Alex said they don't yet know how it happened and that all the items have disappeared from the warehouse in the last 2 hours. Hearing this, the director's voice became even more angry, and he began to blame Alex for everything that was happening. At first, Alex did not understand what to do. He even thought about turning himself into the police. Alex then tried to convince the director that he could not empty the entire warehouse alone in those 2 hours. Alex also added that they themselves would not be able to find out the reason for the loss of so many goods, and that they needed to contact the relevant authorities so that they could investigate and sort it out. The director agreed with Alex's suggestion and said that he would contact the CEO to contact the necessary people to investigate. After the call, Alex told his colleagues not to worry about what was happening and that the director would send specialists to investigate. Alex also told the employees that everything would be fine if they cooperated with the investigation, and that it was not their fault that they all fell asleep on the job. Soon, one of the representatives of the investigative commission told Alex that if he learned any details about this, he should tell them. The representative of the investigative commission also asked Alex not to leave the city until the investigation was completed. However, Alex had no intention of leaving anywhere. While Alex was walking down the street towards his house, he saw on the building's large screen news about the theft of a large batch of goods from one of the city's warehouses. He understood that there were only 2 days left before the global ice age. However, there was already a sharp drop in temperature outside, and it even began to snow. People on the street began to panic and urgently return home so as not to freeze. They didn't understand why the winter was so cold this year. Alex also did not stay on the street for too long and decided to return home, still thinking that in a couple of days the world known to everyone would cease to exist. 2 days later, due to the explosion of the star, the temperature on Earth began to drop sharply, which caused a real ice age. People were in panic, and no one wanted to leave their homes so as not to freeze to death on the street. Alex watched everything that was happening on the street and realized that the time had come for the great extinction of humanity. That same day, Alex was sitting at home, reading messages from friends who continued to be surprised by the weather. However, the main character already knew that this was just the beginning. Alex understood that it would snow continuously for at least 3 months, which would lead to an even greater drop in temperature. The very next morning, there was so much snow outside that people could not leave their houses. The fact is that the snow completely blocked the doors. Even while in their homes, people continued to freeze. No one knew what to do about it, since most did not have warm clothes. Meanwhile, Alex slept peacefully in his bed, and the problem of global cooling did not worry him at all. Suddenly, someone decided to call Alex in the middle of the night. It turned out to be Evelyn. She wanted to ask Alex if he knew in advance about the beginning of a global cataclysm. Alex replied that he accidentally heard about it from a friend one day. The girl screamed, saying that she now understood why he bought food. Then Evelyn decided to ask why Alex didn't warn her about the beginning of the disaster. In response to this, the hero only chuckled, saying that he had nothing to answer her. Alex interrupted the conversation and hung up, which scared Evelyn very much. She felt that Alex was going crazy and that she urgently needed to do something. The hero decided that he had miscalculated, because he did not think that the girl would come to him with questions. Alex decided to ignore Evelyn and planned to watch the news over breakfast. He ate steak, washed it down with wine, and watched the news about global cooling. The news strongly recommended not to leave the house unless absolutely necessary, to dress warmly, and in no case to believe rumors about shortages or sharp increases in prices for goods. Of course, Alex did not believe that the snowfall would end soon, since everything happened the same as last time. During this time, Evelyn wrote to Alex, asking him to share the food with her, promising that she would cover all expenses. Alex just grinned at Evelyn's naivety, thinking that he would just give her part of his supplies. Instead, he decided to tease Evelyn and sent her a photo of his steak and wine. He knew that in this life he would not give her an iota of help. At first, the girl was glad that the guy answered her. But then, when she saw the contents of the message, she became angry. Evelyn was shocked that while she was starving, Alex had the conscience to send her such a photo. Out of anger, Evelyn wanted to send Alex an insulting message. But at some point, I thought that I couldn't allow him to completely stop communicating with her. After texting Evelyn, Alex threw his phone aside. He decided to look at the video surveillance system to find out what the current situation in the building was. Through the cameras, he saw Abigail trying to convince residents not to leave the building until the snowfall stopped. Abigail reassured people that the snowfall would end in 2 to 3 days, and that they did not need to go to stores for supplies. People tried to pass by, saying that no one knew exactly when the snowfall would end, and that if they did not have time to prepare supplies, the prices of goods would increase greatly. Abigail continued to discourage people from going to stores, fearing shortages and rising prices. He said that she would inform where to go if she saw that someone was trying to stock up on food. At that moment, Alex emerged from the crowd and addressed the manager and residents. He warned Abigail that if the snow continued to fall continuously and people began to die of hunger, then only she would be responsible for it. People supported Alex's words and tried to find out from Abigail what the plan would be if everyone started running out of supplies. Abigail tried to calm the disgruntled neighbors by telling them that the snowstorm would soon subside and that no one would be short of supplies. After that, she asked Alex not to create panic among people because, according to her, he was breaking the law in this way. Alex turned towards the elevator to return to his apartment and said that under no circumstances would he go outside. Abigail was very angry with Alex's behavior and began to think about how she could get revenge for this. Meanwhile, several days have passed since the beginning of the cataclysm. Alex, as if nothing had happened, just sat on the couch, ate various treats, and played video games. Alex thought that it was much easier and more enjoyable for him to spend time playing games than maintaining any relationships with people. At some point, Alex received a message from Abigail. She asked him to remove all the snow from the entrances to the house. Alex thought that Abigail specifically wrote this request in the general chat in which all the residents of the building were. In response, Alex wrote that there is no point in clearing the snow now, and that it is better to wait until the snowfall ends. The residents of the house supported Alex's words, which angered Abigail even more. Then she decided to write in the chat that Alex wants to turn all the residents against her, and that such a young and strong guy like Alex should take the initiative and help his neighbors. Then she ordered Alex, on behalf of the district committee, to go out and clear the snow from the street. Alex realized that she was hiding behind her position and was going to turn everyone against him. The rest of the residents were waiting for the moment when Alex would resort to rudeness and insults. Then Alex wrote that among the list of people she chose to clear the snow, There was not a single rich person, hinting that she was simply afraid to tell them something. People again supported Alex, noting that when everyone is in danger, Abigail only sends middle-class people to do hard work. In the same house lived Otto and Matteo, two influential people who had certain connections and strong influence. Alex suggested that Abigail ask these people to help her clear the snow. The hero remembered that it was Otto who broke down the door to Alex's apartment with an axe, and Matteo was the first to plunge the knife into Alex, which is why he died in his previous life. Alex was serious about dealing with these people once and for all. Abigail was very annoyed by Alex's stubbornness and thought that he deliberately used Otto and Matteo as an example so as not to go out himself. Abigail also began to worry that if she cut Alex some slack, she would no longer be taken seriously. Later, Otto noticed a message in the general chat. In it, Abigail asked him and Matteo to go out and clear the snow outside. Otto was outraged by this decision and decided to tell her in the most aggressive manner what he thought about all this. Matteo later told Abigail that he wasn't going to go outside in such cold weather and that he would rather spend the day in bed. Lying in bed with the girl, he swore, saying that he was paying Abigail money, and she imagined herself to be a queen. However, he was not concerned about the lives of the poor. In addition to this, Matteo decided to send a video message to the general chat, in which he informed the residents of the house that others should go clear the snow. Abigail became even more angry at Alex for turning such powerful people against her. While Alex was preparing lunch, Abigail called him. She said that he was trying in every possible way to complicate her life and relationships with her neighbors. Alex replied that the whole point of her life was for someone to scold her. Alex also threatened Abigail that if she didn't leave him alone, she would greatly regret it. Aunt Abigail was extremely unhappy with what was happening and really wanted to teach Alex a lesson for his disobedience. Meanwhile, Otto tried to break into Alex's house, wanting to talk to him about those messages. He said they would discuss it while Otto was killing him. Alex stood up from the couch, picked up a loaded crossbow, and prepared to finish off Otto. Alex was ready to shoot if Otto managed to break through the door into the apartment. He aimed at the door where the man was standing. However, Alex thought that simply killing Otto would be too boring. He decided to mock him by aiming at his leg. Seconds later, Alex shot Otto in the leg through one of the holes in the door. From incredible pain, Otto fell to the floor, blood flowing continuously from the wound. The hero watched the man's torment through the peephole of his door. Alex was sure that with such a low temperature and a deep wound, Otto would not last long. Meanwhile, Otto struggled to get to his apartment to treat his wound. He did not have much chance of survival, since in the absence of emergency care, infection should have occurred quite quickly. Finally, frightened and seriously injured, Otto made it to the elevator. He couldn't believe that this kid was actually going to kill him. When the elevator reached the desired floor, Otto tried to call an ambulance so that doctors could help him with his wound. However, due to severe weather, no one responded to his call, and he had to administer first aid himself. Returning home, Otto began looking for a first aid kit. He also decided to try to pull the arrow out of his leg himself. At some point, Otto thought that if his leg was still frozen, he could simply pull the arrow out with his hands. Soon, Otto finally pulled out the bloody arrow. When the threat to life was over, he decided to write to Alex in the general chat that he would personally deal with him, to which Alex replied that if Otto tried to break into his apartment again, then next time he would simply kill him. Everyone was shocked that Alex not only fought off Otto, but also injured him. After that, Otto called his people and said that they had to get rid of one guy who wounded him in the leg. A few minutes later, a group of men with weapons arrived at their boss. Then they went to the desired floor. The group stood at the door of Alex's apartment and demanded that he leave. Without waiting for an answer, one of the bandits tried to break through the door with a huge cleaver. However, despite the powerful blow, the door was not damaged, and the cleaver flew back, almost killing one of the bandits. The group of bandits were surprised that such a simple guy had such a strong door. At this time, Alex was playing video games and watched as a group of bandits unsuccessfully tried to break into his apartment. He laughed at them, saying that they had not eaten well enough and therefore could not knock down his door. At first, Alex decided to use firearms against them. However, then he changed his mind and decided to pour cold water on the bandits. Alex connected the hose to one of the holes in the door and began spraying the bandits with cold water. From such an attack, all the bandits got wet to the skin, fell to the floor, and gradually began to become covered with a thin layer of ice. They screamed and called for help, but no one could help them since they were all hurt. After the water attack, Alex returned to the couch and continued to watch the bandits through the cameras. At this time, several bandits were sitting in Otto's apartment and trying to warm up after Alex doused them with water. The man absolutely did not understand how a whole gang of his people could not get into the apartment. They explained to Otto that Alex's door was too strong to be easily broken through. Despite the unsuccessful attempt to deal with Alex, Otto did not despair, as he was sure that sooner or later Alex would leave the apartment. Then Otto ordered his men to watch Alex around the clock and kill him as soon as he opened the door of his apartment. At this time, several neighbors went outside and began removing snow. But despite their best efforts, the snow was falling much faster than they could clear it, and without a snowblower, it was almost impossible to remove such a thick layer of snow. Alex looked at all this and thought that these people simply did not understand the full scale of the disaster. With such efforts, they will not be able to avoid the cataclysm. Later, Alex sat down to watch the news, which reported on the numerous victims of the disaster, the number of which reached from 10 to 20 million people around the world. Alex looked at all this and realized that the number of victims of such a cataclysm would only grow rapidly. At this time, Aunt Abigail continued to assert that the snowfall would soon end and that there was no need to go to the shops and stock up on food. A little later, Alex texted Evelyn to see if he was okay, but Alex knew she would ask him for supplies again. Then Alex decided to tease Evelyn again and sent her a photo of the lobster he had just eaten. Evelyn and her friend were shocked that instead of helping them, Alex only mocked them. Then Evelyn's friend wrote to Alex that his actions greatly upset Evelyn. Alex, in turn, wrote that Evelyn's mood is constantly changing and that this does not bother him at all. Kylie tried to push for pity and make Alex feel ashamed for sending such photos while they were both starving. She also added that he treats Evelyn extremely lightly, but these words did not affect Alex in any way. Alex confirmed Kylie's words that he was completely indifferent to Evelyn, which only angered her more. Evelyn asked Kylie not to talk to her about Alex anymore. After such an unpleasant correspondence with Alex, Evelyn's friend decided to find out if she had anyone else to whom she could turn for help. Evelyn then remembered Carl and immediately called him to ask for help. A couple of hours later, Carl was already at the door of Evelyn's apartment with groceries from the store. When he left the apartment, the friends looked at each other. Evelyn was a little scared that Carl loved her so much that he left the house in such a cold weather and even went to the store to buy supplies for them. 3 days later, the electricity suddenly went out in all apartments. Alex understood that the main fun was just beginning. The residents of the house began to panic. Many people ran out of supplies and began to think that they urgently needed to prepare supplies. Women couldn't even prepare formula for their children. People understood that without heaters, they would have a very bad time. They also did not understand why no one from the management company had yet come to save them. At this time, Alex thought that in such a situation, the management company would no longer be able to help them. After a few minutes, Alex pulled out a couple of generators and turned them on so he would at least have some source of electricity. Thus, light appeared in his apartment again. Meanwhile, Aunt Abigail, sitting under the blanket with her grandson, could not stop thinking that just a few days ago everything was in order in their world. Abigail noticed in the general chat that people were starting to talk about the need for supplies, and decided that she needed to stock up on everything she needed before panic began among the residents. She told her grandson that she would be back soon. The woman firmly decided that she must protect herself and the boy. Abigail then wrote in the general chat that the problems were temporary and that everyone should cooperate with the management company, otherwise the residents would be referred to the police. People did not pay attention to the appeal of some old woman, since this did not change their difficult situation in any way. Meanwhile, Otto read all the messages and did not understand how this old woman could command them in such a situation. Otto's henchmen only complained that they had run out of medicine and that they couldn't get out of here, to which Otto only yelled at his subordinates, calling them useless trash. Meanwhile, Alex continued to play games. At some point, Aunt Abigail wrote to him, stating that since all the residents were in such an unpleasant situation, everyone, including him, should send all their supplies to the management company, which, in turn, would divide them equally among all residents. The hero realized that the situation was repeating what happened in a past life. Before Alex could finish reading the messages, he almost immediately received a couple of new private messages from Abigail. In these messages, Aunt Abigail asked Alex to share the supplies that he had recently bought by the basketful. Alex remembered how last time he was also asked to help with supplies, and then he shared what led to his death. He told her that she should share the supplies too. He did this since she was one of the reasons for his death. This only made Aunt Abigail even more angry. She was furious that someone like Alex in charge of the warehouse couldn't share the supplies. However, she understood that she couldn't give up and decided to come up with something else. She then threatened Alex that in such a situation he was going against the orders of the management company. Alex responded that he was indeed short on supplies right now and that Abigail could share her supplies with him first if she decided to take the lead in distributing the shared supplies. Such statements angered Aunt Abigail even more, and she said that if Alex refused to cooperate with the management company, then he would be punished. Alex, in turn, told her that she was just an employee of the district committee and could not pose any serious threat to him. Abigail hung up and started cursing Alex. Furious, she began to think about how she could influence him. She wanted to turn her neighbors against Alex, but then she thought that this would make people realize that they didn't have to give away their supplies to everyone. Alex later watched through cameras as neighbors voluntarily donated their supplies to Aunt Abigail. Alex thought that these people themselves were to blame for giving her their supplies so easily and obediently. Thus, the food will be consumed faster, which will lead to their rapid death. Soon, Abigail and her grandson took over all the neighbors' supplies, instead of distributing them among the residents. The woman laughed, saying that she would never take food away from her grandson for the sake of these people. At that moment, someone called Aunt Abigail, and it turned out to be Otto. The woman was a little scared when she saw the bandit's name on the screen. Otto told Aunt Abigail that she had made a good living from her neighbor's supplies. Abigail tried to justify herself by saying that all the neighbor's supplies were now in her storage. After this, Otto demanded that she share her supplies with him. He threatened that otherwise his men would break into her house and take all her supplies. The man's henchman, hearing his words, smiled slyly, anticipating something interesting. Within minutes, the henchmen burst into Abigail's apartment and were about to take all the supplies. Abigail tried to stop them, but at that moment she received a strong blow to the face for deceiving all the neighbors and trying to keep all the supplies for herself. Alex watched all this through the cameras and received incredible emotions from what was happening. Then Alex came up with the idea of posting a post in the general chat so that everyone could see how greedy and cruel Abigail is. He anticipated the strong reaction of the other residents. While Abigail lay on the floor, Otto and his henchmen began searching the apartment for supplies. At that moment, the woman stood up and pitifully grabbed the man's leg. Abigail begged Otto to leave some supplies for her and her grandson. But instead, Otto pushed Aunt Abigail with such force that she flew to the other side of the room and lost consciousness. The woman's stunned grandson watched everything that happened. Then Abigail's grandson decided to take revenge for his grandmother. He took the no and hit one of the bandits right in the buttocks. The bandit immediately turned around and hit the boy in the stomach with all his might. From such a blow, the boy flew into the wall, lost consciousness, and fell on the sofa with a lifeless face. The bandit laughed, saying that he must definitely document this professional beating. Abigail, with tears in her eyes, tried her best to revive her grandson, but her attempts were unsuccessful. At that moment, Otto and his henchmen took out all the supplies they found in Aunt Abigail's apartment and left it. They said that this was her payment for deceiving everyone. Meanwhile, the neighbors in the chat did not stop discussing what happened to Aunt Abigail and her grandson, and Alex was quite pleased with this outcome of events. At the same time, Alex knew that very soon all his neighbors would suffer the same fate as Abigail. But fortunately, he didn't care. A little later, a message from Abigail came into the chat, in which she asked the neighbors to provide medicine so that Scarlett's doctor could perform an operation on her grandson. The hero knew that Scarlett was an emergency doctor at a local hospital who saved people during a disaster. She was one of the few people who treated Alex with kindness. At this point, Abigail continued to ask neighbors for help with supplies, to which people responded with either ridicule or condemnation for trying to appropriate other people's supplies. Alex was amazed at Scarlett's honesty, who, even in such difficult times, did not stop providing medical assistance to people. Some time has passed since that moment. During all this time, so much snow fell that the first floors of multi-story buildings were very soon covered with a thick layer of snow. The snowstorm began last week and blanketed the entire world, with temperatures reaching more than 100 degrees below zero in some places. Those people who did not have time to return home and take shelter from the cold died very quickly from such frost. Meanwhile, Abigail began asking neighbors to share food for her and her grandson, and one of the residents responded to such a message by offering her a couple of packs of noodles for 1,000 yuan each. Someone replied that they were ready to buy noodles from her for 2,000 yuan. People in the chat began to reassure each other that winter had simply arrived a little earlier this year, and that it was not the end of the world, like some kind of zombie apocalypse. Mateo never ceased to be amazed at the naivety of people who still believed that this would end soon. Later, Mateo decided to write to the girl that he was ready to buy these noodles from her at any price she named. He thought that this money would still not help anyone survive this cataclysm. A little later, a single mother with a child wrote to the general chat, saying that she and her child had nothing to eat, and that these noodles would be their salvation. A single mother begged her neighbors to help her, since her daughter was only 9 months old, and her mother could not feed her milk because she herself had not eaten anything for a long time. Alex understood that this single mother was not as simple as it seemed, because last time she also fought for her life and the life of her daughter to the last. About 10 days have passed since then, Evelyn called Alex again. According to Alex's calculations, all her supplies should have already run out. Alex took a video call to tease Evelyn and her friend about his hoard. Both were shocked that Alex still hadn't run out of supplies. Alex told Evelyn and her friend that he had a lot of fast food at home because he was too lazy to cook regular food. Alex also wanted to show off his fireplace, which keeps his house warm. Evelyn couldn't help herself and started calling Alex sweet names, and at the same time begged him to let them inside. Looking at the girl now, the hero absolutely did not understand how he could run after her for 2 whole years. Alex, not wanting to help Evelyn, told her that in this weather it was better for her to stay home. Alex then decided to continue to mock Evelyn and Kylie and noticed that, judging by their appearance, they were very cold right now. The fact that Alex not only refused to help Evelyn, but also bullied them made Evelyn very angry. Alex then decided to remind Evelyn that her friend Kylie didn't help her like last time. Alex wanted to make it clear to Evelyn that he had absolutely no obligation to help her in this situation, and then he hung up. This angered Evelyn even more, who never received any help from Alex. Out of anger, the girl threw the phone to the side. Kylie said that they were unable to immediately understand Alex's intentions to prepare for the cataclysm, and that now they had forever missed the opportunity to escape. Evelyn's friend added that now Alex is even cooler than Carl because now his money will not help in such a situation. Because of these words, Evelyn lashed out at her friend, causing them to start fighting with each other. At this time, Alex was watching the news, which conveyed information that the authorities would now provide electricity only for 1 hour a day. This will be done so people can charge their phones, put on kettles, and use other small household appliances. Alex realized that the situation was becoming so critical that it was not even hidden on television. After watching the news, Alex decided to find out what his neighbors were writing in the general chat, and when he entered it, he saw how people did not stop offering their noodles at inflated prices. Alex felt simultaneously ashamed of them and amused that despite the seriousness of the situation in the world, people do not stop trying to earn money that will very soon become useless. Meanwhile, Dr. Scarlet arrived at the building and treated Otto, while Abigail's grandson continued to feel unwell and his condition worsened. After the fight, Evelyn and Kylie began to think about who else they could turn to for help. Then Evelyn decided to get into Alex's apartment by any means and asked Carl for help. An hour later, Carl was already at Evelyn's apartment, where she told him that Alex deliberately humiliated her and teased her with his supplies. Carl said that he would do everything possible to make Alex deeply regret bullying Evelyn like that. Evelyn told Carl that if they could get rid of Alex, they could move into his apartment, which had plenty of supplies. Then Carl, Evelyn, and Kylie went to Alex's apartment to kill him. A few minutes later, they took out a club with a pair of knives and prepared to wait for the moment when Alex left the apartment. Alex noticed that Carl came to him and realized that he clearly came with bad intentions. Taking a closer look, Alex noticed that Carl had come with Evelyn and her friend with weapons to kill him and take his supplies. When the hero realized their true intentions, he became furious. Then Alex decided to pour cold water on them, like those bandits who had recently come to him. However, he remembered that he had a whole bucket of waste, which he decided to use against the uninvited guests. Meanwhile, Carl was telling Alex that he was running low on supplies at home and decided to ask for some supplies. At this time, Alex was pushing the hose into the doorway. Carl believed that now Alex would open the door and they would have a chance to finish him off. But contrary to Carl's expectations, Alex did not come out, and instead a pile of rotten waste flew towards them. The girls began to scream in horror when they saw a pile of waste and mucus on their hands and hair. Carl then began to threaten Alex that he would kill him, while the girls felt sick from the waste and retreated to a corner where they vomited. Alex then said that these were the supplies he wanted to give them, and that they should be grateful to him for such a favor. Then Carl decided to break into Alex's apartment on his own. He touched the handle of his door, but received a very strong electric shock to his hand. From such pain, Carl immediately fell to the floor, which made Alex laugh very much. After that, Alex leaned back on the couch with the thought that he might never leave his apartment again in his life, and that he could just watch what was happening without any fear. The next morning, Alex was awakened by very loud noises. They sounded like gunshots, and he decided to find out what was happening in the house. Alex decided to look through the security cameras to find out what exactly happened in the house. When Alex picked up the tablet, he saw Otto's henchmen collecting snow from the street to melt it and use it as water. Alex lay in bed and thought that the residents on the 3rd floor were doomed. Most of them had already run out of supplies and also had no way to protect themselves. Meanwhile, Otto sent several photos to the general chat, one of which showed the bodies of a young couple whom he killed in their own apartment. The man wrote that from now on, House 25 is under his control. Alex was somewhat surprised by Otto's determination. which again proved that he could afford a good life even in such conditions. However, Alex also realized that Otto had a very limited amount of ammunition and would not be able to shoot all the villagers. At that moment, a new chat appeared on Alex's phone, in which all the neighbors discussed the plan to resist Otto. At some point, Aaron wrote his proposal in the chat, which greatly interested Alex. He said that if they did not unite against Otto, he would simply kill all the neighbors, and offered to take all the supplies from Otto. Aaron offered to take the lead and lead a squad of volunteers to help him defeat Otto. Many supported Aaron's idea and began to offer him various assistance in the form of providing weapons and developing a further plan of action. Then Aaron wrote that he would also need several people since he could not cope alone. But despite such a noble attempt to get rid of Otto, there were those who considered this idea another deception. They recorded voice messages, recalling the recent case of fraud with supplies from Abigail. A major quarrel broke out in the chat, where everyone began to indiscriminately blame each other for everything. Meanwhile, Alex read all these messages and realized that he should not have expected a different reaction from the residents. While eating, Alex kept thinking that all the people accusing each other in this chat without good reason deserved to die. Meanwhile, Otto and his bandits continued to kill their neighbors in order to take all their supplies. During the robbery, one of Otto's subordinates complained of extreme fatigue and offered to have a snack with some of the obtained supplies. Then Otto pointed a gun at him and threatened him with serious punishment if he continued to whine. The subordinate stopped complaining and continued to dump the corpses of his neighbors in one pile. When everything was ready, Otto praised his henchmen, saying that their efforts would not be in vain. At that moment, Otto wondered what they would have done to him if he had no weapons, and if they would have listened to him at all. Alex watched Otto's actions and realized that he was deliberately leaving all the corpses in one place in case there were no supplies left, and then he would have to eat these corpses. Alex also thought that if Otto decided to poke his head into his apartment this time, he would simply kill him and all his bandits. The next day, one of the residents tried to call neighbors for help to help her deal with Otto. However, despite all her attempts, Otto's men were still able to break through the apartment's internal barricade and break into it. One of the subordinates grabbed the girl by the legs and dragged her out of the apartment, while her neighbors continued to discuss that this girl fully deserved such a fate. Meanwhile, Evelyn and Kylie thought that if Otto's people began to rob and kill women, they would soon get to them. Then Evelyn decided to tell some people that Alex had supplies so that they would try to break into his apartment with her. A little later, Alex was again added to a new chat created by Evelyn, in which she asked Alex for help. Alex immediately realized that Evelyn had already blabbed everything, but at the same time forgot to clarify that it was he who was able to injure Otto. Alex sent a message to the chat, saying that he was fine alone and that if he got bored, he would definitely let him know. In response, chat participants began to write about how selfishly Alex was behaving, while one psycho broke into other people's apartments and took all the supplies. To this, Alex replied that in such a situation, the life of each person depends on his personal abilities, and then left the chat. The others were extremely unhappy that Alex was behaving like a complete egoist, despite the fact that they had all known each other for a long time. One of the girls asked what they should do about his intractability. Then they decided to stop trying to come to an amicable agreement with Alex and go on the attack. One of the guys said that he used to work for a company that specialized in picking locks of any complexity and decided to break into the lock of Alex's apartment, after which they would all get rid of it together. A few minutes later, they were all waiting for this guy to pick the lock of Alex's apartment while the others prepared to attack. The girls also held umbrellas in case Alex decided to douse them with cold water again. They didn't expect Alex to do anything other than spray them with water. Alex noticed them trying to pick his lock. Then he activated the high voltage on the door. After activating the security mechanism in the door, the guy who was trying to pick Alex's lock received a very strong electrical shock. At first he screamed and asked for help, but then fell to the floor unconscious. The electric shock was so powerful that the guy's arms were simply torn off. The other burglars began shouting words of condemnation and contempt at Alex. They said they just wanted to peacefully discuss everything with him, but he just kills them. Then Alex took out a crossbow and prepared to defend himself so that none of them would continue to try to break down his door. Alex shot one of Evelyn's partners with a crossbow. The arrow pierced his shoulder and the man screamed in pain. Then the guys decided to stop trying to break in and return to Evelyn. However, a few seconds later, Alex fired several more shots, which wounded 2 more people, including Carl. Then they decided that they needed to get out of here as quickly as possible. A couple of minutes later, everyone was in Evelyn's apartment. One of the girls, Laura, tried to pull the arrows out of the guys. However, when trying to pull out the arrows, the girl noticed that Alex deliberately used rusty arrows so that they could not be pulled out. The boys thought that without medication, the rusty arrows could cause an infection that could kill them. Then everyone started blaming Evelyn for it. Laura slapped her, scolding the girl for not warning anyone that Alex had a crossbow and that he could fight them back. Evelyn said that she herself did not know that Alex might have a crossbow. Since the last time they visited him, he did not have any crossbow. Carl tried to explain to everyone that Evelyn really didn't know anything about Alex being armed. However, everyone understood that the wounded needed immediate assistance. Then Laura decided to ask Scarlett for help. A few minutes later, Scarlett was there. Scarlett noticed that she was again helping a patient who had been hit by an arrow. Laura thought that Alex had already shot someone in this house with a crossbow, but Scarlett reassured the girls and said that they had already seen such patients in the hospital. Scarlett later told the residents that without special medical equipment, she would not be able to help them. Scarlett also added that without medications and antibiotics, she would not be able to simply pull out the arrow, and then the wounded would not be able to survive. The doctor thought to herself that she had seen similar wounds on one of the residents and believed that this was definitely the work of Alex. Finally, she once again said that removing arrows without medicine is very dangerous. Evelyn interrupted Scarlett and said that she herself saw how, before the cataclysm, Alex received a very large batch of medicines that could help them. Evelyn told how, a month before the cataclysm, Alex bought various supplies almost every day, such as food, water, medicine, and other useful things. Scarlett assumed that Alex knew about the impending danger and should have plenty of supplies, which probably included antibiotics. Then the wounded decided to turn to Alex for help as soon as possible, completely forgetting that it was he who almost killed them with these arrows. At first, everyone doubted the reliability of such a plan, but Evelyn said that they would not try to harm Alex and were even ready to share their supplies with him. Evelyn added that this time they will try to approach Alex with kindness so that he understands that they are not his enemies and he has nothing to fear. Then everyone suggested that Evelyn herself turn to Alex for help, since it was because of her that they found themselves in this difficult situation, and it was with her that Alex most often communicated. Carl said that he had been unfair to Evelyn and added that they could only live in safety if everyone tried. Hearing this, the girl timidly agreed to the conditions. Evelyn decided to try calling Alex. She wanted to convince him to lend them some medicine. When Evelyn reached him, she said that one of her friends was already dead and the rest were struggling to survive. Alex asked Evelyn if they could survive such harsh weather. He knew that since the beginning of the cataclysm, snow had blocked all entrances to the city, turning it into a kind of island. At this time, many have already run out of supplies, and even if they do not die from the cold, due to lack of food, they will still die very soon. Evelyn, still crying, began to beg Alex for forgiveness, promising to improve and not do this again. She reminded him that if they didn't take action, they would all die, and promised that if he gave them medicine, she wouldn't bother him anymore. Then Laura simply snatched Evelyn's phone and told Alex that they were all in a hopeless situation, and asked him to put aside his insensitivity and finally help them. Alex denied her claims of insensitivity and laughed. He said that he used rusty arrows and did not kill them on purpose to see the fear on their faces. Such statements frightened Laura very much, and she screamed that Alex had gone completely crazy. After that, Alex allowed Evelyn to come to him for everything she needed, provided that she came alone. Evelyn was very happy that for the first time in all this time, Alex finally allowed her to enter and promised that she would follow all his instructions. After that, the hero once again said that she could come. When Alex allowed Evelyn to come to him, her friend also began to ask him to let her in. However, Alex said that they would not need extra people, and Evelyn promised to do as he wished. Evelyn immediately ran towards Alex's apartment while her friend tried to stop her. Evelyn tried to break away from Kylie, saying that she was tired of living in such conditions. Then Laura slapped Evelyn in the face and began to say that she would not leave for this freak after everything he had done to them. And Carl did not understand how he could so easily ask Alex for help after everything Evelyn had promised him. Evelyn replied that it was not strange for her to seek a way to avoid a cruel death. Evelyn then approached Carl and told him that he was a good man and that he should let her go if he wished her well. Evelyn also added that she was very grateful for the care and help, but Carl could not offer as much as Alex could offer. Then Kylie ran after Evelyn, not understanding why she should get everything. She threw the girl to the floor, preventing her from leaving. The residents then decided to lock Evelyn in the room so that she could not escape and would share their fate with them. Scarlett demanded that the quarrel stop as they first needed to think about how to get the medicine. Suddenly, one of the guys remembered something. He said Alex has a fireplace, fuel, and a variety of supplies. Since they can't handle Alex themselves, they can tell the other neighbors about his supplies, hoping that they will also want to try to get through to Alex, after which they can divide the supplies equally. Evelyn was completely against this plan because she just wanted to live with Alex and not kill him and steal his supplies. Laura wanted to shut Evelyn up and hit her again. However, despite all the words spoken to him earlier, Carl came to her defense. Carl said that if he tried, Evelyn would also love him sooner or later. Laura decided not to argue with Carl and began implementing the previously proposed plan. A few minutes later, the girl posted photos of the food that Alex sent them to the general chat, so that the neighbors realized that he now had a lot of supplies. All the residents, including Otto and his henchmen, saw this. When Otto saw these photos, he decided that it was time to take revenge on Alex for everything he did to him. Meanwhile, residents turned to Alex for help in the general chat, hoping that he would still help them at such a time. Matteo even promised to give him all the shares of his company if Alex would share with him. However, Alex did not forget how in his previous life he shared supplies with everyone, and when he asked everyone to share supplies, they simply killed him and tore him into pieces. He said that the other neighbors were not his friends, so he was not going to help them. After people realized that the plan did not work and Alex was not going to share the supplies, the neighbors began to insult Alex. They berated him for his indifference, calling him a monster and threatening him with retaliatory violence. The neighbors' general outrage towards Alex increased. However, he didn't even pay attention to all the negative reactions directed at him. Alex got up from the sofa, looked out the window, and thought that he was a little tired of sitting at home. Then he remembered that he had a pair of snowmobiles. He decided that he could use them to safely leave the apartment and have fun on the street. At this time, Scarlett wrote to Alex. She reported directly and without further ado that she had run out of food and medicine. Alex remembered that the last time Scarlett died because she was distributing her supplies to those in need. And despite such a stern and cold appearance, during the cataclysm she showed her best qualities, unlike the rest of the inhabitants. Alex first thought about helping her, but then he thought that the smarter a woman is, the easier it is for her to betray someone. However, he did not want to die because of her possible betrayal. The hero thought that although he was confident in the girl, he could not let her inside. Alex wrote to Scarlett that he could give her some of his supplies if she gave him something useful. Scarlett asked Alex for supplies as a down payment since she had nothing left. Alex then invited Scarlett to receive some of his supplies if she complied with his request. The girl was embarrassed by this whole situation because she had never asked a stranger for help before. Alex offered Scarlett two options. He suggested that she betray the inhabitants and become his ally or unite with the crowd and try to destroy him. After some thought, Scarlett decided to join Alex and tell him everything the neighbors were planning to do, which made Alex very happy. He told Scarlett to come and exchange information with him when she had useful data. After that, their conversation ended, and Scarlett decided that she needed to immediately begin fulfilling her part of the deal. During this time, Alex received a message in which one of Evelyn's friends kept asking him to share supplies. In response, Alex simply wrote that even if all the neighbors wanted to burn down his apartment, no one would receive his supplies. After such a rude refusal, the guy created a new group chat in which he was going to discuss with his neighbors the further plan to seize Alex's apartment. Otto said that he was willing to help the neighbors on the condition that they forget all the murders he and his bandits had committed previously, and that he would take half of all the supplies they found in Alex's apartment. Aaron and Scarlett were unhappy with what they read and decided to report everything to Alex. Scarlett reported everything to Alex, but he already knew the situation and prepared to defend his apartment, taking out all his weapons. Alex also warned Scarlett not to come to his place with the rest of the neighbors under any circumstances. He said she better watch the upcoming show. Meanwhile, many neighbors headed to Alex's apartment, taking with them various items such as knives, machetes, steel pipes, and aluminum batons. They were determined to get into the hero's apartment and take away his supplies. Some tried to break down Alex's door with all their might, but their efforts were in vain. Alex watched as residents tried to break down his door and decided to shock the door with an electric charge. At that moment, one man swung a hammer at Alex's door. A moment later, he was electrocuted and screamed in pain. After one of the blows, an electric current struck not only the one who hit the door, but also the people standing nearby. Soon the unharmed people saw those who had just been electrocuted die, their bodies covered in burns. Such a sight greatly frightened the other residents, and no one understood how they could break through such a door. Neighbors told Otto that an electric current had been sent to the door. When the man saw that one of the neighbors wanted to run away, he put a gun to his head, asking where he was going. Then one of the neighbors suggested taking revenge on everyone, because Alex had killed several innocent people. Then people decided to use wooden objects so that no one would get an electric shock during the attack. They decided that they had endured cold and hunger for too long, and now they were obliged to break down this door. Several men took a large log and began to break down the door of Alex's apartment. At this time, Alex was not at all worried that these people would damage his door. Instead of taking any action to stop the neighbors, Alex decided to drink a glass of cognac and listen to loud music. He deliberately turned up the volume so as not to hear the roar from behind the door. The neighbors still couldn't stop trying to break through the door and shouted that Alex would pay for the death of those he electrocuted. However, they soon became very tired and stopped trying to break the door. One of the neighbors decided to inspect the door and told others that such doors are usually used in bank safes. The residents asked him what they should do in this case. Then the man said that such a door could not be broken through even with the help of explosives, and even more so, it could not be broken through with a wooden log. At that moment, Alex, standing right outside the door, was ready to shoot the man with his crossbow. While the tenant continued to talk about breaking the door, the hero opened a small window and pointed a crossbow there. A moment later, an arrow from a crossbow pierced the neighbor's throat. Then the neighbors realized that Alex had a weapon. The residents were very scared and began to run away from Alex's apartment. Alex continued to kill his neighbors with precise shots, which only increased fear among the residents. After several shots were fired, several people remained in the corridor who no longer had a chance of survival. Suddenly, one of the men shouted that he had an idea. He said that this door is made of a special alloy, so it cannot be opened just like that. Then the residents decided that trying to break through the door was useless and decided to try to break through the walls. Several people began hitting the walls as hard as they could, hoping to successfully break into Alex's apartment. They were determined to take revenge on Alex for everything he had done to them during this time. However, after several minutes of trying to break through the walls, residents noticed that the wall was not giving in. The residents did not understand why the walls were so strong. Then they noticed that the walls were also made of the same steel alloy as the door. They couldn't understand why anyone would build an apartment made entirely of steel. Despite this, people continued to try to break into Alex's apartment using various tools. Alex soon informed his neighbors that his walls were covered with a super strong alloy 20 centimeters wide, which was impossible to penetrate. Alex looked at what was happening outside and thought that if the neighbors continued to try to break into his apartment, they would soon become exhausted. At this time, the neighbors remembered that a few weeks before the disaster, Alex had completely renovated his apartment. Then one of the neighbors said that Alex knew in advance about the impending snowstorm and specifically decided to protect himself and his apartment without warning the others. The neighbors were furious that Alex had not warned them about the approaching storm and that he had deliberately chosen not to tell anyone so that he could remain the only survivor. They cried and wanted him to pay one day for dooming them all to suffering. Otto then told the neighbors that even if the walls of Alex's apartment were secure, they could try to break through his ceiling and floor. He divided people into groups and sent them to specific apartments to punch through the floor and ceiling, creating a hole through which to enter Alex's apartment. Several people went to the desired apartments and spent several minutes trying to break through the floor and ceiling in order to create a hole on the other side and enter Alex's apartment. Alex heard the neighbors knocking on the ceiling and floor and thought that Otto was a little smarter than he thought, but the neighbors still wouldn't be able to get into his apartment. When neighbors were finally able to break through the floors and ceilings of the apartments, they discovered that behind them was the same heavy-duty alloy that covered the interior walls of Alex's apartment. Neighbors were shocked that Alex's entire apartment was lined with durable alloy, making it look like a large, impenetrable box. While neighbors tried to break into Alex's apartment from different directions, many of them began to lose strength, and their desire to eat increased with each passing moment. They even began to look at each other, seeing their neighbors not as people but as meat. However, they tried to push away these crazy thoughts. People were so tired that, despite the very low temperature, many began to overheat, and only this could warm them up a little. Some people panicked, not knowing what to do with all this. Many began to become hysterical and shout at Alex that he was a selfish person who was not going to help his neighbors. Then one of the neighbors suggested that others get into Alex's apartment through the balcony, through which they could easily enter his apartment. The other neighbors then thought that they should have tried to get onto Alex's balcony from the start, since there should no longer be a protective covering there, and then they could easily break into his house. A few minutes later, the neighbors put down a board that led to Alex's balcony, and soon a small group of them took turns moving onto the balcony. Despite the fact that the neighbors were approaching Alex, he did not even get up from the couch and continued to drink his coffee. A few minutes later, an angry crowd was on Alex's balcony and tried to break through the bulletproof glass, but Alex still was not afraid. Every minute, the number of neighbors on Alex's balcony increased, and they tried more and more to get into his apartment. The hero only watched them with a grin, saying that if there was a funeral today, it would definitely not be his. A few minutes later, Alex got up from the couch and headed to the kitchen. He took a bottle of flammable liquid and set it on fire. After that, Alex went to the wall and threw the bottle into a special compartment, through which the bottle with liquid should have ended up on the balcony. Less than a second later, neighbors on the balcony saw the bottle fall on them. In the blink of an eye, the bottle fell on one of the neighbors, and he immediately burst into flames. The others watched in horror as one of their comrades burned to death. While the neighbor was burning, he experienced such severe pain that at some point he simply fell from the balcony. The hero knew that being burned alive was the worst and most painful death of all. Alex did not stop throwing bottles of liquid onto the balcony, and just a few seconds later, all the neighbors on the balcony began to burn alive. Alex watched with pleasure as the neighbors, who just a minute ago wanted to kill him, began to beg him for mercy. Alex still refused to let the neighbors into his house, and they decided to try to return back. But the people who remained in the neighboring apartment were afraid that the burning neighbors would approach them. When the burning people began to approach, one of the neighbors tried to disperse them, and many of the burning people fell from the board several tens of meters down. After a few seconds, the remaining burning people stopped showing signs of life. The people who remained in the neighboring apartment brought several burnt corpses in order to somehow warm up. However, after some time, the corpses stopped burning and turned into pieces of ice. The next group of people then headed to Alex's balcony. Unlike the previous group, this group came to Alex's balcony without weapons and began to beg Alex to give them at least some food. However, such actions did not evoke any pity or compassion in Alex. He continued eating the noodles he had prepared earlier and watching these people. Then people kept begging Alex to share food with them, saying that they would do anything to get something. Alex thought that now he could easily manipulate these people based on their hunger and decided to give them a chance. The hero walked up to the balcony and said that he would give a bag of instant noodles for a week to anyone who brought him Otto's head. The group of people on Alex's balcony looked at Otto's men. They felt that if they did not want to starve, then they had no choice but to kill Otto. At that moment, Otto realized that they were up to something bad. A group of hungry people headed towards Otto to kill him, but his bandits tried to stop them. While Otto and his bandits defended themselves from the attackers, Otto noticed that a new message from Alex had appeared in the general chat, in which he wrote that he would give instant noodles for a week to anyone who brought him Otto's head. Otto realized that Alex was trying to turn the remaining people against him and tried to return home as soon as possible to consider further actions. The next day, the group of people Alex was talking to were waiting in the hallway to catch Otto by surprise and kill him. A few minutes later, Otto went out into the hallway to go outside and remove the ice that was preventing him from going outside normally. A group of people were waiting for the most opportune moment to attack Otto. After a couple of seconds, they raised their weapons and attacked him from behind. Otto's henchmen heard the sound and turned to look at their boss. They saw two armed men flying towards him from behind. However, Otto managed to react in time and shot at those who tried to attack him. Otto's bandits took the bodies of the traitors, thinking they would do the same to anyone who wanted them dead and tried to kill them and their boss. However, despite the failure of these men to deal with Otto, one of them was still able to leave a serious, deep wound on Otto's back. The wound was very deep and large and was bleeding heavily. One of Otto's bandits took him to one of the apartments while Otto himself called Scarlet to bandage his wound. After some time, Scarlet arrived at Otto's apartment, and after bandaging the wound, she demanded payment for her work. Otto offered to pay Scarlet with meat from the corpses of her neighbors, but Scarlet immediately refused, stating that she would rather die than stoop to cannibalism. Otto said that he didn't want the only doctor in the house to suddenly die, and added that Scarlet shouldn't worry because if he had to sacrifice one of the residents, he would give Scarlet a chance to survive. But Scarlet didn't like Otto's behavior and hit him on the hand. When Scarlet was about to leave, she was suddenly stopped by bandits. Otto pulled out a gun and said he couldn't let the doctor leave until his wound was completely healed. After this, Otto began to discuss further plans of action with the bandits. At some point, Otto suggested leaving this apartment and moving to the next one, waiting for the moment when Alex would leave his apartment. Scarlet decided to tell Alex about this. She told the bandits that she just wanted to go to the toilet. But in fact, she went to the bathroom to text Alex that Otto was going to move as close to him as possible in order to catch the moment when he left his apartment. Alex asked her to continue to monitor the situation and inform him of further actions. After some time, Otto and his bandits broke into the apartment where the young couple lived. When they left the apartment, they weren't very upset. The fact is that they knew that they had a small supply of food, which Otto did not know about. However, a few seconds after they left the apartment, two bandits immediately hit them on the head. They fell in front of Scarlet, which scared her. Otto told Scarlet that he couldn't just let them go. They need to replenish their supply of human meat so as not to starve or freeze. Meanwhile, in the apartment of one of the neighbors wounded by arrows, one of the guys felt ill from unbearable pain in the shoulder area. When he took off his clothes to look at the wound, he saw a huge infection left over from the time Alex hit him with the rusty arrow. Seeing this, the guy began to cry from helplessness. The other guys also had the same large wounds that became infected, and no one knew what to do next. With a sense of inevitability, Carl tried to convince Laura to let Evelyn try to talk to Alex again, to which she, not wanting to talk to him, replied that they should stick together. A few days later, Alex decided to monitor through the cameras what actions Otto and his bandits were taking. Alex saw Otto threatening neighbors and robbing their houses, after which he killed some people. However, despite all his influence in this situation, Otto feared that the number of cartridges in his pistol was decreasing and the supply of human meat was beginning to dry up, and so he had to kill more and more people in order not to starve. Alex watched what was happening to Otto and thought that Otto was just an ordinary coward who intimidates people so that they do not try to resist him. At that moment, Alex received a call from Scarlet. She reported that Otto's bandits began to go crazy, robbing and killing people. Scarlet was especially frightened by the fact that the bandits deliberately hunt other people, kill them and use the flesh of corpses as food, which was extremely disgusting for her. Scarlet also said that she was starving because she hadn't eaten anything for 2 days and wanted to ask Alex for help. Alex felt that he should not let Scarlet die, since in the current situation it is very difficult to find a good doctor. He also believed that he should not miss the opportunity to teach Otto a lesson. Alex told Scarlet that he could help her if she completed one task. At this time, Carl began knocking on Alex's door, who had been trying to attract Alex's attention for a long time. Alex walked to the door and asked Carl how he was doing with such a large wound. The hero said that Carl's wound was too serious, and if infection or other microorganisms entered it, he would die in the next few days. Alex also said that Carl's wound was in such a state that no medicine would help, which scared Carl very much, and he began to shout loudly at Alex, threatening to kill him. Alex then invited Carl to do something that he had previously been hesitant to do, and Carl completely agreed with Alex's demands. While the man was walking down the corridor, he thought that he would soon die, so he had nothing to be afraid of. Carl calmed down and headed towards the apartment where Evelyn was. A minute later, Carl entered Evelyn's apartment and knelt in front of her. The girl covered the guy with her hands, not understanding what he was doing. Then Carl did what he had been afraid of in recent years. He asked Evelyn to marry him, but she refused him. Evelyn was angry with Carl because he, like the last selfish person, offered her this at a time when the world was collapsing and people were dying every minute. Out of anger, Carl took her by the neck and began to talk about how they would go to hell together. She was afraid of this behavior and the unpleasant smell from Carl, so she hit him hard. In response, Carl began to strangle Evelyn while she accused him of being a useless loser. At this time, Scarlet could not stop thinking about the risks that threatened her, despite her promise to Alex to help. At one point, Scarlet noticed one of the bandits preparing human meat soup and told Otto that she would go help with the cooking. Otto was pleasantly surprised that Scarlet finally decided to do it, although she was still disgusted by the thought of cannibalism. Scarlet then told Alex that she just didn't want to die, and that's why she had to do it. After this, Otto decided to leave the girl and his man, and he went to rest. Scarlet pretended to help in the kitchen, preparing firewood. A few minutes later, the bandit who was preparing the soup asked Scarlet to look after the cooking while he left for other matters. At that moment, the girl realized that Otto and his bandits did not see her as a threat, and decided to take advantage of this. She took a bottle with some liquid and poured it into the soup. After that, she began to cook the dish, covering her nose from the terrible smell of human flesh. Soon, Scarlet brought Otto and his bandits a cup of human meat soup. Otto laughed, saying that he never thought the doctor would decide to join them. When everyone started eating, Scarlet said that she would go to the other room to eat, but no one paid much attention to her and everyone was happy to eat the soup. After that, Scarlet went into another room and waited for her sleeping pills, which were supposed to work soon, to take effect. She knew that the men would have to sleep for at least half an hour. A couple of minutes after everyone had eaten the soup, Otto and his bandits began to feel sleepy. When the bandits fell asleep, Scarlet was going to ask Alex what to do next. When she asked Alex about the next steps, the hero told her that she should drag everyone she had put to sleep to the balcony. A few minutes later, Scarlet dragged Otto and his bandits onto the balcony, just as Alex had asked. At this time, the hero went out onto his balcony to make sure that the girl completed the assignment. After that, Scarlet wanted to find out from Alex what he was going to do with them. Alex threw Scarlet a rope and told her he wanted her to kill them. He also told Scarlet to find Otto's gun and tie him and his bandits together. The girl said he was too careful and was angry that he didn't even want to help her. However, the hero answered her that for him, safety comes first. Scarlet then tied Otto and his bandits tightly together. After that, she took Otto's weapon, which he kept on his belt. When Scarlet pulled out the weapon, Alex told her to remove the magazine from it and throw it towards him, after which she could leave. The girl asked why she should believe Alex, but the hero replied that she had no other options. Scarlet, without hesitation, disassembled Otto's pistol and threw it with the magazine to Alex. When Alex caught the weapon, he noticed that it was very similar to the one he had seen Otto have earlier. After that, Alex returned home, which interested Scarlet a little. A minute later, Alex returned to the balcony with a long hose from which a strong stream of water flowed. He pointed it at Otto. Scarlet looked at this and thought that Alex was a real madman since he decided to kill Otto and his bandits with frostbite. Otto was terrified when he woke up and found himself sitting on the balcony, tied up and completely wet. A couple of seconds later, Otto's bandits were also horrified by what was happening. At first, the man did not understand what was happening. He began to guess that they had been euthanized. He then noticed Alex spraying him and his thugs with water from a hose. When Alex saw that Otto and his bandits had woken up, he said that they were being too noisy. Then he increased the water pressure in the hose to get them as wet as possible. After a few seconds, Alex decided to stop watering Otto so as not to waste his water supplies. Soon, Otto and his bandits froze to death, icicles hanging from their faces. After that, Alex called Scarlet and said that she had proven her loyalty to him. The girl knelt down doomedly and said that she would come to him now. Soon the girl reported that she was standing right outside Alex's door. Alex saw through the cameras that Scarlet was already standing at his door. He noted that there was nothing in her hands. The hero stood at the door with a gun in his hands in case Scarlet tried to attack him, after which he allowed her to enter. Scarlet slowly walked into Alex's apartment, seeing him pointing a gun at her. When she walked inside, she immediately took off her coat. She immediately felt a warmth that she had not experienced since the beginning of the cataclysm. Then Alex came up from behind and began checking Scarlet for dangerous objects. The hero asked how she could prove to him that she was not a danger. The girl asked him what he wanted her to do. Alex told Scarlet that since he allowed her to live in his apartment, she had to prove to him that she was not a threat. A few minutes later, Scarlet stood in front of Alex in her underwear, after which the hero was finally convinced that she did not pose a threat. Alex gave Scarlet a towel so she could wash herself in his bathroom in peace. He took Scarlet to the bathroom and said that he had prepared clean clothes for her that should fit her. He said that if it didn't suit her, he would look for something else. While Scarlet was taking a bath, Alex checked her pockets for useful items and found several syringes. A few minutes later, Scarlet came out of the bathroom in the clothes that Alex had prepared for her. It was a long blue sundress with bare shoulders. The clothes suited her perfectly both in size and visually. Alex sat Scarlet down on the couch so she could blow dry her hair. While Alex was drying her hair, he began to list the rules for her living in this house. He warned that if she broke even one rule, he would not spare her. Alex also indicated which room she would live in, and that the house was equipped with CCTV cameras. The walls and doors were made of impenetrable steel, and leaving the apartment was only possible with Alex's permission. Scarlet listened carefully to everything Alex said and replied that she was ready to follow all his instructions. The hero said that the only right choice for the girl would be to cling to him. After that, Alex was going to tell Scarlet his secret, which he had never revealed to anyone. Alex said that keeping secrets is an important step to strengthen their mutual cooperation. He told Scarlet that the first thing he wanted to do was kill those who tried to kill him. Alex explained that the disaster occurred after an unknown cosmic ejection, which caused not only climate changes, but also biological ones, changing the internal structure of some people and giving them incredible superpowers. Alex then took food out of his pocket, demonstrating to Scarlet his ability to store items in his pocket space. He handed the food to Scarlet and said that all the food in the house was only a small part of the supplies in his pocket space, which would disappear if he suddenly died. Scarlet looked at the food and realized that Alex really had superpowers. After that, Alex finally allowed her to eat the food. Scarlet, without hesitation, tore the packaging and began to eat greedily. As Scarlet washed down her meal with water, Alex said that despite such a favor as helping to kill Otto, she still had not gained his full trust. The hero also said that since the sewage system has not been working for a long time, she will now be responsible for cleaning the bathroom. Alex then asked what sacrifices Scarlet would be willing to make to continue living warm and comfortable during the disaster. Scarlet realized what Alex was getting at and began to undress, and soon she and Alex moved into the bedroom to make love. The next day, Alex woke up before Scarlet and had already prepared breakfast for both of them. When breakfast was ready, Alex woke Scarlet. The girl reluctantly got out of bed, got dressed, and went to the living room to eat. During the meal, Alex slowly ate his food while Scarlet quickly and greedily devoured the entire breakfast. After breakfast, the hero asked Scarlet if she was full, to which she replied that she was not full and could have eaten much more, but decided to stop due to the risk of causing gastroenteritis. After breakfast, Alex gave the girl her coat so she could put it on and go outside. The girl asked the hero what they were going to do. Alex then took a baseball bat, went out onto the balcony with Scarlett and told her that they would now go get ice. Alex handed the bat to the girl and ordered her to break the frozen corpses of Otto and his bandits. Alex said that even in this state he was disgusted to look at these corpses and he wanted to get rid of them. When Scarlett went outside, Alex said that she had to show the rest of the neighbors that dealing with him was dangerous. Scarlett had no choice but to follow all of Alex's orders in order to continue living with him in warmth and comfort. The girl moved to the next balcony, where the frozen corpses of Otto and his bandits were located. She then swung the bat and started smashing them. While Scarlett broke the frozen bodies, Alex filmed what was happening on video. At first, the girl was not happy that Alex started filming her, but he said that this was necessary to show the neighbors that Otto and his bandits were dead. After that, Scarlett stopped arguing with Alex and continued breaking corpses. When she finished, the hero immediately uploaded the video to the neighbors' general chat. The neighbors watched the video and were incredibly happy that Alex had finally dealt with Otto and his bandits once and for all. After that, Alex sent a voice message to the general chat, in which he said that now, after the death of Otto and his bandits, the entire house was under his complete control. Alex read the chat messages and saw how neighbors began to praise him for freeing them from Otto's ruthless tyranny, and those who had run out of supplies kept begging Alex to share food. While the hero was reading all these messages, Evelyn called him. Alex was a little surprised that she was still alive and answered the call. Evelyn asked if she could come live with him now that he had dealt with Otto. Alex asked Evelyn how she was still alive, and Evelyn thought Alex was worried about her and stopped texting her, thinking she was already dead. Evelyn tearfully asked Alex to kick Scarlett out and let her move in with him with the pretext that they would definitely be happy together. Evelyn was so engrossed in conversation that she didn't see the furious Kylie and Laura approaching her from behind. Alex heard her neighbors attacking her, saying she deserved to die, and then the call was disconnected. Scarlett snuggled up to Alex and said that she was not as selfish as Evelyn. From such a tender scene, the hero's face turned a little red. Then Alex thought that if he sent Evelyn a photo of himself with Scarlett, Evelyn would just go crazy. While Evelyn was quarreling with her former friends, a new message from Alex arrived on her phone. Evelyn immediately ran away from the girls and grabbed the phone. However, all she saw was a message with a photo of Alex and Scarlett sitting together and hugging. Evelyn immediately became hysterical and wanted to convince Alex that he couldn't do this to her. However, Alex said that he and Scarlett were happy together and had no intention of leaving her for Evelyn, and that there was no point in him staying in touch with her. Evelyn was very upset because Alex used to chase her for 2 years, and now he lives happily with another girl. Evelyn began to blame Scarlett, and instead of words of encouragement, Kylie and Laura began to laugh at her, saying that she more than deserved this ending. After this, Alex decided that there was no point in continuing to communicate with Evelyn and blocked her. Then the hero decided to ask Scarlett if she considers him a cruel person after this act. However, Scarlett replied that she did not consider him cruel and thought that Alex probably had his own reasons for such actions. Alex was pleased that Scarlett understood his motives. After some time, Scarlett prepared dinner and invited Alex to the table. However, Alex decided to snack on an ordinary apple because he read messages in the general chat in which Aunt Abigail wrote that if the neighbors did not listen to her, she would turn her relatives to the police, and after the storm ended, the police would shoot everyone. Scarlett thought that Alex was afraid that she wanted to poison him. But at that moment, Alex was thinking about how Abigail survived Otto's attack on her and her grandson. Scarlett said that when she came to check on Abigail's grandson, she felt sorry for them both and gave them some of her supplies. At first, the hero did not understand what she meant. The girl began to make excuses, saying that then everything was just beginning, and she could not predict how the circumstances would develop. However, the hero said that this was not the problem. Alex said that most likely, Aunt Abigail and her grandson had long ago eaten all the supplies they received, and he did not understand how they were still alive. Scarlett added that Abigail's grandson died a week and a half ago due to a shortage of medicine, so she may have eaten her grandson's supplies to survive. At that moment, Scarlett noticed a man standing from one of the windows of a neighboring building. This was a man. He stood on the windowsill and laughed hysterically, and then suddenly jumped down. He finally lost his mind and decided to end his torment. Scarlett asked Alex when the storm would end, to which Alex replied that he did not know and they could only wait. Alex then received a call from Aaron, who answered without hesitation. Alex immediately said that Aaron could leave all the formalities and say directly what he needed, and he would be happy to help. Aaron was one of the few good people who could be useful to Alex. Aaron said that his girlfriend's daughter Lucy has a high fever and they have run out of medicine. They are very worried about the child's condition. He asked the hero if he had any medicine. Alex thought that Aaron was a lonely person and Lucy had a good figure. So Aaron decided to take care of her and her daughter. Alex said he had the medications he needed and Aaron could come get them. Aaron was very grateful to him. And then the hero said that the man could seek help at any time, since he was even closer to Alex than his own uncle. When Alex finished the call and hung up, he thought that Lucy was not as simple as she might seem at first glance. Aaron was the only person who listened to Alex and prepared a certain amount of supplies in advance, and therefore he was the most suitable option for Lucy and her child. Then Scarlett decided to ask how close Alex was to Aaron. Alex replied that in such a situation you need to constantly think about personal gain. Alex said that Aaron is a good person and does not want Aaron to end up in a hopeless situation and become like his neighbors, since there were very few good people like him left after the disaster. A few minutes later, Aaron finally came to Alex to get the baby's medication. However, the hero noticed that Lucy and her child came with Aaron, which he did not expect at all. Aaron said he came because Lucy asked Alex to help her and her baby. After a couple of seconds, Alex walked to the door, threw the baby's medicine into the hallway, and asked the man and Lucy to come home. Aaron thanked Alex for his help and prepared to leave. However, Lucy suddenly jumped to the door and asked Alex if she could leave the baby with him for a while, since it was too cold in their apartment. Alex thought that Lucy had gone too far, because he thought that if he took the baby, the mother would start asking him to let her in too. The hero said that he could not take the child because he had almost run out of fuel to heat the house, and the temperature in the house was the same as the temperature outside. Aaron told Lucy that Alex had already done everything he could for them and suggested they return home as soon as possible. Then Lucy began to cry and said that the man was unlikely to understand her concern for the child, and then continued to beg Alex to take the child at least for a short time. The hero asked why he should agree to this, being in conditions of the end of the world. Alex said that most people in this building would want him dead, so he couldn't risk his life like that. Aaron also said that the guy had already helped them by giving them medicine, which is now difficult to get. However, Lucy asked Alex why he allowed Scarlett to live with him, to which Alex replied that they were dating. Scarlett heard what Alex said about them, and even though he just said it, she was pleased to hear it. Aaron then told Lucy to return home as quickly as possible, telling her that Alex had already helped them a lot. The man hugged Lucy and the child and told Alex that he had helped them a lot and asked them not to pay attention to Lucy's behavior. Alex replied that he understood that Lucy was worried about her child, and then they said goodbye. After Aaron and Lucy left, Alex returned to Scarlett with the thought of how unbearable this woman was. Scarlett said that there are many women now who worry about their children. The hero replied that he should under no circumstances break off relations with Aaron. When Aaron and Lucy returned home, Lucy put her daughter to bed, after which Aaron began to express dissatisfaction with her behavior that day. Lucy began to make excuses, saying that she was doing all this for the sake of her daughter, so that she would be in more pleasant conditions. Aaron then told her that he understood that she was worried about her daughter's life, but also said that all kindness has a price. He added that if Alex had not warned him about the impending threat, he would have died long ago, and then Lucy would not have been able to live with him and her daughter. Lucy then told Aaron that she actually doubted that Alex deserved such praise due to his overguarding. These words greatly angered Aaron. The girl stated that Alex simply did not want to help them. Lucy also said that Alex uses such small help to then take advantage of Aaron, believing that if Alex was a good person, he wouldn't be so cruel to the dozens of people who died because of him. After that, Lucy started saying that Alex's apartment was big enough for them to live with him. But Aaron was already so angry at Lucy that he simply interrupted her and told her to shut up. He told Lucy not to say such words about Alex, since he himself could distinguish between good and evil. After this, Lucy's child began to cry, and the girl apologized to the man, saying that she was just worried about him. Aaron, not wanting to continue the conversation with Lucy, said that he would sleep in the living room that night, after which he left the bedroom. Lucy thought that she could not allow herself and her daughter to continue living in such conditions. She promised her daughter that they would definitely live in Alex's apartment. The next day, a group of former construction workers forced their way into the building where Alex lived. They intended to find supplies here. The chief builder ordered his subordinates to immediately begin the search. Seeing one of the residents in the corridor, they immediately chased after him to neutralize him. The man tried to run away from them, but he failed. The bandits dealt him a fatal blow with a shovel directly to the neck. The builders decided not to touch the dead resident for now and leave the body in place until their work was completed. A few minutes later, the construction workers reached the 24th floor. When they arrived at Alex's apartment door, one of the construction workers prepared an explosive device to blow the door open. When the explosive device went off, there was a large explosion. This caused a loud sound that woke Alex up. The hero took the weapon and checked the CCTV cameras to check the condition of the apartment. The walls of the apartment and the door withstood such a powerful explosion. Alex then saw, via CCTV, a group of construction workers trying to enter his apartment. He saw that the builders had various construction tools, such as shovels, rebar, and axes. Alex remembered that shortly before the disaster in the neighboring house, someone hired a group of construction workers to repair the building. Then the hero made the logical conclusion that since these builders came to him, they knew about him far beyond the boundaries of this building. After such a powerful explosion, the builders were surprised that the door to Alex's apartment withstood such a powerful explosion. They suggested that during the time they got to this building, the explosive device could get wet and therefore become less powerful. At this moment, the hero approached the door and prepared a special chemical solution. It was white phosphorus and was as destructive as standard construction explosives. When Alex prepared his special solution, he threw it with flammable liquid into the corridor. When the construction workers saw the flammable liquid and chemical solution flying towards them, they immediately began to run away from Alex's apartment. However, the destructive power of the chemical solution combined with the flammable liquid was so great that all the builders began to burn alive. At some point, a group of construction workers tried to leave this floor as quickly as possible. However, Alex took the gun and started shooting through the door at the construction workers. He began to shoot everyone who was in his field of vision. The construction workers were confused due to a lack of understanding of where the shots were coming from. Within seconds, half of all the construction workers who had made their way into the building were lying on the floor in the hallway with burnt skin and bullet wounds. Alex thought that he was lucky that he did not buy a machine gun, since the consumption of bullets from a machine gun would have been too high. Alex also thought that the cold outside was able to neutralize most of the potentially dangerous people, and now only the most brutal enemies survived. So Alex needed to deal with them as quickly as possible. He was also surprised at how well the construction workers prepared before breaking into his home. After Alex managed to repel the attack of the builders, he went to calm Scarlet, who was very scared. When he removed the blanket from her, he saw that she was so scared that she was almost crying with fear. Scarlet quickly calmed down and said that she thought there was an earthquake and decided to hide. Alex told her that even if it was an earthquake, they would still die. When Scarlet finally calmed down, she sat down next to Alex and asked him what really happened. When he told Scarlet everything that had happened, she said that these builders were even more dangerous than Otto and his men. Alex said that without weapons, these people did not pose a threat, and that in order not to die in a disaster, people who did not know each other began to gather together, forming a kind of family or pack. But despite this, Alex was glad that he was again able to protect himself from a potential threat. Scarlet said that they must definitely take revenge for this, and the hero completely agreed with this idea. But revenge should be not only for their sake, but also for the sake of the rest of the inhabitants. After this, Alex noticed how neighbors in the general chat began to worry because of the sounds of explosions and gunshots. He wrote that a group of construction workers broke into their house to rob and kill them. But fortunately, he managed to fight back and neutralize most of them. Then the neighbors began to write words of gratitude to Alex in the general chat and said that while Alex was with them, they are not afraid of any external threat. However, Alex also informed all his neighbors in the general chat that his ammunition was running low, so now everyone must provide their own protection from a potential threat. After this, he received another call from Aaron, who was concerned about Alex's condition and began asking if he was okay. Aaron said that he used to get along well with these guys and could not imagine that they were capable of this. Alex said that he was fine, but he did not yet have a plan for further protection. He also asked Aaron to tell everything he knew about these people so that Alex could develop a plan of action. Alex said he wants to join forces to deal with the threat as quickly and efficiently as possible. Aaron initially suggested posting about it in the general chat to get volunteers, but Alex said it wasn't necessary as it would only make people doubt his efforts more. Alex suggested that the builders would probably return to take revenge, and sooner or later the neighbors themselves would want to turn to him for help. Aaron was quite happy with this plan, after which Alex ended the conversation with Aaron and turned to Scarlet. He said that because of some neighbors' personal hatred of him, he could not do some things on his own. Therefore, he asked Scarlet to gather information about the builders with Aaron in order to get rid of them as quickly as possible. A few days later, Scarlet, dressed as a maid, collected all the information she could get together with Aaron. Scarlet told Alex that a group of construction workers had come from Building 26 and were heavily armed, some of the construction workers even carrying firearms. In addition to the builders, the threat was posed by two leaders from Building 21, who formed their own gang, consisting mainly of young and motivated guys. Alex also learned that in the remaining residential buildings, most of the residents died either from extreme cold, exhaustion due to lack of supplies, or committed suicide. Alex then told Scarlet that they needed to continue to gather information about any potential threats in order to minimize all risks. Meanwhile, a group of construction workers continued to break into residents' apartments, kill them and rob them in the hope of finding at least some supplies. The men decided that soon everyone remaining in the building would beg them for mercy. The neighbors began to become very worried that the builders might break into their apartments and kill them, and they believed that Alex was to blame for everything that was happening, so he should surrender to the builders. Alex and Scarlet got out of the shower. The hero took the phone and realized that the neighbors reacted to what was happening faster than he himself expected. Alex wrote in the general chat that if the neighbors could not protect themselves from this danger, then it was their own fault, and that he was not going to give up. Alex was very disappointed with the behavior of those neighbors who still continued to blame him for being the only one of all people who was safe. The neighbors then said that at any moment these construction workers could come to their house and kill them, to which Alex replied that he could potentially kill every person in this building, which greatly scared the neighbors. People began to worry that after Otto's death, they were still not free from some kind of threat. They hoped that the snow would melt soon, otherwise they would all die soon. At this point, Alex called Aaron and said that it was time to begin implementing their common plan. Aaron said he was ready to go and then began to implement the plan. He wrote in the general chat that if everyone united, they could easily resist the enemies. Then Aaron wrote that due to the fact that many people had no supplies left, some would not be able to provide adequate resistance, and suggested contacting Alex to he led all his neighbors. Aaron said that he would personally try to convince Alex to help the neighbors. After this, Aaron personally wrote to Alex, and the hero said that everything was going according to plan, and when the time came, the neighbors themselves would join him, and together they could save the building. After this, Alex notified all his neighbors in the general chat and said that he was ready to offer them his help and listen to any suggestions on how to cope with the threat. The neighbors said that as long as Alex didn't let them die, they were willing to follow his instructions. The hero then asked the neighbors if they were ready to arm themselves and confront the gang if he gave such an order. In response, the neighbors doubted their choice, and then Alex suggested that his neighbors wanted him to act alone against the gang, and then there was no point in him going and saving them. Alex also said that otherwise the neighbors might just sit and wait for their fate. Then Aaron entered the conversation and asked the hero not to hang up. He said he was willing to make an effort to survive, then asked his neighbors why they wanted to just sit on the sidelines and do nothing. Alex said that from now on all the neighbors must obey him and follow all his instructions, and if someone does not make an effort, then no one will receive help from Alex, after which he ended the conversation. After that, in the general chat, neighbors began to write that they were ready to listen to Alex's instructions and carry them out. Alex also wrote that he would give away part of his supplies to those who would still join him and follow his instructions. In the meantime, he felt that he definitely needed to make sure who was capable of fighting, and so he needed to go out to get supplies and weapons. Alex decided that the best option for free movement on the snowy street would be to use the snowmobile that he had. The hero thought that thanks to the snowmobile, he could easily cover long distances along a snowy street in a minimum amount of time. Meanwhile, the neighbors wanted to know from Alex if he could really go out and get the necessary amount of supplies to provide for all the residents of the building. Alex wrote in the general chat that he worked in a warehouse for several years, and therefore knows several places where supplies are stored. At this time, Abigail was thinking that because of her position as a manager, she would sooner or later be forced to be responsible for every resident. After this, most of the neighbors said that they would definitely do their best to survive. Scarlet was very glad that the neighbors sided with Alex, but Alex himself said that for him, all these neighbors were just meat and cannon fodder that would sooner or later be spent. However, Scarlet still doubted whether Alex was really going to go outside. The hero told the girl that he just needed to find the right moment to go out. He also noted that he and Scarlet now have more than enough supplies. At first, the girl said that she would go with Alex, but he was categorically against her going out with him. Alex felt that Scarlet believed that he did not trust her. Then he said that they were in a relationship and he completely trusted her, after which he went to the exit of the apartment. When Alex left the apartment, Scarlet was still upset that Alex wouldn't let her go out with him. A few minutes later, Alex went down to the 4th floor and saw that all the walls and floor were stained with blood. Alex opened the window, climbed out through it and found himself on the street. It was very difficult for him to move through the snow, the height of which could reach the 4th floor. Then Alex decided to look around to make sure no one saw him. After making sure no one had noticed him, he retrieved the snowmobile from his secret dimension, which was fueled and ready for use. However, someone did see Alex leaving the building on a snowmobile. While the hero was riding a snowmobile, he was haunted by the thought that someone had noticed him, and now he would become an important target because of his snowmobile. Alex thought about how long it had been since he had been outside, and how now was a great opportunity for him to ride a snowmobile. After some time, Alex was able to get to the Tianhai police station. Alex didn't hesitate to break one of the windows of the police station. After that, he went inside and found himself in an empty lobby. Inside, he saw several police officers frozen to death in one of the corners. Alex suggested that when the cataclysm began, these police officers remained on night duty and waited for their death. After that, Alex covered the bodies of the police with a towel, expressing his respect for those who defended this city before the cataclysm began. While he was covering the policemen's bodies with towels, he noticed something shiny on one of them. This shiny thing turned out to be a bunch of keys, among which were probably the keys to the armory. Alex began to look among these keys for those that should open the doors of the arsenal. After a couple of minutes, Alex was able to find the armory and open it to find as many useful weapons as possible. The hero was delighted to see among the entire arsenal various automatic rifles, shotguns, pistols, explosives, and even a sniper rifle. Alex was very glad that, in addition to firearms, there was ammunition and special equipment. The hero held the rifle in his hands and thought about how his shooting accuracy had improved significantly recently. After Alex had seen enough of the entire arsenal of weapons and equipment, he immediately placed it all in his pocket space. The hero decided that he also did not need to forget about his cannon fodder. He then headed to one of the suburban supermarkets to get food, which he planned to give to his neighbors for their protection. After a few minutes of driving, Alex arrived at the site where one of the suburban supermarkets was supposed to be located. Finding one of the supermarket windows among a pile of snow, he broke it. He then made his way inside by climbing down a rope. Alex walked through the department with expensive clothes and thought about how such clothes that he could not afford before turned into ordinary garbage. However, Alex still moved all the clothes into his pocket space. He then went down to the floor below, where one of the grocery stores was located. Most of the products in the store have already become unfit for consumption. But Alex wasn't worried about how spoiled the food he was going to pass on to his neighbors was, and started collecting all the food that caught his eye. He decided that this would be quite enough for his neighbors. A couple of hours later, Alex returned to the building with supplies of weapons and food, which he planned to give to his neighbors. Several of the construction gang noticed Alex coming home on a snowmobile and thought that if they could get the snowmobile, they could easily get around town. Then several people from the gang of construction workers began to develop a plan to get rid of Alex. The hero raised his eyes to examine the building and saw that people were leaning against the windows and carefully looking at him and his snowmobile. Meanwhile, Aaron came down to meet Alex and said that he was really well prepared for this cataclysm. Alex entered the building through a window and told Aaron that it would be extremely difficult to find any supplies in these conditions, and he found nothing. He then took out several bags of supplies and told all the assembled neighbors that he had spent a lot of time and effort getting supplies for them. Scarlett then took one of the bags and emptied the contents to show the neighbors how much food Alex was able to get. People saw how much food Alex was able to get for them and began to praise him for his help. They began to praise him, saying that he had become closer to them than their siblings. Alex told his neighbors that although he got all this food for them, he clarified that he was not going to feed those who did nothing. At this time, armed construction workers began to head towards the building to take away all the food that Alex had obtained. Then the hero pointed out to his neighbors a group of builders and said that the more builders they could defeat, the more food they would get. When the residents heard this, they immediately started drooling. The neighbors immediately rushed to attack the builders, hoping to get as much food as possible. The builders were very scared by how the residents boldly attacked them. A few seconds later, a fierce battle ensued between the residents of the house and the builders. Alex and Scarlett watched as their hungry neighbors brutally killed construction workers. Meanwhile, the number of neighbors participating in the battle against the builders was increasing. The builders could not fight, since they were clearly outnumbered, despite the presence of weapons. After a couple of minutes of such a brutal and unequal battle, the gang of builders decided to retreat and escape. All the neighbors were very glad that this time they managed to repel the attack of a gang of builders on their own. Meanwhile, Scarlett looked at the bodies of her wounded neighbors and wanted to do everything she could to help them get back on their feet. However, Scarlett was confident that Alex would not allow her to waste her medical supplies on these people. A few minutes later, Alex gathered all the neighbors in the hallway on the first floor to inform them of the successful defense of the building. He told his neighbors that it was thanks to their courage and efforts that they not only survived, but were able to repel the enemy on their own. After that, Alex called several men who killed the most enemies. As the men approached, Alex presented them with several groceries in recognition of their significant contributions to the defense of the building. The men were incredibly happy to receive their groceries and said they would now make even more efforts to ensure the safety of the entire home. Then Alex looked at the crowd of neighbors and thought that it was the feeling of hunger that made these people stand up for protection. He realized that this was exactly what he needed. He then called the rest of his neighbors who had participated in the battle and gave them as much food as they deserved for their participation in the battle. The neighbors lined up, and Alex gave everyone as much food as they deserved for their work. Now every resident of the house received food if he worked hard, and if someone did not make an effort, he was left without food. Alex wanted to give food to another neighbor, but one of the residents started screaming, asking where his food was. Then Alex looked at this man and threw something at his feet. As it turned out, it was an ordinary candy. The man began to be indignant that Alex gave him only one pathetic candy. Then the hero said that he personally saw how this man stood and hid behind other neighbors who participated in the battle. Alex also told the man that he only gave him this candy because he was being kind today, thus shaming him in front of the rest of the neighbors. After this man began to make excuses, saying that the other neighbors dealt with the builders too quickly, and therefore he did not have time to defeat anyone. But Alex replied that the result of the battle was important to him, and not its process. Then this resident was indignant and said that Alex was too biased towards him. Alex then invited this villager to discuss how fairly he was treating him, and then called several young guys who also participated in the battle. The two young men threw the disgruntled neighbor to the floor, and Alex told him that he gives orders to everyone, and everyone must follow those orders, otherwise he will punish those who do not follow. He pointed a gun at a disgruntled resident and said that anyone who did not follow his orders would get what they deserved. Alex also pointed to the door and said that anyone who was not going to listen to him could safely leave the house. After that, he watched contentedly as his ungrateful neighbor was beaten by his subordinates. That disgruntled resident then called Alex a liar. In response to this, the hero kicked him in the palm, causing the candy to fall to the floor. Alex took the candy from the disgruntled tenant and said that he expected him to be more obedient next time. Alex then dismissed the disgruntled resident and told the rest of the neighbors that he didn't want anyone to behave that way. When the hero distributed the food among all the neighbors, he decided to put the remaining food into storage. However, women's voices were heard from the crowd shouting that they had received nothing. It was Evelyn and Kylie asking Alex to share food with them. Alex leaned over to the girls and said that he remembered them. He said he couldn't do without them. At first, the girls didn't like that Alex singled them out from everyone else. Naive Evelyn then tearfully decided to remind Alex that he used to say that he loved her more than anything in the world. Then Alex hit Evelyn in the face with a weapon and told her that he used to love her, but she never took his feelings seriously. He also said that Evelyn used him as an errand boy and added that he already had a girlfriend. Scarlett snuggled up to Alex, and he said that Scarlett was 1,000 times better, so he asked Evelyn not to disturb them anymore. Evelyn started crying and screaming even more about how Alex used to ask her to live with him, while the rest of the neighbors started calling her a shameless girl. Alex then asked the disgruntled resident from whom he had taken the candy what the neighbors called Evelyn. The man replied that all the neighbors called her words such as universal jack, bus, and Russian roulette. Then the neighbors started laughing at Evelyn, which made her cry even more. Unable to withstand the strong pressure from the neighbors, Evelyn simply ran out of the corridor. Then Alex again gave the disgruntled resident candy, and this time he thanked Alex for his kindness, saying that now he will try his best for the good of the house. Kylie also left the hallway without receiving any food. After Alex got rid of Evelyn and her friend, he began to develop a plan to strengthen the entire building. Alex counted all the neighbors and found out that among everyone, excluding children, there were 47 people left in the building. The hero suggested creating several groups of 7 people, and each group would be on duty at a specific time and place, while he, Scarlett, Aaron, and Lucy would perform other duties. Alex also ordered to knock on the staircase railings in case any group discovered enemies approaching the house. He clarified that he will now give food to those residents who can neutralize 5 or more enemies, and that during duty, each group will eat only what it has. Alex then assigned Aaron to manage each group, and Aaron said he would take on that responsibility. A couple of hours later, Alex and Scarlett were already sitting in their apartment. Scarlett asked Alex what the situation was on the street. The hero looked through his weapons and said that the cataclysm completely covered houses with a small number of floors in snow. Alex also noted that even if the snowfall stops, it will take at least 2 weeks for all the snow to melt. However, he said that large amounts of snow are not a problem for them. After that, he took out from his pocket space the entire arsenal of weapons that he had obtained from the police station. Alex told Scarlett that despite all the dangers, they were not in any real danger. He picked up a sniper rifle from the floor and noted that at the moment the biggest threat to them was the people they might encounter sooner or later. He then went out onto the balcony to check the functionality of his sniper rifle. Through the scope, he saw that someone was on the street. After waiting a little, Alex saw that the man was heading towards the garage, where his snowmobile was supposed to be located. Alex thought that his bait had worked, and when this man was inside the garage, he would be in for an unpleasant surprise. At that moment, the hero received a call from Aaron. He wanted to thank him for providing the noodles and apologize for Lucy's words, justifying it by saying that she had a boneless tongue. Then Alex decided to ask Aaron why he was ready to raise someone else's child in such conditions. Aaron replied that it didn't matter anymore and that he could find a good girl like Lucy. In response to this, Alex said that he had completely underestimated himself and his capabilities, calling him a real treasure. Alex also noted that it was good that his fate was such that he would not have to worry about wedding expenses and other problems that young couples face. Aaron said that they had enough to worry about with Lucy's child, after which he again thanked Alex for his help. In conclusion, Alex said that he respected both him and Lucy and hoped that they would be happy together. On this pleasant note, the conversation between Alex and Aaron ended. After the call, the hero told Scarlett that such matters should never be rushed, with which she completely agreed. After this, the couple kissed. A few hours later, a group of construction workers broke into the building again, trying to rob residents. They went straight to the stairs. While a group of construction workers was walking along the stairwell, a brick fell on one of the construction workers, but the construction worker managed to avoid the brick and survive. One of the residents continued to throw bricks at the uninvited guests and call on other neighbors for help. A group of builders were surprised by how thoroughly the inhabitants had prepared for their arrival and decided to kill everyone who caught their eye. Less than a minute later, a fierce battle began between the residents and the construction workers in the stairwell. But this time, the group of construction workers suffered serious losses, unable to withstand the full defensive power of the residents of this building. The construction team commander ordered everyone to leave the building as quickly as possible to avoid further casualties. When a group of construction workers left the building, one of the residents offered to catch up with them, but everyone decided that it was better to stay in the building since it was too dangerous outside. Meanwhile, Alex looked from the balcony at the group of retreating construction workers and thought about how a group of hungry grown men attacked them again and were defeated again. At one point, he wondered if he could hit at least one of them with a sniper rifle. Alex then pulled out a sniper rifle from his space. He loaded it with cartridges and prepared to fire several accurate shots. Meanwhile, a group of construction workers managed to run away from the building at a fairly large distance. But despite this, Alex, using a very powerful sight, noticed them and aimed as accurately as possible. The hero pulled the trigger and instantly neutralized one of the builders with a precise shot to the head. The construction workers immediately stopped and began looking for the place where the shot was fired. Alex was very pleased that he was able to neutralize one of the builders so easily at such a great distance. He then decided to fire a few more shots and kill a few more construction workers. This time, he again managed to kill one builder with a precise shot to the head. With each shot, the number of corpses of construction workers from Alex's shots became more and more. He soon decided to stop shooting, since he had already neutralized a significant number of enemies, at which point Alex thought that now he would not even have to go outside to get rid of the invaders and keep the building safe. Some neighbors were frightened by the sound of gunfire and immediately realized that it was Alex, and were very surprised at how he was able to get rid of several construction workers at once with such ease. Alex wondered how much the sounds of his shooting had frightened the neighbors, and he believed that now many of them would not be able to sleep peacefully that night. The next morning, Scarlett prepared breakfast and asked Alex not to criticize her cooking skills too harshly, since she's not a very good cook. The hero told Scarlett that she had enough time to practice cooking a little, because if they eat the same thing, they might get tired of it sooner or later. During breakfast, Scarlett asked the hero about the shot she heard at night, and Alex frankly answered that he killed 7 construction workers with a sniper rifle who tried to attack and rob the residents the day before. In response, the girl said that Alex was amazing, and the hero asked her if she was interested in learning more. Scarlett replied that it didn't matter as she had full confidence that Alex was doing the right thing. The guy was very pleased that Scarlett never showed too much curiosity. Meanwhile, one of the leaders of the 26th building looked at the corpses of those builders whom Alex was able to kill at night. At this point, one of the residents informed him that most of the people were either dead or missing. The man began to think about how they could take over Alex's snowmobile, since that would be the only way to replenish their supplies. He asked to bring the corpse of one of the men to their house this evening. Meanwhile, Alex was planning to go outside again to look for warehouses or stores that might have some leftover supplies. Now all the residents of this building clearly understood that if they wanted to stay alive, they needed to not only obey Alex's instructions, but also not provoke him. While Alex was riding his snowmobile, he called Aaron and asked him to keep an eye on the entire building while he was away. Meanwhile, a group of bandits from Building 21 noticed Alex leaving the building on a snowmobile. They couldn't help but wonder where he might be hiding his snowmobile. One of the bandits noticed that the area was large enough for Alex to find some secluded place. The bandits believed that if they could take possession of this snowmobile, it would not only help them solve the problem of lack of resources, but also solve the problem of the lack of people in their gang. One of the bandits especially wanted to get this snowmobile so that he could easily move between stores and pick up cigarettes from there, without which he was already going crazy. For several hours, Alex rode a snowmobile around the snowy city, trying to find some large warehouse or store from where he could pick up more supplies. Later, he remembered the main warehouse at the southern base, which was difficult to reach alone. He decided that there must be some supplies there. A few minutes later, Alex arrived at one of the largest city warehouses, from which all products were already being redirected to other city warehouses. Alex could feed thousands of people with these supplies, and he immediately tried to get inside. However, he noticed that all the easily accessible goods had already been taken, but still decided to go down to see what was left. Going down, Alex saw in front of him a bunch of expensive business class cars and various sports cars. The hero decided to take all these cars into his pocket space just in case. A few minutes later, Alex took everything that was left in the warehouse and decided to return upstairs, climbing out through the roof of the warehouse onto the street. He assumed that his fuel reserves were already running low, so he started looking around the city for gas stations that might have some fuel left. After some time, Alex arrived at one of the gas stations, but as it turned out, there was almost no fuel left at this station. At first, the hero could not understand what to do. Alex couldn't believe that he would still have to save fuel. Lying in the snow, he thought that if there were a small group of people here, it would be easy to dig an entrance. At some point, Alex realized that he really had to dig his way to the gas station. He understood that the snow had fallen less than a month ago and had not yet become icy. Then he stood up and took out an excavator from his space, which he had hidden before the cataclysm began. Alex then refueled the excavator and began digging a path to the gas station entrance. Luckily for Alex, he had already worked with similar equipment in the warehouse. Once the backhoe engine warmed up a bit, Alex immediately began digging out all the snow that had accumulated around the gas station. After a few minutes, he managed to dig out all the snow that was in the way, and he immediately decided to go inside. Upon entering, Alex assumed that all the fuel must be stored at the very bottom and decided to go down to test his theory. Alex soon found one of the doors leading to the gas station basement and decided to try to open it. When he was able to open the door, he went downstairs to check if there was any fuel there. On the lower floor, Alex saw several tanks of fuel, which should last him for the rest of his life. Then the hero decided to check how much fuel was left in these tanks. At that moment, Alex thought that since he got here so easily, all these fuel reserves now belonged to him. Alex was incredibly glad that now all the benefits of civilization, which remained under a thick layer of snow and which no one else could have gotten so easily, now belonged only to him. After a few hours, Alex was able to move all the fuel and food supplies into his space. After that, he set up a tent at a gas station and decided to rest, planning to go to the place Aaron had talked about the next day. Then he crawled into his sleeping bag and fell asleep. Meanwhile, Scarlett came to one of the girls with a child to check the baby's condition. Since he was sick, Aaron decided to go with her. Despite the fact that Alex left some food for the neighbors, he took all the medicines, and Scarlett found it difficult to treat the child. At that moment, Aaron appeared and gave Scarlett medicine to cure the child. The girl was worried about the baby's condition, and Aaron tried to calm her down, saying that everything would be fine. When everything was ready, the girl thanked Scarlett and Aaron for their help. Scarlett told her that if Alex had not provided them with the medicine, it would have been much more difficult to cure the child, and therefore it was Alex who needed to be thanked. After that, Scarlett and Aaron went down the stairs. At that moment, Scarlett noticed that someone was very quickly going down the stairs and approaching the girl with the child. It was Abigail. She had a knife and screamed that her grandson died because of them. After that, Abigail plunged a knife into the girl's neck, and in surprise, she accidentally dropped her child. However, Scarlett managed to catch the child, and then the wounded girl asked her to take the child and leave here as soon as possible. Then Abigail pointed a knife at Scarlett and demanded that the child be given to her. Scarlett refused to give the child to Abigail, to which she said that if her grandson was dead, then this child should not remain alive. Abigail tried to attack Scarlett and the child, but Scarlett covered the child with her body and ran up the stairs. However, the woman caught up with them and swung a knife at Scarlett, saying that she should die for not saving her grandson. The girl was already preparing for the blow, but at that moment Aaron appeared, stopped the crazy Abigail, and snatched the knife from her hands. He pushed the old woman away from the girl and covered her with his body. Aaron then asked Scarlett if everything was okay, to which she replied that she and the baby were fine, but the baby's mother did not survive. Scarlett said it was entirely her fault, but she didn't expect Abigail to go long without food. At this point, Abigail came to her senses and began blaming Scarlet for the death of her grandson. Abigail started getting louder, saying that everyone was to blame for her grandson's death and that everyone had to die. Aaron could not stand it and told Aunt Abigail to shut up immediately, since it was Alex who saved them all from Otto, who kept all the residents in fear for a long time, and she should be grateful to Alex. Scarlet also told her that it was not Alex's fault for not giving her the medicine, however. Abigail continued to claim that her grandson died because Alex refused to help her. Scarlet then said that she managed to persuade Alex to provide medicine for Abigail's grandson. But when she arrived, her grandson was already dead, and it was she who killed him. However, Abigail continued to claim that she did not kill her grandson and that they killed him. The neighbors, looking at Aunt Abigail, began to loudly condemn her for daring to torture her grandson and eventually killing him. One of the guys added that he was surprised how this old woman remained alive after everything she did during the cataclysm. At that moment, the other guy took a lighter out of his pocket and said that he had not eaten for several days, and Abigail looked quite well fed. The next morning, Alex woke up, climbed out of the tent, and was ready to go to the place Aaron had talked about. The hero left the gas station and headed to the place indicated by Aaron, where there should have been various ammunition. Arriving at this place, Alex noticed that there was also a lot of snow here and decided to use the excavator again. A few minutes later, he was able to break through the entrance, after which he entered the building. When Alex entered the building, he noticed that the place looked very secure and did not understand why no one was here. Having examined all the rooms, Alex did not find a single person, which scared him a little. He suggested that the people who were here might have left earlier. Perhaps they knew about the beginning of the cataclysm in advance. They took all the ammunition and hid somewhere to wait out the storm and then restore the previous order in the new world. After inspecting the building from the inside, Alex returned outside and thought that armed people could be the most serious problem that he would have difficulty dealing with. Then the hero got into the excavator and after a few minutes began to break down one of the walls on the other side of the building. After some time, Alex was able to break through the wall of the building and found himself in one of the rooms that he could not get into from the inside. Having passed through the wall, Alex saw in front of him a room completely filled with various ammunition. The man was very happy about such a big find, because among various pistols, machine guns, shotguns, and cartridges, he found many sniper rifles and even grenades. A couple of minutes later, Alex took all the weapons and ammunition along with explosive devices. After that, he got on his snowmobile and drove home, thinking that if he ran out of ammunition again, he would definitely need places like this. After some time, Alex returned home and told his neighbors that he had carefully examined many places, but could not find anything useful, and next time he would try to look in other places. The neighbors were extremely unhappy that they would have to go hungry again until Alex went outside again. Alex couldn't help but notice the obvious dissatisfaction on the part of the neighbors. He decided to remind them who saved them from certain death. Alex said that so little time has passed, and his neighbors have already become so angry, and when the situation improves, he will stop helping them, and everyone will look for their own food. One of the neighbors told Alex that he had simply misunderstood them, and they were well aware of how difficult it was to find supplies in such harsh conditions. After this, the hero decided to return to his apartment and informed his neighbors that they were all free for the day. Many of them looked at Alex and thought that he was treating them like cattle, even though they were risking their lives. One of the neighbors, holding a knife behind his back, invited Alex to go outside with him in a small group. He said Alex's snowmobile could carry 2 more people. Several people supported the idea and said they would be willing to help Alex find supplies. However, Alex realized what these people were up to, after which he took out a gun and immediately shot one of the neighbors right in front of everyone. Alex said he didn't believe a word they said and decided to remind them of their unconditional submission. When the hero pointed his weapon at the rest of the neighbors, they began to say that they actually wanted to offer him help. Alex said that if he didn't kill these people who just wanted to kill him, other people wouldn't understand that they better stay out of his way. After several shots, he dealt with those who wanted to get rid of him. After the shooting, Scarlet and Aaron came to see Alex to see if he was okay. The man said everything was fine and he only got away with a couple of scratches. Alex also said that he has always been a good person and therefore he will simply forgive the other neighbors for their failed attempt at rebellion. Lucy, who passed by him, silently thought that he was not quite as kind as he said. On the way to his apartment, Alex thought he needed to clean up the cannon fodder a bit. When they arrived home, the hero decided to first ask Scarlet what happened in the house during his absence. Scarlet told him about a recent incident where Abigail killed a girl and was killed the next day. Alex said that of all the neighbors, Abigail was the one who deserved to die the most. Scarlet also told Alex about a man from Building 9 who wanted to hold peace talks with him. However, Alex did not quite understand what this man wanted to talk to him about. Then Scarlett said that she did not know all the details and that the man wanted to personally discuss future cooperation with Alex. The hero replied that he did not need anything from this person and that in any case, these people can only wait for their death. Scarlett thought she should tell these people that Alex wasn't going to talk to them. However, Alex said that he would first like to know everything about these people from Scarlett in order to better understand with whom he would have to negotiate. As it turned out, Leilani headed one of the largest cosmetics companies, which was worth more than $200 million. But it later turned out that the entire company was one big financial pyramid. Leilani was in good shape despite her age and had approximately 10 survivors from Building 9 under her command. Scarlett also added that Leilani is in charge of the entire 9th building. Alex thought that even a woman could show some form of leadership in such conditions, and realized that this woman was not as simple as she seemed. Afterwards, Scarlett asked Alex if he had decided to date Leilani. Alex replied that he first needed to understand the overall situation in order to better understand what this woman wanted to achieve from him. Alex then saw messages on his phone that Leilani and someone named Carter had added him as friends. The hero thought that he had already met this man. Alex accepted applications, and at the same moment Leilani wrote to him to discuss their joint cooperation. Leilani offered to call, but Alex replied that if she had something to say, let her say it directly and without further ado. Leilani felt that Alex was a very tough person and that he should be approached with extreme caution. She had heard about Alex that he had killed a lot of people and had a snowmobile and a sniper rifle, so she needed to choose her words carefully when talking to him to increase her chances of a successful deal. Leilani wrote to Alex that she had long admired him and would like to collaborate with a person like him. Alex thought Leilani was being very persistent when she wrote that if he and his snowmobile would help her and her people on forays, she would provide him with the manpower later. Leilani reminded Alex that his people were extremely negative against him, and as long as he helped her and her people get supplies, they would remain neutral. Then Alex assumed that Leilani was trying to intimidate him and decided to ask her about it directly. The girl answered him that in this situation, the best solution for both parties is cooperation. In response, Alex told Leilani that this was the first time he had seen such a confident and purposeful person, after which he added that he would definitely think about her proposal and will answer her. After that, Alex looked out the window at the 9th building and sarcastically thought that if these people and his neighbors really turned on him, he wouldn't be able to do anything about it. He then thought about his chances against these people if they all attacked him. He believed that these people would not be able to destroy the building with their bare hands and due to the lack of fuel and electricity, would not be able to use heavy equipment. Alex tried to understand what consequences could await him if he continued to persist in his opinion. He didn't want to risk killing thousands of innocent people. While Alex was thinking about his next steps, he received a new message from Carter on his phone. The man immediately wrote to Alex that he would like to cooperate with him on mutually beneficial terms. Carter wrote that in the 18th building where he is responsible, there is a well-coordinated team, and he is willing to provide Alex with labor and other resources in exchange for food. Alex felt that Carter was a very talented performer who could get maximum benefit at minimal cost. He then asked Scarlett if she knew anything about Carter and the 18th building. Scarlett said she heard from some of the neighbors that Carter was a very charismatic person, and almost everyone in the building survived thanks to a close-knit team and an even distribution of resources among the residents. Alex felt that Carter was a very good leader, but he believed that this was not enough to survive in such conditions, after which he wrote to Carter that he would consider his proposal. Carter then sent the hero a list of his demands and conditions, which did not seem too difficult to Alex. He hugged Scarlett and told her that he could either start a war between the buildings or agree to a truce and cooperation. Scarlett thought she was lucky that Alex respected her, as she thought there was something wrong with his head. At some point, Alex asked Scarlett what he should do, and this scared her greatly. The girl, trembling, replied that if Alex started a war, he would waste a large amount of valuable ammunition, and if he gave food to the residents of another building, it would be a waste of resources. Panicked that the guy was clinging too tightly to him, Scarlett offered him the option of moving out of the building. The hero thought that this was a good idea, but he could not create the same bunker in another place. As night approached, Alex asked Scarlett to cut the body armor into several pieces of fabric to later make regular clothing from. Meanwhile, he wrote in the general chat that people from other buildings want to attack them and take all the supplies. After this, the neighbors wrote that they could not allow this to happen and that they needed to prepare and fight back. Alex also suggested that the neighbors divide up all the supplies and hide some of them in case people from other buildings were able to grab some supplies. At that moment, he received a message on his phone about entering into a conversation with the managers of residential buildings. Alex accepted an invitation to join a group with building managers, and someone immediately began listing to him the terms of their common cooperation. Among the conditions, the managers of the housing building specified that in exchange for personal safety, Alex must provide them with part of his supplies and his snowmobile. The hero, of course, did not want to agree to such conditions and felt that it would be much easier to get rid of the residents of other buildings and their managers. Then it suddenly dawned on Alex that he could just lure all these people into a trap. The next day, the hero armed himself with a melee weapon and gathered outside to prepare for a possible attack from residents of other buildings. Alex realized that the leaders of these buildings were only hiding behind the idea of peace negotiations in order to find out all his combat readiness, and he wanted to surround these people and get rid of them as efficiently as possible. He planned to throw a grenade at the surrounded and trapped people to get rid of as many people as possible at once. And even if Alex failed to destroy all the attackers with the explosion, no one would dare attack him again. Meanwhile, Aaron distributed the food that Alex gave him to feed the villagers a little before the fight. The neighbors ate and thought they had made the right choice by listening to Alex's instructions. When the hero found himself among the neighbors, they began to ask him about the results of the negotiations and whether they could return to normal life after everything they had experienced. Alex told his neighbors that if the negotiations were successful, the residents would no longer worry about food shortages or constant attacks from residents of other houses. Alex hoped for a bright future and thought that this nightmare would soon end. People followed him with the hope of victory, but Alex himself understood that not everyone would return alive. Soon, the hero went out with his neighbors to prepare for defense. However, as soon as Alex and his group stepped outside, they immediately noticed groups of residents from other buildings approaching them. Alex did not expect that the residents of other houses would appear so soon. The neighbors also did not know what to do in this situation. Then he ordered Leilani's group to return back as quickly as possible. After that, Alex called Aaron and said that there were too many enemies and he needed reinforcements. After that, Alex hid in the snow, took out a sniper rifle and prepared to defend himself from potential enemies. The rest of the group of residents began to suspect that residents from other buildings had clearly not come here to negotiate. Aaron then told the residents that they had nothing to worry about, as Alex must have had some kind of plan. One of the neighbors drew Aaron's attention to the fact that there were too many of these people, to which Aaron replied that their main task was not to give Alex a chance to stand against them. However, he said Alex assured them they had nothing to worry about and they should have trusted him. In front of the group of people stood the managers of the residential buildings. Among them were Carter, Leilani, Evan, Jose, and Andrew. Alex looked at Leilani and wondered if they could handle the ambush he had prepared for them. He also thought that under any circumstances, he should not allow these residential building managers to attack first. Meanwhile, Jose brought to the attention of the other managers that there would be enough of their tenants to wipe out everyone in Alex's building, and they sensed that Alex was afraid of negotiations. Leilani told the other managers that they should not rush to conclusions, and first they need to discuss everything in the terms of further cooperation with Alex. Jose then shouted to Alex's men that they were there for general negotiations. Aaron noted that the composition of residential building managers was different from the one Alex had agreed to negotiate with, to which Carter responded that they had decided that the full number of managers would not be practical for a visit. Aaron then told the apartment building managers that only 5 people could enter and they had to be screened, and the rest should stand aside. Jose felt that Alex was too bold a man because he ordered an audit of residential building managers and at the same time dared to put forward his terms of negotiations. At this time, Alex overheard the entire conversation of the managers through Aaron's phone and thought that these people decided to intimidate him. At this point, Alex began a dialogue with Aaron, to which Jose replied that they came here to negotiate and therefore were not going to wait that long. Aaron said that he understood everything, after which he asked all the managers to step back a little. The managers did not understand why they had to leave, but did not argue and decided to fulfill the request. Alex watched the situation through the scope of a sniper rifle and waited for the moment when the managers of residential buildings and their residents moved a sufficient distance. When the leaders were far enough away, Alex gave Aaron a whistle signal. The leaders did not understand what was happening and began to look around. Then the hero said that a little surprise awaited them all. After that, Alex took out a grenade, pulled out the pin and threw it towards the residents of other buildings. After a few seconds, the grenade reached the residents of other buildings and people began to panic. However, despite attempts to escape, no one was able to avoid the explosion, and a second later an explosion occurred. A crater formed at the site of the explosion, next to which lay the bodies of several dozen wounded or dead people. After the explosion, Aaron took out his phone and called Alex. He asked the managers how many people were left. Jose told Alex that they came here solely for mutually beneficial negotiations. Alex then asked the managers of the residential buildings for what purpose they brought their people here. Alex also added that these people would interfere with the negotiations, and therefore he got rid of some of them. At this point, Leilani interrupted him and said that they came here to improve relations between the managers of residential buildings. After this, Alex told the managers that he was expecting them in 5 minutes on the 30th floor in one of the apartments for negotiations. He looked at the remaining people below and thought that he would still have to get rid of them. But it would not be easy to get rid of all of them at once. Alex then prepared the meeting space by placing a table and some chairs in the center of one of the apartments. After 5 minutes, the managers, tired from climbing the stairs, entered the apartment. One of the managers, Carter, introduced himself to Alex and asked him to begin negotiations as soon as possible. Then the hero thought that he would still have to come up with another solution. Having sat down at the negotiating table, the managers of the residential buildings informed Alex that a critical situation had arisen in which there were no longer enough resources and supplies for normal life. The managers also said that due to the lack of food and other resources, their residents are slowly dying from cold and hunger, and therefore they would like to negotiate, hoping that Alex will provide them with the necessary resources under certain conditions. Alex stopped listening to the complaints of the managers and took out a gun for seconds, and then put it on the table. The managers of the residential buildings were scared at the sight of the weapon and said that they wanted to resolve all issues peacefully. Alex said that residential building managers shouldn't be afraid because the guns were already starting to bother him, so he put them away. Alex then tried to calm the managers and asked them to sit down. He informed them that he did not at all like having to unwisely distribute his supplies between the managers and their residents. However, he understood that the people who manage the buildings are not so stupid. Alex also noted that he understands that they are doing everything possible to take care of their residents even in such harsh conditions. After that, Alex said that he would offer his conditions, and if at least someone did not agree to fulfill them, he would start a full-scale war between the buildings. Alex's first condition was that he was ready to provide the managers and their residents with food, but in reasonable quantities, and they must decide for themselves how to distribute the supplies. Alex said he could provide food for a maximum of 300 people, but Leilani did not agree to such conditions. She said there are about 100 people in her building, and she doesn't know how she will distribute supplies to her residents. Then Alex said that there was no point in this empty conversation and suggested moving on to the next conditions. At this point, one of the leaders said that they did not need to rush. He said they really needed to discuss stock distribution again. Jose added that this is really not enough to feed all its residents. Alex then began loading his gun and asked the managers if it would be easy to provide food for 300 people every day. Frightened, Carter suggested leaving the question and moving on to Alex's next condition. The hero wanted to clarify with the managers what they were willing to do in return for providing supplies. He took a handful of seeds from his pocket and said that if they wanted to survive and provide food for themselves, they would have to grow plant food. However, the managers looked at this handful of seeds and did not understand how they could grow food in such conditions. One of the managers began to complain about the conditions for growing food. Then Alex said that sooner or later, food and fuel supplies could run out, and if they want to survive, they will have to look for alternative solutions to the problem. He also told the managers that if they sent workers every day and it brought results, he would provide them with all the necessary resources. He added that if they were successful, he would give them cigarettes, alcohol, clothes, and medicine, which greatly interested the two managers. One of the managers asked Alex to give him at least one cigarette as soon as possible. Then Alex took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and gave one cigarette each to the two managers. While the managers were slowly and happily finishing their cigarettes, Alex decided to ask them if they agreed to follow all his instructions. Carter wanted to comment on the conditions, but the smoking managers interrupted him and said that they were ready to do anything if they were given cigarettes. The managers then said that they would comply with all the instructions if each of them received 2 packs of cigarettes every day. However, Alex replied that he was willing to give no more than 1 pack a day, and they both agreed. Alex told the other managers that he was glad they were able to reach a compromise, but the managers realized that they could not get the terms they had originally offered from Alex. At this point, Jose shouted at the others, saying they had no time to waste and needed to act. Carter said the conditions were too harsh and unfair for anyone to cooperate. Carter was very annoyed at how quickly the other 2 managers changed their minds, naively believing that this would somehow save them. Evans said that they should not try to solve the current problem so lightly, but Jose reminded that they had agreed in advance to make such decisions together. Meanwhile, Alex went out onto the balcony and noticed that many people were moving towards the building. In a fit of rage, Alex pointed a gun at one of the managers and demanded an explanation as to how they dared to send more people here. Jose told Alex that if they did this, they would be at great risk. Then Alex replied that he wanted to check something before they left the building. At this point, Carter proposed to stop everything since the risk among ordinary residents was too great. However, Alex became even more angry and ordered everyone to sit down. At that moment, residents of the building burst into the apartment and tied the managers to chairs. When the neighbors brought in and neutralized the leaders, they immediately began to search them. Meanwhile, Alex pulled out a sniper rifle and prepared to shoot at the advancing crowd. Alex took aim at one of the people and fired. The bullet hit the man who was standing in front of everyone right in the head. A second later, Alex shot at one of the people standing next to the leader. People in the crowd panicked, and many of them ran away in hopes of being rescued. But Alex didn't care too much about who was running away and continued to shoot at people with maximum accuracy. With each passing second, the number of lifeless bodies lying in the snow with no signs of life became more and more. The managers could not do anything but sit still and listen to the shots from Alex's sniper rifle and the louder screams of their inhabitants with each shot. After a few minutes, Alex stopped shooting and again asked the managers if they were ready to accept his terms. Jose and Andrew said they fully agreed to Alex's terms. Without further conversation, Lilani and Evan raised their hands to show their agreement to Alex's terms. Carter also raised his hand and said that he too was ready to follow all of Alex's instructions. Alex then informed the managers that they would start working from today, and tomorrow he would tell them when and where they could pick up their supplies. The hero walked past Carter and told him that he would keep an eye on him, hoping that he would not make such mistakes again. The managers went outside, where residents of other buildings were already waiting for them, eager to find out how the negotiations went. Alex surprised his neighbors by revealing that he had reached a compromise with other building managers. The neighbors asked how he managed to convince the managers to agree to his terms, to which Alex replied that he simply intimidated them a little. He said that from that day on, he would provide 300 additional people from other residential buildings, and in return, they would grow plant-based food. Some residents were a little afraid that if Alex started providing supplies to more people, his neighbors would receive less. Then Alex said that if he did not agree to provide supplies to the residents of other buildings, then sooner or later his residents would fight to the death with the rest of the residents. Alex also noted that although he would survive in any case, he was still not sure that his neighbors would cope on their own. Alex then reassured the neighbors by telling them not to worry, as he would do everything he could to find food for his neighbors and prevent them from starving. The neighbors were very touched that Alex was willing to help them and continued to receive food from him. Many people shouted that Alex's desire to help his neighbors deserved respect. And in this way, Alex once again strengthened the trust and loyalty of his neighbors. As the neighbors went about their business, Alex noticed a strange expression on Aaron's face, which made him think that Aaron was unhappy about something. However, Aaron said that today was just an unusual day that somehow didn't fit Alex's style. He said that he made the right decision to cooperate with other managers of residential buildings. Alex also told Aaron that he initially planned to get rid of all managers at once in order to create chaos among their residents, and then easily deal with everyone. However, contrary to Alex's expectations, only 5 managers showed up, so he decided to find a compromise and wait until he could get rid of all the managers at once. Aaron said that he didn't fully understand Alex's entire plan, but he had full confidence that Alex was doing the right thing. The hero explained to Aaron that since food supplies were very limited, it would be difficult to distribute food to the residents of other residential buildings. Aaron realized that the inhabitants themselves would destroy each other if there was not enough food for everyone, and said that this was just a great plan. Alex went out onto the balcony and told Aaron that he was absolutely confident of his victory, since he had enough ammunition to face the managers and their residents. Looking at the corpses of the murdered residents of other buildings, Alex thought that he was vastly superior to them in firepower, and they would not be able to resist him while they were experiencing a lack of food. Alex also noted that he could even beat a world champion if he didn't eat for 30 days. He said that he could not be defeated by an army of people who had not received nutrients for a long time. Alex believed that these people were not as stupid as they might seem. They probably understand his plan, but they weren't the only ones interested in such payment. The hero also thought that if these people really wanted to survive under such conditions, they would definitely not do anything provocative or radical. However, Aaron did not fully understand how one could farm in such conditions, to which Alex replied that he was only doing it in order to wear them down as much as possible. Aaron said he now fully understood Alex's plan and would do his best. Then Alex only asked him to keep the plan a secret and just follow it. Returning home, the hero thought that there might be enemies not only outside, but also among his neighbors, who still want him dead. When Alex returned home, he saw Scarlett doing yoga. Scarlett, doing the splits, saw Alex and said that she was glad that she had finally come home. She hugged Alex and asked how his negotiations with the managers went. The hero, seeing Scarlett, picked her up and pulled her towards the bed. He laid Scarlett on the bed and told her that she should not leave the apartment for several days. Alex told her that if everything went according to his plan, then soon all their problems would be solved. The next day, residents from other residential buildings came out to begin work. A huge crowd had gathered in the street, and every person in the crowd was armed with shovels and other farming tools. Many were glad to have gathered in such a large group to work for the common good. While other residents worked, Jose and Andrew smoked cigarettes and watched their neighbors work hard. Alex soon left the building to check on the work of residents from other buildings and conduct reconnaissance for supplies. Jose and Andrew saw Alex and began to offer help in searching for supplies, hoping to find out where Alex was hiding his snowmobile. However, the hero reminded them that he had a snowmobile and would be able to bring the supplies he found himself. Alex then shouted to the residents of the other buildings, saying that when he returned, he would be sure to check their work according to his instructions. They began to work even harder, hoping that Alex would give them many different supplies for their work. Jose then told Andrew that he had searched every possible place where Alex could have hidden the snowmobile. But Andrew still thought that they were not looking for a snowmobile, but a sled. After some time, Alex arrived at one of the local stores. He broke into it to find various supplies. Once inside, Alex found an abandoned pharmacy. While searching for supplies, Alex found a special medicine that had neither taste nor smell. Alex thought that with this medicine he could easily poison all the residents from other buildings, and without medical intervention they would die in a matter of minutes. He decided to take the entire supply of the medicine for himself, believing that even if it did not kill these people, it would definitely cause serious damage to their internal organs. The medicine should take effect within the first 15 minutes of application, and Alex thought he needed to reduce the vigilance of the residents of other buildings as much as possible. He decided that it would be better to soak all the food for the residents of the other buildings with this medicine, so that they would all be poisoned as quickly as possible. The hero assumed that right now people were probably gripped by despair, since after such a difficult day the food still had not arrived. After some time, residents of other buildings saw Alex approaching them with several large bags of food. The residents were very surprised that Alex was able to get so much food, to which he himself replied that this time he had to go a little further than usual. Residents noted that such outings are more risky, but thanks to Alex and his snowmobile, they will all remain well-fed. Alex thought that he did everything secretly enough so that no one would suspect him of anything wrong. He pulled some food out of the bag and told the villagers to line up for food. Alex then threw a bag of food into the crowd, and many people began to form a huge line in front of Alex. As the villagers continued to crowd, Alex pulled out a gun and said that soon the relationship between everyone would be so strong that guns would no longer be needed. The residents were incredibly happy about Alex's help, and he began distributing food to residents from other buildings one by one. When Alex had distributed all the collected food, he sent them to rest and told them that they should work well tomorrow. The residents dispersed, thinking that today they would sleep well-fed. Alex just looked at these naive people and thought that very soon they would all find themselves in an extremely unpleasant state. Soon Alex returned to his apartment. The first thing he really wanted to do was take a shower. While Alex was taking a warm shower, he thought that when all this was over, he would leave this place and start all over again. Meanwhile, one of the residents returned to Jose's apartment and immediately ran to get the bag of food he had received. Jose looked into the bag of food and began looking for his pack of cigarettes at the bottom of the bag. Soon, Jose found a pack of cigarettes and thought that Alex had kept his promise after all. However, at that moment, several other people were smoking in the apartment, and they also wanted to smoke. People began to beg Jose to share at least one cigarette, and he calculated that if he gave everyone a cigarette, he would have at least half a pack left. Jose gave each of them a cigarette and said that it was very difficult for him to get these cigarettes. He said he was willing to share them if everyone who received a cigarette would work harder in the future to continue receiving cigarettes. After everyone had their cigarettes, Jose took the bag of food and called everyone into the kitchen to share the food. After that, everyone present sat down in their seats and began to slowly eat the food that Alex had poisoned shortly before. Jose lit a cigarette and suspected that Alex might have poisoned the food. However, he decided to leave his men in the dark so that they would continue to work hard the next day. At this time, in another apartment, a young couple was discussing that if they work hard, then a life without hunger awaits them in the future. The next day, Alex was awakened by loud screams from neighboring apartments. He heard them when he came out of the bath. When Alex walked out onto the balcony, he heard the residents of the other buildings arguing about which of them worked harder and who did nothing all day. Alex and Scarlett sat down to breakfast together, and Scarlett was a little bothered by people screaming on the street. Then Alex told her to just ignore them. Meanwhile, outside, a group of people with unquenchable zeal continued their attempts to break through to the ground. Alex went outside with the thought that his plan was starting to come true faster than he expected. Before heading out to get supplies again, he told Aaron that there was a big food shortage in the other groups, so he should try to stay out of trouble. Alex then went to other buildings to distribute the poisoned food to local residents. Arriving at one of the buildings, he began distributing poisoned food to hungry residents. Alex also learned from the residents that they were more than happy with the quality of the food they received, indicating that they had indeed eaten all the food they had previously received. The hero then distributed the remaining food to the other villagers, thinking to himself that they would all soon meet the same fate. Meanwhile, some people from other buildings began to fight each other, accusing each other of killing their neighbors. Many, in a fit of rage, began throwing each other from the balconies. At the same time, Alex prepared his weapon, listening to the screams of people falling into the street from a great height. The number of corpses on the street near the buildings grew more and more, and Alex continued to prepare his weapon and eagerly waited for the next day to see the results of his plan. The next day, Alex went outside with Aaron and a group of several residents from other buildings. Once on the street, he observed countless corpses. Alex, Aaron, and a group of neighbors decided to take a short walk down the street and roughly assess the losses among the residents of other buildings. Despite the great height of the floors from which people fell, there were those who did not die immediately, but only received severe injuries, which is why many could not even move and simply froze to death at night. Aaron asked Alex if he was going to send more groups of residents from other buildings to work. The hero answered him that if these people want to survive, they will have to work, and they will definitely go out for food. Alex also noted that if the residents of other buildings do not go to work, he simply will not give them food, and sooner or later they will either start working or die of hunger. Residents of other buildings who came out with Alex and Aaron were very frightened, after which they immediately began to prepare for a new working day. Aaron noticed that not a single group came out to remove the accumulated snow, and suggested that Alex call the right group of people, but the hero said that these people now do not care about clearing the snow. Alex told him that this night was the beginning of the struggle between ordinary people and leaders, and if they do not solve the problem of distributing supplies among the residents on their own, then many of them will soon die. He added that if the situation continues to develop in this way, then soon these people themselves will die in large numbers. Alex also noted that now this does not concern them, and now the managers of residential buildings must figure it out themselves, after which he wrote to a group of managers that if tomorrow he does not see significant results from the work of the residents, he will stop giving them food and cigarettes. The next day, Alex and Aaron noticed that more residents from other buildings had joined the work. Alex noticed that only 60% of the total number of workers showed up, which indicated that his plan was working perfectly. At some point, Aaron wondered why many people, not knowing about the opportunity to get food, do not begin to show proper resistance and fight for their lives. Alex replied that it was not a matter of distributing supplies. The fact is that many people do not want to risk what they have left, and therefore such people try to avoid such disputes. While the hero was talking with Aaron, Leilani approached them with an important question. She told Alex that she wanted to discuss their mutual cooperation. The girl said that if nothing changes, sooner or later someone will be able to rob them, and the number of victims will increase several times. However, Alex pretended that he didn't care, but deep down he was just waiting for this to happen as soon as possible. Leilani then suggested that Alex think about expanding the territory, since the previous order had already been destroyed. They urgently need to think about creating their own kingdom, where Alex will be in charge, and she will help him with all her might. Alex couldn't take Leilani's words seriously, but she continued to prove to him that this was their only option to stay alive and move on with their lives. Then Alex reminded Leilani that all those people who once listened and supported her soon lost their loved ones. He then asked her what guarantee there was that if he listened to her, he would not become one of those people. After that, Alex grabbed Leilani, threw her into the snow, and said that he was not going to become one of those unfortunate people. After that, Alex went further to the workers, and Leilani shouted after him that she was ready to do anything so that he would listen to her and follow her plan. However, the hero no longer listened to her and simply watched as residents from other buildings worked hard. He was surprised that there were still no casualties among them. A little later, Carter noticed Alex and asked for what purpose he came to them. Instead of answering, Alex asked Carter how he and his tenants managed to achieve such a result, but Carter did not understand what he was talking about. Alex then explained that the residents of the other groups had fought among themselves and stopped working, and he was wondering how Carter was able to maintain a calmer environment between the residents. Carter replied that he simply immediately told his tenants about the results of the negotiations, and no matter how much food Alex gave them, he always distributed it equally among the tenants. Alex said that this is a great solution because no one will worry about someone dying of hunger sooner or later. Carter wanted to ask Alex for help, but Alex said that he couldn't help right now and then moved on. Eventually, he told Carter that if he continued to take care of his residents, he could attract even more people and thereby increase the overall efficiency of the operation. The hero also told him that he did not want to be greedy in such a serious matter and was unlikely to be able to save all the residents. Carter, not wanting to fully accept Alex's words, began to think about how else he could solve this problem. Afterwards, Alex met Jose and Andrew and told them that he would try to find cigarettes and alcohol during his outing today. Jose and Andrew kept telling Alex how kind and generous he was and encouraged him to help them during the outing. Then Alex pulled Jose and Andrew closer to him and said that they were now brothers, and he would definitely solve any problems they had, realizing that he would soon try to get rid of them. After talking with the men, Alex began distributing food to residents from other buildings. While he was distributing food, one of the residents approached him and quietly asked if he could have cigarettes. At this point, other people in the crowd told Alex that they too would like to have cigarettes. Then Alex calmed the people in the crowd and said that he would try to provide cigarettes for everyone starting tomorrow. Hearing this, the people stopped screaming, calmed down, and returned to their buildings. After which, two of Alex's neighbors asked him why he was so kind to these strangers, since providing food to these people was already a significant help. Alex replied that such demands were not that difficult to satisfy. After which, Alex returned home, told everyone that work was finished for the day and everyone could go home. However, Alex's neighbors did not understand how he could fulfill all the privileges for strangers, while his neighbors worked day and night so as not to die of hunger. Soon, Alex returned home, lay down on the sofa, and thought that he had little time left to implement his plan. The total number of victims of internal conflict in other buildings exceeded 400 people, and Alex could not afford to wait until these people's guard was relaxed enough for his plan to be carried out. Alex decided that there was no point in waiting any longer and was going to take action the very next day. That same night, he went to one of the stores to pick up as many different delicious products as possible. Alex was sure that nothing would lower the vigilance of these people more than a variety of delicious food. As soon as Alex collected the necessary products in the right quantities, he began adding rat poison to them, which would definitely kill all these people. At some point, the hero decided to light a cigarette and thought that his plan was developing too well to be realized so easily. He also began to think that all the previous disagreements were not the fault of these people, and perhaps he was simply worried in vain. However, Alex soon decided that he was doing all this for his own safety and therefore should not stop under any circumstances. Alex was sure that not a single threat from these people could withstand his power and influence. In the evening, the hero returned home and called Aaron and several neighbors to carry out his plan. Alex told Aaron and the rest of the assembled neighbors to stand and wait while he distributed the collected food to the residents of other buildings. Seeing a group of people approaching, Alex began distributing poisoned food to them. He thought that very soon his plan would work. Soon, a crowd of residents from other buildings near Alex formed. Then the hero continued to distribute the poisoned food to everyone. While Alex was distracted, Jose pulled a gun from his jacket to kill Alex. Jose was ready to shoot Alex and end his reign. When the hero turned around, his face was distorted in horror when he saw a gun pointed at himself. However, at the last moment, Aaron managed to cover Alex and Jose accidentally shot the man. Alex couldn't believe that these freaks killed Aaron, the only person who, despite such harsh conditions, still retained his dignity and kindness. While Alex was trying to bring his friend back to his senses, one of his neighbors was also planning to kill him and end his reign as quickly as possible. At that moment, Alex said that he would not allow anyone to do this again, after which he pulled out a machine gun from his jacket. In a fit of rage, Alex began shooting at everyone around him, regardless of whether they were residents of other buildings or his neighbors. Many people, armed with various weapons, did not stop trying to kill Alex, but he managed to neutralize every resident who approached him. Soon, many people decided that they could not defeat Alex, and everyone who remained began to run away. They were amazed that Alex had such a machine gun and began to run away from him as quickly as possible. Alex quickly ran out of ammo in his machine gun and instead of reloading it, pulled a couple of pistols out of his jacket and continued shooting at people. Soon, the survivors turned out to be Jose, Andrew, and Leilani, who begged Alex for mercy and said that they had nothing to do with this mutiny. However, Alex had not listened to them for a long time and fired several accurate shots at Jose and Andrew. Of all the living people, only Leilani remained, who said that she did not even know that they were going to kill Alex, hoping for his mercy. Leilani said she had a daughter she had been waiting for a long time. However, Alex had no intention of showing mercy and shot Leilani in the head without any regret. After the last shot, Alex said that he could not afford to repeat what happened in his previous life. Behind Alex lay the lifeless bodies of people whom he had helped survive in such conditions, and who could not appreciate all the help they received. At that moment, Alex remembered Aaron. He immediately ran to him to try to help. Alex pulled out a syringe of adrenaline from his jacket and injected it into Aaron's body. After that, he began to call other people for help. At this time, several neighbors were nearby who heard Alex's scream and decided to help save Aaron. Two neighbors carried Aaron's body on a stretcher into the building and then carried it to Alex's apartment. Lucy was horrified to see Aaron's lifeless body on a stretcher. She looked at Aaron's body and thought that she and her child could not feel safe while Aaron was in this condition. Lucy tearfully said that he shouldn't have protected Alex from being shot and proved his loyalty. Alex was very annoyed by such statements, after which Lucy asked Alex if Aaron would be able to get back on his feet, to which Alex replied that she should not worry. The hero told Lucy that he would take him to his home where Scarlet was, perform the operation, and he would be fine. Lucy then said that if Aaron did not survive, then she and her child would not be able to survive in such conditions. Alex was amazed that even though he was still trying to save Aaron, Lucy had already believed that he would die. Then Lucy said that she wanted Aaron to live a long and happy life with her and her child. When Alex ran into the apartment, Lucy only thought that if Aaron died, Alex would stop giving her and her child food. When the hero reached the apartment, he told Lucy to return home, since she would still not be able to help him during the operation to remove the bullet. Lucy then got down on her knees and said that Aaron needed her there and that she couldn't leave him under any circumstances. Alex looked at Aaron's body and thought that if this was really necessary, then he would have to let Lucy into his apartment. Alex and his neighbors then carried Aaron's body into the apartment and opened the door to bring the body in and let Lucy in. As soon as they entered the house, Lucy finally felt the warmth that she had been missing for a very long time. While Alex and Scarlet carried Aaron's body into the apartment, Lucy simply looked at the apartment and was surprised by the presence of heating, food, and a fireplace, and thought that she also wanted to live in such conditions. As soon as Alex and Scarlet brought Aaron's body into the apartment, they saw Lucy greedily drinking water. After Lucy drank the water, she asked Alex if he had any powdered milk. Alex looked at Lucy and became angrier by the moment. Lucy, seeing Alex's rage, immediately said that she wanted to feed her child, who was very dear to Aaron. Alex told her that if she didn't help, he would kick her and the child out of his apartment. He then entered the kitchen and took out surgical instruments and equipment from the space to perform the operation. With all the supplies in place, Alex set up Aaron's bed in the center of the kitchen. When Lucy saw Alex using his powers, she started asking him what it was and how he did it, but Alex didn't pay her any attention. When the hero laid Aaron on the bed, he told Scarlet that she must save him at all costs, and if she needed additional medicine or equipment, he would definitely get it. Scarlet began the operation and said that she would do everything possible to save the man. When Alex asked her if there was any chance of saving him, she replied that if the bullet hit his vital organs, the chances of survival would be very low. At this time, Lucy began to cry and think about what she would do if Aaron did not survive. Alex immediately tried to shut her up. He also told Lucia that if Aaron did not survive, all responsibility would fall on her. The girl replied that if she could not help Aaron, she would return home. She said that she did not know how to treat diseases or perform operations, and that if she stayed here, it would only be a waste of time. However, Alex grabbed Lucy and said that Aaron's life depended on this operation, and so she must stay here to care for him. After that, he pulled the gun out of his pocket and told her that even if she didn't know how to do anything, the best thing she could do in such a situation was to stay close to Aaron. The hero told Lucy to stay in the apartment while he was away. When Alex went out into the corridor, he saw neighbors who kept insisting that they had nothing to do with this attack. Alex told the neighbors that because of people from other apartment buildings, Aaron was now in serious condition, and these people should be punished for what they did to him. The neighbors were very scared when Alex told them that they would attack today. Alex's neighbors did not understand how they could attack these people. The thing is, they didn't know what they might be up to. Then Alex said that he would attack these people himself, and at this time the neighbors would have to watch the building. He also pointed out the fuel barrels to the neighbors and told them to kill anyone who tried to jump from the roof of the building. After some time, Alex and a small group of neighbors reached one of the buildings, and he ordered his neighbors to surround the entire perimeter of the building. Residents took to their balconies to assess the situation. Many of them were afraid of Alex's arrival, as they did not know how he would behave this time. However, most of the residents of this building were not afraid of Alex since he came into their territory, and they thought that even if he entered the building, they would quickly defeat him. As Alex's men surrounded the building, Alex told them to watch the windows so that none of the occupants could escape through the windows. While some of Alex's people were watching the windows of the building, one of the neighbors saw the hero climbing through one of the windows. When Alex was inside the building, he looked around and made sure that no one was nearby. He then pulled out a lot of firewood and bags of fuel from the space, placed the firewood all over the floor, and placed the bags of fuel next to the firewood. After that, he began to fill the firewood with gasoline. Residents of the building tried to find Alex on the street, not understanding what he was up to. Meanwhile, Alex had poured out almost all the fuel and was about to set fire to the wood. When he took the lighter out of his pocket, he thought that the inhabitants of this building should be very grateful to him for preventing them from dying from the cold. After that, Alex threw the lighter into the fuel and began to leave the building. Soon, the fire engulfed the entire floor. A few seconds later, Alex's men saw him exit the building unharmed. Soon, the smoke began to completely engulf the building, and Alex ordered his men to watch the windows. Meanwhile, the residents of the building began to choke from the approaching smoke and tried to open the windows. However, all the windows in the building simply froze, and people began to look for a way to leave the building. Alex held a machine gun in his hands and remembered the times when he was in college. He often gathered around the fire with friends and sat there until the night. Alex looked at the burning building and thought that when he sat with his friends around the fire, the flames were smaller and less dangerous. Meanwhile, the first victims began to fall from the windows of the building, trying to escape the fire. Alex's people watched as people fell from windows and thought that their house had become a trap from which they were desperately trying to escape. After a few seconds, more and more people began to fall from the windows of the building, wanting to escape and not be burned alive. One of the fallen began to crawl to Alex's people and ask them for help. However, Alex's men remembered that he told them to kill anyone who falls from the building without hesitation. Then some of Alex's people began to mercilessly kill the inhabitants of the building, leaving them no chance of survival. Some carried out the order without asking any questions, while others simply watched in horror what was happening. Soon, Alex's neighbors approached one of the women and expressed surprise at how easily she dealt with the residents who had fallen from the windows. The girl turned away from the corpses and said that she could not sit on the sidelines while the rest of the neighbors were making efforts for the common cause. Meanwhile, the corpses of residents of other buildings continued to fall from the windows. Alex watched as his neighbors dealt with the corpses. He also looked at the huge burning building and only thought that it would be nice to start such a big fire again so that he could admire such a big flame. Residents of the neighboring buildings were shocked that Alex was able to plunge such a large residential building into flames in a few minutes, and most of them believed that Alex would soon reach their building. One of the neighbors suggested trying to fight Alex, but the rest of the neighbors thought that if Jose couldn't handle Alex, then they definitely couldn't do anything. The villagers then realized that they had no choice but to hope that Alex would not harm them. When most of the residents of the burning building jumped out of their apartments onto the street and died, Alex headed to the next building. When the hero and his group reached the next building, the locals begged him to spare them, claiming that they had nothing to do with the recent assassination attempt on Alex. Alex then told the villagers that he was not going to kill good people, and added that since they had survived up to this point, they probably had several lives left. But in fact, the hero planned to kill all the inhabitants of the neighboring buildings, regardless of whether they were his loyal partners or traitors. After this, Alex proceeded to set fire to another building, most of whose inhabitants died in the first few hours. Carter was very scared that Alex had so quickly dealt with the buildings whose inhabitants were trying to attack him, and was afraid that he would soon come to his building. Meanwhile, Alex thought that he would not be able to get rid of all the inhabitants of the neighboring buildings and decided to try to lower their vigilance. He took out a loudspeaker and told the residents of a nearby building that he just wanted revenge on those who tried to kill him, and said that if they were positive towards him, they had nothing to fear. The residents of the neighboring building were incredibly relieved that Alex was not going to kill them. Then the hero ordered his partners to return, but first they wanted to warm up a little by the fire of the burning building. Alex's companions said that when they returned home, they would be very cold again, and they wanted to warm up a little before returning. They picked up the bodies of residents of burnt buildings and threw them into the fire. Meanwhile, Alex approached several corpses. He wanted to know why these people decided to get rid of him. He began to search in the remaining dead bodies of local residents for at least some clue to their plans, and found a phone that survived the fall of one of the corpses. When Alex opened a private chat on the phone of one of the victims, he realized what really happened. After storming nearby buildings, Alex returned home to check on Aaron. When Alex looked at him lying on the machine, he thought that he would be okay. He then approached Scarlett and thanked her for the efforts she made to save Aaron. At this point, Lucy told Alex that she and her baby had not eaten anything for 24 hours and asked Alex to give them some food. Alex looked at Lucy's face and was again convinced that she was crossing the line. However, the hero decided to take pity on the girl and gave her one package of noodles straight from space, which at first scared Lucy very much. After that, Alex hugged Scarlett and went to the bedroom, while Lucy wanted to ask Alex if he had any other food for her and the baby. Alex got really angry when Lucy said she saw chicken bones in the trash can and eggs in the refrigerator. Then the hero could not stand it and told Lucy that he only had noodles, and if she did not want to eat, she could return the package of noodles to him. Lucy then told Alex that she just wanted to know about his food supplies and thanked him for providing the food. After that, Alex and Scarlett went to the bedroom. When they entered the bedroom, the girl told him that they needed to get a good rest, since lately they were increasingly faced with difficult problems. As Alex began to remove Scarlett's shoes, he decided to find out how bad Aaron's condition was now. Scarlett told him that Aaron was very badly injured, causing him to lose a lot of blood, and at first she thought she couldn't save him. Alex then began massaging Scarlett's legs and asked her how she managed to save the man. Alex was shocked when Scarlett said that when Aaron's pulse should have stopped, his body began to rapidly recover, the wound healed and the bleeding decreased. Alex realized that the root cause of the entire climate disaster was a special gamma ray from space, which also gave him special abilities. He then suggested that he was far from the only one who had been exposed to radiation, and that there were still people in the world with unique abilities. Alex also believed that in a past life he was in the same serious condition as Aaron now, and perhaps such a state awakened his abilities. The hero believed that a person's dying state could become a prerequisite for obtaining supernatural power. He also thought that if Aaron gained his powers in such a critical state, perhaps it was possible to preserve his ability to accelerate regeneration and at the same time save his life. Afterwards, Alex told Scarlett that she needed to give Aaron more sedatives so she could keep him under control. Scarlett suggested that Aaron might also gain some kind of ability. However, Alex said that he had never seen anything like this and believed that if Aaron was overcome with rage, his apartment could be damaged. Scarlett then promised Alex that she would definitely take care of Aaron, but Alex told her to rest well. The girl then began to worry that Alex had decided to entrust Lucy with monitoring Aaron's condition. The hero said that despite her excessive impudence, Lucy understands that if something bad happens to Aaron, he will kick her out of his apartment. After that, Alex returned to the living room, where Lucy was looking for something, looking around. Alex told her that she could now live with the child in the room where Aaron was lying, and from that day on she should look after him. Lucy accepted Alex's conditions without questions and immediately went to the room where Aaron was lying. When the girl and her child entered Aaron's room, the hero remembered that he had completely forgotten about the need to urgently deal with the traitors. As night fell, Alex prepared his equipment to deal once and for all with the man he had wanted to destroy since the disaster began. After preparing everything he needed, Alex went to one of the residential buildings and got to the desired apartment. The hero prepared a pistol, shot at the door lock and knocked it down. As soon as Alex opened the door, the emaciated and disfigured Evelyn attacked him with a knife in her hands. However, despite the sudden attack, Alex managed to defend himself with a police shield, from the blow of which the knife fell out of Evelyn's hands. After that, the girl fell to the floor, and Alex sarcastically told her that they had not seen each other for a long time. Then he noticed Kylie's corpse, which was missing arms and legs, and realized how Evelyn could survive in such conditions for so long. Evelyn started screaming at Alex and wondering why he was still alive. Alex then took out a bat and told Evelyn that he had found out her secret plan to prepare an uprising, to which Evelyn replied that it was his fault that he did not allow her to live in his apartment. Then the hero swung a bat at her and said that he was not going to deal with her and her antics. Alex hit Evelyn with all his might, breaking her leg. After such a blow, Evelyn could not offer Alex any resistance. Then the hero grabbed Evelyn by the hair and pulled her exhausted body towards the window. Evelyn begged Alex for mercy, but Alex had already opened the apartment window, stuck Evelyn's body out and told her that she deserved the fate that awaited her. Then, without any regret, he let go of Evelyn's head and she immediately fell down. A few seconds later, Evelyn's body with a broken leg landed in a snowdrift, and Evelyn stopped showing signs of life. Alex looked down with a smile on his face and said that Evelyn should be grateful to him for choosing such an easy death for her, after which he left the building and returned home. The next morning, Alex returned home, by which time Aaron had finally regained consciousness faster than Scarlett expected. After hearing the good news, Alex asked Scarlett to closely monitor Aaron's condition. Then Scarlett gave Aaron a sedative, and after several procedures, she completed her work. Before Alex left the apartment again, Lucy asked him to bring his phone charger and a pack of diapers for the baby. Alex looked at Aaron and remembered that sometimes people in a coma can hear everything that is happening around them, so he decided to use a little trick. He looked at Lucy and told her that he had matters that he needed to solve and promised that after that he would definitely help her. As Alex left the room, he thought that he would soon be able to get rid of the annoying Lucy. After this, Alex again went on another raid against the residents of nearby buildings. When another residential building was almost completely burned, Alex told his subordinates that they could return. At this moment, one of his subordinates, Mateo, approached Alex. Apparently, he wanted to tell him something very important. Alex chuckled, wondering what could have happened that was so interesting. Then the man told him about the hideout of Charles, the son of the richest man in the city, on the construction of which his father spent more than 1,000,000,000 yuan. Alex thought that the man would now tell him where the shelter was. But the first thing his partner said was that there were too many people in this place who could overhear them, and suggested that Alex talk in another place. When the hero and Mateo moved to a less crowded place, Alex asked him to tell everything in as much detail as possible. The guy said that the hideout is located in an estate worth more than 250 million yuan. Alex then asked his partner why he decided to tell him about this hideout. The man replied that he wanted to prove his loyalty to Alex and that he wanted to destroy this shelter and take everything he needed from there. The hero immediately said that he did not believe his words, and even if he wanted to rob and destroy the shelter, he may not have enough strength and resources for such a dangerous task. However, Mateo told Alex that he knew where this hideout was, and that its owner himself found out about Alex and decided to contact him. He also said that Charles suggested that he lure Alex into a trap to steal his supplies and snowmobile. Mateo immediately said that he had given up on the idea and now wanted to warn Alex about it. However, Alex pointed a gun at the man and asked how he could prove that he was not deceiving him. Mateo was very scared and begged Alex to spare him and let him live. As soon as he fell silent, Alex immediately fired in his direction. However, he missed on purpose to scare him a little. Mateo decided that next time Alex would shoot him, he again began to beg him to let him live. Alex demanded an explanation from his partner as to why he should believe him. The man said that he understood perfectly well that Alex could easily get rid of him, and even if he wanted to go over to the side of that man, he could not live long in his hideout. He then told Alex how before the disaster he served Charles, and at that time he had a very hard time holding back all the negative emotions towards him. Mateo also said that in the past he often had to play the role of a pimp who had to find the best girls in the city for Charles. Moreover, he said that during his entire service with him, he became a real laughingstock for the local oligarchs and wanted to take revenge on Charles, even if Alex did not want to help him. After hearing his partner's story, Alex decided to ask him how exactly he was going to help. Mateo said that he could pretend that Charles had deceived Alex, after which they would get into a hideout and Alex could easily destroy him. Alex then asked him how advanced the security system was in this hideout and how many weapons there were. In response to this, Mateo only said that he would tell Alex everything only if he agreed to cooperate with him and then provide him with food and clothing. In response to such an impudent demand, Alex again pointed the gun at Mateo, wondering why he needed such a partner. Then Mateo replied that even so, he would not tell Alex anything. He added that Alex only gets rid of those people who mean nothing to him, and information about the shelter is his only chance of survival. After these words, Alex put the gun away and told Mateo that he was much smarter than he thought, and that he was ready to help if Mateo agreed to his terms. The man was glad that Alex not only left him alive, but also decided to help him, and said that he was ready to fulfill any of Alex's demands. The first thing Alex said was that he needed more information about the shelter and its security system. Mateo said that he knew this shelter well, as he had been there many times. Alex also wanted Mateo to help him get rid of one person, to which Mateo only asked why Alex could not kill this person himself with his fighting arsenal. Alex explained that he was extremely difficult to deal with this person, and therefore he wanted Mateo to help him in this matter. Before saying the last condition, Alex asked Mateo to come with him so that he would bring everything he needed. A few minutes later, Alex returned to Mateo with a small suitcase. Mateo thought that the suitcase contained a special device that the agents used. Alex then pretended that this was the case and told Mateo that he wanted to go undercover at first. But since Mateo saw through him, he would have to show one of his cards. While Alex was looking for something in the suitcase, Mateo thought that Alex could be a real retired killer since he kills people very easily. Mateo also suggested that since he was on Alex's side, he could survive this end of the world. A few seconds later, Alex pulled out a syringe with some substance from his suitcase and told Mateo that he had previously used such serums to keep problem prisoners. Mateo was scared when Alex brought the syringe closer to his face and didn't understand what Alex was going to do with it. The hero said that if this substance is introduced into the human body, then without an antidote, the person will definitely die within a week. At that moment, Mateo fell to the floor in fear, and Alex told him that he would only give the antidote after they infiltrated Charles's hideout and destroyed him. He then grabbed Mateo and held him down while he injected the substance from the syringe into his body. When Alex administered the substance, he told Mateo that he was now completely under Alex's control. After that, He tried to calm him down, explaining that after they dealt with the hideout, he would definitely give him an antidote. Mateo told Alex that they had to trust each other, and if he died, then Alex would have to die too. After that, Alex released Mateo, who said that he would definitely contact Charles and let him know that he and Alex would arrive soon. As soon as Mateo returned to his apartment, Alex thought that the man did not realize that he had deceived him. In fact, instead of a lethal substance, the syringe contained a special medicine, which in large doses can cause some side effects, but does not pose a lethal threat. Alex believed that if Mateo still believed there was a dangerous substance in his body, then the risk of him betraying him had become extremely low. Alex then returned home to find Lucy whispering something in Aaron's ear through the CCTV cameras. Alex then entered Aaron's room and was very glad that he had finally regained consciousness. Aaron told his friend that he was very grateful to Alex and Scarlett for rescuing him and wanted to know what the situation was outside. But Alex replied that Aaron shouldn't worry and should focus on getting better. Meanwhile, Lucy told Alex that she was very grateful to him for helping Aaron and that she now owed Alex her life. Suddenly, the hero told his friend that he and Lucy had recently talked about how he was now responsible for their family. Lucy was very glad that Alex himself decided to return to such an important conversation for her and her child. Joyful Lucy handed her baby to Alex and asked him to look after him while she collected her things from her previous apartment. Before leaving, Lucy asked Alex not to lock the apartment door, to which Alex replied that he would never do that. Before leaving the apartment, Lucy thought that since her child was now with Alex, he couldn't help but let her back into his apartment. When the girl left the apartment, the hero sent Mateo a message that the person they needed had left, and now they needed to deal with him. He thought that he wanted to get rid of the child too, but he couldn't come to terms with it. Then he decided that he would simply find a new family for him. Soon, Lucy returned to her apartment. When she opened the door, Mateo stood in front of her with an ominous expression on his face and a kitchen knife in his hands. At the same moment, Mateo plunged the knife straight into Lucy's throat. When the girl fell to the floor with a serious injury, Mateo told her that it was all her fault. After this, Mateo stabbed Lucy several more times, telling her that she should die. When the guy realized that the woman was dead, he smiled triumphantly and stopped beating her. He then texted Alex that he had killed Lucy and was now awaiting his supplies. The hero immediately received the message and smiled, glad that his mission was completed. He then told Aaron that he wanted him to live in his apartment with Lucy and her baby until the baby grew up and Aaron recovered. Aaron categorically objected to this proposal, as he was afraid that if they lived in his apartment, the consumption of food and coal for heating would increase significantly. However, Alex told Aaron that he shouldn't worry about it now and that Aaron should focus on recuperating and getting better. While Alex was talking to Aaron, Lucy's baby suddenly started crying loudly. Alex didn't know how to calm the baby down, and Aaron told him that Lucy usually calmed her baby down easily. After this, the hero ran to Scarlett, and she accepted the child. She said she didn't know how to handle children and soon felt like she needed to change the baby's diapers. Then Alex handed her a whole bag of baby diapers. Alex then asked Aaron if he felt any unusual sensations in his body. Aaron replied that he didn't feel particularly well and that his wounds were very itchy. Then Alex said that this was a normal sensation as Aaron's wounds were starting to heal. When the baby finally calmed down and fell asleep, Alex began to worry that Lucy still hadn't returned home. Aaron thought something might have happened to Lucy and asked Alex to check if she was okay. Alex then told Scarlett to keep an eye on Aaron and the baby while he was away. Before leaving the apartment, the hero prepared police equipment. While Alex was preparing, in the general neighborhood chat, one of the residents told his neighbors that they needed to gather in apartment 1301, where he would distribute food on a first-come, first-served basis. Alex wrote in the chat that if the neighbors don't want to die, then they should stay at home. After some time, a large number of residents gathered in apartment 1301, discussing that in order to survive, they needed to support Alex and help him in everything. At that moment, Alex approached the apartment and heard conversations of local residents through the walls, making sure that all these people were very afraid of imminent death. He then pulled out a couple of grenades and threw them right into the center of apartment 1301. The residents inside did not have time to realize what had happened, and then the grenades exploded. To avoid the shockwave, Alex protected himself with a police shield. When the smoke cleared, Alex entered the apartment to make sure there were no survivors. One of the men lay against the wall without his left arm and legs and did not understand why Alex decided to kill them, despite the fact that they helped him so hard. Then Alex pulled out a gun, pointed it at the surviving neighbor and said that they were only able to help him because he allowed them to survive, and then shot the surviving neighbor. When the hero left apartment 1301, he thought that now he needed to deal with Mateo, since Alex had already dealt with all his enemies from his past life. He realized that there were now only 5 survivors in the building. Thus, now his life is not in danger. Alex then began searching throughout the building for Lucy's body. Having found her corpse, he pulled it into one of the apartments and closed the door, believing that this woman fully deserved to die. After that, Alex returned to his apartment, and the first thing he wanted to do was tell Aaron the bad news. Alex hit the wall, theatrically showing his anger to Aaron, and said that all the neighbors were plotting to get rid of him and take his supplies, and that Alex was only able to eliminate a few people. Suddenly, Aaron began to cry and said that he would definitely take revenge on these people who betrayed him. When Aaron began to blame himself for not being able to help Alex, he hit the bed he was lying on hard. Alex tried to calm him down by telling him that he himself was to blame for this situation, since he could have noticed the dirty trick on the part of the neighbors in time. The hero then looked at the deep dent in the table and was amazed at how quickly Aaron was gaining strength in such a short period of time. He also promised Aaron that he would make all the neighbors greatly regret that they decided to stand in his way. Aaron was disappointed that despite all the help he had given his neighbors in their time of need, they had the decency to do this to him. Alex said that he himself was to blame for what happened, since he did not expect that the neighbors would be able to commit such a betrayal. The hero also promised Aaron that he would find him a new companion, to which Aaron sheepishly replied that he would prefer a mature woman. Then the guy promised Aaron to do everything possible to find him the perfect girlfriend. Suddenly, an alarmed Scarlet ran into Aaron's room with a child in her arms. Meanwhile, the baby was crying loudly, and Scarlet did not know how to calm the child. Then Alex looked at Scarlet's breasts and suggested that the baby needed to be fed. Scarlet blushed and told Alex that she couldn't breastfeed since she wasn't a mother. Then Alex realized that now was not the time for him and Scarlet to have children of their own. Alex took the child and told Scarlet that he had to find a new family for this child and was ready to provide everything necessary. The girl completely agreed with this plan and felt that it was necessary to find people who could take care of the child. After some time, Alex went out into the street with a small child in his arms to try to find a new family for him. He approached one of the residential buildings, which he decided to leave intact, and the residents of this house thought that Alex was going to kill them and burn the building. In response, Alex fired a shot into the air and demanded that the residents tell Carter to come outside and talk to him. After a couple of minutes, the man finally left the building to find out what Alex wanted this time. At first, Alex looked at him and asked if he was afraid that Alex could kill him at any time. Carter then told Alex that although he was surrounded by fear, he understood that this would not help him, and also understood that Alex had not come to kill his people. He said that since Alex came alone and with a child in his arms, he would not kill his people and hide behind the small child. Alex said that Carter is a really smart person and offered to give him this child. Then he handed the child to Carter and said that if he and his people took care of the child, then Alex would leave them alone. Alex also gave Carter a large backpack containing diapers, baby milk, and some food for the baby. He then placed his hand on Carter's shoulder and warned him that he should be well aware of what would happen to him and his men if anything happened to the child. Carter told the hero that he should not worry about the child and that they would not allow anything bad to happen. After that, he went to his neighbors to give the child to them. When Carter returned to Alex, the hero asked how many neighbors he had left. Carter replied that there were 66 people left. Alex did not understand how he and his people were going to survive, to which Carter replied that since they had lived to see this day, they could cope. The man looked at his men and said he believed they would be okay as long as they had hope. Alex then said that the food problem was much easier to solve than he thought. He pointed to one of the buildings he had burned down. He said there was enough food left after the fire for Carter to feed his men. However, Carter told Alex that if they and their people went to this building for food, he was afraid that if they went there, they would face the same cruel fate as the residents who died in this building. Carter also said that even in such difficult conditions, they intend to maintain their humanity, and even if death overtakes them, they will die with dignity. Alex listened to Carter and thought that even when the world was literally falling apart around him and his people, they still remained true to their beliefs and moral values. When Carter finished speaking, Alex said that he was amazed at how Carter and his people were able to remain the same as before the disaster. However, Carter regretted that he could not improve the lives of many people in such conditions, as Alex did. After that, he wanted to ask the hero something, but Alex immediately interrupted him and said that he already knew very well what he was going to ask. Carter did not understand why Alex refused to help him. Although previously, despite having more people, he could still provide them with food. He also told Alex that it was thanks to him that all these people could survive, to which Alex only replied that Carter should stop thinking about it. The hero said that he is not God to help everyone around him and that all people will suffer sooner or later. Most people now only care about food and no one wants to fight. Alex also said that in times like these, Everyone should only take care of their own lives while they themselves plan to spend the rest of their lives in warmth and comfort. Before leaving, he asked Carter for several small bags of agricultural seeds as a parting gift. Alex said that he proved to him that even in such difficult times, there are always honest and kind people. So he decided to give him and his people a second chance to survive. Alex gave a few more bags of seeds for Carter and his people so that they could grow plants for future nutrition. Finally, he told Carter and his men that if they wanted to survive, they must do whatever it took. At first, the residents thought that they would not be able to grow anything in such harsh climatic conditions. However, one of the residents, who used to work as a professor at an agricultural university, told other residents that they needed to collect the seeds and plant them as soon as possible. Carter asked the professor if they could grow these seeds in such unfavorable conditions for plants. The professor replied that if they have a chance to grow edible plants, they should definitely take advantage of this chance. Then the rest of the residents also quickly began collecting bags of seeds. Alex soon returned home and thought that, having dealt with all the problems, he needed to start thinking about taking over the hideout. He then told Scarlett that he was very tired and hungry. Scarlett immediately went to the kitchen. She tied her hair in a ponytail and asked Alex what he would like to eat. Then Alex hugged Scarlett from behind and said that she was very sweet. Scarlett was very embarrassed and told Alex that he should wait until Aaron fell asleep. However, Alex replied that his apartment was well soundproofed, so they didn't have to worry about Aaron hearing anything. The next day, Alex woke up to messages on his phone, which turned out to be messages from Mateo. Mateo wrote that he was able to talk to Charles's people, and Alex told him to come to his apartment. A few minutes later, Mateo came to Alex's apartment and was incredibly glad that for the first time in all this time, he found himself in a warm and comfortable atmosphere. Then the hero approached Mateo and invited him to sit down to talk. A minute later, he sat down on his knees in front of the hero and wanted to tell all the details of his conversation with Charles as quickly as possible. However, before Mateo could explain everything, Alex asked him for his mobile phone. Mateo immediately panicked, not understanding why Alex needed his phone. Then Alex said that he just wanted to see his correspondence with Charles. Then he once again demanded the man's mobile phone. Mateo slowly and carefully took out his phone. Alex was annoyed that Mateo was taking so long and pointed the gun at his head to force him to hand over the phone faster. Before Mateo gave Alex the phone, he said that he wrote all sorts of nasty things about Alex so that Charles would believe him. Taking Mateo's phone, the hero noticed that he had been communicating with Charles for more than 2 weeks. When Alex opened the correspondence with Charles, he noticed that Mateo had indeed written a lot of nasty things about him, and also indicated that Alex was well armed and had a lot of supplies. When Alex wanted to know from Mateo how he was going to explain this correspondence, Mateo said that he wrote all this solely so that Charles would believe him. Mateo also reminded Alex that he injected a poison into his body that would still result in his death if he suddenly decided to betray Alex, and therefore he had no reason to betray him. Alex thought that from this correspondence, Charles only knew about a large number of weapons, a snowmobile, and the hero's well-protected apartment. Alex felt he should take advantage of this to lower Charles's guard and catch him off guard. Then he returned Mateo's phone and asked him to tell him about Charles's hideout and the security system. He was especially interested in Charles's defenses and weapons. Mateo reported that Charles's shelter was built from durable materials that are used to create spaceships, and even a nuclear explosion could not penetrate such protection. He also suggested that Alex try to sneak into the shelter with the help of a well-armed mob. Mateo added that despite the lack of heavy weapons, Charles had many poisonous gas sprayers in his shelter, and flamethrowers were mounted at the entrance to the shelter, the fire temperature of which exceeded 2,000 degrees. When Alex finished recording, he realized that if Charles needed his supplies, he would probably want to kill him. Alex suggested that in order to successfully invade Charles's hideout, they just need to wait for the right moment. The hero also told Mateo that he was not sure that Charles needed him alive, and therefore, if he was caught, it would be the worst possible outcome. When Alex mentioned that the biggest threat was the trap at the entrance, Mateo said that they needed to pretend he caught Alex so they could get through more easily. Alex also told Mateo that if he pretended that the gas affected him, then it would be possible to minimize the risks from traps in the shelter. The hero promised that as soon as they were inside the shelter, he would do everything possible to finish off Charles. Despite this plan, Alex decided not to tell Mateo that he had a gas mask to protect himself from the poisonous gas. After that, he thought about how to cope with all the difficulties with minimal effort. Suddenly, a brilliant idea popped into his head. In Alex's space, time always stands still, and therefore he can use his abilities in battle, which will give him a huge tactical advantage. Alex thought that if he could use his abilities not only as storage, but also as a weapon, it could greatly help him in the future. He then turned to Matteo and said that he would contact him in a couple of days, but the guy said that the poison in his body would not wait. The hero said that the poison takes a week to take effect, and a couple of days will not solve anything. He then escorted Matteo out of his apartment. When the hero was left alone, he thought that in the future he would have to find time to develop his abilities. Perhaps he had a talent not only for firearms. However, now he had to think about how to use the space in his confrontation with Charles. Alex then built a fire right in the middle of his apartment. He decided to try to absorb the flames that would erupt from the flamethrower using space. He thought that in theory he could do something like this. Since space is in a stable state, while maintaining constant kinetic energy, this can be accomplished. After that, Alex was going to turn this flame against his enemies. The hero decided that this was a great idea. He was glad that the space had so many uses. He then decided to start training to use his opponent's attacks against them. Suddenly, Alex remembered how he experimented with his abilities on live fish and wondered what would happen to a person who found himself in his space. Alex felt that he urgently needed to find people on whom he could conduct experiments with his abilities. After some time, Alex found one person who had been driven out by other neighbors and decided to conduct experiments on him. He threw a stick at the man's feet and told him to attack him. Alex also told the man that if he could hit him at least once, he would give him a piece of bread. At first, the man did not believe his words. However, the promise of giving him food motivated him, and after a second, he grabbed a stick and tried to attack Alex. However, at that moment, Alex reached forward and began to use his abilities, and at that very moment, he was able to pull the stick towards him. When Alex began to pull the man towards him, he tried to run away, but did not have enough strength to break free. After a few seconds, the hero was able to completely pull the man's body into his space. When he moved there, he noticed that the man had become completely motionless. The first thing Alex decided to do was check the person's pulse and breathing, but the person's heart was not beating and the pulse stopped. Alex wondered if the person would be able to return to normal if they were released from the space. After a few seconds, Alex released the man from space into the real world. At first, the concerned man took a breath and told Alex that for a moment he thought he was dead. The hero felt that even now the man was still experiencing some of the effects of his abilities, and told him that he would indeed die soon. Alex approached the man and asked how he was feeling now. The man said that he felt as if he were inside a huge white cloud with a bunch of garbage falling into it. He also told Alex that he felt like he was in this state forever, and then he thought he was just hallucinating. Alex realized that time in his space passed hundreds of times slower than in reality. He thought that the longer a living being stayed in his pocket space, the more likely it was to experience a mental disorder. Alex also became interested in what would happen to a person if they were physically harmed in such a static state. Then he took out a knife and cut off 2 of the man's fingers to test his reaction. The man immediately screamed and clutched his crippled hand. Alex then assumed that if he physically harmed a person in his space, that person would leave his pocket space. Alex then provided the man with bandages for his wounds and said that they would continue the experiments once the wounds were completely healed. After some time, Alex conducted several additional experiments, from which he received quite useful information about his abilities. While Alex was lighting the fire, the man sat not far from him, eating the food Alex had provided and thanking him for his kindness. From his experiments, the hero learned that some objects, such as very large objects or living people, cannot be moved into his space. Alex also realized that with the help of his ability, he could open a certain channel between the worlds, and thanks to this control, the flow of his ability. After Alex carried out all the necessary experiments with his abilities, he began to clearly understand how he would cope with Charles when he got to him in his hideout. Alex then approached the man and thanked him for his help in the experiments. He then took out a knife and instantly slit the man's throat. As the man's body fell to the floor, Alex told him that he was now no longer needed for further experiments. At first, the man did not believe that he was finally dying. However, the man looked at Alex and thanked him for finally killing him. He said that he could now leave this cruel world, after which he closed his eyes and died with a smile on his face. After that, Alex headed towards his apartment, thinking that he needed to find more people for further experiments in order to be as prepared as possible for the upcoming attack on Charles's hideout. 3 days later, Alex called Matteo and said that today they were going to take over Charles's hideout. However, Matteo said that his condition was getting worse every day, and Alex was surprised at how strongly Matteo believed that he actually had poison in his system. The hero decided to deceive Matteo a little and told him that he would first inject him with an antidote to alleviate the symptoms of the poison a little. The man immediately extended his hand so that Alex could inject him as quickly as possible. When Alex took out the syringe, he informed Matteo that he would still die in 5 days, even with the antidote in his system. However, he said that he was not going to play with his own life. Mateo promised to do everything possible to make the attack as easy and effective as possible. He then called Charles to let him know that he would be bringing Alex back soon. After the conversation, Alex began to collect everything he needed to attack Charles. At this time, Scarlett wanted to know what Alex was going to do this time, and Alex told her that he would tell her everything when he returned home. Before Alex left, he left Scarlett and Aaron food for 2 weeks in case he didn't return. The girl was very worried about Alex and hugged him tightly. She was very concerned that Alex decided to get involved in a dangerous business again. But Alex assured her that he never does anything he is not sure about. Alex also said that his greatest fear is death, and that is why he is not going to die. He then kissed Scarlett before heading with Mateo to Charles's hideout. Alex told Scarlett that when he returned, they would definitely continue what they had just started. When he left the apartment, Scarlett became even more worried that something bad might happen to Alex. When Alex got on the snowmobile, he pulled out a rope and asked Mateo to hold out his hands to be tied up. Mateo felt that Alex still did not believe in his help and thought that he was going to betray him. However, Alex said that it would be easier for him if Mateo sat with his hands tied and would look more convincing when arriving at the shelter. Mateo had no choice but to agree, and Alex tied his hands. They then went to Charles's hideout. While Mateo was sitting on a snowmobile, a strong storm began, and he asked Alex for a spare helmet. But Alex said that Mateo would look even more convincing this way. After some time, Alex and Mateo finally reached the prestigious area where Charles lived. Along the way, Alex admired how well the residents chose the location for such a premium area, with views of the rivers and mountains. Alex also noted the favorable terrain for the perfect shelter, and noted that the area had significantly less snow than other parts of the city. He was surprised that, despite the serious consequences of the disaster, the area was only slightly affected. Mateo said that despite all the luxury of the area, the locals still survived the horrors of the cataclysm, while Alex lives in warmth and comfort. Alex and Mateo then set off on foot, although Mateo thought it would be better to continue on a snowmobile. One of the locals, a red-haired girl, saw Alex and Mateo arrive on a snowmobile. She thought that a snowmobile was a necessary tool for survival in such conditions. The girl was also afraid that she and her neighbors would soon run out of fuel, in which case they would have to rely only on outside help. The girl believed that if she wanted to stay alive, she would have to take a risk. Soon, Alex and Mateo reached one of the buildings, presumably the entrance to Charles's hideout. Alex pointed a gun at Mateo and told him to open the door immediately. Mateo then said that he would now open the door and walked up to the camera above the entrance to the shelter. At this moment, Charles looked at one of the monitors. He was surprised that Mateo arrived a day earlier than expected. Charles was also unhappy that they had arrived without a snowmobile and decided not to open the door at this point. Alex then told Mateo that if he did not open the door immediately, he would shoot him. Mateo tried to open the door again. He looked at the camera and said that he had worked hard to get here and demanded that the door to the bunker be finally opened. Then Charles told him that if he tried anything unexpected, he would immediately set him on fire. After that, Charles finally opened the door and Alex and Mateo were able to go inside. The hero continued to hold Mateo at gunpoint. Once they were in the shelter's corridor, Alex couldn't help but be amazed at how much money Charles had invested in creating this shelter. Then Mateo pointed Alex to a door at the end of the corridor that could lead them to the hideout. Through the security cameras, Charles saw Alex and Mateo in the hallway. Then he decided to immediately start releasing gas. Suddenly, Alex and Mateo noticed that gas began to flow from the ventilation system. They felt that they were in an extremely hopeless situation as the gas spread down the corridor. Alex told Mateo to open the door immediately, but he replied that he would wait until Alex died to take his supplies and snowmobile. Alex realized that Mateo wanted to betray him from the very beginning and promised that he would kill him. However, Mateo said that even if Alex shoots him, he will still die at the hands of Charles. After a few seconds, Charles stopped the sleeping gas and was satisfied that he was able to neutralize Alex and Mateo at the same time. When the supply of sleeping gas stopped, Mateo lay unconscious on the floor while Alex, wearing a gas mask, began to draw the remaining gas into his space. Soon, the hideout door opened and Alex decided to wait for Charles to get closer, which would make it easier to disarm him. However, Alex saw that instead of Charles, an unknown man with a knife and rope entered the corridor. The hero cursed under his breath about Mateo not telling him that there were more people here. While the man examined Mateo's body, Alex realized that it was the famous actor Leonardo. Alex remembered the rumors that Leonardo and Charles were on very good terms, which is why Leonardo was in this hideout. A few minutes later, Leonardo walked up to Charles and placed the bodies of Mateo and Alex in front of him. He said that he dealt with this idiot very easily. Then Charles said that he could have dealt with Alex himself, since he had invested a lot of money in the security system of his shelter. While Leonardo and Charles discussed their future plans, Alex released the sleeping gas he had collected earlier from his space. After a couple of seconds, Charles and Leonardo began to feel extremely tired and weak, and began to hallucinate. Soon, they both fell to the floor unconscious. As Charles fell to the floor, Alex cut the ropes Leonardo had tied him with. Having freed himself, Alex approached the neutralized bodies of Charles and Leonardo. After this, he tied them up and searched them, but found nothing useful. Then Alex decided to explore the area of the shelter a little in order to roughly assess its scale. The first thing he came across was a huge room with a bar counter, and could not believe that Charles continued to live comfortably even in such harsh conditions. Then he went out into a corridor where there was a spiral staircase and several more doors. Opening the next door, Alex discovered a large courtyard space in which a variety of plants grew that survived even during the cataclysm. Alex was very pleased that this shelter was now completely his. After this, the hero decided to go up to the second floor to find out what other interesting and useful rooms there were in this shelter. Once on the second floor, Alex was amazed at the number of rooms, including a playroom, a recreation room, a pet room, and others. When Alex opened the door to the waterbed bedroom, he saw a huge bed with several girls in swimsuits. The hero thought that even rich people can have their secrets. After that, Alex went to the room with the animals and was surprised that Charles was actually breeding animals in such unfavorable conditions. However, when Alex opened the door to this room, he was very surprised. Instead of various animals, he saw several sleeping girls in different costumes. At some point, one of the girls woke up and, seeing Alex, addressed him as a prince. She admitted that they were wrong and began to ask for forgiveness and beg them to let them go or give them more time. When the girl grabbed Alex's leg, he just kicked her and pushed her to the side. He understood why there was not a single living soul left around. After that, Alex took out a gun and shot at the unfortunate girls to finally put them out of their misery. Alex then found a very large room that looked like a security center. Another huge room contained a lot of specialized equipment responsible for many of the processes inside the shelter, such as power supply and other vital elements. Through surveillance cameras, Alex also learned that the hideout had rooms such as a gym and a shooting range where he could train his fighting skills. Alex also wanted to explore a few more rooms, but access to them was closed. Then he realized that in order to fully study all the rooms of the shelter, he would have to turn to Charles. Alex returned to the bound Charles and Leonardo and poured water on both of them to wake them up. When Charles finally woke up, Alex immediately told him that he needed his help. Charles was at a loss, not understanding how Alex managed to free himself and neutralize them. Alex only told Charles that to survive in this harsh world, you need to have a strong trump card in reserve. He then pulled out a gun and told Charles that since he didn't want to talk about it, it was best to change the subject. The hero asked Charles if he was willing to help and cooperate in order to stay alive. The frightened man told Alex that if he left him alive, they could discuss everything they needed. Then Alex decided to immediately tell Charles that his main task was to find a stable place to continue living in such harsh conditions. He reported that it was too dangerous outside, with very little supplies and the temperature too cold. So this shelter was an excellent place to live in such conditions. Charles thought that Alex wanted to kill him and move here forever, but the hero said that he was not going to kill him. Alex also noted that Charles's hideout is large enough for 100 people to live in without any problems, and that he doesn't like killing people without a good reason. The hero added that he hopes to eventually become friends with Charles, which calmed the latter a little. Alex also said that the cataclysm will end sooner or later, and he would like to become a good friend to a person like Charles who can help him in the future. Charles immediately told him that when everything returned to normal, he would definitely help Alex with everything. At that moment, the man thought that Alex was one of those people who hoped for the end of the cataclysm and was afraid to return to the previous calm life that existed before the cataclysm. Then Charles asked him what exactly he needed, and Alex said that since Charles himself had agreed to cooperate, he would not demand much from him. The first thing Alex said was that they would now live together in this shelter, and then demanded instructions from him on how to use the shelter. Charles asked Alex if he would promise to spare his life if he provided information on how to use the shelter. Alex once again reminded Charles that he does not like to kill people without a good reason and hopes to maintain his friendship with him when the cataclysm is over. Charles realized that he had no choice but to provide Alex with all the necessary information about the shelter. Then he agreed to the terms. After this, the men went to the observation center, where Alex received all the necessary data about the shelter from one of the computers. Within minutes, the data was transferred to the shelter management system, and Alex became the new full owner of the shelter. After this, Charles demanded that the hero immediately untie him. Hearing this, Alex grinned and asked Charles to wait a little. Then he suddenly took out a knife and stuck it straight into Charles's throat. Alex ordered him to take a deep breath and relax. He said that at first he would feel a little dizzy, after which the pain would subside and he would die. Charles looked at Alex with a dead gaze, not understanding why he decided to get rid of him after everything he had done for him. Alex explained that he had no need to keep unnecessary trash. When Charles stopped showing signs of life, the hero decided to clean up a little and clear the traces of his crime. After he finished cleaning, he looked at Mateo and realized that since he had dealt with the most difficult task, it would be easy to deal with Mateo. After some time, Mateo finally regained consciousness and tried to understand what happened to him and where he was now. When he fully came to his senses, he was very surprised that Alex was able to cope with Charles. Mateo decided to make sure that Charles was really dead, and Alex said that Charles was just trash and he didn't need to know the details. Mateo was so happy that Charles was finally dead that he began to trample on his body and insult him in every possible way. While the man kicked Charles's body, Alex pointed to the backpack that Mateo had left as a well-deserved reward for his successful cooperation. At first, Mateo was very surprised. When the guy opened the backpack, he saw a large amount of supplies and immediately began to greedily eat everything from the backpack. He told Alex that if he needed help in the future, he could feel free to contact him. Alex then informed Mateo that there were very few supplies left in the shelter, and the energy would only last 5 years, and therefore they would not be able to stay here for long. At first, Mateo didn't fully understand what the guy meant. Then Alex explained that during Charles's stay, most of the supplies in the hideout had been used up, and said that the supply he left with Mateo should be enough for a while. However, Mateo immediately started yelling at Alex, accusing him of wanting to drive him out of hiding and stay here alone. The man also claimed that Alex specifically hid all the supplies in order to get rid of him as soon as possible. Mateo stated that he would not leave the shelter since it was he who told Alex about this place. Alex asked Mateo why he suddenly decided that Alex wanted to get rid of him. But the guy couldn't give a clear answer and only said that he was already used to treating people so carelessly. Mateo also warned that if he is kicked out of his hiding place, he will definitely tell everyone what Alex really is, and that sooner or later there will be someone who will put him in his place. After this, the hero took out a gun and told Mateo that if he really wanted to do this, then he no longer had any reason to leave him alive. Alex then shot him and said that anger does not make a person strong, but only instills a false sense of justice and superiority over others. After that, Alex took the backpack that Mateo gave him and thought that he would like to keep him alive a little longer, but he himself decided to end it earlier. When Alex dealt with Mateo, the first thing he decided to do was relax in his new place of residence. While resting, Alex thought that he urgently needed to return for Scarlet and bring her here. The hero also thought that now that he has a new permanent residence, he can transfer his apartment to Aaron. Alex believed that by giving the apartment to the man, he could repay his kindness, and in addition, Aaron would be able to look after the apartment while Alex lived here with Scarlet. As he walked towards the bar, Alex also remembered that he had promised Aaron that he would find a new woman. But now the hero realized that he had time to find a suitable companion for Aaron, and decided to first rest a little as Charles did. When Alex found the TV remote and turned on the TV, he noticed that the screen was showing foreign channels. Alex was interested in how Charles was able to set up the channels so that they could be watched even in the face of a global cataclysm. At some point, it seemed to him that Charles had access to all the television channels in the world. Then Alex went to one of the rooms, in the wall of which he found a powerful computing server. At first, he couldn't even believe that Charles was able to build his own server in the house. Although he didn't know much about servers, he still understood that there was a very powerful network here with a strong signal. Alex believed that such a powerful network would give him access to a lot of useful information. After that, he went to the computer center and, using reliable internet sources, learned that in the first month after the start of the cataclysm, almost half of the Earth's population died. Also from these sources, Alex learned that at the moment there are only 2 billion people on Earth trying to survive, and at this rate, in a year, the Earth's population will be reduced to 5%. He also found information about mutants and people with superpowers. Having opened one of the articles, Alex learned that after the start of the cataclysm, some people began to manifest various super abilities due to special radiation. However, in addition to people with superpowers, there were also those whose bodies had undergone serious deformations and mutations. Despite this, there were very few mutants. Alex suggested that there could also be people hiding their superpowers. He then decided that as the world situation became increasingly dangerous, he should remain in hiding. Soon, Alex went outside and got on his snowmobile to go pick up Scarlet and bring her to their new place of residence. However, before he could start the snowmobile and follow Scarlet, he heard a voice. In fear, Alex pulled out a gun, aimed it to the side and asked who called him. Behind Alex stood a pretty woman who wanted to tell him something. Seeing a familiar face, Alex assumed that this woman was the famous Chinese supermodel Julia. Julia was the dream of almost every man in China. Then the girl told Alex that she had not eaten anything for 3 days and asked him to help her. At first, Alex politely refused Julia. He said that if she wanted to go with him, she must have some good reason. Then Julia admitted that she did not want to die and looked pleadingly at Alex, saying that she was ready to literally do anything to survive. Alex couldn't resist Julia's gaze and still decided to help the girl. However, he tried to hide his emotions and simply told her to follow him. Julia notices how experienced Alex is when he enters Charles's house. As soon as the girl walked inside, she immediately felt warm and took off her coat. She pretended to be surprised and asked if this was Charles's residence and what his relationship was with him. Alex didn't answer her question, but carefully asked if she knew Charles well. Julia explains that Alex doesn't really know Charles very well. She added that in their social circle, they meet at events and simply nod and greet each other. Alex poured the tea, thinking it was a smart move. He handed the tea to Julia, saying that the place belonged to him now and she shouldn't ask questions. Julia drank the tea, enjoying its warmth, and noticed that it was the first cup of hot water she had drunk in days. She then coyly asked if she could use the bathroom to take a hot shower. Alex naturally allowed her. Julia undressed and left her clothes in the living room, enjoying a long, hot shower. Her body instantly relaxed, and she began to think about how to get Alex to take her side. She believed that with her beauty, it would not be difficult to win him. And compared to some of the men she knew, Alex was simply a godsend. She believed that her luck had not run out yet, and even if she had to be with Alex for several months, she agreed. After her shower, Julia walked outside barefoot, deciding that she would do whatever it took to stay. She had a clear idea of what would happen next, and mentally prepared herself for it, telling herself that this was just a deal. When the snowstorm was over and everything returned to normal, she would still be a top-class celebrity and no one would know about it. She wrapped herself in a towel and approached Alex, asking if she could stay. Julia said that she needs a strong man like Alex who can protect her. Seeing that Alex remained unperturbed, she took his hand and began to ask for help, assuring him that she would not create problems and would calmly leave as soon as the blizzard ended. However, Alex shakes her hand off, realizing that she views him as a means of protection and plans to leave as soon as the blizzard ends. He took a sip of red wine and quipped that he didn't know if the blizzard would ever end or if the world would return to the way it was before. Julia suddenly begins to worry and claims that, of course, everything can return to normal, as if reassuring herself. She worried that if the world could not return to its previous state, then all her previous achievements would be in vain. Alex, not wanting to argue, says that if she thinks everything can go back to normal, then so be it. But for now, if she lives in his house, she will follow his rules. He pulls Julia close and she whispers that she understands. Alex decided not to stand on ceremony with her anymore and kissed her, throwing her onto the sofa. After spending the night together, Alex retrieves an item of clothing from another dimension and tosses it to Julia. She looks at him dumbfounded, wondering what kind of superpower allows him to summon objects out of thin air. When Alex is about to turn away, Julia grabs his hand and asks him not to leave. He looks at her cheerfully and says that he has things to do and will deal with her later in the evening. Then Julia blushes and explains that she needs to discuss something important with him. Alex, feeling a little hungry, agrees to talk while they eat. Julia obediently sits down at the dinner table, and Alex instantly summons some food from another dimension and places it on the table. He calmly says that since they are going to move in together, they need to set some ground rules. He says that his house is quite big and adding another woman will not change anything, but he has only one requirement: she must obey him. He expects her to understand what he means. Julia, of course, understands what Alex is getting at. He clearly sets some unspoken rules, but she also did not become a celebrity out of naivety. The girl says that she can agree to his terms, but she has principles that she hopes he will respect. Alex, amused, throws up his hands and tells her to continue. Julia seriously states that everything that happens between them will remain within the framework of this ice age. If they break up, he shouldn't reveal what they were doing because her reputation would be ruined if people found out. Alex, eating at ease, understands her concerns and readily agrees to her terms. Plucking up courage, Julia puts forward a second condition. He cannot force her to do anything that is unpleasant to her or make outrageous demands. Having said this, she blushed and began to awkwardly shift from foot to foot. Alex looked puzzled, reminding her that she was the one who approached him and now she was acting like a victim. He pulled her close and told her not to act all innocent, especially since she was an actress. He wondered how she became a top-class celebrity with such poor acting skills. Julia remained silent, unable to respond to his reproaches. Then Alex picked her up and sat her on the dining table, whispering in her ear that she shouldn't worry because he didn't have any strange fantasies. Early the next morning, Alex was preparing to leave. He asked the girl to stay in the room while he was gone. He then suddenly remembered that his friend Aaron was still single and asked Julia if rich women and celebrities lived here. She nodded, confirming that to live here you had to be rich or a high-ranking person. Alex smiled and said that he had a friend who had recently been deceived by a treacherous woman, and he could use some female companionship to heal the wound in his heart. He asked if Julia could help him find the right person in his circle. Hearing this, Julia looked at him in surprise. She explained that only slightly older women remained in the area. Alex said that Aaron prefers mature women, so Julia readily said that this simplifies the matter and said that she would contact one girl, Elsa. Alex's face lit up when he heard this name, because Elsa was a real goddess. When Julia spoke to her on the phone, the hero thought that Elsa is the woman of dreams for many. Soon the girl arrived at their home. Elsa, hungry for several days, thought about the proposal and said she was ready for anything. Without further ado, Alex brought out the food from another dimension, and Elsa immediately began to eat. Alex looked at both women, declaring that from now on he would take care of their nutrition and survival. However, if someone leaks information, he will be obliged to take their life. Meanwhile, the story moves to another village called Shu. Local young people were busy drilling a layer of ice underground. Soon, a huge drill was brought to the drilling site. Several sleighs with sled dogs were tied to it. The sled dogs ran with all their might, while the machine was working at full capacity. Suddenly, she broke the ice with a loud sound. Small fish immediately jumped out of the drilled hole, and the workers went down to the hole to collect the fish. The young man asked his uncle if he thought that the people in the city froze to death in such cold weather. The old man sighed and said that city dwellers don't even know how to farm and usually depend on them for food, so they're probably already starving if they aren't already. He added that fortunately, in the countryside, they had food supplies and the stamina to survive, although the cold scared them. At that moment, a roar was heard in the distance. The uncle became wary, noting that in such cold it is rare to see living people, and wondered if it was the sound of a snowmobile. At that moment, Alex rushed past on a snowmobile and was surprised to see that people in Shu City were fishing by breaking through the ice. He also noticed their sled and was amazed at how quickly people adapted to this icy apocalypse. Elsa, who was riding with the hero, was horrified when she saw the dogs. The villagers noticed Alex's snowmobile and, without saying a word, rushed in pursuit of their sled dogs. Alex quickly increased his speed, speeding away with the girl. With 6 dogs and 3 riders chasing him, Alex realized that if he got caught by this group of people, he would definitely be in trouble. Suddenly, one of the fishermen threw a harpoon towards Alex, but he dodged. Alex turned sharply, and due to inertia, Elsa was thrown to the side. At that moment, the hero realized that strangers with dogs were approaching them. The fisherman caught up and attacked Alex, demanding to leave the woman in the snowmobile, and then he could leave. Alex looked at them coldly and quickly pulled out a gun, pointing it at them. The fisherman suddenly became nervous and offered to talk, saying that there was no need for knives and pistols. They also wondered where this guy got the weapon, to which Alex replied that he inherited it. However, when they saw a beautiful woman and a snowmobile, they did not want to let him go. They said that this was Shu village territory and he had to pay a toll to pass through. He must leave either the woman or the vehicle of his choice. Alex chuckled and asked what if he didn't want to choose either. The fisherman immediately became serious and said that they had so many people and dogs, but he had a limited amount of ammunition. Alex's eyes became even colder. He realized that he had to end this quickly, otherwise it would be difficult to escape if other fishermen from the village arrived. Taking a deep breath, he muttered that they forced him into this matter. He then took out another weapon and warned them not to blame him. He raised both pistols and shot at the strangers. Several people from the village immediately fell. The male leader was shocked to realize that Alex was serious. He ordered the dogs to rush at Alex, but Alex was already ready. He opened his palm, waiting for the right moment. With one movement, he activated another dimension, drawing in all 8 angry dogs. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Alex lifted Elsa from the ground, started the snowmobile, and rushed away. Looking around at the villagers who arrived one after another, Alex thought that it was very close and he was almost bitten by those mad dogs. But he was smart enough to use another dimension as a weapon. The villagers who woke up seeing corpses on the ground were shocked to realize that they were faced with such a cruel enemy. Looking around, they noticed that the dogs were missing. This seemed extremely strange to them, because the dogs were tamed and did not retreat without orders. They lamented that they had lost 4 lives and 8 snow dogs, and realized that they were in big trouble. The leader noticed that this man not only had a gun and a snowmobile, but he had also killed many people from the Shu family's town, suggesting that he might be unusual or even have superpowers like Joshua from their village. He advised them not to act rashly and to consult the village chief. Returning to the city, the village leader gathered the group and went to see Joshua, who was fast asleep, clutching a pillow with a print of a beautiful girl in his arms. The village leader blushed when he saw the room full of anime figures and posters. He scolded Joshua, asking if he was ashamed of furnishing his room like that as a grown man. Joshua stretched lazily and replied that the village women could not even be called girls. But this was his hobby. In response to this, the man shouted, saying that his village was full of beauties. Then Joshua asked what they wanted from him. The headman said that this morning while fishing, they encountered a young man who killed 4 and took their dogs. Joshua thought that after the fighting with the neighboring villages had just ended, this was now upon them. Then the headman said that that guy was incredibly strong and could have superpowers like Joshua. Perhaps the village is no longer safe. Then Joshua realized that this was clearly no ordinary opponent. He stated that this was quite possible. However, the guy was sure that he was the chosen one, and God sent him here to make him stronger. At this moment, an awkward pause hung in the room. Then the old man said, "All the families in their village belong to the same clan, and therefore they must avenge their sacrifices with blood." He then added that the man was too strong, and so Joshua had to deal with it. The guy said they shouldn't worry and promised to look into it. Meanwhile, Alex dropped Elsa off safely at the base of the apartment complex. On the way, Alex told her that the man she would meet was in this building and asked her to go upstairs with him. Elsa agreed, albeit reluctantly, deciding that in this apocalyptic world, having someone to team up with wasn't the worst choice. Soon, Alex entered the apartment, where he was happily greeted by Scarlet, who quickly helped him take off his coat. When Scarlet noticed the woman standing behind Alex, she felt threatened and immediately began fussing over Alex. She asked if he was tired, if he was thirsty, and if he wanted something to eat. However, Alex ignored Scarlet and asked Elsa to sit down. Scarlet sensed that something had changed in Alex and asked if he now preferred mature women. Alex smiled and told her not to think too much about it, explaining that the woman had come to take care of Aaron, but she was right that he preferred mature women. Scarlet looked stunned, but Alex was more concerned about Aaron's condition. Scarlet replied that Aaron was almost recovered, which was simply a miracle, because it usually takes at least 3 months. She gave him muscle relaxants as prescribed, but they didn't seem to suppress his strength. Alex nodded, suspecting that Aaron had an enhancement-type mutation, and asked about his mental state. After thinking for a while, Scarlet said that he was fine and his mental state was normal. No problems were found. Alex then went into Aaron's room and saw that he was fine, which allayed his concerns. He also told Aaron about how he had captured Charles's hideout the day before. Hearing this, Aaron remarked that rich people know a lot about entertainment. Alex calmly replied that in this sense it was easier for rich and powerful people to survive in this post-apocalyptic world. Aaron lowered his head and expressed his gratitude by saying that if it weren't for Alex, he wouldn't be alive today. Alex then asked if Aaron had noticed any changes in his body over the past few days. Aaron lifted his shirt and explained that his body had changed. Despite severe gunshot wounds that would take months to heal, he recovered in just a few days. Moreover, his strength has increased significantly. To demonstrate this, he lifted the sofa next to him with one hand. Alex looked at Aaron with admiration. Aaron, feeling like some kind of monster, looked puzzled. But Alex calmed him down, telling him that he shouldn't worry so much, because he had just awakened a powerful ability within himself. Alex smiled and said that he, too, had awakened some abilities, and then took out some food from another space. Aaron was completely dumbfounded, understanding why Alex always seemed to have endless resources. Suddenly inspired, Aaron knocked over the bed with a strong push of his hand and fell to the floor. Alex then advised him to get used to his new body before making any moves. Seeing Aaron's condition, Alex was incredibly happy, deciding that the stronger Aaron became, the safer they would be. Meanwhile, Elsa and Scarlet were busy in the living room. Alex got back to business and told Aaron that he had found him a wife. Aaron looked at Elsa and his eyes widened in disbelief at the sight of the girl of his dreams. Elsa walked over and greeted Aaron with a smile. Alex looked at both of them and suggested that, given the exceptional circumstances, they should unite and live together. The newly made couple looked at each other embarrassedly. Aaron was clearly embarrassed to see such a beautiful woman in front of him. Alex said that he would leave the house to them, and he and Scarlet would move to a new shelter. Aaron became worried and protested, saying that he couldn't take the house away from Alex because it was for his safety. Alex reassured him by telling him that he had found a better place to stay and that Aaron could bring his wife to visit any time. After setting up the house for Aaron, Alex and Scarlet went downstairs to go to their new home. Then Alex spoke about the wedding gift for Aaron, taking out a snowmobile from another room. Aaron was amazed and protested, saying that it was Alex's vital means of transportation and he couldn't take it away from him. He asked what Alex would do without the snowmobile. However, Alex replied that he could do without him. And to prove this, he took out an SUV from another space. Everyone around him was speechless at the sight of his extraterrestrial abilities. Soon, Alex and Scarlett drove to their new villa in an SUV, Scarlett curiously asking what the new house was like. Alex smiled and said that their new house was huge and many times more comfortable than where they lived now. He mentioned that there was another person in their new home, which made Scarlett nervous, wondering if it was another woman and if Alex had changed his feelings for her. Alex patted her arm, telling her not to think too much about it. He explained that he was simply worried that she would be too busy, so he found someone to help share household responsibilities with her. Scarlett finally relaxed and snuggled closer to Alex. He smiled at her and told her to be obedient, and then everything would be fine. As they were driving, the wind suddenly began to pick up, and suddenly a whirlwind hit the back of the SUV. Alex quickly realized something was wrong, noting that the snow was too unnatural. Then there was a loud bang. A gust of wind hit the car, causing it to veer off course, holding the steering wheel tightly. Alex pressed the gas pedal and told Scarlett to hold on tight. Extending his left hand, he opened a passage into space, drawing the advancing snowstorm into it. The hero understood that they needed to leave here quickly. Alex realized it was a tornado. He noted that the city had not seen a tornado for several centuries, decided that this was definitely an attack, and not a natural disaster, apparently. They were attacked by a person with superpowers. However, Alex calmed down, realizing that his ability was the highest degree of defense. As long as he did not panic, the enemy would not be able to kill him. He thought for a moment and realized that the attacker must be somewhere nearby. The hero deftly turned the car around and opened up the space again, drawing in the tornado. Meanwhile, in the shadows, Joshua realized that something was wrong. The tornado hit the car and then suddenly stopped. The tornado had drained a lot of his energy, and he wasn't sure how strong his opponent was. The more Joshua thought about it, the more he became convinced that this guy was not so easy to deal with, and that perhaps he also had superpowers. Two villagers sensed something was wrong and asked Joshua what was going on and why his superpower didn't work this time. Joshua replied that they were facing difficulties and needed to find another way, suggesting they retreat for now. At this point, Alex in the car was ready for action. He understood that this tornado had taken a lot of strength from the attacker. He then took out a sniper rifle with a telescopic sight and took aim. After that, he got out of the car and again aimed at the opponents. He then fired several shots. One of the villagers fell into the snow with a wound in the leg. Joshua and the other villager were stunned. They realized that the guy had a sniper rifle and could hit from such a long distance, which defies all logic. Alex raised his sniper rifle again, causing Joshua to hide behind the snowy mountain in fear. Alex smiled, noting that since Joshua was hiding, then it was time to return the gift given to him. With that, he raised his left hand and released the engulfed tornado. Joshua saw a tornado that looked exactly like his own superpower and was dumbfounded, thinking that the guy had the same superpower as him. Just as Joshua was about to be swallowed up by the tornado, he gathered his last strength and unleashed his superpower again. The two tornadoes collided and canceled each other out, and Joshua took this opportunity to escape. Alex watched the retreating figures and decided to let them go for now. He decided that he could not follow them into the village, especially with Scarlett in the car. After all, one small mistake can lead to disaster. He shouted that if they wanted revenge, they could find him, but next time it would be on his territory. Without stopping, he continued towards their new home. Meanwhile, he felt that he had learned a lot from this battle, realizing that the future world would most likely be dominated by people with superpowers. Scarlett, concerned, asked if those they didn't kill would return to take revenge. However, Alex reassured her, explaining that their new shelter was very safe. And even if a superpower like a tornado were to bury him, it wouldn't affect their lives in any way. He promised that with their ability, they had nothing to fear. Meanwhile, the defeated villagers were heading back to their settlement. Meanwhile, Julia, dressed in lingerie, was lying on the bed. She was not used to being suddenly kept like a bird in a cage and was wondering how to pass the time. As the door clicked open, Alex walked in and told her to stand up as he wanted to introduce her to his friend. Julia was scared, thinking that he might be going to set her up with someone else. Alex laughed at her reaction and explained that it was okay, and she should even call her new friend sister. Julia, again surprised, nervously asked if this woman was his girlfriend. Instead of answering, Alex handed her the clothes. Julia began to think about the fact that she, a world-class star, was sharing a man with another woman. Determined not to lose to another girl, she applied beautiful makeup to her face, deciding that if she were to lose, it wouldn't be because of her charm. Meanwhile, Scarlet also prepared carefully, believing that female charm is the best weapon and that their competition is just beginning. After much careful preparation, Julia finally appeared in the living room. However, the moment the two women made eye contact, both were shocked to realize that they knew each other. Scarlet stepped aside irritably, intending to leave the room. Then Alex asked with a grin if she really knew their new friend. Then Scarlet angrily told Alex that she was her sister. However, relations between the two women seemed strained. Julia pulled Alex aside and whispered that no matter what he did, he must not let Scarlet find out about them. Alex scratched his chin and smiled, asking what exactly she shouldn't know about them. Julia, instantly angry, clarified the nature of the deal between them. It turned out that both of their families boasted many talented people. Julia chose the entertainment industry to become famous, wanting to become an actress, and Scarlet decided to go into medicine. Meanwhile, Scarlet looked at Julia contemptuously, saying that if Julia were truly talented, she would have risen through her own efforts. She added that people in high places make fun of their family because everyone knows that Julia is doing shady things. The shame she causes with her behavior is sickening to hear, let alone see. Alex found Scarlet's expression somewhat amusing. Scarlet kept telling her sister that she was only popular because of her figure. At first, Alex thought that the girl was right, but then he waved his hand, making it clear that he did not care about their past grievances, since there were no more eminent families here. Now they are just neighbors in misfortune. Alex then took them to an underground garden with vegetables and plants, informing them that their daily task, in addition to household chores, was to take care of these plants to ensure their vital functions. Both women nodded happily, glad to have something to do. After that, Alex sent Scarlet upstairs to clean up the bedroom, leaving Julia next to him. She thanked him for keeping their secret. She asked that in future they keep their relationship a secret from Scarlet. However, Alex had other plans, and he understood that there were only 3 people in such a large shelter, and it would not be easy to remain unnoticed. To express her gratitude, Julia offered to cook food for Alex. He was somewhat taken aback, surprised that the star could cook. Then Julia went to the kitchen, explaining that not all celebrities are useless and that cooking helps her relax when she's bored. However, to her misfortune, she discovered that there were no ingredients in the kitchen. Julia looked for something but found nothing. Watching Julia walk back and forth, Alex couldn't help but admire her figure. He walked up to her from behind and exhaled in relief. Julia stood up nervously and, leaning back, looked anxiously into the guy's eyes. Her face turned red as she asked him what he was doing, reminding him of their agreement not to behave like that and asking him if their relationship was found out. Alex smiled, making it clear that he could not do anything about it since she was too captivating. He then pulled out a bunch of ingredients from the space and placed them on the table. Julia widened her eyes in amazement and looked at the table. Alex playfully patted Julia's thighs, assuring her that this was how they would eat from now on. After cooking, Julia called Alex and Scarlet over for dinner. Alex looked with satisfaction at the dishes laid out in front of him. At this time, Julia and Scarlet were thinking about their own things. The red-haired girl was worried that her sister might have noticed them. Scarlet then tasted the food and immediately frowned, deciding that there was too much salt in it, and wondered how anyone could eat such a thing. Julia felt a little guilty, realizing that in such circumstances it was not so easy to choose the right seasoning. Alex watched all this smiling. He deliberately incited rivalry between these two women in order to ultimately benefit himself. He quickly picked up the dish with his chopsticks and served it to Scarlet, hinting that this dish was less salty. The girl obediently ate the dish from the young man's hands. Feeling satisfied, Scarlet immediately began to feign love between her and Alex, claiming that food always tastes better when he feeds it. Julia, sitting on the sidelines, watched her sister's performance with a heavy heart. The hero thought to himself that competition is the best way to motivate employees. That evening, Scarlet asked Alex who he thought was better, Julia or her. Alex reassured her not to think too much and told her that she was the one he loved the most. Hearing this, Scarlet immediately hugged Alex tightly. Alex thought to himself that she was truly naive. Although he seemed passionately devoted to her, he had never truly been in love with her. She simply satisfied his basic needs. For him, love was just a disease that makes people lose their minds. Over the past few days, Alex has been slowly practicing his shooting skills. Suddenly, his phone rang. Just as he was about to answer, he realized that this was not a message, but a regular phone call. Considering that after the apocalypse, all electrical networks were turned off, and almost everyone he knew had disappeared. He became curious about this unfamiliar number. He laughed, saying that even if it was someone he knew, he shouldn't worry, and quickly hung up, blocking the number. However, 2 minutes later, the same number called again. This time, Alex was alarmed, wondering what was going on since he had blocked the number. He thought he might not have blocked the number that time and blocked it again. Just then, the phone rang again. This time, Alex was truly panicked, wondering if he was imagining something. While he was going crazy, the phone answered the call itself. The voice on the other end of the line began to question Alex about why he was not answering the calls. Although Alex was panicking, he told himself to remain calm. He knew that this person on the other end of the phone was no small thing compared to the trash he had encountered before. The voice on the other end of the line began listing detailed personal information about Alex, from his date of birth and address to his current place of residence, and even his previous place of employment. At that moment, Alex could no longer hold back and demanded to know who this caller was and how he knew so much about him. The man on the other end of the line grinned and told him not to worry, because he was just his neighbor who lived nearby. He told Alex to just give him the supplies he had and he wouldn't reveal any information about it. Hearing this, Alex laughed, asking if he thought he could blackmail him based on this information. He challenged the caller, saying he didn't care. Then the stranger asked what would happen if people found out that he had supplies that had gone missing from the South City warehouse. Gritting his teeth, Alex began to play dumb, wondering how anyone could believe he had them. The man calmly told Alex that there was no point in trying to outwit him, and stated that he had been around long enough and seen enough to understand that Alex must have these things stolen from the warehouse. He claimed that he could gather a lot of information about Alex through his phone. Then the hero realized that he was talking to David, the chairman of the country's leading information security company. Internally indignant, Alex decided that this damn blackmailer needed to be dealt with. Then he thought that if he could hack his phone so easily, then he could also hack the shelter's system. However, the hero soon came to the conclusion that the likelihood of this was extremely low, because David was also trapped, and he did not have the conditions for this. Realizing that he could no longer hide the truth, he admitted that he did have some supplies. He lied that there wasn't much left, noting that his space was limited and he had already packed and sold the extra items. But David didn't care how much he had, as long as his needs were met. He threatened to leak information and that people with special abilities would persecute Alex if he did not agree. The consequences of this were obvious to the hero. Alex realized that this time he was facing a difficult opponent. Despite everything, he decided to deal with David once and for all. Agreeing, he said that he could provide some supplies, but demanded that the secret be kept. Upon hearing this, David responded happily, assuring Alex not to worry and stating that only they would know about it. He listed the things he needed: food, alcohol, cotton socks, and underwear. He ordered them to be sent to Villa 302, warning Alex not to try to be cunning. Otherwise, information would leak and he would have big problems. Then the hero said that he would not do anything because he just wanted to live a quiet life. After hanging up, Alex had already formulated a plan, deciding that David should die. He walked into the living room where Scarlett was sitting on the sofa. The hero came to her and sat down on the sofa, taking a sip of water. He then told Scarlett that he needed to discuss something with her. As Scarlett leaned over, Alex explained that their location had been discovered. He briefly told her about David's actions, mentioning that David knew about the large amount of supplies and was trying to blackmail him. After listening to everything, Scarlett also realized that the situation was complicated. After thinking for a moment, she said that they had indeed encountered such people who were not as cunning as one might think, but were certainly very smart and had low moral standards. Otherwise, they could not be real businessmen. Alex was at a loss what to do. He really wanted to kill David, but he was afraid that the bastard might have a backup plan, and therefore he did not dare to act. The thought of being constantly blackmailed if he left him alive was unbearable for Alex. Scarlett nodded, agreeing that if the information leaked, it would definitely pose a threat to him. She recalled cases in which corrupt officials killed internet tycoons to get rid of evidence. The next day, this evidence appeared online, and Alex also heard similar stories. These desperate people always had a contingency plan. If something happened to them, they would automatically leak insider information, causing their opponents to hesitate. Worried, Scarlett rushed to Alex and said that even the death of that guy would not stop the leak. She suggested that if they couldn't find a good solution right now, they should leave it at that and relax. However, Alex was in no mood to think about anything else while the problem remained unresolved. He knew that the longer this dragged on, the more disadvantageous it would become for them. Just then, Julia walked in, and Alex decided it was time to sit down and discuss strategy. After hearing the whole story, Julia noted that it was indeed a headache, comparing it to creating rumors that were easy to spread but difficult to debunk. In the entertainment industry, such behavior was categorically despised. Alex suddenly became agitated as he realized something. He realized that spreading information about him was akin to unethical media spreading rumors about celebrities. Scarlett noted disdainfully that even if it was a rumor, people would most likely choose to believe David. Alex rested his chin in thought. Although David had information about him, it was not conclusive evidence, however. If this information came out, it would undoubtedly cause him a lot of trouble. Since he couldn't stop David from going public, he decided to confuse the situation. Scarlett and Julia looked at Alex curiously, asking what he was going to do. Alex smiled mysteriously and turned to make preparations. He headed to the control room and called David, who asked if his things were ready. The hero, laughing, replied that he should not rush. On the other end of the phone, David burst into laughter, declaring that if anything happened to him, Alex's secret would be automatically sent to the phone of every resident of the city. He warned Alex to weigh the consequences. At that moment, an idea came to Alex's head. He agreed to wait and bring him things and then hung up. He turned on the computer and began to quickly type something. As it turns out, he posted a lot of threads on the few remaining forums. Alex created sensational news to bury the truth among lies. His goal was to make sure that even if David told the truth, no one would believe him. Thus, he will reduce his risk of being detected. This was the end of his efforts. He left the rest of the plan to the mercy of fate. Then, following David's instructions, Alex collected all the necessary things. The hero was determined to kill this upstart. He slowly left the villa and soon arrived at David's house and placed the bag of belongings on his doorstep. He then took cover behind a pine tree, aiming his sniper rifle at a backpack left by the front door. He planned to shoot David as soon as he came out to get his backpack. After getting everything ready, he sent David a text message saying the items were at his door. He then watched the entrance carefully, silently waiting for David to appear. Time passed and there was no movement at David's front door. Alex sensed something was wrong and wondered if he hadn't received his message. He reached for his phone, intending to make a call, but then hesitated, realizing that doing so would reveal that he knew David hadn't picked up the package and would likely make him suspicious. Alex sighed slowly, deciding to wait a little longer, confident that David would come out despite the risk. After about 15 minutes, the door slowly opened. First, the barrel of a shotgun appeared. Only then, a short old man cautiously stepped out into the street. At this moment, David was jubilant, thinking that he had finally got his supplies and that his carefully laid plans had not been in vain. Just as he was about to pick up his backpack, a loud shot rang out and a bullet pierced David's head. Seeing that his shot hit the target, Alex quickly rushed towards the villa. When he reached David, he aimed at his forehead and fired a few more bullets, muttering to himself that the old bastard thought he could prank him. Alex then went inside and found David's computer. Just about to smash it with a pistol, he hesitated, realizing that the computer probably contained a lot of valuable information. A sudden idea struck him. He decided to store the computer in an alternative dimension, preventing the transfer of information. Taking a deep breath, Alex decided that this was the best he could do. With all this nonsense over, Alex would rather go home. He thought that even if the information leaked out, Alex was ready to blatantly lie and set others up. His goal was to clear his own name by any means. Soon he returned home, stretching. He left the control room. Scarlett worriedly asked what he was doing and mentioned that she had made him soup. When the hero sat down in a chair, both women surrounded him. Alex asked if either of them had received messages on the phone. Julia looked puzzled, mentioning a bunch of strange messages. Scarlett also found the messages somewhat confusing and perhaps deliberately misleading. Alex explained that the messages were meant to mislead them. He released them as a smokescreen. From now on, hundreds of similar messages will be sent to all forums and to the phones of all residents. Since he couldn't stop David from sending out real information, he was left to cover up the truth with lies. Scarlett looked at him doubtfully, wondering if this would cause even more suspicion. Julia also believed that suddenly blowing up the topic would easily attract people's attention. However, Alex said with a straight face that attracting attention is inevitable. Regardless of whether he sent these messages, David undoubtedly would have. So by sending out smokescreens, he could at least confuse the situation. Most people had neither the time nor the interest to distinguish fact from fiction. Julia's eyes lit up as she looked at Alex, admiring his intelligence. She thought that this whole situation was tantamount to scandals in the media sphere. She thought that her judgment was correct. Alex was not only handsome, but also smart. At this point, Scarlett looked at her phone and wondered if sending messages from his computer might allow someone to trace the IP address back to him. Without showing any emotion, Alex continued to eat his soup. Then Scarlett sensed a change in the atmosphere and hastily apologized. thinking that perhaps she was too worried. She assumed that there were not many people left in the city with enough experience to carry out investigations. She added that his approach is still very effective. Alex noted that unless a snow disaster returns the world to the Stone Age, it will be almost impossible to completely cover their tracks. He had no illusions that he would be able to completely fool everyone. But by doing so, he would at least prevent most people from directly suspecting him. A clash with organizations with powerful cybernetic potential was inevitable in the future, and he was ready for it. If it weren't for David's appearance, this day would have come much later. However, the shelter cost $1 billion and was rumored to be resistant to nuclear attack. With endless supplies of food, he could only truly worry if he encountered top-tier military forces. Alex smiled and looked at Julia, warning her not to be overconfident. Even though he was confident in the security of the shelter, they would not remain idle in the coming days. Hearing this, Julia blushed, and her shy gaze betrayed inappropriate thoughts. Alex was perplexed, not understanding what she was constantly thinking about. Then he snapped his fingers and said he meant something else. He clarified what he said about setting traps. However, Scarlet replied that they did not know how to set traps. Alex then threw up his hands, explaining that while the house had top-notch defenses, it lacked measures against human threats. There were not enough defensive weapons inside the shelter. Therefore, he planned to set up a dense network of traps around him. If anyone dares to attack him, it will be a one-way trip. Upon hearing this, both women seemed to perk up instantly, both of them nodding eagerly, assuring him that they would do everything they could to ensure his safety. Julia added that she may not understand the pitfalls, but she will do her best. Nodding, Alex stood up and pulled out a large pile of dimension contraptions, consisting mostly of steel nails and animal traps. He picked up a steel nail and began instructing them on its use, reminding them to memorize the trap's design. Scarlet and Julia, aware of the impending danger, were especially attentive during training. The hero said that such traps would create big problems for their enemies. Alex explained that simply scattering nails in the snow would not pierce anyone. He took out a wooden board and nailed a peg to it, explaining that this would pierce his leg and that steel nails were too smooth and could be easily pulled out. He then took out a box of screws, stating that when combined with screws, the traps would be much more difficult to remove and cause more damage. At least 1,000 of these spike traps had to be placed throughout the villa, leaving no blind spots. Alex picked up an animal trap, explaining that in this weather it was an excellent tool. If someone fell into it, then they were finished. He carefully explained to the girls how to properly set up traps and how to maximize their damage. Following his instructions, both women immediately set to work, enthusiastically creating a large number of traps. Alex also did not sit idly by. Standing by the window, he became familiar with the area surrounding them. There were 2 main routes leading to their villa. He remembered the 2 mines he had retrieved from the armory that could be ideally placed at these 2 access points. These detonating mines could instantly destroy tanks and armored vehicles. If triggered by a person, they would turn into fragments. Alex made a mental note that in the future he would have to be careful and avoid these mines. However, these booby traps only worked once and could easily be detected by the enemy. Alex needed a way to ensure that anyone who got close would not escape unharmed. In no time, a large number of traps were ready. Then the guys moved outside and Alex personally demonstrated how to set the traps, emphasizing the importance of depth. Due to the ongoing snowfall, traps could not be buried too deep or too high. Alex approached the important trails, dug a deep hole with a shovel and carefully placed the mine in it, covering it with snow. Soon a little snow will fall, and their trap marks will be almost invisible. The next step was to counter any devices or tools that the enemy might use to disarm the traps. Alex came up with a brilliant idea. Connect the pins of hand grenades with steel wire and place them under the snow. If someone trips on it, the steel wire will cause a chain explosion. This should serve as a serious deterrent. Even if someone managed to bypass the external traps, a protective corridor more than 10 meters long remained inside the shelter, which gave confidence. Alex also had an ace up his sleeve, his spatial abilities. Returning to the house, Julia eagerly asked Alex when the enemies would come. Alex looked at the girl dumbfounded. He would have preferred the traps to be just for show, but judging by her enthusiasm, it seemed like she was really hoping that someone would attack them. He didn't think an attack would happen anytime soon, considering how much time had passed since the start of the apocalypse. Anyone who managed to survive on their territory for so long was already considered an achievement, unless there was an emergency. No one attacked others. Julia put her chin on her hand and began to think. She didn't know whether to hope that someone would fall into their traps or maintain the safety of their current surroundings. She was brought out of her reverie by a piercing noise. She turned and saw Alex, who was using a welding machine to install bolts on the door in the corridor. Curious, she approached him and asked what he was doing. Then the hero said that thick metal doors were no longer reliable enough. The recent incident with David made Alex more careful. As he worked, he explained that all the objects in the villa were controlled by computers. He noted that if someone hacked their system, they could easily open the doors. To be completely safe, he added deadbolts. Finally, he said that even if someone breaks into the corridor, they will not be able to quickly pass through the doors. It is always better to be safe than sorry. Julia looked at Alex with admiration. Although his methods seemed a little excessive to her, she believed that he would undoubtedly outlast most people. Reassured that everything was securely secured, Alex had only one concern: cybersecurity. He muttered that if only they had a computer expert with them, they would be completely safe. Hearing this, Julia's face became thoughtful. She remembered that Aurora was experienced in this field and regretted that she was not here now. Aurora is Julia's cousin. She was always frail. Her legs were paralyzed due to childhood polio, but she was brilliant with computers. By the age of 16, she had won international computer awards and was considered the best hacker. Alex thought that if they managed to find Aurora, then everything would fall into place. Julia shook her head and noted that she had long lost contact with Aurora. Especially after the snow disaster, she feared the worst. Alex noted that perhaps Aurora simply didn't want anything to do with her, suggesting that other than beauty, she had little to offer a genius like her. Julia, puzzled, hit Alex in the chest, exclaiming that he was saying terrible things. Alex felt a tinge of regret, thinking that if Aurora had been alive and able to join their group, it would have been a great outcome. Moreover, she was paralyzed, so she could not pose a threat. Considering the appearance of the two sisters, the younger one would most likely be no less beautiful. Then Julia asked what they should do now. Alex replied that now all they had to do was wait. As expected, after David's death, information about the hero was leaked online. However, Alex had prepared a program in advance. He sent hundreds of fabricated messages, and it was very difficult for ordinary people to determine which of them was true. Meanwhile, Alex continued to practice with his bow and arrows. After nearly half a month of rigorous training, Alex seemed to have expanded his spatial abilities, developing unique abilities. These abilities could be attached to weapons and projectiles, increasing their power and accuracy. With this ability, Alex could hit a target 400 meters away with a single arrow. He thought about applying this ability to melee weapons or even his own body, and found that the results were surprisingly good. He fell in love with these abilities, noting their limitless development potential. Alex then quickly took out 2 candy bars to satisfy his hunger, realizing that his abilities required a lot of food to sustain him. No matter how powerful his abilities were, he couldn't use them without food. Thinking about the endless supplies in his space, Alex felt invincible. At the very least, he could wear down his opponents by having unlimited supplies. Meanwhile, in an underground shelter, Roman, the leader of the Western Military District organization, was worried about energy problems. Just then, Grace's secretary came in with a stack of documents and said that the information received had been reviewed. All messages came from Villa Number 1 area. However, one message was special. It came from David's mobile phone, whose home was in Villa 302. Roman took the report and thought for a moment, asking for a detailed report on Alex. Grace reported information to Roman, which indicated that Alex was just a small warehouse manager. Roman's expression immediately became disinterested. He treated Alex like a petty thief who, most likely, was engaged in theft, using his position, and hid the stolen goods. Even if this case had something to do with Alex, the goods were in his possession, there couldn't be so many. Roman came to the conclusion that Alex was definitely not the organizer of the warehouse theft case. Grace immediately began to flatter Roman, agreeing that such a small boy could not have such opportunities. Roman suspected that this must be a foreign conspiracy. They should have obtained intelligence in advance and thus seized the materials in advance. Grace continued to flatter Roman, agreeing that the leader's judgment was truly brilliant and that such little tricks could never deceive him. The girl was wondering whether it was worth looking for Alex, and then Roman decided that they had not yet combed the area. He ordered several people to be sent there, hoping that they would find clues about that batch of materials. After the last battle, Joshua's abilities were questioned by the villagers, which greatly affected him. He believed himself to be the chosen one, possessing abilities of the highest level. However, he never imagined that he would be so vulnerable. One day, while scrolling through his phone out of boredom, Joshua noticed that the sudden influx of fake messages he had received a few days ago looked unusual. He vaguely felt that it might be related to the mysterious person who scared him that day. Since he had some computer skills, Joshua quickly noticed something suspicious in the messages. His attention was drawn to an IP source that connected him to the warehouse manager and the theft case at the Southern warehouse, which became major news shortly before the apocalypse. Joshua had always believed that the theft was a self-guided farce, but now it seemed his opinion was not unfounded. The thought that Alex could empty the warehouse single-handedly delighted him. Being a person with superpowers, Joshua found everything understandable. He imagined that Alex had awakened the ability to spatial dimension, like a vacuum cleaner with an infinite capacity, capable of absorbing a large number of objects. That day, the snow that Alex controlled disappeared before his eyes, but later reappeared. This indicated that his attack was directed into another space and then released in the opposite direction. Joshua realized that Alex must have spatial skills. Items stolen from a warehouse are most likely located in its alternate space. This revelation left Joshua feeling a huge blow to his self-esteem. He envied Alex's spatial abilities compared to his own ice and snow abilities, which seemed too weak to him. Joshua's mood deteriorated greatly. He felt like a non-entity who was destined to become one of Alex's victims. Realizing that he would not be able to defeat Alex, Joshua decided to join him. He decided that this way he could remain a minor character. Then the guy decided that they definitely needed to make friends with this guy. He jumped out of bed, deciding to urgently warn the villagers not to provoke Alex, considering that there were many fearless fools in the village. Joshua jogged to the house of the village chief, Silas. Previously, the village chief hardly cared about Joshua, but now that Joshua had awakened his ice and snow abilities and became the strongest fighter in the village chief had to show him respect. Joshua immediately shared all the information he had with the headman. He said that they were no match for Alex, advising the villagers to stay away from the estate and not to fish in the area. However, the village chief seemed indifferent to these warnings, more intrigued by the news of the sensational case of theft from a warehouse. Silas looked at Joshua, asking if he was saying that the theft before the apocalypse was committed by Alex and that all these goods worth billions were in his hands. Joshua nodded, confirming that Alex had most likely awakened his spatial abilities and was secretly storing all the goods in his alternate space. Hearing this, Silas's eyes lit up, and he muttered to himself that by seizing these goods, his hometown would never again have to worry about food. Joshua was shocked by this reaction, thinking that they shouldn't think about Alex's products. However, Silas dismissed Joshua with a contemptuous look, considering him too cowardly, saying that there were thousands of people living in their village and they should not be afraid of one boy. He continued, reminding Joshua of past fights over water and land with neighboring villages that always ended in blood. He suggested that even if it cost a few lives, it would be worth it for their hometown. Disappointed, Joshua realized that his good intentions had not come true. Meanwhile, Alex was enjoying dinner with her two sisters. Life in the villa seemed like paradise even to Julia, who always dreamed of leaving after the apocalypse, but was gradually immersed in this bliss. A sudden scream from outside broke their peace. Alex stood up, sensing that something was wrong. He ordered the girls to stay put. He then headed towards the second-floor balcony. Taking out infrared binoculars, Alex examined the surroundings of the villa and saw that a large group of people was approaching it. Their identities were obvious. They must be the people of Shu. Alex pulled out a sniper rifle from his space, preparing to fight back against the attackers who clearly had bad intentions. He was ready to defend his peaceful life, although these ordinary people did not pose much of a threat. The only thing that worried him was if there was a person with superpowers among them, and then he would take the opportunity to destroy him too. Meanwhile, the advance party approached the edge of the traps. They looked at the brightly lit villa in the distance, feeling like they were in a dream. Having survived the frozen apocalypse by stocking up on food and fishing, they could hardly imagine such a luxurious life. One of the villagers, deep in thought, walked forward and suddenly screamed from severe pain piercing his leg. The group quickly discovered that he had stepped on a trap, and thick, sharp nails were embedded in his leg. The team leader urgently ordered the wounded villager to be carried away and warned the others to beware of traps. Hearing the news, the village chief commanding from the rear immediately gave the order to use branches and sticks to probe and move forward slowly. Alex watched from afar, amused by their cleverness. However, he understood that the show was just beginning. Even though they managed to disarm several traps, the villagers were gradually closing in on them. As they watched the village chief deftly deal with the first wave of traps, their confidence grew. However, at the same time, they began to lose their vigilance. At that moment, someone felt a sensation next to his foot, as if he had tripped over a rope. The next second, there was a powerful explosion, instantly killing a dozen people. The villagers retreated in fear from the huge crater that was formed after the explosion. However, One man did not have time to move far when he suddenly felt severe pain in his chest and face. Picking up his clothes, he discovered that although he had managed to avoid the explosion, they were not safe from shrapnel. The wounded resident fell to the ground in panic and began rolling around and screaming. Suddenly, there was another loud explosion as he inadvertently set off a booby trap grenade. Frightened residents rushed back, but many nail traps remained on the snow-covered ground. In a panic, everyone was disoriented, and the scene became extremely bloody and chaotic. After the first attack, the villagers suffered heavy losses. Continuous explosions and nail traps created a horrifying sight. Some residents began to retreat, realizing the seriousness of the situation. In previous battles, they had never found themselves in such a predicament. Realizing the need for additional help, they decided to call Joshua, who could manipulate ice and snow. Fearing more casualties, the villagers surrounded the village chief and quickly turned to Joshua for help. Silas, whose expression darkened, remembered how Joshua had warned him before not to get involved with Alex, and how he had scolded Joshua for being a coward. Alex calmly watched what was happening with a sniper rifle in his hands, wondering why the Iceman had not yet taken a single step. The villagers were less than 200 meters away, so it would be easy to kill them even if that person attacked him from behind. Meanwhile, Silas, caught between a rock and a hard place, was reluctant to ask Joshua for help due to his previous boastful claim that he could handle Alex without outside help. And besides, asking his grandson for help was simply unthinkable. Silas pulled himself together and loudly cursed the villagers, questioning their usefulness without Joshua and remembering how they had dealt with similar traps in the past. He called the traps child's play, good only for deceiving boors, and stated that he intended to meet Alex directly. The man said that as long as this man was locked up, he could not do anything to them. He then handed the binoculars to one of the villagers, telling him to take a good look at the villa and see what was inside. The man took binoculars and aimed them at the windows of the house. Seeing the situation inside the villa, the residents were amazed. They saw a brightly lit house, a dining table laden with delicacies, luxurious furniture, and two fabulous women enjoying dinner. This sight tempted them, but they did not cease to fear because of the traps on the snowy ground. They decided that it would be better to call Joshua, whose abilities made it possible to detect all the traps in the snow. The village chief, enraged by the villagers' fear, scolded them for their cowardice. He threatened that if they got scared, they would return home. This speech worked wonders, and the villagers declared that they were not cowards. They picked up their tools and continued clearing the traps. Seeing this, Silas nodded with satisfaction, encouraging them that they should not be afraid of traps. If they are careful, they will be harmless. After Silas's speech, the villagers boldly continued to clear the traps. They began throwing blocks of snow from afar, which led to several traps being triggered. There were only 100 meters left to the villa, and they believed that all the food and beauties inside would soon belong to them. Silas also smiled smugly, assuring that there was no need to be afraid of children's traps. Meanwhile, people were getting closer to the villa. Soon, they were almost next to the gate. Alex watched them through his scope, noting their determination. Although their method of disarming the traps was effective, it hadn't occurred to him yet. But the real show was yet to come. Only primitive traps could be neutralized using primitive methods, and the upcoming high-tech ones were supposed to be a real test. The shotgun team was ordered to keep up. One of the men readily volunteered to shoot Alex if he showed himself. Julia, who had just finished eating, panicked when she saw the situation. She was afraid that if the villagers broke in, they would be doomed. Scarlett, on the other hand, remained calm, ridiculing Julia for her cowardice and wondering how, with such a lack of courage, she would be able to follow Alex in the future. Once the villagers were within Alex's controlled distance, he activated the villa's noise reduction function, causing the noise outside to instantly disappear. Alex then decisively pressed the mine activation button. A powerful roar was heard in the middle of the road, and the explosion illuminated the entire territory of the villa. Although Alex didn't hear the screams outside, he clearly saw the gruesome scene, with body parts and blood scattered everywhere. The hero thought that if he had more explosives, he could save all these people from suffering at once. Julia broke out in a cold sweat. She had never seen such a scene. When she saw the man whose upper body was left, she began to vomit on the table. Even Scarlett, who had seen a lot, turned away, unable to bear this sight. Alex, watching this from the side, did not experience any emotional disturbance. In the end, they brought it on themselves. The elders commanding from the rear were stunned, their minds blank as they tried to accept the grim reality before them. A young man who had lost his mind from the explosion ran up, grabbed the village chief by the leg and began to shake him, stuttering that everyone was dead, their bodies had been blown to pieces and urging him to run away. Shocked by this scene, the village chief collapsed to the ground and asked if Alex was the devil. He lamented that they were only going to rob Alex's property, not expecting hundreds of deaths from their own Shu family. As a leader, he knew that he could not escape responsibility, and, dazed, he fell to his knees in the snow. Not wanting to leave the villagers alive, Alex pulled out a compound bow and ordered the shelter's artificial intelligence system to open the front window. As the large bulletproof glass window slowly rose, Alex lined 3 arrows. After more than 10 days of training and improving his spatial abilities, Alex learned to fire 3 arrows at the same time. Soon the arrows flew, instantly piercing the heads of 3 villagers. The modern compound bow enhanced by his abilities proving even more deadly. Silent arrows claimed lives one after another, the panicked crowd not realizing they were being hunted until someone noticed. The villagers with shotguns hurriedly took aim, but were unable to determine the direction in the darkness. But Alex aimed accurately with his infrared tactical scope. The villagers were puzzled by the bow's range given the strong wind and snow. Silas remembered Joshua's advice with regret and slapped himself in the face with remorse. He realized how arrogant and self-righteous he was, and admitted that Alex deserved to die for failing the Shu family's ancestors. Seeing the man suffering, Alex decided to fulfill his wish and took out his bow, preparing to kill him on the spot. He then pulled back the string, intending to shoot arrows at the man. However, a strong snowstorm suddenly arose, quickly forming a tornado that blocked the path between the villagers and the shelter. Alex put down his bow and arrows, noticing that the Iceman had finally decided to intervene. Switching to a sniper rifle, Alex prepared for a new challenge, realizing that arrows were ineffective in such a storm. Joshua, knowing that there was a power gap between the villagers and Alex, knew that the storm would be a significant advantage. Gathering his courage, Joshua directed all his strength to fight the snow. He screamed at the villagers to run, assuring that Alex wouldn't last long. Seeing an obstacle, Alex stopped shooting, realizing that he was wasting precious ammunition blindly, especially since there were only a few hundred boxes left in the spare space. He thought that maintaining such a large-scale snowstorm must be very tiring, and that man would not be able to hold out for long. Thinking about this, Alex took various protective equipment from his alternate space, and then, fully armed, went downstairs to say goodbye to the 2 girls, telling them to wait for his return. Meanwhile, Joshua was doing his best to hold off the snowstorm, and when he noticed that the shooting had stopped, he was secretly relieved, thinking that his tactics had worked. However, there was a loud rumble of an engine, signaling the arrival of an SUV from the snow. Alex turned on the autopilot and pulled out an assault rifle. After that, he climbed out the window and started shooting randomly. The villagers screamed in horror as they urged Joshua to use the blizzard to stop Alex. Looking in the direction of the noise, Alex noticed the plump figure of a man. Thinking it was Joshua, Alex fired the bullet. However, she whistled past Joshua's ear, almost hitting him, and Joshua broke out in a cold sweat from horror. Then a man on a sleigh approached him and offered to climb on it. Alex considered this the perfect opportunity to eliminate the reluctant Superman. Having no reason to let Joshua go, Alex started the engine and took off in pursuit. If Alex killed this mutant, the rest of the villagers would become easy prey. Even though Joshua tried to keep the snowstorm around him and block Alex's line of sight, it was only partially effective. The range of the snowstorm was limited, and Alex's shooting accuracy remained almost perfect. Meanwhile, Alex, with an ominous smile, watched what was more important for Joshua: his own life or the lives of the villagers. The sleigh with the villagers had little chance against Alex's luxury snow SUV. Moreover, they dragged the bodies of their relatives for burial, which significantly slowed down their movement. Then the hero decided that it was time for him to go on the attack. Realizing the problem, Joshua urgently ordered the villagers to throw away the bodies. People did not want to abandon the bodies of their relatives, but they reluctantly complied. Despite the small obstacle in the form of bodies, Alex continued the pursuit. He leaned out of the window and started shooting again. His shots almost always hit their targets, and the military sniper rifle, enhanced by his abilities, was capable of piercing 2 heads with 1 bullet. Seeing the villagers fall, Joshua suffered. Everyone looked at him with prayer and hope. Then the guy turned to Silas again, saying that he warned him, but they did not listen to him. In a moment of despair, Joshua had a flash of inspiration. Suddenly, blue light poured from his eyes and palm. Suddenly, a crack appeared in the ice right in the path of Alex's pursuit. Under Joshua's continued efforts, the crack in the ice widened, forcing Alex to temporarily give up his pursuit. Leaning out of the car window, Alex saw that the crack stretched for tens of meters, actually blocking his path. Standing on the roof of the car, He felt that the strength of a person to break such thick ice was enormous. He took a deep breath, coming to the conclusion that fighting on the ice was not an option. He had to return to the shelter. Despite the traps, the invaders' losses were small. Returning to the shelter, he saw that Julia was still weak after the terrible scene. Scarlet asked with concern whether Alex had dealt with the man. Alex calmly replied that Joshua was too cunning and his abilities made him difficult to kill. Alex admitted that he was too careful and allowed him to escape. Julia asked if they were too cruel and if Alex was afraid of being held accountable for his actions in the future. The girl thought that the snowfall would soon end, but now she was not sure about it. Alex casually touched her cheek, asking what she thought about it, but the girl did not answer. Feeling hungry after his ordeal, Alex asked Scarlet to prepare some food. He asked for pig brains, duck stomachs, and intestines with garlic. Hearing the names of these dishes and remembering the bloody scene, Julia felt like she was getting sick again. Alex made fun of her, saying that she was weak and needed nutritious food to recover. Meanwhile, everyone in the village was terrified. They expected the heroes to return with loot, but instead they were faced with a chaotic retreat and the disappearance of almost half of the people. People were desperately looking for their loved ones. The survivors and the dead were deeply grieving. Joshua stood and watched what was happening, not knowing what to do. One of the men urgently grabbed his hand, saying that they wanted to see him. Silas, who was in critical condition, wanted to see his grandson. Joshua hurried to Silas's house, where a crowd of villagers was waiting for him. The victims knew that Joshua had saved them, but many still felt bitter and blamed him for what happened. One woman, wiping away tears, accused Joshua of cowardice and failure to protect their family. Then a learned elder intervened in the conversation and ordered the residents to be silent. He called Joshua inside and asked him to talk to Silas. Silas, barely clinging to life, expressed guilt and regret. He admitted that his refusal to listen to Joshua's advice led to the deaths of many members of the Shu family. The man said he was too careless, but in fact, they are all ordinary villagers, and therefore their arrogance cost them their lives. Silas said that if they should blame anyone, it should be him. Now the residents were angry at Joshua because they had lost their loved ones, but the man hoped that he would not hold a grudge against them. Then Joshua said that he understood everything. He asked Joshua to protect the family well, trusting him with their future. Silas began to cry as he made this last request, and Joshua nodded in agreement. After this, Silas died. At that moment, the villagers rushed into the house and cried when they saw that the village chief had died. Joshua watched the whole thing with tears in his eyes, and then headed towards the door. He quietly left the house, feeling heavy from the elder's last request. He understood that if that guy brought his people here, he would not be able to resist him. Joshua didn't understand why so many responsibilities fell on his shoulders. When he walked back, he met a young woman who was waiting for him at the threshold. She introduced herself as Sally and expressed her gratitude for Joshua's bravery. She said that her father, who was wounded and could not come himself, sent her to thank him. Although they had nothing to offer as a gift, she appreciated Joshua's help. Joshua, touched by Sally's words, realized that he was not a sinner, but a hero of the village. He told the girl that they were from the same village so she could come to him for help any day. After that, he and Sally said goodbye. Sally's words calmed him, and he developed deep sympathy for her, thinking about their future together. Determined to protect the girl's family and provide a stable environment, Joshua decided to protect them and build a future with the girl. Returning home, he began strategizing for future encounters, now acutely aware of Alex's terrifying nature. Joshua promised his grandfather to protect the village, and now that he had found love again, he could not allow Alex to ruin his happiness. But he was afraid that Alex might come and destroy the village in a fit of rage. He contemplated how to handle the situation, knowing that direct confrontation would likely lead to his immediate defeat. After much thought, he came to the conclusion that negotiations were the only way to finally resolve the situation. Inspired by this risky idea, he was willing to risk everything for his family and his beloved Sally. He hoped that she might be secretly in love with him. The next morning, Alex carefully left the house to repair the damaged traps, deciding that the Shu family was unlikely to decide to attack again. Nevertheless, Alex prepared for a possible second wave of enemies. Ordinary people posed almost no threat to his shelter, but Alex was still wary of the awakened superhumans. Thinking about Joshua, Alex still felt some admiration. Noting that their styles were somewhat similar, both were very careful about their lives. However, since Alex could not use him for his own purposes, he would have to eliminate him. After work, the guy went back home. The girls immediately sat down next to him to give him a massage. At that moment, the phone call took Alex by surprise. He couldn't understand who was calling him at this hour. The caller turned out to be Joshua, who wanted to discuss something with him. Alex was wary. After the attack on the village, he did not have good feelings towards him and was wondering when to destroy them. Joshua expressed his desire to make peace and not bother each other in the future. Alex laughed, noting that he never bothered them, but that they always provoked him. Joshua, already frightened, spoke in a trembling and resigned tone. He apologized on behalf of the village, admitting that their actions had caused harm and caused great loss. He offered to fulfill any conditions set by Alex, hoping to spare the inhabitants of their village. Alex found Joshua's overly respectful tone strange and wondered why they had sent such a negotiator. He asked if Joshua had the right to represent the Shu family's city. Joshua then revealed his identity as a superhuman who fought Alex twice. This revelation got Alex thinking. He acknowledged Joshua's right to negotiate and asked if Joshua could accommodate any of his requests for reconciliation. Joshua, sensing an opportunity, replied that they would try their best to satisfy Alex. Alex then recognized Joshua's ability to work with ice and snow as potentially valuable in a frozen apocalypse. If he could recruit Joshua, he would become a useful assistant. Then Alex said that he only needed one thing from Joshua. Joshua, afraid that Alex wanted something indecent, explained that he was straight. Alex was speechless at first, but then assured Joshua that he simply thought his abilities were unique and that if he truly wanted to make peace, he should come in person. The hero emphasized that otherwise, if he was in a bad mood, he could simply destroy the village. He added that Joshua's abilities would be ineffective against him, and destroying the village would be a piece of cake. Joshua stood up from his chair in horror. He argued that destroying the village would not do Alex any good, and that the village and Alex's hideout were interdependent. They could help each other in the fight against external enemies. Alex responded dismissively that Joshua was his main enemy. He noted that if Joshua succeeds, he will deprive, Alex supplies, and if he fails, he will strive for peace. Alex heard Joshua's calculations and insisted that if he wanted peace, then he needed to be sincere. He told Joshua to come to his hideout, emphasizing that only he should be present. He forced him to make a choice, stating that if he did not come, Alex would take the time to destroy the village. Hearing this, Joshua immediately became horrified. Trembling, he agreed to come, after which Alex hung up. Joshua collapsed to the ground, dazed, feeling like he was going to die. His love, his life, and his old beliefs seemed to be under threat. After hanging up, Alex began to plan the meeting. He knew that Joshua's abilities had limitless potential and could pose a huge threat. But if he could become his subordinate, it would be a valuable addition. Alex decided to test Joshua, given that Joshua's abilities posed no real threat to him. Based on the results of this meeting, Alex will decide whether to kill Joshua. After that, he headed to the bedroom to rest, but fell asleep while reading a book. At that moment, Julia entered the room. She said that she wanted to lie with Alex. The guy stretched out and said that he had work to do after lunch, and he didn't have an extra pillow. Then the girl put the guy's head on her feet. At that moment, the hero turned and his face was under Julia's skirt. He asked to wake him up in 2 hours. The girl was very embarrassed, but agreed. Having rested, Alex went out onto the balcony, fully armed, waiting for Joshua with his sniper rifle. He soon spotted Joshua through the scope. Alex aimed his gun at Joshua's head. He could have easily shot him, but before Joshua had walked a few steps, he slipped and fell. He couldn't believe that this was the same powerful Iceman with limitless potential. Alex thought that he seemed very scared. Seeing that Joshua did not pose a threat, Alex relaxed and prepared for the meeting. Joshua then called Alex and told him that his house was surrounded by traps and warned him that he would not go any further. Soon, Alex appeared right in front of Joshua. Joshua's legs began to shake at the sight of Alex. He did not expect that the terrible killer he imagined would turn out to be like an ordinary person. Gathering his courage, Joshua said that he complied with Alex's request and came alone, hoping that this would show enough sincerity and lead to peace. He stated that the battle was pointless from the beginning. Alex laughed, noting that Joshua was the one who initiated the attack and was now seeking peace, calling the battle pointless. Joshua awkwardly scratched the back of his head and, smiling stupidly, admitted that their village was really to blame for this. He asked Alex on what terms he wanted to make peace. Alex wanted to know what Joshua could offer to earn his forgiveness. Joshua bashfully replied that except for the lives of family members, they could offer anything. Alex, thinking that he had no supplies, demanded that the initiator of the attack be handed over, saying that he must die, otherwise there would be no deal. To his surprise, Joshua was delighted and said that the initiator of the attack was the village chief. Joshua asked if he was okay with this. Alex was speechless. The day before he killed more than 100 people, and among them were Joshua's relatives. He asked if Joshua wanted to take revenge for them. Joshua said with a hint of sadness that his parents died shortly after the snow disaster. His father, who suffered from heart disease, fell ill on the first day of the snowstorm and died at home due to a lack of ambulances. His mother died a week later. The thing is, Joshua didn't want to talk about it. He stated that such things affect mood and thinking. Alex then asked what about Joshua's other relatives in the village. Joshua said that the others were not his direct relatives and generally looked down on him, so Joshua didn't feel much of a connection with them. He admitted that he holds no grudge against Alex for the deaths of hundreds of Shu family members. He even admires the way Joshua chased them in his car the previous night. Then Alex decided to give Joshua a chance. He agreed to make peace, but stated that the village itself did not interest him. The villagers posed no threat to him, but Joshua was interesting in some way. Joshua was incredibly excited and rushed to hug Alex, considering it an honor to receive recognition from such a powerful person. But Alex waved his hands, ordering Joshua to calm down. He laid out his terms. Joshua would have to follow Alex's orders and comply with any of his requests. Joshua was scared and questioned whether Alex wanted something intimate. Alex was taken aback by his reaction. Seeing Joshua hesitate, Alex pulled out a limited edition figurine from his space and handed it to him. Joshua's eyes lit up at the sight of the rare figurine, which was worth its weight in gold to anime fans. Alex mentioned that he has many more of these figures, and if Joshua remains faithful, he will receive quite a few limited edition figures, pillows, games, and cartridges. Joshua, blissfully hugging the figurine, agreed to everything Alex wanted. Thus, Alex successfully recruited Joshua as his subordinate. Alex then asked Joshua to help him with something. Joshua readily agreed, feeling valued and wanting to prove himself. After that, the hero took out a snowy SUV from an alternative space, which stunned Joshua. Surprised, he began to sincerely flatter Alex, marveling at his abilities. He wondered if his time travel abilities were related to his spatial abilities. Then the hero thought that perhaps he really had abilities that he had not yet revealed. But perhaps over time he will be able to improve his abilities. After driving for some time, they found themselves in front of a large building, which was originally a large gas station. Then Alex tasked Joshua with clearing away all the snow. Wanting to prove himself, Joshua used all his strength, and with a loud explosion, the thick layer of snow split. Huge pieces of ice and snow rose into the air and scattered to the sides. Alex watched Joshua from behind, noting that although he had become a capable subordinate, he should remain cautious. When the deeply buried gas station was cleared, Joshua collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. Alex secretly rejoiced, knowing that if Joshua became a top-notch resource gatherer, future missions would become much easier. He handed Joshua a piece of chocolate, causing Joshua's eyes to light up. He eagerly tore the wrapper and began crunching it. Meanwhile, Alex quickly moved into the newly cleared snow hole, intending to take all the accumulated oil into his own possession. Joshua flattered Alex again by calling him amazing. Alex felt a little awkward since Joshua had done most of the work. He then asked Joshua if he had to use his abilities to dig up resources before. Joshua replied that he had, but in the extreme cold, they could only dig up nearby resources. Their dogs were not suitable for working in such weather, so they did not risk their lives by going further. Alex looked at Joshua as if he was a valuable asset. He thought that with Joshua's skills, there would be no problem in resolving any issues. He assured Joshua that as long as he remained faithful, Alex would provide him with a good life. Alex then handed Joshua a backpack filled with supplies as a reward for his efforts that day. Joshua, holding a heavy backpack, was overjoyed. He promised to follow Alex's orders and complete any tasks. While they were driving back, Alex casually asked how Joshua awakened his abilities. To Alex's surprise, Joshua's face turned red. Stuttering, he said that after the death of his parents, he wanted to give up his life. Although he did not have the courage to commit suicide, he lay in bed, ready to starve himself to death. When Alex asked if his powers had awakened during this time, Joshua's face turned even redder. Joshua went on to talk about how he overindulged himself before his abilities manifested. This included many instances in which he almost lost consciousness, but eventually his body underwent a strange transformation. Alex, covering his face in bewilderment, found Joshua's awakening process strange. He then dropped Joshua off at a river which was only a few hundred meters from their village. Joshua, puzzled, asked if Alex could take him across the river. However, Alex explained that his car was not suitable for driving on ice, so he did not cross. Alex knew he needed to remain careful due to Joshua's ice manipulation abilities. Joshua found the excuse unconvincing, but decided not to ask any more questions, remembering how cool Alex had looked during the chase the previous night. Before Joshua left the car, Alex called out to him, advising him to be especially careful in the apocalypse world, especially given the Shu family's reputation for their vegetables and food. Alex's warning had a deeper purpose. He wasn't genuinely concerned for his family. He wanted to make them more cautious and thus provide an additional layer of natural protection for his refuge. After all, such an instrument in his hands was an irreplaceable thing for him. Returning to the village, Joshua excitedly reported the good news to Chief Connor, expecting praise. But instead, he was met with harsh criticism. Connor scolded Joshua for making independent decisions that led to great losses. Joshua was speechless for a moment, feeling overwhelmed. He tried to explain that Alex had promised to protect the Shu family's city, and seeking peace was the only option given their lack of power. Connor began to yell at Joshua even more, questioning his right to make decisions and ordering him to report all actions to him from now on. Joshua, who considered himself a hero, was reprimanded as a naughty child. The man said that Joshua allowed himself too much, and then said that he was now the leader of the village and forbade the guy to act on his own. After a while, Connor admitted that there was nothing wrong in Joshua's intentions, but emphasized that he was too young and had not thought through all the consequences. He stated that if he had not stood up for Joshua, he would have already been expelled from the village. Connor came to the conclusion that Joshua must atone for his guilt and continue to carry out his orders. Seeing that the guy did not want to agree, he began to put pressure on him, and then Joshua had no choice but to agree. Connor expressed satisfaction that Joshua had complied and told him to remember to never act on his own again. As Joshua left, Connor thought about the arrogance of youth. He thought that young people should not neglect their elders just because they have acquired some skills. Connor then took out his phone and sent messages to the village chat, taking credit for making peace with Alex, the representatives of the various families. Relieved that Alex was no longer a threat, praised Connor's abilities and expressed regret for not supporting him as the head of the clan earlier. They regretted that hundreds of people had died because of Silas's mistakes, and praised Connor for his foresight and wisdom. Back at the hideout, Alex briefly told Julia and her sister what had happened to ease their worries. Julia clapped her hands in approval at the news and expressed relief that they no longer had to worry about an attack. Scarlett, however, was used to such events and looked at her sister with a grin. Angry, Julia said that this was not true because she simply did not want to see such terrible scenes anymore. She understood that if the confrontation had continued, the people from that village would have died just like that. Scarlett, however, didn't bother to listen to her explanation and simply said that her sister vomited a lot yesterday. Then the girl came up to Alex to hug and enthusiastically praise him, saying that he was so strong that these small cockroaches could not threaten them. But Alex began to worry if well-prepared organizations would appear in the future, causing the most trouble. Julia said they shouldn't always think the worst. At least they solved their current problem, and that's worth celebrating. With that said, Scarlett walked up to the bar for drinks, declaring that if they were celebrating, they should have some. Julia also offered to cook some of her signature dishes, thinking to herself that she was a famous social butterfly in the entertainment industry and had a good tolerance for alcohol. Alex laughed and said his alcohol tolerance was pretty average. Hearing this, they agreed to stop when enough was enough. After some time, both women lay unconscious on the sofa. Alex forgot to mention that he used to work as a warehouse manager and sold alcoholic beverages. Slightly tipsy, Alex walked up to them and started messing with Julia, who was passed out. Suddenly, Julia opened her eyes and was surprised to find him lying on top of her. She asked how he could do this when Scarlett was lying next to them. However, Alex ignored her and continued kissing the girl. A few days later, Joshua, on behalf of the heroine of one anime, unexpectedly sent the hero a message asking him to take him on a mission, complaining that sitting at home was too boring. He also proposed creating a team of 5 people with superpowers. Alex was speechless, but in order to win the hearts of people, he reluctantly endured his disgust to chat with this fat man and get some useful information out of him. Little by little, it became more and more unbearable for Alex. This guy probably didn't have a girlfriend, and he clearly had too much energy. Alex started swearing at him, calling him fat and asking him if he was bored out of his mind. But Joshua was not offended. On the contrary, he felt that he had become even closer to him and said that he had correctly guessed that he was bored all day. Alex was speechless. These types of people were on the fringes of society, so when they came across someone even slightly nice, they were ready to give it their all. Even if Alex spoke rudely to him, Joshua thought only positively about it. Over time, Alex really stopped scolding this poor, lonely man. When the shelter became boring, Alex went to the control room to carefully monitor everything that was happening and make sure there were no security threats. Julia was doing a good job with the garden, and it seemed like surviving the shelter wouldn't be such a big deal. However, there was one issue that Alex could not help but worry about. the problem of cybersecurity. This supercomputer controlled all the shelter's programs. Without it, the entire shelter would have been instantly paralyzed. If the network had been hacked by top talent, the shelter could have collapsed without being attacked. Meanwhile, Julia and Scarlett seemed to start arguing. Julia stating that Scarlett should help with the current situation since she had been with Alex longer, and he would definitely listen to her if she asked him. Scarlett looked helpless. She knew Alex too well. He was such a cautious person that he didn't want to risk even the slightest danger, especially since they relied on him for their livelihood. If something happened to him, none of them would not be able to survive. But Julia was very worried that their sister Aurora could still be alive, and they were not even trying to contact her. After some thought, Julia declared that no matter what, Scarlett must try. She said that all they have is their body. Scarlett looked at her questioningly and asked if Julia was planning to seduce him. An angry Scarlett stood up and said that he shouldn't think that she didn't know what they were up to behind his back. When she realized what Julia was hinting at, the girl said that she would never agree to such a thing. Meanwhile, Alex, who had been listening at the door, suddenly entered the room and asked what they were doing. Julia, trying to act calm, grabbed his hand and said that they were just discussing family matters. Alex asked if they were discussing that the girls still have relatives alive whom she wants to bring to her place. Scarlett replied that after the storm, she lost contact with her family and did not know if they were alive. Then Julia hinted that her sister had contacted her, who was in danger and was asking for help to save her. It turned out that Julia's sister had contacted her the day before, saying that she was in a very dangerous situation and hoped that Alex could find a way to save her. At first, the hero assumed that the relatives wanted to take Julia with them, but she said that this was not the case. She said that her sister is truly in danger, and Julia is the only one who can save her. He asked if they were going to put this responsibility on him, expecting him to risk his life to save a stranger. Then Julia dropped all pretense and clung to Alex, saying that she might be his only surviving relative and he couldn't just watch her die. Since she was Julia's sister then, naturally, Scarlett was her relative. So Scarlett also moved closer to the guy and said that if her sister died because they did not save her, then they would feel guilty until the end of their lives. Days. Alex looked at his sisters helplessly. He noted that they both knew about the situation outside and that his information was no longer a secret. He explained that he didn't know how many people were keeping an eye on his supplies at the hideout, and that asking him to take such a big risk for a stranger didn't make sense. Seeing his refusal, the sisters panicked and began to cry, clinging to his legs. They begged, saying that if he agreed to save her, they would unconditionally fulfill any of his requests. Scarlett whispered in his ear, asking if he had ever tried sleeping with two girls at once. Hearing this, Alex's eyes lit up with interest. The sisters looked at him hopefully, waiting for his answer. Alex took a deep breath, about to refuse, but Julia continued, explaining that her sister, Aurora, was physically disabled and had survived this long thanks to a miracle. She was desperate for help. Julia described her sister so pathetically that it was difficult not to feel sympathy for her. Alex hesitated and then asked if they were talking about the genius hacker Aurora, who he had already heard about. Alex thought that the 18-year-old genius hacker would be an ideal network engineer. Since she was the sister of these two women, her loyalty could not be doubted. Then Alex took both women by the hands and looked at them tenderly, saying that since she was their sister, he would not stand aside. Hearing his words, both sisters were overjoyed. Scarlett even thought that Alex must be in love with her to help them. Julia was also touched, saying that she did not know how to repay his kindness. Alex looked at them proudly, claiming that he is not as heartless as they think. He claimed that he looks cold on the outside, but is warm on the inside, and truly values the people who surround him. The women blushed and admired this reaction from the guy. Julia seemed to fall even more in love with him. After a whole night of tense discussions, Alex agreed to save their sister Aurora. Then Alex asked both women to discuss the rescue plan with him and tell him about the situation with their sister. Julia spoke seriously, explaining that Aurora was now trapped in the academy. According to her, the academy was an aristocratic school of the highest level, offering comprehensive education from kindergarten to university. It usually educated only the children of the elite, but also admitted several geniuses. Its graduates usually became pillars in both political and business circles. Alex couldn't help but wonder how the paralyzed girl survived such extreme conditions. Julia continued to say that such high-level aristocratic schools have special food supply channels, and quite a lot of food is stored in their warehouses. Aurora managed to hide in the cafeteria at the very beginning of the snow disaster, so she did not die of hunger. Alex still had doubts. He asked why she still waited to contact them. In a crisis situation, a person seeks help from all possible people. but she decided to contact her sister almost 2 months after the start of the apocalypse. Julia was also surprised and did not know why she did this. She suggested calling Aurora right now. However, she could not get through. Julia said she was hoping she could get in touch with her. Scarlet mockingly suggested that perhaps Aurora thought they were already dead and therefore did not take them seriously. Alex asked Julia how far the academy was from them. Seeing Julia's puzzled expression, Alex took out his phone and opened the map. Alex discovered that the academy was located in the Western Mountains region, about 23 kilometers from the villa. With the current interruptions in long-distance communications, getting through was simply a miracle. However, it is possible that Aurora considered them dead, and therefore did not think about contacting them. Alex told the girls to go with him to the control room. After dialing Aurora's number, a sharp electronic noise was heard, indicating that the signal was extremely unstable and seemed to be subject to severe interference. However, after a few seconds, the call connected successfully, and the sisters immediately became worried. The girls asked Aurora to quickly tell them about her situation and assured that her sister would find a way to save her. The voice on the other end was intermittent and heavily distorted. They could make out that Aurora was in the school cafeteria and seemed to be in a very dangerous situation. Alex urgently asked for details about the danger she was in, but heard only fragments of phrases and alarming sounds. Among the chaotic electronic noise, a chilling and terrifying sound was heard. Something inhuman, similar to the roar of a giant monster. The call ended abruptly, leaving only the alarming echo of a busy signal. At first, Alex thought it was a simple task, picking someone up from school. However, a terrifying noise of a monster was heard in the receiver, the sound of limbs and bones being torn to pieces. He had heard this only in films about zombies. A beep echoed through the control room, suggesting that there might be monsters in the academy. Alex wondered if the animals had mutated too. Seeing the hesitant expression on Alex's face, Julia pressed herself against him again, begging him to save their sister. Alex smiled slightly and assured her that he would save her sister and that everything would be fine. He admitted that the situation had become somewhat confusing and mentioned that he would have to call on 2 mutant allies for help. He decided that this was a perfect plan and quickly called Joshua. Joshua was eager to get out and begin the task, and Aaron also readily agreed. Alex guessed that the creepy noise could be coming from a mutated human or some other mutant creature, although it sounded scary. But considering that the paralyzed girl had been dealing with it for over a month, it shouldn't be too difficult for them. 3 superhumans. Early the next morning, the sisters prepared a full table of delicious food. Alex did not indulge himself, as this could affect his mobility, but he needed to replenish his physical energy. Food was prepared in his space to ensure timely replenishment of supplies, and all weapons and equipment were fully loaded and ready. Soon, Joshua called Alex, saying that he was already at the river and asked him to hurry up. Alex assured him that he would arrive soon. After hanging up, Alex told the women that to ensure their safety, they would have to stay in the basement for a while. Julia, not understanding, asked why they needed to go to the basement if the house was safe. Scarlet immediately understood everything and tugged at Julia's clothes, urging her to follow the instructions and not ask unnecessary questions. Scarlet knew about Alex's intentions. After all, the person being rescued was their sister. He feared that it might be a trap they had come up with together. Alex usually did just that. Alex locked both women in alloy rooms so that no one but him could open them. Alex promised that if his sister was alive when they arrived, he would definitely return her safe and sound. As he left the basement, Alex sighed. He admitted to himself that he did not want to be so careful in everything and constantly fear even the people closest to him. However, in this post-apocalyptic world, one could not afford the slightest carelessness. Meanwhile, Joshua had already come to the riverbank to wait for his partner. Seeing Alex approaching, Joshua waved to him. Alex was surprised because they had agreed to meet at another time. Joshua replied that he was just afraid he would be late. Then Alex reached over and called his SUV and told the guy to get into the car. After they got inside, Joshua asked where they were going. Then the hero replied that they were going to the academy to save a person. He mentioned that this person was very important to them. Alex thought to himself that Aurora's computer skills were indeed very important. But before he could answer, Joshua began chatting non-stop about trivial events in his life. He mentioned Sally from their village, who, according to Joshua, was secretly in love with him. Alex was annoyed. If it weren't for Joshua's helpfulness, he would have wanted to throw him out of the car. He quickly changed the subject and asked what the villagers now thought of him. Joshua suddenly fell silent. He hesitated for a long time, without giving a clear answer. Alex thought to himself that he almost destroyed half of the youth and the population of the village, and the villagers probably despised him, if not for the fear of his power, they would definitely take revenge. Soon, a snowmobile appeared ahead. Alex quickly got out of the car to greet Aaron. He said Aaron seemed in great spirits. Aaron raised his hand and said that his physical and mental strength had improved significantly. After this, Alex introduced the two superhumans to each other. Surprisingly, it turned out that all three had special abilities, which was rare. Aaron couldn't help but ask what kind of opponent the three special ability users needed to join forces against. Alex told them not to worry and explained that they were just going to the school to save a student. He mentioned that he managed to contact her yesterday and that she is now at the academy, but it seems that something is wrong there. Alex explained that the sounds they heard indicated the presence of mutant creatures. Aaron expressed his doubts by asking if Alex knew what this creature was that even he couldn't handle. Alex then assured them not to worry too much, based on the sounds they heard on the phone the day before. The mutant they were dealing with was not human. Even if it were a mutated human, he would most likely be in a state of rabies. The sounds he made could not come from normal human vocal cords. However, if the three of them unite, then no matter how terrible this creature is, it will not be able to harm them. With this determination, they headed towards the academy. Meanwhile, at the academy, snow had already covered the entire campus, and only the roofs of some tall buildings were visible. In the gym, a group of surviving students were exhausted from constant clashes with a terrible monster. Some began to blame Aurora, who was in a wheelchair. They complained about the growing number of deaths and wondered why Aurora was still alive. A terrible creature appeared unpredictably, and the teacher who protected them always took special care of Aurora. Gradually, all the students began to perceive her as a burden and even blame her for the deaths of her classmates. In despair, one of the students wondered if they even had a chance to survive. After the snow disaster, out of more than 100 people, only about 40 remained alive. Listing the names of their dead classmates, everyone felt themselves starting to go crazy. At that moment, the girl with wavy hair noticed Aurora in her wheelchair and felt very disgusted. She wondered why so many people died while Aurora remained unharmed. She expressed her displeasure by pointing at Aurora and accusing her of being a burden. Since Valerie's teacher was especially attached to Aurora, she quickly became the object of everyone's discontent. Some even suggested throwing it away as monster food. Although the more adequate students knew that even if Aurora died, the monsters would not spare them. The guys decided that if they left her to be eaten by monsters, then her sacrifice would at least have some meaning. They decided that next time they would simply not take Aurora with them. However, they understood that Valerie cared about each student equally. However, there were fewer and fewer students. Even if Aurora died, they could not be sure that they would not be next. Suddenly, a girl with a ponytail came out of the crowd. A strange smile appeared on her face. She walked up to Aurora and looked down at her. Aurora, seemingly frightened, hissed and asked what she wanted. The girl with the ponytail, Catalina, leaned towards Aurora with a poisonous look and told her to just go and die and stop dragging them down. She caused so much trouble for everyone, and Catalina was even disgusted to look at her. Aurora was stunned by the scene, tears flowing from her eyes. Instead of condemning Catalina, the crowd around them began to clap and applaud. At that moment, a girl stood in front of Aurora. It was Aurora's best friend, Riley, who had been helping her all this time. Riley turned to Catalina, insisting that they were all classmates and that she should not go too far. Catalina, however, burst into wild laughter and accused Riley of being trash, saying that she didn't deserve the right to talk to her. Catalina stated that Riley only got into the academy through connections. An enraged Riley responded that money was worthless at a time like this and questioned Catalina's sense of superiority. This angered Catalina even more, and she replied that nobody like Riley had no right to speak back. She then directed her anger at Aurora, blaming her for causing the death of so many of her classmates and telling her to end it herself. Aurora lowered her head and silently listened to the curses of her classmates. Riley continued to argue, arguing that Aurora was also a person and had the right to life, and the death of other students had nothing to do with her. The girl then chimed in with an innocent look, admitting that while Aurora's disability made her a liability, Catalina was right. The students began arguing among themselves again, with some accusing Aurora of moral blackmail due to her disability. They expressed their displeasure by saying that it was time for her to find a place to die. Riley angrily retorted that she had been taking care of Aurora all this time, and none of the others had done anything for her. She questioned their right to blame Aurora. Catalina mockingly replied that Aurora was a noble girl from a famous family, and Riley was just a student who got into the school thanks to connections. She suggested that if it weren't for Aurora's disability, she wouldn't even bother with someone like Riley. But Riley replied that Aurora was not at all what Catalina thought. Aurora was silent, covering her ears with her hands. as her head was pounding from the incessant screams. At this moment, a girl came out of the crowd. It was Stella, the secretary of the class committee from a noble family. She suggested being more united at such a moment. She stated that although Aurora was indeed causing trouble, they would not abandon her. Stella hoped that Aurora would not hold a grudge against everyone and sincerely extended her hand to her. Suddenly, there was a loud ringing sound and the metal window was broken from above. Soon, a monstrous hand several meters long stuck through it. A clawed paw grabbed the student's head and easily lifted him up. The students burst into screams of horror and desperately ran away. Before the student had time to call for help, he was quickly pulled out of the window. The creature, which looked like a huge cat, licked its tongue and then put the student into its mouth. When the students heard the heart-rending screams of their classmate, they covered their ears. Everyone ran to the back of the gym in horror, leaving Aurora behind as Riley struggled to push her wheelchair. When they got to the back door, they found it locked and impossible to open. Soon the monster jumped into the gym through a hole in the window. It sat on the floor and began to play with the student's corpse. Then it bit his head off with a crunch. The beast threw the unnecessary remains of the body aside. He then jumped towards the rest of the student and growled threateningly at the crowd. The students realized that the creature standing in front of them had a high intelligence. It took the opportunity to attack them while the teacher who was protecting them went in search of food. All the students were herded into one part of the gym, too scared to fight back. Suddenly, someone pushed Aurora's wheelchair into the open. Caught by surprise, Aurora fell to the floor. Riley wanted to help her up, but she was paralyzed with fear and couldn't move. The large, cat-like creature was indeed attracted by this action and slowly approached Aurora. At this moment, the man who pushed her wheelchair, seeing an opportunity, tried to run away to the door. However, the creature, watching everything that was happening, bared its teeth and quickly hit the fleeing man with its paw. In one motion, he pinned the man to the floor. The blow was so strong that the man's entire body was affected, and soon he lay in a pool of his own blood. Barely alive, he called for help, but no one dared to respond. At this moment, all the students scattered. Plucking up her courage, Riley went to help Aurora up. The others realized that if the student tried to escape and was killed, and Aurora, who lay motionless, survived the attack. The monster seemed to primarily target moving objects. However, the guys realized that it was unsafe, and the creature was just mocking them. Realizing they couldn't just play dead, the students decided they had to warn Teacher Valerie or else they would all die. While the creature was fiddling with the dying student like a toy, Vincent ordered everyone to scatter. However, just as they were about to take the opportunity to escape, the dying student screamed in despair, accusing everyone of trying to abandon him. He was horrified when he realized that they were not going to save him. Even his best friend Vincent just decided to run past him. With an angry roar, he shouted that if he died, they would all go down with him. A sudden cry attracted the cat's attention. She quickly turned around and knocked down 2 more boys. The student, who had blood in his mouth, burst into a terrible laugh, declaring that if he had to die, they would all die together and become his funeral companions. While the big cat was distracted by the 2 groups, Vincent and 2 others ran out of the gym, their faces showing relief that they had almost escaped death. The 2 guys accompanying Vincent praised him, noting that his smart strategy of letting others distract the creature gave them a chance to escape. As he ran, he explained that the creature seemed to be a mutated cat. Cats play with prey before eating, and unless they are very hungry, they are not interested in dead prey. Seeing Vincent running away, the other students also tried to escape, but the big cat's tail hit one of them hard, and the blow was fatal. Several girls fell, having an emotional breakdown, screaming in horror. At this moment, an angry cry was heard. As it turns out, Teacher Valerie has finally returned to the academy. She fearlessly rushed at the big cat with a sword. The cat let out a high-pitched squeal as it dodged her attack. Seeing the bodies of the students, Valerie's eyes were filled with immense sorrow. Despite this, she decided to lure the creature out to avoid further victims. Teacher Valerie was a highly skilled swordswoman. The big cat seemed to understand Valerie's intentions and, grabbing the student's body in its mouth, quickly disappeared outside the hall. Holding the sword in both hands, Valerie carefully walked towards the door, knowing full well that the big cat was smart and should not be underestimated. When she went outside, she discovered that the creature had disappeared, leaving behind only chaotic traces of massive paws. It seemed to be gone, and Valerie couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Although a wave of exhaustion washed over her, in the 2 months that had passed since the start of the apocalypse, more than half of the students had died. If it weren't for her accidentally awakened special abilities, she would have long ago lost this deadly game of cat and mouse, and everyone, including herself, would have been dead. Then Valerie laid out the hard-earned food in front of the students and told the head boy, Vincent, to divide it among everyone. She then found a corner to sit down as she was extremely tired. At this point, Catalina lashed out at Aurora again, asking why she was still alive and calling her the most useless person present. She asked why she couldn't just die. Riley stood up for her again, indignantly replying that the monster attack had nothing to do with Aurora. However, Catalina was relentless, declaring that she simply could not stand Aurora. Stella tried to calm the situation down and took some of the food to give to Aurora. Before she had time to give the food, Catalina hit her on the arm and angrily snapped, saying that giving her food was a waste. She argued that the food supplies at school were limited, and sooner or later Aurora would be eaten by monsters anyway, so it was better to save food for the others. Teacher Valerie, who had been resting with her eyes closed, slowly opened them. She was already used to conflicts between students and was too exhausted to deal with it. While there were no casualties, she needed to conserve her strength and focus on the mutated big cat. Suddenly, the student, filled with despair, screamed that there was no point in arguing. She realized that they would all die and become just food for the monster. The creature would periodically come to select a few of their students to eat, but it would never kill too many at a time because it preferred prey to live ones. She came to the conclusion that there was no hope left in this world and no salvation was in sight. Vincent looked at the food in his hand and insisted that there must be hope. He believed that they were the future elite of society and could not just die. He looked at the snow-covered rooftops, hoping that they would be able to communicate with the outside world and that his father would definitely send someone to save them. At that moment, the silence was broken by the sound of a car engine. 3 men, following the navigator, arrived at the academy an hour later, getting out of the car. Alex took out a pistol and reminded the others to be on their guard. With the snowy campus as a backdrop, Aaron said it was impossible to determine where the person they were supposed to rescue was. Alex tried to contact Aurora by phone, but found that there was no signal. Then Alex told the others that, according to the map, the school area was 3,000 acres and high-rise buildings should be visible above the snow. He suggested getting back into the car and slowly going in search. Then Aaron suggested splitting up for efficiency and speed of search. However, Alex shook his head, noting that Aurora had already survived for 2 months, so she could wait a little longer. He thought it was safer for them to stay together. They then continued to scour the area by car and soon discovered a visible spire, probably the school's observatory, at some distance from the cafeteria and dormitories. Joshua guessed that they were most likely hiding in a lecture hall or gymnasium. It was more spacious and there was enough oxygen for everyone. In addition, there was a risk of roofs collapsing from the snow. Alex thought about the situation, remembering that the gym and cafeteria had been mentioned during the call. But since there were several cafeterias and gyms on campus, the search could be quite difficult. While Alex was thinking, Joshua shouted excitedly that they might be able to get inside. He used his powers to clear the roof of the observatory and then climbed inside. Joshua invited Aaron to enter through the window, and they continued on their way. At that moment, Alex felt a sudden coldness behind him, as if an animal was watching him. He immediately raised his pistol, preparing to fight. A giant creature over 10 meters tall appeared in the snowy field. Its eyes were fixed on him, and it seemed ready to pounce on him at any moment. For several seconds, they stood opposite each other in silence. However, Alex did not feel any desire to kill from the creature. In the midst of his thoughts, Joshua and Aaron appeared. Seeing the monstrous creature, Joshua instinctively activated his ice abilities. Countless ice spikes rushed towards the creature. The attack was fast, and it was too late for Alex to stop it. The ice spikes slammed into the creature, causing it to let out a painful scream. Enraged, the creature rushed at Joshua with incredible speed. Alex immediately activated his abilities, covering his body with a protective layer and increasing his speed. He jumped into the air and fired 3 shots from his pistol at the creature's head. Surprisingly, even armor-piercing bullets did almost no harm to the monster, only bouncing off its skin. As the creature approached Joshua, Aaron stepped forward, his body emitting a golden aura as his muscles expanded, turning him into a huge pile of muscle. Then he tensed up and rushed straight towards the monster. He delivered a powerful blow to the creature's head, causing the ice beneath him to crack. The beast backed away, emitting a painful meow. Realizing that they were dealing with a mutated giant cat, Alex switched to a sniper rifle. The creature's defense was unusually strong. Its skin resembled a steel shell, which made the light machine gun ineffective. Having received a blow from Aaron, the beast turned and rushed at him. Then Alex raised his sniper rifle and fired. This time, the creature was unable to quickly dodge, and the bullet hit it squarely in the cheek. Now the creature had a murderous fervor, and it slowly approached Alex. Suddenly, the creature curled up into a huge ball and rolled towards Alex at high speed. As the mutated cat rushed towards him with incredible speed, Alex quickly opened a dimensional portal intending to trap it. However, Alex underestimated the creature. It sensed the threat and dodged his attack with a swift leap and then rushed towards the snow pile. The hero cursed quietly to himself, realizing that he had missed such a good chance to catch the monster. Meanwhile, the cat hid in one of the snowdrifts. Joshua and Aaron hurried to their partner and asked if everything was okay with Alex. Alex, without taking his eyes off the cat, warned them that the creature was cunning and advised them to be careful. Suddenly, the cat let out a shrill cry that sounded like swearing. Aaron, slightly puzzled, noticed that the beast seemed to be cursing them. Then they saw the big cat turn around and disappear right into the snow. Aaron wondered aloud how the creature had disappeared so suddenly. And Joshua, equally astonished, suggested that it might have spatial abilities. Alex lowered his sniper rifle thoughtfully and considered it unlikely that the creature had abilities, noting that if it had them, it would have used them sooner. He also noted that he was very sensitive to spatial fluctuations and decided that the cat had simply run away. Approaching the place where the cat had disappeared, they realized that it had buried itself in the ground. Joshua said with a serious look that it looked like the person they were trying to save had encountered this creature that was strong and seemed to be intelligent. He wondered how ordinary people still survived. Joshua's analysis deepened Alex's thoughts. Given the creature's enormous size and the amount of food it required, it was unlikely that it could have survived that long by feeding only on the people at the school. But there was one mysterious detail. The creature did not show hostility at first and was only provoked by Joshua's ice attack. It seems that its intelligence has developed to a level comparable to that of a human. They looked at the large holes and theorized that perhaps these tunnels allowed air to circulate underground, allowing survivors to avoid suffocation. Thinking about this, Alex stood up and suggested they go down and check. Joshua, alarmed, protested that this was the creature's territory. Alex then looked at him and noticed that snow was Joshua's element, and if the cat dared to attack, he could use his powers to bury it alive. Joshua, embarrassed, replied that he had already forgotten about his abilities. They then descended into the cave, discovering an extensive network of tunnels beneath the snow. This allowed them to assume that the creature had indeed lived here for a long time. The complex network of tunnels made Joshua afraid of getting lost. Then Alex took out a box of colored pencils to mark their path. At that moment, Aaron smelled a faint smell of blood and determined that it was coming from the creature. Joshua, having doubts, suggested looking for places where this smell was less noticeable. Alex told Joshua that if he was scared, he could go back. There were 3 of them, and if they encountered the creature, it would most likely run away. Alex then pulled out a shiny gold pistol, the Golden Deagle, one of the most powerful pistols in the world, and loaded it with ammunition. Then Alex told Aaron, whose tracking skills were very strong, to follow the scent of blood. If the creature was hunting, it had to be near living people, which should lead them to the survivors. Joshua, still gripped by fear, looked at Alex warily. Then Alex, with a contemptuous look, told Joshua to stand behind him and not be afraid. If they encounter the creature, Joshua will have to use his ice powers to trap it while the others take care of the rest. Alex's words seemed to calm Joshua down. Meanwhile, in the academy's gym, Valerie vigilantly guarded the students for 3 days and nights. However, she was aware of the constant threat from the giant cat. After 3 days without food, she realized that hunger was a greater threat than the creature itself. While she was in deep thought, Vincent and Stella approached her. Vincent suggested that Valerie go and find food since everyone was starving. Stella added pathetically that Valerie was their only hope for survival and that she couldn't rest anymore. Valerie, trying to control her emotions and reminding herself that a teacher should not lose her temper, took a deep breath and, despite her fatigue, struggled to her feet. She wondered what would happen if the creature attacked while she was gone. Then Stella urged her to act quickly and return as soon as possible. Vincent, speaking calmly, assured her that they would do everything they could to protect the other students. Despite his disdain for Valerie's selfless attitude, Vincent admitted that having someone like her around was helpful. Otherwise, without her, they would have died long ago. Stella, with a desperate look, begged Valerie to save them, because without food, they would die of hunger. Valerie, leaning on her long sword, decided to go outside and warn them to be careful. However, Vincent had his own plans. Over the past month, he had been observing the creature's behavior and noticed that it usually only took 2 or 3 students at a time. So he chose a few people who could be used as a distraction if the creature attacked. Leaving the gym, Valerie understood that the creature was most likely nearby and was waiting for an opportunity. Determined to face him in battle to the death, she was willing to sacrifice herself if necessary. Meanwhile, Riley continued to tend to Aurora, asking if her arm hurt. Aurora, looking gratefully at her only friend, replied that in the current weather she felt almost no pain. Riley encouraged her with a determined look, telling her to believe that they could survive and not to lose hope. At this moment, another peal of mocking laughter was heard from behind. Catalina expressed disdain for Aurora's continued survival and suggested that if she were in her place, she would have ended it all already. The rest of the students joined in the ridicule, calling Aurora a burden and predicting that the next time a monster appeared, it would be the end of her. Aurora remained silent, unable to argue. Then Riley, unable to bear the ridicule, wanted to stand up for Aurora, but as soon as she raised her eyes, she saw a huge shadow outside the window. She stood up, pushed Aurora's chair, and shouted for everyone to run quickly. At the same time, a huge paw crawled through the window and reached inside with a wild cry. Vincent and the others, although they were scared, had already foreseen this scenario. They grabbed several students to push them towards the monster. The disciples were instantly crushed. Meanwhile, the others fled in panic. However, outside the gym, the monster did not notice Valerie standing behind him. Valerie rushed furiously at the monster. By the time the big cat reacted, it was already too late. Valerie's blade slammed into the big cat's neck. At this moment, the beast let out a piercing cry. The students watching this scene were too scared to move. Meanwhile, Valerie decisively blocked the entrance to the gym, not giving the monster a single chance to get closer. At that moment, Alex and his partners approached the entrance. Their appearance attracted the attention of both Valerie and the monster. The girl's eyes lit up with hope when she saw the men. Thinking that they must have come from outside to save them, she shouted for them to come and help. Joshua was about to take a step, but Alex stopped him. Alex watched Valerie with interest, noting her exceptional fighting skills and refined swordsmanship. It was obvious that her abilities were far beyond those of an ordinary person. However, he considered it more prudent not to get involved in unnecessary fights, since their main task was to find people. The big cat was a serious threat, and any rash actions could endanger all three of them. Aaron, understanding the situation and recognizing Valerie's skill in fencing, thought it wise to stay away from her. The three of them closed their eyes to what was happening and left the scene of the battle. Valerie was speechless, annoyed that they did not join her in the fight against the monster. She angrily shouted at them, asking why they didn't want to help. Despite her screams, Alex and his companions continued to ignore her. Soon, Aaron swung the gym door open, causing the students inside to yelp in surprise. However, when they saw the three newcomers, they felt relieved. Alex quickly noticed Aurora in a wheelchair. He expressed relief that they arrived on time. Vincent approached them and asked if they were Sishan's soldiers and if his father had sent them. Alex, hearing about this for the first time, asked which unit he was talking about. Vincent explained that his father, Diego, was the leader of the squad. Johnny thought this was funny, given Vincent's unkempt appearance. He chuckled skeptically, but was intrigued. He asked to tell him more about the base. Vincent was surprised by Alex's interest. He guessed why they came from another shelter. Then the hero asked how much Vincent knew about other shelters. Alex knew that there were several emergency shelters in Tianhai, and he suspected that there were higher-level ones that Vincent had not mentioned. Realizing that Vincent might not have valuable information, Alex decided to focus on Aurora. Other students, seeing potential saviors in Alex and his companions, willingly offered them money and help in exchange for salvation. They even made romantic proposals to Alex. The crowd of students began to whisper, not understanding why the guy was ignoring them. At this moment, the hero approached the pink-haired girl. When the hero confirmed Aurora's identity, he introduced himself and prepared to take her to his hideout. However, Aurora then asked if he could do her a favor. The hero assumed that she wanted him to save all her classmates as well. She asked him to stop the ongoing battle as she was concerned for Valerie's life. At first, the hero did not believe that she was asking for so little. However, he agreed to help, knowing that this would earn her favor. He signaled to Joshua and Aaron and they headed out of the gym. Meanwhile, Valerie was engaged in a fierce battle with the big cat, whose body was scattered on the ground. Alex decided he would take the creature with him for later study and then signaled to Joshua. Using his powers, Joshua created a huge crack in the snow. It was very large and grew very rapidly. As a result, ice and snow fell on the cat and separated her from Valerie. The girl barely had time to jump away from the place where the stones fell. Valerie, shaking with anger, turned to Alex and his partners. She demanded to know why they intervened. She was ready for the final battle with the monster and was furious that they had saved her. Valerie said this was the last chance to trap this monster. Alex turned away from her and explained that their intervention was aimed at helping and that Aurora was the one who asked for it. If it weren't for her request, he wouldn't have lifted a finger. Valerie, unable to contain her anger, screamed for Alex to stop. As she swung her long sword at him, Alex pulled out his golden deagle. The strong recoil of the pistol forced him to jump away, and he shot at the girl. However, Valerie, swinging her sword, split the bullet in two. Alex watched this, amazed at her skill. Meanwhile, the girl continued her attack, rapidly approaching Alex. In response, the hero quickly opened a spatial gate in front of him. Valerie, realizing the danger too late, felt herself being pulled inside by an invisible force. Joshua and Aaron rushed to help, but Alex motioned for them to keep their distance. After Valerie had been in the alternate space for about 2 seconds, Alex quickly opened the gate to let her out. Valerie lay on the ground, weakened, as time had almost stopped in the alternate space, and staying there for long could be deadly. Alex stated that he tried to help out of goodwill, but received only ingratitude. He picked up Valerie's longsword and jokingly remarked that he should keep it to avoid further trouble. He noted that the sword was an unusual weapon, capable of splitting bullets, and thought it might be useful in the shelter. Valerie rose to her feet with difficulty and demanded that the sword be returned to her. Alex then turned to the crowd and asked if a few people could help Valerie rest. Valerie, now weak and powerless, was taken to a corner, continuing to ask who Alex was and what he was doing here. The hero explained that his friend's sister, Aurora, was the one Alex came to save. Hearing this, Valerie asked if Alex could take everyone with her. The students, taking advantage of the opportunity, began to fervently beg to take them too. They mentioned their influential origins, hoping to convince Alex to save them too. Then Alex, losing patience, raised his voice, stating that he was only taking Aurora. He emphasized that he was only saving his family and that the students should contact their families. The students became worried, explaining that the phone had no reception and they were unable to contact their families. Observing the situation, Valerie begged Alex to save the students. The girl said that they are the future of the country. Alex, not paying attention to her pleas, said that he did not see the difference between them and ordinary people. He observed that students, despite their high education and privileged background, would not be able to make significant contributions to society. He jokingly remarked that he was just a commoner and was only here to save his family. As Alex prepared to leave with Aurora, several students quietly approached her. Suddenly, one of them grabbed her by the neck and the other pinned Riley to the floor. With a fierce look, Catalina threatened that if Alex did not take them with her, then she would strangle Aurora right now. Valerie tried to intervene, arguing that they were classmates and should not do this, but the students ignored her. Seeing the current situation, Alex turned to Aaron and Joshua and chuckled as he noticed that they dared to threaten him. Then the hero took out 2 police pistols and without hesitation fired several shots, knocking down the 4 criminals. The surrounding students screamed in horror and ran away. Valerie was shocked too, wondering how he could be so ruthless. Then the hero said that these children themselves were just ready to kill the defenseless girl. Ignoring the others, Alex walked up to Aurora, who was now clearly shaken by the recent events. But he decided that as long as she kept her sanity, it shouldn't be too much of a problem. After that, Alex extended his hand to her and said that they were going home. Aurora, coming out of her daze, hesitantly asked if Alex could take her friend Riley with her. At first, the hero thought that she was just another freeloader. Aurora then explained that Riley was also specially admitted to this school. Only the children of high-ranking officials and wealthy tycoons, as well as geniuses who were recruited for their talents, were accepted here. Riley was a mechanical genius who won numerous awards domestically and internationally. The wheelchair Aurora used was custom-made by Riley. Hearing this, Alex took another look at Riley and realized that his shelter could really use an experienced mechanic. He then looked seriously at Riley and asked her to explain how she could benefit. Riley's eyes lit up and she quickly responded, sharing her extensive knowledge of automotive design and maintenance, her study of various types of firearms, and her skills in making bladed weapons. She promised that she could modify cars and firearms, as well as handle any crafting task. Alex felt that he had found a valuable employee. He agreed to take Riley with him for Aurora's sake. Riley, almost jumping for joy, quickly helped with the wheelchair. Meanwhile, other students began to crowd around, trying to promote their talents. They offered themselves as drivers, translators, and so on. But despite the undoubted talents of the students, Alex could not understand how their skills could be useful in a post-apocalyptic world. Suddenly, Stella boldly stepped forward from the crowd, blocking Alex's path. She accused Alex of being responsible for the monster's escape and demanded his help in dealing with it before leaving. Alex, holding his gun at the ready, coldly said that he was very upset that the students thought that their arrival ruined everything. Seeing Alex's firm position, the other students did not dare to say anything more. Before leaving, Aurora looked at Valerie and thanked her for taking care of him all this time. Although none of her classmates were particularly good people, Valerie was a responsible and caring teacher. Aurora knew that Valerie would never abandon other students. After Alex and his group had walked some distance, Valerie suddenly came up with an idea. She offered to follow them, noting that she herself was badly wounded, and the monster, most likely, was also not in the best condition and might not dare to go out on surface for some time. Joshua quietly asked if they could follow them like this. Alex mockingly remarked that if Joshua felt sorry for them, then he should go and save them. A little effort from Joshua could have buried them all alive right here. Joshua was startled by the proposal, knowing that these people had done nothing to provoke him. Then Alex quickened his pace, declaring that when a person is poor, he takes care of himself. He could not afford to take care of these pampered children of the rich. They soon reached the surface, and Alex turned to Joshua and told him to go with Aaron on the motorcycle. Alex then handed him the helmet and remarked that Joshua, being able to do ice and snow arts, shouldn't be afraid of the cold. Joshua realized that it wasn't that bad, and noted that he hadn't enjoyed riding for a long time. Meanwhile, Alex carefully placed Aurora in the front passenger seat and Riley took the back seat. Then they quickly left the academy. Valerie and her group, who watched the departing transport, were stunned. Stella asked with a confused look what they should do now since everything around was covered with snow. Then Vincent stepped forward with a smile, unlocked his phone and said that he would handle the situation. Meanwhile, inside the car, Aurora and Riley enjoyed long-forgotten comfort and warmth. Alex waved his hand and 2 drink bottles and candy bars appeared in front of them. He noted that they must be starving and advised them to replenish their energy reserves, but not to eat too quickly to avoid indigestion. The girls gratefully accepted the food and began to eat greedily. Once they finished, Alex struck up a conversation with them. He told Aurora that she was very impressive. She wondered how Alex could think she was impressive when everyone always thought she was a burden. She noted that if Valerie and Riley hadn't protected her and cared for her, she might have died a long time ago. Riley joined in, saying that they were good friends and there was no need for formalities. Alex smiled mysteriously and noticed that Aurora was definitely unusual. Despite being disabled from a young age, she managed to survive for 2 months in a post-apocalyptic world under the threat of a monster. While once or twice it could have been chalked up to luck or Riley's protection, such a long time frame seemed intriguing. Alex suggested that this might not just be a coincidence. Riley looked surprised, and Aurora's smile gradually faded, replaced by a slightly worried expression. She replied that Alex was truly unusual, and asked how he had managed to survive and take care of her 2 clumsy sisters until now. Alex noted that it's not about the mind. The point is that he just tries to look at things from different angles, and he also said that earlier, during Valerie's fight with the big cat, Aurora only asked to stop the fight, and not to protect Valerie. This suggests that Aurora's goal may have been to protect the monster without harming Valerie. Alex concluded that the big cat was somehow connected with Aurora. Aurora's expression changed to a sly one, and she confirmed that Alex was about 60 to 70% correct. She explained that she was not the owner of the big cat, although she never intended to harm her classmates. The big cat did protect her. Riley realized that Furry was a stray cat that was being fed by Aurora, and the monster was a mutated form of Furry. Aurora confirmed this, explaining that Furry never attacked them due to their previous connection. Riley didn't believe it at first, but now everything became clear to her. She always believed that they were just lucky. Alex's interest in the big cat grew when he first arrived at the academy. Finding Aurora was not easy, but the appearance of a big cat seemed incredible. Noticing Aurora's playful expression, Alex asked if the cat only attacked them because they fed her and she felt grateful. The girl realized that nothing could be hidden from this guy. Aurora admitted that Furry's intelligence developed after the mutation, and he even understands human language. Aurora also warned him in advance that they would come for them, and told him not to attack strangers rashly. Alex asked if the deaths of her classmates were also orchestrated by her through the big cat. Aurora denied any involvement, stating that although there were people she disliked among her classmates, she never wished them dead. Most of them died because they mistreated Furry when he was still a stray cat, and besides, Furry needed to be fed, and the situation gradually got out of control. Many of her classmates perceived Aurora as a burden, even deliberately pushing her away as a human shield. As the girl spoke, her face twisted into a sinister smile. She noted that these ridiculous fools never understood that Furry would never harm her. And every time she remained unharmed, people became more and more indignant. Aurora watched with pleasure as the students hate her and eventually meet their tragic end. Riley fell silent, now realizing that it all actually made sense. Aurora continued to reflect on how she eventually stopped caring about the people who bullied him. She noticed that their deaths were more pleasant, and Furry played his part in eliminating them one by one. Suddenly, Aurora looked at Alex expectantly and asked if he thought Alex's actions were cruel. Alex stared at her for a moment and then remarked that if it were up to him, he would be much more ruthless. He chuckled and explained that he only came to save her because her sisters begged him, and because of her computer skills, other matters did not concern him. Aurora found his reasoning acceptable, recognizing that in a post-apocalyptic world, those who are of no value inevitably end up thrown out. Alex then turned the conversation to practical issues. He assured Aurora that as long as she followed his instructions and demonstrated her value to the team, Alex would take care of her. The girls, clearly impressed, continued to admire enthusiastically. Alex then thought about another question. He asked Aurora why she waited until now to contact the outside world and how she solved the signal problem. Aurora smiled slyly and said that she was one of the best hackers in the world. Solving the problem with the signal was a mere trifle for her, especially with the help of Furry. She added that she never expected her sisters to contact her, and Alex was her goal from the very beginning. The revelation made Alex feel deceived and realized that the rescue he was thinking about was a trap set by the genius girl, because there was no connection between them. With a hint of pride, she explained that her half-sister, whom she had long thought dead, was only fit for the entertainment industry. She didn't even hope that she would save her. Then Aurora took out a mobile phone from her pocket. The phone had a unique design, suggesting that it was a custom device with powerful signal reception capabilities. Aurora said that do not underestimate the performance of the phone, which was comparable to a supercomputer, just one click of a finger. And all the secrets Alex's are revealed. Aurora suddenly took on a loving expression on her face, declaring that despite the fact that he is just a warehouse manager, Alex is like an idol to her. Then the hero, panicking, asked what she knew. Aurora confidently replied that she knew everything, from the theft of the warehouse to the bank transfer records, from the construction of the shelter to the almost murder of the entire area and the subsequent application of the Shu family to the shelter. Her face turned red with excitement as she stated that Alex was beautiful when he killed so many people. Alex, speechless, thought that Aurora was a real yandere. He sighed sharply and asked if she had used her sisters to contact him and ask for help. Aurora nodded sweetly and said that she was sure that Alex would definitely come, judging by all their actions. Aurora noted that Alex seemed like a cautious person, and while she wasn't sure he would come, she was glad he did. Hearing this, Alex felt that he had always believed that he was in control of the situation, but now he had fallen into someone else's trap. Aurora's treachery terrified him, but he decided that having such a person as an ally was better than as an enemy. Smiling, Alex asked whether the mutated cat Furry completely obeyed her orders. Aurora shook her head and explained that cats can only be friends if they are treated well. It is almost impossible to be their owner, especially if we are talking about a stray cat. At that moment, a huge figure appeared in the rearview mirror. It was a mutated cat. Alex muttered to himself that the cat seemed to be very attached to Aurora. Alex couldn't help but feel delighted. The big cat actually followed them. Combined with his relationship with Aurora, he still had a chance to get the cat to side with him. Seeing Furry chasing the car, Aurora opened the window. Riley, who was initially scared of this creature, suddenly found the cat cute. Although Alex knew that stray cats were very difficult to tame and did not trust humans very much, he had a warehouse full of high-quality cat food and dried fish. So he pressed the gas pedal and drove towards the house. Soon the group returned to the shelter. Alex decided to thank his partners. He gave Joshua a pillow, which made him happy like a child. For Aaron, Alex brought 2 large barrels of fuel, just what he needed. Both Aaron and Joshua left happy, promising to help in the future when needed. Alex then led the 2 girls into the house. As soon as they entered, Riley exclaimed how wonderful Alex was, saying that this place was like heaven, and it was hard to imagine such a happy place existing in a post-apocalyptic world. Alex, patting Riley on the shoulder, said that if they behave well and help solve problems, then there will always be a place for them in the house. Suddenly, Aurora blushed and asked what kind of things were included in the help. Alex was speechless, deciding that the girl was very brave, but Riley did not understand the subtext. Then Alex knelt down, gently pinching Aurora's cheek, and said that for her age, she was quite knowledgeable. However, its main task is to maintain cybersecurity at home. Alex, realizing his capabilities, admitted that, despite the attractiveness of the girl, he is not one of those who falls in love with everyone he meets. Hearing Alex's words, Aurora felt an unpleasant feeling. She looked at her crippled legs and wondered if Alex was rejecting her because of her disability. At this point, Julia ran down the stairs excitedly, shouting that Alex had indeed saved Aurora and expressing her relief that she was alive. Julia grabbed Aurora's hand and scolded her for not contacting Alex sooner, mentioning how worried she was. However, Aurora abruptly pulled Julia's hand away, replying that it would be pointless to contact her earlier, since Julia was just an actress who achieved fame by exploiting the fantasies of men. She said that if she hadn't found out she was with Alex, she wouldn't have gotten involved with someone like her. Julia looked visibly embarrassed, and Alex watched disinterestedly on the couch, noting that things seemed rather strained between these cousins. He understood why Aurora, a highly intelligent computer genius, would look down on a celebrity like Julia, who became famous for her looks. At that moment, Scarlett entered the room. She asked when their sister Aurora managed to change so much. After meeting, it turned out that Riley is from a highly educated family. Both of her parents are university professors. Julia complimented the girls, praising the strong genes and beauty of their family. Alex then stood up and patted Julia, instructing her to prepare food to welcome the new arrivals. He also asked Scarlett to prepare rooms for Aurora and Riley. The girls went to take a bath, and soon the food was ready. During the meal, Alex began to assign responsibilities. He told Aurora that she would be involved in the cybersecurity of the shelter, which, in his opinion, would not be difficult for her. Aurora confidently assured him that she had everything under control. Alex then turned to Riley, who immediately tensed and sat up straight with her hands on her knees. He noted that, being an expert in mechanics, creating weapons and ammunition should not be difficult for her. Riley timidly replied that it was not difficult for her, but she required special equipment and materials for ammunition. However, making edged weapons with the right metal and forging equipment was as easy as shelling pears. Alex smiled weakly and told her not to worry. After that, he asked the girl to go with him. He led Riley into a spacious room on the underground level, where he revealed to her a variety of heavy machinery taken from his space. Riley was delighted by the appearance of the advanced equipment and noted that these were not ordinary machines. Most of them are high-end imported equipment costing millions. She assured Alex that this equipment was more than enough and that there were several machines that might not be useful, but could be dismantled for parts. She flexed her chiseled biceps and assured Alex that she had everything under control. Seeing her enthusiasm, Alex felt sincere satisfaction. He then took out the longsword he had taken from Valerie and asked her to test it for special properties, wondering if it could be some kind of ancient divine weapon. Riley's face lit up with excitement and examined the sword. She explained that it was a masterpiece of modern edged weapons, personally forged by the greatest swordmaster Yuan Lin. While not an ancient divine weapon, it was the pinnacle of modern technology. It was made from adamantium alloy, a metal developed only 10 years ago and the hardest material known today. If it was made by a master, he could easily cut iron and even split diamonds. The sword was given to Valerie's teacher as a high reward for bravery while serving as a bodyguard, so it had great meaning to her, almost more than her life. Holding an unusual sword in her hands, Alex felt a secret excitement, understanding why this woman could fight a giant cat with such ease. Having such a treasure for self-defense was simply ideal. When dinner time arrived, Alex prepared a sumptuous feast to welcome Aurora and Riley. He thought it had been a long time since they had enjoyed warm food. Riley said that the school was well supplied, with many expensive cafeterias and a warehouse full of ingredients. There were even several large stores. Alex smiled, finding the concept of such an elite school to be beyond his understanding. Riley looked at Alex with admiration and expressed gratitude for him taking them from there. She noted that without school supplies, they could have frozen to death. Alex looked at Riley and assured her that now that they were here, they had to prove their worth, and he would make sure they were well fed and clothed. After dinner, everyone relaxed on the couch and Alex turned on the TV. Among the few news still airing, they received alarming news. The extreme cold that had lasted for 2 months had led to global turmoil. Regions fought bitterly for resources and the concept of nation-states almost completely collapsed, with some armed organizations quickly rising up, using force to control resources and even enslaving survivors. Alex tensed, realizing that the situation was worse than he thought. Julia clung to him anxiously, expressing her fear and bewilderment that the situation had suddenly become so dire. The hero, maintaining his composure, explained that such a situation was to be expected. He noted that previously these armed forces had shown a certain restraint, at least respecting the decisions of national leaders. However, realizing that the Ice Age would not end anytime soon, they began to act fearlessly, relying solely on their military might. Aurora added that this is similar to the rules and regulations of some organizations. Although they exist, not everyone follows them. Their very existence restrained them from extreme actions, but now there is no order left. Alex nodded in agreement, knowing that the only result would be the transformation of the local military into warlords, signaling the approaching era of the warlords. In such a scenario, the lives of ordinary people will become even more miserable. The hero then took Aurora to the control room, which was to become her new workplace. Her eyes lit up at the sight of a massive supercomputer that looked like something out of a science fiction movie. Alex patted her on the shoulder, giving her responsibility for the cybersecurity of the shelter. Aurora, frozen on the holographic screen, nodded meaningfully. The hero noticed her concentration and decided that having such a highly intelligent computer genius like Aurora in the control room was an ideal option. Aurora soon got to work, her fingers moving across the keyboard at breakneck speed. Alex, standing behind her, could not understand her actions, but felt that her experience was impressive. In just 2 minutes, Aurora conducted a thorough check of the entire network of the shelter. Pausing her work, she shared the results of her analysis, showing that this system was once the most advanced personal network in the world and still remains so. Its artificial intelligence was incredibly powerful, capable of fixing vulnerabilities on its own, theoretically leaving no security loopholes. However, she noted that this was only true for ordinary hackers. High-end hackers could still find vulnerabilities. There have been thousands of network attack attempts over the past 2 weeks. Aurora estimates that if it weren't for Alex's appearance, the firewall would have been breached within a couple of weeks, bringing the entire shelter down. Alex felt a chill run down his spine upon hearing this. It was clear that the hideout was most likely under surveillance after that incident. He anxiously asked if Aurora would be able to fend off these attacks. Aurora smirked confidently and stated that as a world-class top hacker, cybersecurity was her forte. Although the attackers may be experienced, to her, they are just amateurs. Aurora planned to start by installing basic security and creating a new encrypted network, since wireless networks are the easiest to hack. After a few minutes of efficient work, she triumphantly announced that she had finished setting up. Alex smiled and patted her head affectionately, praising her for her impressive job. Aurora then returned to her tasks, ready to challenge any future invaders of their network. As a highly skilled hacker, she had to solve such complex problems. Alex, still cautious, advised her to protect their own network and avoid unnecessary risks. But he was interested in what organizations were spying on them. Aurora assured him with a smile that, judging by their previous attempts, they were not close to her level. Even if she fails to hack their network, she can at least cover her tracks to avoid detection. At that moment, Scarlet burst into the control room and, trembling with fear, reported that there was a monster behind the door of the shelter. As it turned out, it was Furry. He was lying calmly near the building. Alex and Aurora exchanged glances and giggled, noting that the cat seemed unable to let go of Aurora and followed her. Aurora tilted her head, explaining that he only trusted her and must be worried to follow her. Alex considered this an excellent opportunity to tame the cat, which was very important, because people living across the river could be in danger. With these thoughts, Alex took Aurora out of the control room. Scarlet, pale with fear, clung to Alex. Outside, a huge cat lay calmly in the snow and looked inside. Seeing Aurora, the cat closed his eyes and dozed off, looking tired and covered in a layer of snow. Alex thought that the cat must have been exhausted after the fight with Kevin. There were many wounds from swords on his body. Now he is tired, hungry, and in pain, which means it's time to tame him. Having decided so, Alex prepared to take Aurora outside, intending to feed the big cat. When Aurora appeared, the cat was delighted, but when she saw Alex behind her, she carefully stepped back. Noticing the cat's fatigue, Alex opened a portal to another dimension. Soon, piles of cat food and dried fish tumbled out. He picked up a bag of food and began to tease the big cat, inviting it to become his pet. The cat stared intently at the food. Alex was delighted, thinking that the cat would be easy to deal with as long as there was food, but he was quickly proven wrong when the big cat suddenly stood up, her eyes wary. Aurora, sitting in a wheelchair, smiled, noting that stray cats are much more careful than domestic cats. She mentioned that it took her several months to become friends with the big cat. Alex had enough time to establish a trusting relationship with this creature, but he was afraid that it might attack the village across the river. After some thought, Alex told Furry that although he didn't trust him yet, he could still provide him with food. In return, The cat must promise not to attack the villagers across the river. The cat quickly understood Alex's request and nodded happily. Having agreed, Alex returned to the shelter, deciding that in another dimension there would be enough treats to feed the animal. But with such a large cat, these snacks would not last long, so in the future he would have to look for other food. Returning to the living room, he heard the surprised and delighted exclamations of Scarlett and Julia. The girls called the guy to look out the window. Looking out the window, Alex saw that the big cat had disappeared. He widened his eyes in surprise when he saw that the creature could change its size at will. A giant mutant cat over 10 meters long turned into an ordinary cat. At that moment, Riley suddenly realized something. She explained that if the cat had always been that size, their dead classmates would not have been enough to fill its stomach. Aurora also analyzed the situation, noting that Furry's appearance was always sudden, which is illogical for such a large size. It was impossible for him to be so silent that even someone like Valerie's teacher could not detect him. All signs pointed to the fact that he could always change his size at will. Aurora suddenly furrowed her eyebrows in concern as she noticed the blood on Furry. Alex immediately bent down to take a closer look and was convinced that there was indeed a cut on the animal's body. Although the blood had frozen, the wound looked quite deep. It must have been inflicted by Valerie with her sword. However, Furry did not seem to be too worried about the wound, because such injuries do not pose a particular problem for a stray cat. Alex thought for a moment, deciding that he should prepare Furry's medicine the next day and take the opportunity to gain his trust. At night, Aurora and Riley slept in the same room. Riley, lying in a warm and spacious room, joked with Aurora that in the morning they were freezing and starving in a snow cave, and now they were in a heavenly room. Aurora smiled softly, saying that they owed their current comfort to Alex. Riley clenched her fists with determination, feeling that they had to prove their worth in the future and not disappoint Alex. Curious, Aurora asked what Riley was doing that day. Riley responded with excitement that Alex had familiarized himself with the equipment and might need to make a weapon. However, he appears to have no shortage of conventional firearms, so Riley will focus on studying ammunition and explosives. Aware of her duty, Riley spent the entire night thinking about Alex's possible needs. She decided that tomorrow she would definitely find out what he needed. Early the next morning, Riley shared her ideas with Alex, which coincided with his own thoughts. Alex believed that the traps outside were too primitive. They could scare off the shoe people, but were not sufficient for more organized groups. Therefore, mines and explosives are exactly what he needs. Riley confidently assured him that she would sort everything out. Meanwhile, after Alex and his group left the academy, Valerie led the students to the surface. Vincent, overjoyed, took out his phone to call his father, Diego, and ask for help. On the surface, the signal was stronger, and soon he contacted his father. Upon learning of their situation, Diego ordered them to remain where they were and not move, promising to organize their rescue. The students joyfully greeted this news, delighted at the prospect of leaving this terrible place. Some tried to contact their families but received no response, causing them to fear the worst for their loved ones. However, some students felt uneasy, wondering why Vincent's father, if he had the opportunity to save them, did not go looking for them sooner. While Vincent and the others waited quietly at the entrance to the cave, the mysterious base finally made its move. Suddenly, a strange noise was heard outside. Vincent, incredibly excited, rushed out of the cave entrance, shouting that his father had finally arrived. The rest of the students also stood up and hurried after, afraid to be left behind. Soon the guys left the snow cave. The first thing they saw was a dog team. The dogs were clearly unusual, looking like well-trained military dogs. At that moment, Valerie noticed that soldiers dressed in special uniforms came out of the sleigh. Instead of approaching them directly, the soldiers were talking among themselves, looking at the group of students as if examining animals. An agitated Vincent approached and asked if his father had sent for him. Then one of the soldiers lifted his helmet, revealing a somewhat gaunt face, and happily confirmed that he was indeed Vincent's father. Vincent didn't believe it at first, and only after a few seconds he vaguely recognized his father. His father, a high-ranking official, usually looked quite well-fed, but this man in front of him had become almost unrecognizably thin. Embarrassed, Vincent hugged his father, but then expressed his displeasure at the delay in his rescue. He angrily shouted that his father should have come for him earlier and complained that he almost died there. Diego looked embarrassed, suggesting that they not discuss past affairs. He emphasized that the main thing was their safety and suggested that they go home with him first. At that moment, a soldier approached them and in a condescending tone asked what was in the school warehouse. He insisted that the supplies needed to be taken to the base, Only then Valerie realized that something was wrong. The soldiers did not seem to be going to save them. They were more interested in supplies. Vincent, without showing much zeal, said that there were indeed a lot of supplies under the snow, but there was also a mutated big cat there, which they could not compare with. The soldiers consulted among themselves a little, and the captain said that dealing with the monster would not be difficult. They assured them that they had experience fighting mutated creatures, and instructed Vincent to lead the way, and they would handle the rest themselves. Panicking, Vincent said that he did not want to return to the dangerous snow cave, confident that these soldiers would not be able to keep him safe. So he pointed to Valerie and explained that she had found all the supplies for the students. Valerie knew their location better. Valerie took a deep breath and took the lead, saying she would lead them there. The soldiers then followed her to the cave entrance. They assured them that as soon as supplies were found, arrangements would be made for them. However, the students became worried. They felt that help should look different. Soon sounds were heard from the entrance to the cave, and a soldier leaned out and shouted to the students to come and help move their things. Having no choice, the guys obeyed. The soldiers ordered the students to load all the things they found onto the sled. Some students began to complain in whispers, asking why they were being used as labor instead of being rescued. They wondered why they were doing hard work if Vincent's father was supposedly the leader. Vincent, no less embarrassed, had always boasted that his father was the main man at the West Mountain base. But the current situation suggested that his father's position was not as high as he claimed. He calmly explained that in the icy apocalypse, the labor shortage meant there would be no extra hands. He assured everyone that they would be able to rest once they reached the base. Soon, all the packed supplies were carried onto the sled and the soldiers quickly set off, leaving 2 soldiers behind. The students were stunned as they watched the sled disappear into the distance. They wondered if another sled had not been prepared for them and they would have to walk to the base. Accustomed to comfort and luxury, the students found the prospect of walking 10 kilometers on foot daunting. After listening to the students' protests, 2 soldiers ordered them to shut up. One of the soldiers screamed and ordered them to follow him if they wanted to survive, or crawl back into the cave. Another soldier coldly added that, regardless of their previous status, in the apocalypse their value is negligible and they must submit in order to survive. Throwing down the bag of energy bars, he turned and walked away. Some of the students were devastated and clearly unable to come to terms with this harsh reality. Then Valerie picked up the energy bars and called on everyone to gather their courage and follow the soldiers. She stressed that the school food had been taken away and that staying there meant certain death. Thanks to the moral support of the teacher, a flame of hope was lit in the hearts of the students. 2 hours later, they finally reached the entrance to the base. The giant iron door slowly opened and, followed by the 2 soldiers, the students hurried inside. They went down the stairs and walked for some time. The soldiers then ordered them to go further down the stairs. Soon the students found themselves in a spacious room where it was much warmer than outside. Excited and at the same time scared, they wondered what to do next. Valerie reassured them by telling them that they had not come all this way to be harmed. At that moment, the door opened and a group of people in protective suits with devices resembling spray guns came out. After that, they began to spray the students with an unknown liquid. Following them, a buxom middle-aged woman stepped forward and loudly ordered everyone to line up for disinfection as a precaution. She announced that a full body search would follow for the safety of everyone on base and demanded full cooperation. Soon, 2 medical workers arrived in the hall. By order of the woman, blood samples were taken from everyone for analysis. Then, under the leadership of the soldiers, the students were led into a room. Valerie and the students found themselves in a spacious room. Soon, a man in protective clothing brought in a large bowl of food, and the students exchanged wary glances, wondering what the white, viscous liquid was inside the cup. It smelled decent, and therefore, driven by hunger, the students grabbed spoons and began to eat greedily. The food tasted a little like yogurt, but it was definitely not yogurt. They barely had time to regain their strength when the door suddenly swung open and Diego entered the room, accompanied by a woman. Vincent, seeing his father, called out to him excitedly. The woman looked at Vincent. An ominous smile appeared on her face. Then she told Diego that his son looked strong. Diego responded obediently, confirming that it was indeed his son. Then the woman, with her hands behind her back, loudly announced that the results of blood tests showed that everyone was healthy and did not have infectious diseases or suspicious viruses. She noted that college students have good resistance, but stressed that they still need thorough cleaning. She then ordered everyone to line up, at which point the director pointed at Vincent and told him to come with her. Vincent's eyes lit up and he began to brag to his classmates that Alex had told him that his father was in an important position there and would take care of him. Unlike the others, his classmates looked at him with envy. Diego then whispered in Vincent's ear, reminding him that these were unusual times and he had to follow the rules. He stressed that Vincent could not refuse what the leaders were asking him to do. Vincent nodded, somewhat puzzled, thinking that he might be appointed to an important job title. The director then put her arm around Vincent's shoulders and asked him to come with her. Everyone watched Vincent get special attention and envied him. Vincent then followed the director through the shelter, marveling at the vastness of the base. Soon, the director led Vincent into the room and told him to take a shower. Vincent, who had not bathed for 2 months, was delighted at the prospect of a hot shower. He hurried to the bathroom and spent 15 minutes there. However, when he came out of the bathroom wearing only a towel, he was stunned. The half-naked director stood in front of him, wearing only her underwear, and her eyes were full of seductive intentions. Meanwhile, Valerie and other students were given new clothes, which seemed rather strange to them. They complained about the outdated styles and colors. At that moment, a woman with glasses looking like a manager entered. She ordered everyone to follow her, saying that she would take them to where they would work and live. The students lined up and, following the leader, felt a growing sense of anxiety. After that, the girl took the guys to another room, when a large iron door rose, revealing a huge workspace filled with bicycles. To their amazement, they saw thousands of people pedaling vigorously, their faces blank, numb, and exhausted. The stunned student asked what these people were doing. The woman with glasses looked over her shoulder and explained that this was now their workplace. Their task is to generate electricity for the base and connect the bicycles to the power grid. She informed them that each of them would receive a manual on the rules of the base, which they must strictly adhere to or face serious consequences. She warned them that their rations depended on the amount of electricity they generated and advised them to work hard if they wanted to survive. Suddenly, one girl collapsed to the ground, cried bitterly, and grabbed the hand of teacher Valerie. All the girls suddenly began to cry, accustomed to a luxurious life. These young women had never experienced such difficulties and instinctively looked to their teacher for hope. They remembered the best times at the academy, when teacher Valerie took care of everything, protected them, and found food. But now the situation was reminiscent of the workshops of the lowest words of societies. However, the female leader remained indifferent to their crying, advising them to save their strength to generate energy. She warned that otherwise they would not even have the strength to cry. Valerie consoled the students by telling them that they should focus on their work. Valerie then realized that this place was no longer a so-called official refuge. It had become a tool of some powerful organization. It seemed that her previous thoughts were too naive. The director, seemingly satisfied, got dressed and left the room. Diego waited outside all this time. When the director came out, he approached her with a bow. The director clapped her hands and noted that Diego's son had definitely inherited his talents from Diego. Diego responded with a goofy smile and said that those days were a thing of the past. The director then told Diego to put away the napkins and other items. She informed him that she would arrange for additional supplies to be given to him. Diego was overjoyed and expressed deep gratitude. Thanking the director for her generosity, he told her to contact her at any time. And he will bring his son to serve her. After the director closed the door and left, Diego ran into the room, concerned about his son's condition. Vincent lay on the bed, exhausted. Diego looked at his son with a pained expression on his face and asked if he was okay. He then took a deep breath and explained that the rules of the game had changed. According to him, in order to survive, Vincent must be ready to accept everything, and over time he will get used to it. Vincent, with tears in his eyes, looked at his father and asked how everything could turn out this way. He was interested in why Diego did not tell him about the situation earlier, because he expected to continue living as a privileged official. Diego explained in a heavy voice that after the apocalypse, all the rules changed. The so-called position of chief became useless. He began to talk about what happened after the apocalypse. Initially, people with high status came to the base. They respected each other, and the researchers assumed that the snow disaster would soon end, and everyone would be able to return to their previous places and restore their previous status and cooperation. However, scientists soon discovered that the consequences of the supernova explosion exceeded all expectations. An ice age began on Earth, which could last decades or even centuries, which means that previous statuses and personalities will cease to exist. At this point, a group of people with powerful special abilities awakened, widening the class gap. Those who controlled the military rebelled and seized control of the base, eventually establishing a hierarchy. Diego continued, explaining that wherever there are people, there is a hierarchy. What happened to Vincent was the first lesson in the life and death struggle that was to come. Now they found themselves at the very bottom and had to unquestioningly obey the rulers in order to survive. Meanwhile, Valerie and her students had their first day of work, and they were finally able to get some rest. Only then beginning to realize the gravity of their situation. After a whole day of spinning a bicycle, the students were rewarded with only a bowl of some kind of protein paste. Accustomed to a luxurious life, they had difficulty adapting to the hard work and depressing environment. They gathered around the teacher Valerie, complaining about their situation. They complained about sore backs and wondered when this ordeal would end. Some said that they would rather die than continue to work in such conditions. Seeing the students suffering so much, Valerie felt deep pain, but did not know what to do. She thought that just being alive was already quite difficult. She noted that even those who traveled with them were once people of status, and a world where everyone would be happy and enjoy life simply no longer existed. However, she urged them not to be too pessimistic, because at least they are alive and can fend for themselves. One of the students, filled with indignation, said that they were the elite of society and asked why they had to work like slaves. Teacher Valerie realized that the students were still unable to grasp the new reality. She expressed her disappointment by saying that, being just a teacher, there was little she could do. At that moment, the door suddenly opened and Vincent entered the room looking dejected. Everyone quickly surrounded him, asking if his father, being the leader at the base, could look after them. They expressed their reluctance to continue cycling and mentioned that even a clerical job would be better. Vincent responded with a grim look that everyone on the base had a role and their job was to generate energy. Then Valerie approached Vincent and asked what he had done that day. Clenching his fists, Vincent explained that he had a better understanding of the current situation at the base. He said that now their situation is very dangerous and from now on they will have to rely only on Valerie. After thinking for a while, Valerie seemed to understand the meaning of Vincent's words. Being an expert in martial arts, and now also possessing special abilities, she knew that it was only a matter of time before she became an important person in the current hierarchy of the base. Vincent then passed on the information he had collected. He revealed that the leader of the organization was Roman, a former high-ranking official who controlled the military. Many of his subordinates had awakened special abilities, and they quickly took control of the entire base, rearranging its order to run the organization more efficiently. Roman divided the base into 4 levels. In the first tier, Roman and his associates lived, enjoying the best living conditions. The second tier consisted mainly of leading scientists and doctors, whose living conditions were comparable to pre-apocalypse standards. The third tier housed the military, originally elite warriors, now powerful units with special abilities, living in a relatively carefree state. The bottom tier housed the bulk of the organization, doing the hardest work but receiving the fewest resources. They had no way out and were under close surveillance by a level 3 security team. Any act of disobedience was tantamount to suicide. The students were stunned by this revelation, with one girl overcome with despair, screaming, asking if this meant they were trapped here for life. Vincent coldly replied that they were brought here to replenish the workforce, and if someone wanted to end it all, no one would stop him. He added that no one cares about their lives, and they can easily replace them with other survivors from outside. At this point, a tall one student angrily grabbed Vincent by the collar, blaming him for being the cause of their predicament. He blamed Vincent for revealing their location, causing their resources to be stolen and them to be captured and taken to this hellish place. Vincent simply stared back with an impassive expression and asked if he thought that staying at the academy would save them from being devoured by cat demons. Vincent then forcefully pushed him away and then turned to Valerie, saying that their only hope was Valerie's teacher. He emphasized that, unlike them, Valerie was a person with special abilities, and such people enjoyed privileges, so Valerie should help them. Vincent's words turned out to be the last hope for the students. They quickly surrounded Valerie, pleading with her. They stated that as their teacher, it was her responsibility to take care of the students, and they could not handle the hard work. Valerie, looking helpless, replied that she was already keeping them safe, but there was little she could do about the division of labor at the base. She then turned around and laid down on the bed, telling everyone to rest as they would still have to get up and work the next day. Reluctantly, the students returned to their beds. The next morning, the loudspeaker at the door went off and everyone hurriedly got ready and lined up for the cafeteria. A bespectacled woman, accompanied by several soldiers, took a megaphone and announced good morning to everyone. She praised them for surviving another day and offered to thank their great leader Roman for ensuring they lived happily ever after. All the workers applauded, chanting words of praise for Roman. Valerie thought this was outright brainwashing. The bespectacled woman continued speaking into the megaphone, announcing that the base had rescued another group of survivors the day before and that they were now all one big family. She then invited the new family members to introduce themselves as all eyes turned to Valerie and the others, and there was warm applause. Valerie felt fear. She was familiar with this type of brainwashing. She knew that it was the famous herd instinct, and she understood that it would not hurt to be vigilant. Valerie took a deep breath. Although she understood the situation perfectly, she felt helpless. At this moment, the girl could only force her students to introduce themselves one by one. The bespectacled woman then called the morning meeting. Throughout the morning meeting, Valerie noticed changes in the expressions of her students. They seemed to gradually accept the new group and even began to communicate with the staff. Valerie found consolation in this, believing that living in such oblivion was better than waiting for death at the academy. At that moment, a young woman in a black suit entered the hall, followed by 2 armed soldiers. The bespectacled woman immediately addressed her with a flattering air, calling her Grace's secretary and declaring that she was honored to have her here. However, Secretary Grace did not even spare the woman a glance. She took a megaphone and loudly announced that the day before they had rescued a new group of survivors and asked if Miss Valerie was present. When Valerie stood up calmly, the students looked at her with eyes full of anxiety. Valerie slowly approached them, and then the girl in black introduced herself as Grace, the secretary of the leader Roman. She said that their leader would like to meet with Valerie. Hearing this, the entire cafeteria became agitated. Everyone began to heatedly discuss the fact that the leader of the organization really wanted to meet with the teacher and even sent a personal secretary for this. Such an appeal was seen as a quick path to high status. Hearing the noisy discussions, Grace's secretary raised her head slightly. Her gaze became stern, and at this moment, the cafeteria instantly fell into silence. She then smiled at Valerie and told her to follow her. After that, the girls headed down the spacious corridor. Soon, Valerie reached Roman's office, where she was met by a good-natured middle-aged man, about 50 years old. As soon as he saw Valerie, Roman walked up to her with a smile and took her hand, showering her with compliments. He praised her for being such a responsible and wonderful teacher, thanks to whom many students were able to survive in such difficult conditions. Valerie was somewhat stunned by this unexpected reception and did not quite understand the situation. Roman, still holding her hand, invited her to sit down and expressed a desire to get her advice. Roman shared his vision for the base. Then he sincerely stated that he would like to use its power to maintain the base and preserve the new human civilization. Hearing this, Valerie immediately understood the nobility of Roman's intentions and readily agreed to help for the sake of the future of humanity. Roman's smile became even wider, and he said that he would arrange for Valeria to be placed on the 2nd level. Grace said she would take her there. The 2nd level resembled a high-end office building with spacious hallways and bright lighting. Meanwhile, Alex's main task during this period was to feed the cat. He prepared premium treats and even fresh fish for the cat, gently begging Furry to become his pet. He assured Furry that if he agreed to return with him, Alex would make sure he was well fed every day. He also promised a warm place with a cozy fireplace. Furry, observing the warm and cozy atmosphere inside the house through the window, showed hesitation for the first time. Seeing Aurora inside, he definitely wanted to go inside, but something stopped him. Alex noticed the change in his eyes and felt hopeful, so he stood up and slowly walked toward the main door. As he had hoped, Furry followed him cautiously. At this moment, Alex tried to lure the Furry inside step by step. Soon, Furry actually followed him into the house. Alex was delighted. As soon as Furry entered the house, he began to create chaos unchecked, jumping and scratching everything, even the expensive sofa. Despite the chaos, Alex watched on with a smile, encouraging Furry to feel at home. Scarlet noted with envy that it was good that the cat could not turn into a woman. Otherwise, she would have no place at all in this house. The Furry was full of curiosity and jumped all over the house. Only when Furry, tired from playing, curled up on a chair to rest, did Alex finally breathe a sigh of relief. He knew that in dealing with cats, it was very important to establish an initial trust, and that if this process failed, it would be difficult to catch up later. He tried to reach out to pet Furry, but before he could touch him, Furry turned around and hissed. They awkwardly stared into each other's eyes for a while before Furry finally let his guard down and calmed down. Alex took another deep breath and petted Furry contentedly. Furry let out a satisfied purr, finally acknowledging Alex as his master. Alex felt completely relieved, thinking that he had never been so tired. After Furry became a member of a large family, the girls began to spend all their time with him. Julia and Scarlet even took him to the shower with them. Aurora and Riley allowed him to sleep between them. During the daytime, Aurora monitored the cybersecurity of the shelter. Having discovered the important information, Aurora immediately informed Alex and proudly told him that the person who was trying to infiltrate their network had been found. She showed him a map. Their own location was clearly marked, and another flashing red dot was likely indicating the location of the invader, who appeared to be on the southwestern border, a little over 30 kilometers from Alex's estate. Aurora noted that the invaders' technology was crude compared to theirs, and their equipment wasn't very advanced either. She noted that Alex could easily hack their system using his supercomputer, but the data on the invaders' computer was encrypted, so it would take some time to hack it with. One could confidently say that there was a huge organization in that area. Given their proximity, conflict seemed inevitable. Alex crossed his arms and took a deep breath, accepting that what was supposed to happen would always happen. He stated that he was not looking for trouble, but he was not afraid of it either. He assured that if anyone dared to attack him, whoever he is will make sure that he pays dearly. Before leaving, Alex told Aurora to continue gathering information, emphasizing that the more information they gathered, the better. He then said he was going to check on Riley and headed to the machine shop. Riley greeted him with a smile. The guy said he came to see how her work was going. Turning, Riley took something from the shelf and handed it to Alex. It was a silencer for a sniper rifle, explaining that it was extremely important to him. The silencer will solve the problem of loud noise giving away his location, and will allow him to hit enemies from 300 meters away using his already enhanced firepower. Alex was delighted and complimented Riley, saying that she knew him really well, flattered and blushing. Riley shyly replied that he should try it and see if it worked well. She added that Alex can adjust and change it at his own discretion. In the midst of their conversation, Alex suddenly put his arm around Riley's shoulders and asked in a serious tone if she knew how to make mines, grenades, and other similar items. Her heart pounded at his warm hand on her shoulder. At first, the hero thought that it would be too difficult for the girl. However, she noted that, being an expert in mechanics, she considered such technologies less advanced than the new energy battery and doubted that Alex was underestimating her. Feeling a little awkward, Alex realized that even geniuses need recognition. Riley then explained that, in fact, these items were outdated and were combat equipment from hundreds of years ago, which were unlikely to be useful now. They're basically just gunpowder, and with the right materials, they can be made by an average high school student. She then turned serious, noting that times had changed. After the arrival of the extreme cold tide, modern high-tech weapons became useless, and aircraft carriers and aircraft were practically reduced to scrap metal. Alex mentioned that their hideout was attacked, although they did not yet know what kind of enemy it was. Most likely it was a powerful armed organization, so they needed to carefully prepare in advance and set up reliable traps around the hideout. Hearing this, Riley also became serious. Alex smiled and stroked her hair, reassuring her so that she would not worry. He promised that he would take care of everything else and would protect her as long as he was around. He gently pinched Riley's cheek and she was shocked by the gesture, instantly bursting into tears. Alex continued by saying that he had always felt a special connection with her since the first time he saw her. He noted that she looked like his sister, and he felt a desire to protect her. At this moment, Riley felt disappointed, thinking that she was just a sister to him. Before she had time to think about it, Alex continued his affectionate gestures, gently stroking her cheek. He told her to help him with his work and leave everything else to him, assuring her that as long as he was around, no harm would come to her. Seeing Alex's determined look, Riley's heart trembled. This was the first time a man had treated her so tenderly, and she was speechless for a moment. Leaving the workshop, Alex took a deep breath, feeling that he had once again stirred the emotions of an innocent girl. He thought that with someone as valuable as her, it was necessary to use benevolent tactics and use his charm. In the end, he could not cope with this situation without a person who would supply weapons for him. Alex then sent an urgent message to Joshua and Aaron. He said that they had discovered an unknown force that may have powerful military capabilities and was only 30 kilometers away from them. He warned them to be very careful in their actions, reminding them that the country already has collapsed and anyone who claims to represent the state is a fraud. The most important thing is that they should never reveal their special abilities. Aaron and Joshua quickly responded, showing gratitude for the concern for their safety. Meanwhile, Alex was thinking that it was not yet clear what information the other party had, so Alex did not dare to rashly leave the shelter. As long as Alex remained in place, no matter how strong the opponents were, they could not do anything to him. Considering Joshua's position across the river, Alex knew that if those forces were truly after his refuge, then the city of Shu would be right in their path. With this in mind, he quickly sent Joshua a private message, telling him that if his village faced a danger it couldn't handle, he should urgently call Alex. In an icy apocalypse, Alex understood how valuable a user of ice abilities was, and how important it was to keep such a loyal and capable ally safe. Meanwhile, Joshua looked a little worried after reading Alex's warning. He muttered to himself that Alex was indeed something, noting that the large villa was right across from his poor village, and wondered why anyone would be interested in it. About 30 kilometers west of the city, in what was once a development zone with many buildings under construction, a tall, strong man and a girl wearing glasses emerged from one of the houses. The man complained about the incessant snowfall. He asked himself if it would ever stop, fearing that if this continued, the whole earth would be covered with snow. The girl, Sarah, smiled faintly and replied that Jordan should stop worrying unnecessarily. She explained that they needed to focus on completing their mission, and noted that after 2 months of heavy snowfall, the moisture in the air had almost condensed. Sarah caught a snowflake in her hand and noticed that even in the equatorial regions it is now 20 degrees below zero. She noted that it will only get colder and snowfalls will become more and more rare. She believed that the end of heavy snowfalls was the last mercy of the Creator to this world. The man, Jordan, not fully appreciating her mood, immediately sat down on the snow sleigh. Sarah, on the contrary, harnessed a large dog. She took the device out of her pocket, reported the completion of the task she had received several days ago, and received new instructions. They were originally limited to the Sishan area, but new orders required them to conduct a special search elsewhere. Although the objective was not specified, Sarah thought that it was likely not a particularly important task. She decided that they would simply do the necessary things and then return to base. After a long journey, Sarah suddenly looked into the distance, towards the estate where Alex lived. She identified it as her destination and sat down on the sleigh, ordering him to be on alert. The girl ordered the large sled dogs to move along the river. Then they suddenly came across Shu Village. They were originally heading to Alex's house, but the sight of Shu Village, especially the huge ice castle in its center, took Sarah and Jordan by surprise. The appearance of Sarah and Jordan alerted the sled dogs, whose barking quickly attracted a large group of villagers. After the battle at the estate, the villagers were on alert, and any minor commotion put them on alert. Sarah and Jordan are again amazed that there are so many survivors in this cold apocalypse. One of the villagers, armed with a firearm, asked them 3 important questions: who they are, where they are from, and what they are doing here. Sarah explained that they were from a government organization aimed at finding survivors of a snow disaster. She asked them not to be nervous, and then showed them their documents. Acting Village Chief Connor examined the documents and, impressed by their form and behavior, decided to trust them. He quickly became hospitable and asked if they would like to go into the village for a visit. At his signal, the residents prepared food and drink, and the man also ordered to donate part of their supplies to properly treat the officials. However, some villagers were skeptical about this, questioning whether they should be treated this way. Connor calmed them down, saying that he needed to know who they represented. In these chaotic times, the village has barely survived, and making connections with powerful people could prove beneficial to the Shu family. Besides, they only offered a little food, which wasn't much. As everyone sat down at the table, Sarah and Jordan were struck by the lively and well-organized community, which appeared to be unaffected by the heavy snow and appeared to be well provided for. They questioned the village leader Connor about how he runs the village so well. Sarah expressed curiosity about their achievements upon hearing the question. Connor said that it was due to their family's indomitable spirit of self-sufficiency and resilience, assuring that even a snow disaster would not bring them down. He proudly noted that, as the head of the village, he played a significant role in this. He mentioned that he always reminded the villagers to be prudent and prepared, so most of them did not worry about food. Connor boasted that after the snow disaster in there, no one in the village died of hunger. Some of the village elders nearby were speechless at his statement, thinking that Connor really didn't hesitate to take credit for himself. They knew that he had been the head of the village for less than a week, and that all the achievements actually belonged to Silas and had no relationship with Connor. Sarah casually asked how much food the village had saved up. Connor, feeling more confident, replied that the village historically supplied 1/3 of the city's vegetables. Suddenly, as he was about to boast further, he realized that he shouldn't just reveal the village's food reserves so easily, since it could lead to trouble if the authorities decided to demand them. Meanwhile, the slightly embarrassed guests were waiting for an answer from the man. Then Connor quickly changed his tone and said evasively that most of the grain and vegetables had almost spoiled due to the prolonged snowfalls, and the villagers were having a hard time making ends meet. Sarah, who was not easily fooled, remarked that for such a large village, with probably hundreds of families living in it, the maintenance of livelihood was impressive. Connor continued to claim that most of the village was managing it well. He pointed to the ice houses they had built, attributing this success to his leadership. He claimed that these houses perfectly solved their housing problem. Unlike other villages where houses were buried under snow, resulting in many freezing to death due to the lack of forethought of the village heads. Sarah and Jordan looked at each other in disbelief, secretly surprised that they never expected this old man to be so capable. Jordan remarked as he looked at the ice castle from the window that it was incredible that such a structure could be built in an icy apocalypse. He noted that the craftsmen in the village must be very skilled. Connor smiled, bragging about the skill of the village workers and downplaying the significance of their achievements. Then, to appease the leaders, the villagers lined up and brought long hidden delicacies from their homes. Sarah grinned, thinking about how rich the village must be. At that moment, Connor approached them. He asked when the government planned to take action in connection with the snow disaster. Sarah and Jordan continued to eat and drink in silence until Sarah said indifferently that they had already made plans to help the victims and that they should be implemented soon. Hearing this, Connor and the villagers looked at the guests with hope because they were going through difficult times. He asked if any of the experts knew when the snow disaster would end. Sarah calmly replied that it should happen soon and that the experts said the snow would stop soon, noting that the amount had decreased significantly recently. Jordan realized that with her calm and confident demeanor, the old man would be convinced by her words. Suddenly, Sarah asked if anyone in the village had observed strange changes after the snow disaster. Connor and the villagers were stunned for a moment, realizing that she meant Joshua. Luckily, Connor wasn't too stupid and responded with a forced laugh, claiming that everything was fine in their village and that they had never heard of such strange changes. Then Sarah and Jordan said that their mission was to find resources, but more importantly, to find mutants and return them to the base. She said that after the snow disaster, some people were mutated and acquired unusual abilities. She mentioned that the government values such people highly and that they will be generously rewarded if they provide useful information. Connor debated whether to tell Joshua about the situation, since he had yet to receive any tangible benefit. Curious, Connor asked what the organization planned to do with these people. Sarah, now more confident about the existence of mutants in the village, replied that these powerful mutants would become the basis of their organization and would be crucial to rebuilding the community in the future. She assured him that if he provided useful information, the organization would highly value his contribution. Connor thought promises were easier to make than to keep. He believed that Joshua was the treasure of the village, and that without him, after the snow disaster, their village would be doomed. He thought that Anya could give him away so easily. Connor then pulled out his phone and offered to provide his contact information, saying that if they found anything unusual, he would report to the leaders immediately. At that moment, Sarah's expression suddenly changed. She stared at Connor and asked if there was something he wasn't telling them. The sudden change in Sarah's behavior startled Connor. Connor froze in midair as he mentioned that they were all law-abiding citizens and assured her that there was no falsehood in their words. Sarah tapped her finger on the table and demanded that he make sure there were no mutants in the village, urging him to think carefully before answering. She warned that the organization was taking the matter very seriously and ensured that he would not get away with withholding information. Realizing that his lie had been figured out, Connor was embarrassed, but quickly thought of a way out of the situation. He whispered to Sarah that they really knew about the strange man, but he was not from their village. He said that this man lives in a villa opposite their village and his name is Alex. Hearing this, Sarah's eyes lit up. The name coincided with the purpose specified in her special assignment, and she was incredibly happy about this coincidence. Jordan also realized that this was a great opportunity to gather more information. Then Connor told everything he knew. He described Alex as a ruthless devil, whose house is surrounded by traps. A few days ago, they tried to borrow some resources from him, and he, without saying a word, killed hundreds of their people. The villagers, fueled by indignation, spoke up, claiming that Alex was definitely not normal and that his methods were extremely cruel. Watching the unbridled anger of the residents, Sarah thought that this did not look like an act. Jordan asked if they knew anything about his abilities. However, Connor replied that they did not understand abilities or mutations. They only thought that his abilities were beyond the capabilities of an ordinary person. He mentioned that Alex's house was surrounded by traps, that he has a snowmobile and a sniper rifle. Hearing this, Sarah closed her eyes in disappointment. Understanding the mutant's abilities was extremely important to fight him, and without this information, they had nothing to do. Soon, Sarah and Jordan finished their meal and prepared to leave. Connor walked them to the entrance of the village. He reminded them not to forget about their village. Sarah promised that for such good management of the village, Connor would definitely be rewarded after the disaster. As they boarded the sled, Sarah quickly pulled out her device to report the city of Shu to the base. She reported finding a large village with an estimated 2,000 survivors, which she estimated contained significant food supplies, and traces of mutants had been found there wasn't. Jordan, puzzled, asked why they were misleading residents with false promises of restoration and relief plans, and wondered if it was all nonsense. Sarah looked at Jordan with contempt and explained that if they hadn't tricked them, they wouldn't have treated them so well. Without a little intimidation, they wouldn't have provided accurate information. Jordan chuckled, noting that the villagers seemed so simple and honest. He wondered if it was too cruel to deceive them in this way. Sarah replied that she told them what they wanted to hear, and as long as they were grateful to her, she didn't care about the rest. Jordan was still not convinced and asked what would happen if the villagers found out that everything they said was a lie. Sarah then confidently replied that they were representing the government and whatever they said would be taken as legal. When the time came, she would have a new script ready. After some time, Sarah and Jordan prepared to meet Alex. Jordan took out binoculars to carefully examine the villa. He noted that their trip to the village had not been fruitless, as they now knew that his house was surrounded by traps. Sarah couldn't help but admire the luxurious villa, noting that living in such luxury during the apocalypse was simply enviable. Jordan mockingly noted that in such godforsaken weather there was nothing to envy. He noted that with such a large villa, Alex would not be able to stock up on fuel to avoid freezing, and the temperature inside would most likely be no better, not to mention the basic necessities. Sarah thought that if Alex really was the organizer of the devastation of the southern warehouse, then whether he had enough supplies or not was unknown. Sarah then ordered Jordan to take her to the shelter. She jumped onto his shoulders and Jordan made a sharp jerk. Soon, they both landed confidently on the wall of the shelter. Once inside, Sarah admired the refuge built by the wealthy Charles. It was not only luxurious in appearance, but also almost impenetrable, comparable to a military fortress. However, she noted that there was no fortress in this world that she could not break through. Jordan, worried, suggested that they first try to negotiate, since breaking into the house in this form could be dangerous, especially since Sarah's abilities were not focused on combat. Sarah was slightly annoyed and reminded Jordan not to forget that even without her powers, she was still a Special Forces soldier. Jordan didn't argue, but warned her to be careful and to signal him if there was trouble. Sarah then assured him not to worry, saying that Alex didn't expect anyone to break into the house like that. She then opened a portal and stepped through it, momentarily finding herself in another dimension that allowed her to walk through walls. Slipping through the wall, she found herself in the living room of the shelter. The girl was amazed at how much warmer it was here than at the base. The luxurious furnishings and household appliances made life here even better than in a fairy tale. Sarah was now sure that Alex must have abundant resources, be it food or energy. Just as she was about to continue exploring, she was startled by a sudden scream. Realizing that the shelter and everything in it was unknown, she decided it would be wiser to return and report what had happened. However, not wanting to leave without making herself known, she placed a military knife on the table as a warning to Alex. She then walked through the walls and left the shelter. Seeing that Sarah had returned safely, Jordan immediately asked how things were going inside. Sarah replied that there had been an important discovery that they should immediately report to the base. She mentioned that she would explain everything on the way. Jordan, surprised by their sudden retreat, asked why they were retreating. He asked if she thought Alex was such a formidable opponent. After some thought, Sarah explained that it would be wiser to request reinforcements from the base rather than take unnecessary risks. Having accepted the team, Jordan did not ask any unnecessary questions and prepared to leave. Meanwhile, Alex woke up from a sharp sound. Opening his eyes, he saw Furry the cat in an alarmed state. Furry's fur stood up, and he meowed at the door. Seeing the cat's unusual excitement, Alex pulled out a gun. He then petted the cat and asked soothingly what was wrong. Although Furry understood human speech, he could not answer. He only meowed anxiously and looked around. Then Alex checked his phone for surveillance, but found nothing unusual. However, Furry seemed eager to get out. As soon as the door was opened, Furry jumped onto the counter. He immediately drew Alex's attention to the military knife. Taking the knife, Alex examined it and realized that it was military style, not from his collection. He wondered how someone had placed the knife and how he had bypassed the shelter's defenses so silently. While these thoughts were running through his head, Alex quickly pulled up the security footage. He was stunned to see a woman walk casually through the living room, seemingly coming out of the wall. Alex was amazed at this ability, especially in a world increasingly filled with incredible and inexplicable phenomena. With the advent of mutants, he realized the seriousness of the threat that this woman posed. The hero understood that she had to be destroyed. Turning to Furry, Alex said that they were going to eliminate the intruder. Then he armed himself to the fullest, wearing a durable bulletproof vest. He checked the external security cameras and noticed Sarah and Jordan preparing to leave, knowing that there were only two of them. Alex felt the need to eliminate them. especially the woman. Meanwhile, Sarah and Jordan were returning on the snow sled, and Sarah was absolutely delighted. She noted that the reconnaissance mission was extremely fruitful. Not only did they find a village rich in resources, but they also discovered Alex's secrets. Curious, Jordan asked what exactly they found inside. Then the girl said that he, as an ordinary soldier in the team, was not given to know everything. However, since she was in a good mood, she decided to share some secrets. She explained that the theft from the southern warehouse before the snow disaster was most likely connected with Alex. She mentioned that the warehouse, owned by a brand with thousands of supermarkets, stored almost half of their goods, the estimated value of which exceeded tens of billions. Jordan, who at first did not fully understand the enormity of the situation, was now sincerely amazed. He asked if Sarah was hinting that Alex knew the secret of this theft. Sarah smiled mysteriously and said that the highest ranks at the base seemed to think so. They sent them to make inquiries about Alex in hopes of tracking down the stolen items. However, when Sarah entered his house, it became clear that the situation was much more complicated. His standard of living was exceptionally high, even more luxurious than that of the base leader. Without significant resources, no one would dare to live so extravagantly in these apocalyptic times. This led Sarah. On the thought that their initial approach may have been flawed, she suggested that an ordinary person would not be able to survive for so long in the apocalypse without being a powerful mutant. When you connect this with a theft from a warehouse, which was an extraordinary event, then everything became gain meaning. Jordan was amazed. He asked if Alex had the ability to hide resources and if she could be involved in the emptying of the warehouse. Sarah replied that these were just assumptions, but the likelihood of this was very high. Once she reported what had happened, even a quarter of the team's strength would be enough to destroy any resistance. No matter how fortified the house was, any defense would be practically useless against them. Jordan confirmed that Sarah's abilities indeed had limitless potential. He looked at Sarah with admiration, noting that mutated people are incredibly lucky. Seeing that Jordan was upset, Sarah quickly calmed him down, saying that when she succeeds and gets a high position at the base, she will certainly not forget about him. Meanwhile, Alex, riding Furry, overtook the sleigh of his enemies. He then took aim and fired his rifle. At that moment, Jordan noticed Sarah's head suddenly jerk and blood sprayed from her temple. Despite the smile remaining on her face, she collapsed lifelessly on the sled. Jordan then instinctively pulled out a gun, but could not find Alex. While he hesitated, Alex had already reloaded his pistol and was ready to destroy Jordan with one shot. However, the moment the shot rang out, Jordan disappeared from the sled like a ghost, taking Sarah's body with him. Alex felt a chill run down his spine, realizing that Jordan was also a mutant. Two mutants attacking at the same time meant the opposing force had to be huge. But no matter what, Alex couldn't let Jordan get the word out about him. Alex jumped off Furry's back, wondering what to do next. It was too late to turn to Joshua, and he remembered Furry. Then he instructed Furry to find the man and promised a reward of 100 dried fish when they returned. At this point, Jordan also realized that the sniper was most likely the same Alex. He must have been following them. With that thought, Jordan quickly took out his device and sent a distress signal to the base. At that moment, he heard a thunderous roar, and what he saw next made him scream in fear. The Furry turned into a giant ball, rolling furiously towards Jordan, making a deep trench in its path. Before Jordan had time to catch his breath, Furry, who had stopped for a moment, turned around and glared at him furiously. Then the man pulled out a weapon and started shooting, but ordinary bullets did not seem to cause Furry any harm. Alex, holding a sniper rifle at the ready, fired at every opportunity. But Jordan, possessing extraordinary dexterity of movement, barely dodged the bullets each time. Alex guessed that Jordan's abilities were related to speed. Despite the current situation, Alex was not worried. Being a cat, Furry had the highest agility, speed, and endurance. Jordan was forced to withstand a combined attack from Alex and Furry. He had to dodge bullets from afar and dodge a huge beast up close. Using his abilities took a significant portion of his stamina. He soon began to weaken, and thanks to the increased lethality and accuracy of the bullets, Jordan barely had time to dodge the shot before the Furry immediately pounced on him and bit into his shoulder. Facing death, Jordan punched Furry in the eye, attempting to bring the beast down with him. But Alex quickly fired another shot, hitting Jordan square in the forehead. When both mutants were dead, Alex approached them. Suddenly, Furry rushed towards the bodies lying on the ground, meowing. Alex looked closer and saw that the woman's body was surrounded by a golden glow. When Alex reached out his hand to touch her, he was overcome by an indescribable feeling that flashed through his brain, as if some instinct had awakened. He seemed to have absorbed the power of this woman. Realizing that mutant powers could be absorbed by each other, Alex hugged Furry with delight. Having absorbed Sarah's power, Alex looked at Jordan's body with some bewilderment. He was interested in why, despite the fact that Jordan was also a mutant, he did not feel any energy shift. As Alex touched the bodies, he moved them to another space and removed the bloodstains at the crime scene. He reflected on the fact that the world was becoming more and more incomprehensible. Having dealt with the two mutants, Alex hurried home. As soon as he entered the living room, Aurora informed him of an important discovery. Based on an analysis of the devices found on the two people they brought in last night, Alex learned that they belonged to an organization called Sishan Base. This organization was huge, with thousands of survivors, a strict hierarchical structure and a powerful military force, including a group of elite fighters, apparently consisting of special forces and people with supernatural abilities. Regular soldiers weren't much of a threat until another woman appeared who could walk through walls. A smile appeared on Alex's face. He patted Aurora on the head and praised her, saying that she was truly amazing. Aurora answered with a proud look that this was nothing. She said that with a little more time, Alex would be able to hack the entire network of the base. At that moment, Scarlett entered the living room, informing Alex that he should come to the laboratory for an important discovery. She couldn't wait to show off her scientific achievement, which she had been working on all night. They went to the microscope, and the girl explained that the activity of the cells of the two people they brought was 10 times higher than that of ordinary people. In addition, what was unusual was the way glycogen reacted to the release of energy, especially in the brain cells. From this, she concluded that the source of their supernatural abilities most likely lay in the brain. Alex suddenly realized this and briefly remembered his discovery. He noted that this could explain why he felt such a strong impact on his brain when he took away that woman's power. Scarlett became a little angry, feeling that her important discovery deserved more than just praise. She emphasized the importance of her research and explained that until now, it was believed that mutations in humans occur under the influence of gamma rays. Although the probability of this was extremely low and many mutations were negative. However, understanding the principles behind these mutations could potentially make it possible to turn normal people into mutants through cell transplants or other means, a statement that piqued Alex's interest. Then the girl picked up a sample of Jordan's cells and explained that this man was most likely an artificially created mutant. He had only local cellular mutations, completely different from the natural mutations of a woman. There were many malignant cells in his body, which indicated that it was a defective product. Hearing this, Alex breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that it was an artificial mutation, meaning that the base's so-called elite squad was most likely made up of defective products, making them much easier to deal with. After that, Alex went to Riley's workshop where he asked her to make a list of materials needed to make explosives. After looking at the list, he came to the conclusion that getting these items would not be difficult. Alex then went to the underground training ground, wanting to test how wide his capabilities were after absorbing the woman's power. He pulled his bow to its limit, and the arrow, endowed with supernatural powers, hit the target and smashed it to pieces. Alex was even more amazed when the sound of the target breaking reached his ears only after he heard it, indicating that the arrow's speed exceeded the speed of sound. Amazed by such a significant improvement, he looked at his powerful arms. Alex never thought that absorbing the power of one mutant could increase his abilities faster than months of intense training. After Jordan successfully sent a distress signal, Zishan Base immediately went into a state of emergency. The information department promptly notified his immediate team leader, Arthur. This was the first time the base had received a distress signal in its entire existence. They confirmed the direction of the signal, but could not act rashly without Roman's permission. Determined to save his subordinates, Arthur hurried to the first floor to receive instructions from Roman. However, upon arrival, he was stopped by Secretary Grace, who informed Arthur that Roman was already resting and that they would have to wait until the next morning to resolve all issues. Arthur became visibly alarmed. Explaining that two of his subordinates were in danger and had sent a distress signal to the base, he insisted that he urgently needed to meet with Roman and ask for support. Grace smiled, saying that she understood Arthur's feelings, but stated that they could not disturb Roman's peace. Arthur then became angry, declaring that his crew members would not have issued a distress signal if they were not in mortal danger. Any further delay could lead to their death. However, Grace remained calm, explaining that Roman's rest was essential for the safety of the entire base. She emphasized that at Sishan Base, the leader's well-being was of paramount importance. Arthur persisted, asking for an exception due to urgent circumstances. Then Grace said that she was simply following orders and could do nothing more. Arthur returned reluctantly, knowing it was their duty to obey orders. Meanwhile, Grace watched them leave with amusement, her smile fading as soon as they were out of sight. Meanwhile, Roman was sitting on the bed with two girls clinging to him adoringly. They talked about how difficult it was to get so much done every day. Roman enjoyed their adulation, portraying himself as a leader burdened with worries about his people and base. He felt it was his duty to care for the future of thousands of people, believing that small difficulties were nothing in comparison. After the night ended, Roman called Grace to inquire about the noise outside. He wanted to know if anyone had been looking for her lately. Grace informed her that it was Arthur, whose subordinates had sent a distress signal to the base. Then Roman waved him off, noting that these were just two special forces soldiers asking for help. He allowed to send a reconnaissance group, but ordered not to send any of the commanders there. Meanwhile, in the meeting room, Arthur had already gathered several people, including the recently joined Valerie. Soon, Grace entered the room. She informed Arthur that Roman had agreed to send a team on reconnaissance, but would not provide team commander-level personnel. Arthur had to agree to send several soldiers to study the situation. After those gathered went to their rooms, Valerie noticed two familiar faces, Chrissy and Millie, her students. Valerie called out to them. Millie, seeing Valerie, beamed with joy and greeted her, saying that she was glad to see her again. Valerie was surprised and asked how they ended up on this floor. Then Millie smirked and explained that they had their abilities. As long as they served Roman, they could live on the elite like Valerie. Otherwise, they would end up on the 4th level like their classmates. Valerie was puzzled and asked what Millie meant. Millie wanted to say something else, but Chrissy stopped her, advising her to speak less to avoid unnecessary trouble. Valerie wanted to ask more questions, but Millie said she had nothing to tell her. Millie mentioned that since Valerie abandoned them, many of their classmates were taken away one by one. With tears in her eyes, Chrissy said neither returned. Having said this, she quickly turned around and left, apparently afraid of being involved. Valerie was left confused. She did not understand why the students mysteriously disappeared after she was transferred to another floor. The girl assumed that they were assigned to new positions. While Valerie was heading to her room, Vincent suddenly turned to her. Vincent said that if Valerie wants to find out where her classmates disappeared, then she should go with him. Following Vincent into the corridor, Valerie learned that recently, due to special work, he was periodically called to the 2nd level. On one of these occasions, Alex accidentally saw two people in protective suits carrying a long bag across the territory. This bag most likely contained one of the missing students. Deciding to get to the bottom of the truth, Valerie told Vincent to first return to the hostel, while she secretly followed the man. Taking advantage of the moment when someone was changing clothes, Valerie knocked out the employee and quickly put on his suit. Mixed with the workers, she headed into the room behind the other workers. At the entrance, there were two people with weapons in their hands. The worker leader laughed and noted that this was the 8th failure recently, noting that the bodies were still difficult to adapt. Valerie was filled with confusion and fear, wondering what they were trying to adapt to. While she watched, the man's body was placed in the instrument chamber. Seeing this, Valerie was horrified but tried to remain calm. They then untied the bag and placed another dead body in the next cell. They then activated the control panel. Soon, the sound of a body being burned was heard from the car. After this, a white viscous liquid slowly flowed out of the pipe. Valerie felt nauseous as she realized that the substance was the same thing they had eaten on the first day. They were actually making food from corpses for the people on level 4. She heard one person playfully say that they were out of banana flavoring. Picking up a cup of white liquid, he noticed that it was rich in protein and nutritious. He added that if you didn't know what it was made of, it was quite effective in replenishing energy. Having learned the secret of the white liquid, Valerie could not resist and rushed to the bathroom where she vomited. Now she realized that the missing students must have been disposed of in the same way. At first, she believed that they could feed themselves on the base, leading a hard but safe life. But now it seemed that this place was a real hell. Overwhelmed by despair, Valerie decided that she could no longer stay here. She needed to find a way to take the children and leave. But at the moment, she felt completely powerless. Meanwhile, the base, under Arthur's leadership, dispatched a 30-man Special Forces unit. Following the tracks, the team quickly found Alex's hideout. By order of Commander Arthur, the group formed a tactical line and carefully followed in Alex's footsteps. Suddenly, one of the soldiers felt a strange sensation near his leg. Before he could react, a powerful explosion occurred. Arthur only had time to shout out the soldier's name before he was blown to pieces. In the post-apocalyptic world, all comrades were like brothers. Therefore, the death of his brother right before his eyes filled Arthur with rage. He immediately ordered his soldiers to open fire on Alex's shelter, but their bullets did not leave any marks on the walls. Not even a scratch was left on the glass. The commotion outside alerted Alex, and he quickly rose from the basement. Realizing that the Zishan base had sent a command, he immediately activated the protection device. At the end of the voice command, a protective screen instantly enveloped the entire shelter. From the inside, Alex could see what was happening outside, but nothing could be seen from the outside. Watching the fully armed team outside, Alex muttered that a worthy opponent had finally appeared. He considered it beneficial to use against such an enemy a shelter designed for confrontation with professional military personnel. Soon, Arthur ordered the senseless shooting to stop and decided to first disarm the ground traps. After some time, one of the soldiers discovered a strange device buried in the snow. At this moment, Aleka decisively pressed the remote fuse button. The power of the anti-tank bomb was amazing. It instantly killed the soldiers closest to her. Arthur's eyes were bloodshot with rage, wondering who this enemy was and why he had something that only elite troops had. This scene caused many to think about retreat. The second-in-command hurriedly stepped forward to urge Arthur to return to base and receive instructions to avoid further casualties. Second-in-command Jace was still sensible and already felt that this enemy was not someone they could handle. However, Arthur vehemently rejected the offer, stating that they were a rescue team sent to the site. If they had to return for backup, it would ruin their mission. Arthur insisted on continuing the attack, arguing that the shelter must have weak points and that they must gather more important intelligence about the villa. Meanwhile, Julia watched what was happening with a worried expression on her face. It seemed to her that they looked so professional that they might not find a single flaw. Alex, however, did not panic at all. He was very confident in the shelter, which he checked every day. There were no external vulnerabilities. Julia was still worried and suggested that they might have to take the initiative and attack to stop the search. Alex replied that it was actually quite easy to attack them. He just wanted to know what other methods they could use. After conducting an investigation, the fighters came to the conclusion that the villa is a formidable iron fortress made of the most modern materials. Its only drawback was that it could not lead the offensive. They looked helplessly at the villa, noting that such a structure was not surprising to see in a wealthy area. They explained this by the rich people's fear of death, which led to the creation of this iron turtle. Having cleared the traps around the house, they decided to wait for the attack. At that moment, Arthur had a sudden inspiration. He suggested concentrating explosives to blow up the corner of the house and then rush inside and finish them off. The deputy commander estimated how much explosives would be needed. Arthur chuckled, saying that on the battlefield, even the most fortified bunkers could be blown up with enough explosives. He doubted that a villa could be more fortified than a military bunker. If they concentrated all their forces, they would definitely be able to do it. Soon, each fighter placed his explosives in the weakest place, in his opinion, and prepared for detonation. Seeing this, Alex immediately rose from his chair and promised to teach them a good lesson. Having placed all the explosive devices together, the leader decisively pressed the detonation button. This was followed by an explosion, and everyone thought that if it did not level the building, it would at least create a gap. Everyone eagerly moved forward to view the aftermath of the explosion, but when the dust settled, everyone was stunned. There was a deep hole in the ground, but the main building looked completely undamaged. Under the wall, everything was covered with black material, meaning the villa was an alloy fortress. Team leader Arthur was stunned. It looked like they really needed to go back and ask for backup because the weapons they had weren't enough. They needed to call in a demolition team with more explosives. At that moment, Deputy Commander Jace's men brought the box. Opening it, Arthur saw a heavy sniper rifle capable of destroying a tank with one shot. Jace took aim confidently at the glass of the shelter, declaring that even if it was bulletproof, it was unlikely to withstand his shot. Just as Alex reached the second floor with his sniper rifle, a loud shot rang out, startling him. A creaking sound of friction could be heard from the outer glass. Alex walked closer and saw a small scratch on the glass. This was serious. If they fired millions of rounds, the glass might crack. Meanwhile, Jace, holding a heavy sniper rifle in his hands, suddenly fell silent. After 2 seconds of silence, he burst into tears, stating that he had used this cannon to break into bunkers before and wondered why it couldn't penetrate this villa. Arthur went over to console him, admitting that the villa's defensive strength might be even more formidable than that of their base. They decided that they should return and report to their superiors as they were almost out of weapons. Then Arthur immediately ordered a retreat. Alex, watching from the second floor, saw that the team was preparing to retreat. He immediately ordered the windows to be opened. Then he mounted the sniper rifle and took aim. When the retreating soldiers noticed an open window, one of them reported to Captain Arthur that a window on the second floor of the villa appeared to be open. Without hesitation, the soldiers began to shoot. However, their bullets disappeared before reaching Alex. The hero grinned. noting that this sniper rifle should definitely be in his arsenal. As they opened fire, Alex pulled the trigger as well, aiming for the soldier carrying the box. Now that Alex opened the window himself, Arthur ordered everyone to open fire on him. In the blink of an eye, the warriors raised their weapons and opened fire wildly. However, Alex, holding a spatial shield with one hand and calmly aiming and shooting with the other, accurately hit each soldier in the head. Several soldiers fell before they realized why their bullets couldn't hit him. Then Arthur suspected that Alex might be a mutant. Jace next to him also wondered if Alex's ability was immune to all attacks. Arthur immediately ordered a retreat, realizing that if Alex was truly a mutant, then they would not be able to defeat him with just one command. All the soldiers turned and ran. Arthur shouted to his comrades not to worry about their dead brothers just yet and to quickly find shelter. Meanwhile, Alex noticed the two team leaders through his scope and took aim at them. But before he could shoot, Arthur and Jace instantly disappeared from their places, narrowly avoiding his attack. Alex was familiar with this scene. A similar move had taken him by surprise during his fight with Jordan. He wondered if the two were similar to that man. Mutants transformed through modifications and possessing almost the same abilities. He realized that only two people seemed to have special powers. Then Alex developed a plan and fired another shot, this time aiming not at the head, but at the legs of the soldiers. Several soldiers who failed to dodge in time fell to the ground, clutching their legs in agony. Their comrades, seeing this, desperately wanted to rush to help, but Arthur stopped them, saying that rushing to help now would be suicide. Remaining calm, Arthur immediately came up with a countermeasure and ordered his team to throw smoke grenades. Instantly, everything around the wounded soldiers was filled with white smoke and blazing flames. Alex could not help but praise the soldiers for their professional discipline. He then grinned evilly and changed the direction of the spatial gate. In the next second, all the bullets that had dug into the alternate space suddenly rushed out like a strong storm, killing the soldiers instantly. Trembling, the soldiers said that this man was not a man and that they could not resist him. The young soldier, completely broken, shouted to Arthur to give a distress signal and ask the base to send a battalion. Then Arthur grabbed the soldier by the collar and told him to be quiet, saying that they had come to save others, and asking for help alone would ruin their mission. The soldiers looked at their captain in complete despair with frightened eyes. They believed that Alex was an invincible opponent, and they felt powerless to resist him. The SWAT team found themselves in a difficult situation, but Second-in-Chief Jace tried to calm everyone down, saying that the fact that Alex was hiding inside and not coming out showed that he was still afraid of their power. He urged them not to lose heart. Arthur, looking worried, seriously pointed out that Alex's marksmanship was as good as theirs, and that they could get shot at any moment. They couldn't just keep hiding. Then Jace drew a plan in the snow, explaining his strategy. He noted that the villa had blind spots. If they could break through the few houses in front of them and move through them, then as long as they were out of Alex's sight, even the best aim would not help him. Alex, standing on the balcony, guessed their escape plan. Meanwhile, at the Setian base, Roman received a report from his secretary Grace. He frowned thoughtfully when he read that 12 soldiers were killed, and Arthur and Jace were ineffective and caused great damage to the base. Grace then suggested that they should be severely punished to set an example for others. Roman thought for a moment. In the past, he would have executed Arthur and Jace without hesitation. But now the base was short-staffed, and they did bring important intelligence. He decided that it was not their fault. The enemy was too strong. However, he was interested in the origin of this shelter. Since he had not heard of it before, he asked if there was any information on this matter. Then Grace handed Roman a tablet with a map of the city, on which several important places were marked. The most likely suspect for stealing items from the warehouse and occupying the villa was the warehouse manager, Alex. The original owner of the hideout was billionaire Charles, who was rumored to have spent $1 billion building it 10 years ago. At the time, this was considered just fun news. But now engineers claimed that the defenses of the shelter could exceed the defenses of the Setian base. But how Alex captured the shelter remained unknown. Roman couldn't help but notice that the young man really was the chosen one. So lucky in his eyes. For him, Alex was just a minor figure. Roman picked up the report again and read it carefully. It said that the manager of the southern warehouse had the innate ability to be invulnerable to bullet attacks. Suddenly, he realized what the matter was. The place where Sarah ran into trouble was only a few kilometers away from Alex's villa. He theorized that Alex might have chased her out of the shelter to kill her, given her ability to walk through walls. It is likely that she discovered some secret that sheds light on Alex, and this gave him a reason to kill her. And the biggest secret in the apocalypse was resources. A sharp gleam appeared in Roman's eyes. It seemed that the billion-dollar resources of the warehouse were most likely at Alex's disposal, hidden with the help of some abilities. Excited, Roman exclaimed that this explained everything and that they should capture Alex. Grace, slightly taken aback by this discovery, did not forget to flatter Roman by congratulating him for finding a huge amount of resources for the base. Roman nodded in satisfaction, clearly intending to take credit for the potential discovery of the resources. He began to fantasize about the prosperous life ahead, as if the resources were already in his hands. He thought that if they obtained these resources, they would be able to feed the base for decades. Throwing the folder on the table, he ordered that Valerie be brought to him as soon as possible. Meanwhile, Roman gave instructions to Arthur and Jace's teams, ordering them to temporarily travel to the village across the river. Joshua hurriedly called Alex and told him that something terrible had happened. Alex immediately guessed that the soldiers might have gone to the village. He advised Joshua not to panic and to remember that these people are not the so-called government. They are rampaging through the city, collecting resources without any regard for morality or law. He told Joshua to be careful to keep his resources well hidden, and even more careful about his own safety. Joshua was very worried, but he assured Alex that if he wanted to run, no one would catch him. Alex advised Joshua to take care of himself and those around him. Suddenly, the hero's tone turned icy. He reminded Joshua that he had always treated him like a brother, and assured that if he ever decided to betray him, then he should remember the consequences. Joshua quickly assured Alex that he could count on him. Initially, Alex wanted to call Joshua to the hideout, but then he changed his mind. He needed more information about the base, and he asked Joshua to try to find out as much as possible about the movements of the soldiers. However, Joshua did not want to agree, noting that undercover work is not his strong point, and the soldiers scare him. Then Alex assured him that he was asking not to fight them, but just to reconnoiter the situation a little if he manages to get important information. For this, he relies reward. Joshua's face immediately lit up at the promise of a reward, and he assured Alex that he would handle it just fine. Meanwhile, the village chief attended to the soldiers, arranged for them to spend the night, and asked all the families to provide food and drink for them. When Joshua approached the headman from behind and called out to him, the headman turned around and scolded him. He asked why Joshua did not hide at home as he had ordered. He warned that if the soldiers found out that Joshua was a mutant, they could take him away, which would be a disaster for the village. Joshua smiled in response and stated that sooner or later his abilities would become known. Even if the villagers remained silent, he would not. Could be sure that people from the neighboring villages would not spill the beans. They might think that he was hiding something and would become wary of him. He decided that it was better to admit it now and use the opportunity to get closer to the soldiers. After some thought, the village chief found Joshua's proposal reasonable. He brought Joshua to Arthur and the others, introducing him as his grandson, Joshua, who is a mutant. Hearing that Joshua is a mutant, everyone looked at him in surprise. Arthur approached and asked what Joshua could do. In response, the guy pointed to the snow houses and explained that Alex built them himself. He then demonstrated his ability by lifting a sheet of snow into the air with a slight gesture. Arthur, excited, grabbed Joshua by the shoulders and exclaimed that he was simply amazing. He noted that he had no idea that such a talent could live in such a small village. Overcome with joy, he turned to the village chief and said that he should prepare more food and drink for the soldiers, since Arthur wanted to have a good time with Joshua during the feast. Thus, Joshua gathered important information and immediately called Alex to inform him that a group of terrifyingly powerful mutant soldiers had gathered at the base, ready to attack the hideout at any moment. With a hint of guile, Alex also asked Joshua if he had ever considered joining Sishan base, suggesting that following him might not be the best route. Joshua smiled and replied that he trusted his instincts and sensed the ill intentions of the soldiers, especially from the way they looked at the villagers like they were livestock. He couldn't imagine himself being part of such a group. Alex then firmly assured Joshua that he would never regret his choice that day. He told Joshua to monitor their movements and report any news to him. Meanwhile, Alex, thinking about countermeasures, reflected on the complexity of working with explosives. He noted that the main problem is organizing the explosion. The base's explosive reserves were enough for 10 shelters like his. But in order to plant the explosives, one had to get close to the shelter first. But Alex wasn't too worried about that. After all, this was his home territory. Gathering all his women in one room, he informed them of the situation and ordered them to move underground. The women were understandably nervous, but Alex reassured them not to worry. He had already assessed the base's forces and decided that they could not threaten their safety. Having handed out the tasks, Alex went to the control room to check on Aurora. He asked how the task assigned to him was going. Aurora looked somewhat dejected and explained that she had been trying to hack into the base's network for the past few days, but had been unsuccessful. It was not a lack of skill, but the fact that their internal network was local, making it impossible to intrude without direct access. Alex was not surprised by this outcome and consoled Aurora, saying that he did not blame her as long as they ensured their own safety and prevented intrusions. That was enough. If they managed to resist penetration, that will be great, but if not, no big deal. Alex then visited Riley's workshop. Despite the large amount of work, the girl was very happy to see him. The hero then asked her what she would do with the shelter if she were a demolition expert at the Zishan base. Riley answered without hesitation that it was customary to use TNT explosives with detonators for buildings, especially for older buildings. Alex then asked how much explosives would be needed to make a large hole in their shelter given its strength. Riley scratched her head and said that she did not have an accurate idea of the strength of the shelter, but judging by the materials and thickness, at least 500 kilograms of explosives would be required. Alex thought about this number, noting that when transporting such a large volume would be a very visible target. He wondered if he could blow them up prematurely with a sniper rifle. However, Riley shook her head, explaining that TNT is very stable and cannot be detonated by bullets or direct combustion. It must be detonated using a detonator. Alex thought for a moment and came to the conclusion that he would have to implement the second plan. He then asked Riley how the task he gave her last time went. Riley then showed a bomb with a detonator, noting that it was not difficult for her. The most difficult thing was to create a set of combat equipment from the latest technological materials. It was so durable that it could withstand most sniper rifle bullets. The hero thanked the girl for such invaluable help. However, she wondered why Alex asked to make a costume in the style of the Zishan base soldier's uniform. Alex replied that this detail is very important and that the girl will understand everything when the time comes. Meanwhile, a top-level team was quickly assembled at the Zishan base and went to the Shu family city. Arthur and the others had been waiting at the entrance to the village for some time. Valerie, who volunteered to join the mission, was not there to fight Alex, but to prepare her students to escape. Seeing the battalion commander, the man hastened to admit his failure. They went as a rescue team, but ended up losing 12 soldiers without being able to save anyone. The man did not blame them, attributing the failure to organizational miscalculations and underestimation of the enemy's forces. He then pointed to Joshua and asked who he was. Arthur quickly introduced Joshua as a mutant who could control ice and snow. Valerie, standing behind Arthur, immediately recognized Joshua as the mutant who helped Alex take Aurora last time. However, she decided not to reveal his identity as her priority was to escape the base with her students. The man looked closely at Joshua and asked if he could really control ice and snow. Joshua nodded nervously and confirmed that all the ice houses in the village were built by him. Then the guy patted Joshua on the shoulder and promised that after this operation he would recommend him to senior management, and perhaps he would even get a chance to become a group commander. Arthur then began to deploy the operation. From the information they had, the enemy had very accurate shooting, so when the mine clearance and explosives team was in action, they used smoke grenades to obscure Alex's line of sight. Given his ability to ignore bullet attacks, their goal was to blow up the shelter rather than engage him in direct combat. Meanwhile, inside the shelter, Alex was quietly reading a book. Seeing thick smoke outside through the surveillance system, he closed the book and put on a special combat suit made by Riley. Then he ordered the women to stay in the basement and not go upstairs. Standing on the second-floor balcony, the hero looked at the thick smoke and thought that they seemed to be afraid of him. But it was indeed a good strategy. Alex looked confident and had a knowing smile on his lips. As it turned out, Arthur first instructed the sappers to dismantle the traps around the villa. Soon, Arthur announced the start of the explosion. Their method was simple. Instead of meticulously disarming each trap, they used their own explosives to set off the explosion. Alex couldn't help but admire their skill, noting that they really knew what they were doing. When the traps were cleared by the explosion, Arthur signaled for the sappers to move out and ordered everyone else to be on standby to cover them. The sappers, each carrying heavy explosives, methodically placed them under the walls of the shelter. From inside, Johnny watched their every move. They needed to move to a safe distance to detonate the explosives remotely, and they couldn't risk being blown up. Alex realized that he seemed to have overestimated them. Soon, Arthur received a radio signal that all the sappers had approached a safe distance and were ready for the explosion. Arthur's lips curled into a smile at the thought that Alex wasn't as capable as they thought. Then Arthur pressed the detonation button and everyone prepared for the explosion. But no explosion occurred. The scout, who was watching what was happening through binoculars, widened his eyes in shock. The mountain of explosives disappeared in an instant, and the explosion and flames seemed to be sucked into the ground. The wall received only minimal damage. Arthur screamed in disappointment, unable to believe that Alex had spatial abilities. Valerie, who was watching what was happening, realized that Alex was truly special. She came to the conclusion that Alex would have to find a way to cooperate with him. After some thought, Arthur came to the conclusion that Alex's ability is connected to space, which makes remote bombing ineffective. Any amount of explosive sent will be instantly destroyed. Arthur still thought Alex's defensive abilities were outstanding, but suggested that he might not be strong offensively. He suggested that with 4 team leaders and their abilities, it was unlikely that one person's abilities would cover both offense and defense, so they did not need to rush. He said that they would leave a few people to watch the shelter to make sure no one escaped, and return to base to strategize. Meanwhile, inside the shelter, Alex decided to go down to the basement. He was met by Scarlet, who hurried to inquire about the situation. She asked what kind of explosions had occurred recently. However, Alex reassured her by saying that they would never be able to reach them. Remembering the scene of the recently detonated explosives being consumed in another space, Alex muttered to himself that he wanted to see how many more explosives they could bring. The girls then gathered around Alex to ask about the situation. Alex calmed them down with a smile, saying that they shouldn't worry too much. The explosives they brought this time were already used up. Moreover, Alex has already figured out what to do with them. At this moment, Joshua unexpectedly sent him a message that the noise coming from Alex's house scared him to death. He first thought that the villa area had been razed to the ground. Many soldiers had returned to the village, and some had gone to the west. Alex immediately realized that they had indeed returned for explosives, and asked what the remaining people were doing. Joshua complained that as soon as they returned, they began to demand food and drink. Alex could not help but worry about Joshua. He reminded the guy to always be careful with the soldiers, and in case of danger to come to him at any time. Joshua was deeply touched and assured Alex that if it really came to that, he would definitely come to him. After hanging up, Alex thought about the inevitable conflict between the base and the village. He hoped that the conflict would be resolved faster. Meanwhile, Arthur returned to the base with his men to deliver more explosives. Captain Tyler and most of his men remained in the village. Tyler informed him that they were planning to stay in the village for a while. He told the village chief to make room for them and prepare food for 65 people. The village leader still did not understand the gravity of the situation, and agreed. However, Joshua felt uneasy upon realizing that the soldiers were consuming a lot of food. With some of them eating huge amounts of food, he feared that if this continued, the village would eventually become empty. The head of the village still fantasized that the soldiers would only stay here for a few days and leave after dealing with Alex. He was counting on a big reward, and casually asked when they would be able to pacify Alex. Hearing this, Tyler's eyes became cold, and he warned them not to ask about things they shouldn't. He told the village chief to take care of their food and lodging for the night. Tyler's impressive voice and physique caused the village leader to apologize. After Tyler left, Connor stood up straight and sternly ordered Joshua to hurry up and build more ice houses for the important guests to stay in, reminding him to put his best effort into it. Joshua remained silent in response to the village chief's order, knowing full well that in the eyes of the villagers, no matter how strong he was considered a useless idiot. The next day, Arthur brought a large amount of explosives. Tyler, who had turned into a giant ape, along with many soldiers, arrived on the reverse slope. Soon, Arthur and Tyler threw a huge bunch of explosives towards the shelter. Watching the flying explosives, Alex suddenly opened the spatial gate. He couldn't wait for this grand show to begin. Suddenly, a huge gate appeared above the shelter, and a stream of energy gushed out of it. The explosives, which were supposed to hit the shelter, were instantly reflected back along almost the same trajectory. Arthur and his men were taken by surprise. The man instinctively shouted for everyone to take cover. They immediately fell to the ground, covering their ears with their hands. A huge explosion created a mushroom cloud. It engulfed many soldiers in a wave of fire and threw them hundreds of meters away. This method, which was initially just a bold experiment for Alex, turned out to be successful, allowing him to continue using it against them. Meanwhile, Arthur and his group were lucky that one of the mutant girls created an ice barrier in time, which blocked most of the explosive impact. Arthur, confused, looked at the picture that opened before him. The entire hill turned into a deep pit, and many Special Forces soldiers were burned to ashes. Enraged, Arthur pounded the ground in rage. He soon realized what had happened. Alex used the energy from the explosion absorbed yesterday and released it, deflecting the thrown explosives back at them. While he was thinking, a bullet with special abilities was shot towards Arthur. Turning his head sharply, Arthur barely dodged a bullet that whistled past his ear. Turning to the shelter, they met Alex's gaze. His fierce gaze sent shivers down their spine, as befits their leader. Arthur immediately warned everyone to take cover. However, Tyler, not being an agile mutant, was shot in the forehead, but did not die. Instead, he simply removed the bullet from his forehead with his bare hands, cursing and looking in Alex's direction. This shocked the hero, who noted that Tyler's defense was comparable to a tank. Just as Alex was about to take aim again, several snipers disappeared from his field of vision, and at the same time, 2 well-aimed bullets flew towards him. Alex quickly opened the dimensional gate, absorbing the bullets. He scoffed at the sneaky attempt to attack him with a sniper shot. He then immediately changed the direction of the bullets and sent them back along their original path. 2 snipers from the base were soon killed by bullets that were fired by them. Suddenly, a cloud of dust rose in front of Alex's window, as if something was rushing towards him at a speed that even his eyes could not follow. Before he could react, a loud explosion sounded from below, and the entire shelter felt a strong vibration. The self-check system immediately sounded an alarm. The damage to the walls was 0.028%. Arthur looked at Alex with icy eyes, demanding that he come out and fight him one-on-one. Alex sighed internally, realizing that ordinary strength was unlikely to be enough to harm Arthur. But while Alex remained in the shelter, he could not do anything to him. The defeated Zishan base team had no choice but to return to the village. Connor greeted them with a courteous smile and asked if the captain had won. The villagers also looked worried, thinking that the huge explosion must have blown Alex to smithereens. However, the mood of the base team was already at its limit after the failure of the mission, and the flattery of the villagers was more like mockery. Tyler coldly ordered everyone to shut up. Then the head of the village realized that the behavior of the soldiers was not similar to the behavior of the victors, after which Arthur came up and ordered more food to be prepared for them, saying that they had spent a lot of effort. Having said this, he headed towards his temporary housing. The villagers did not dare to disobey, constantly nodding in agreement. But when the soldiers were out of sight, the villagers could not help murmuring among themselves. They said that it seemed that the soldiers had failed, and despite their numbers, could not cope with Alex alone. Tyler, who has exceptional hearing, heard these comments. He even offered to teach the villagers a lesson, but Arthur stopped him, noting that they still had some value by providing food and shelter. Arthur offered to deal with them after he dealt with Alex, and then take them all to the base to spin their bikes to generate electricity. Meanwhile, when the soldiers from the base retreated, Alex returned to the shelter. Scarlet anxiously rushed to him, asking if Alex was okay. Alex answered with a smile that whoever wasn't okay were the soldiers. Soon, Julia carefully prepared the food and brought it. During the meal, Alex asked Riley if it would be difficult to repair the wall if it was slightly damaged. Riley thought about it and said that after examining the alloy that the walls of the shelter were made of, it would require special materials. Even if Alex can get these materials, he will have to go outside to repair the wall, which is currently impossible. Alex replied with a smile that he just needed to know that the wall could be fixed and there was no need to rush. He still had plenty of time. But Julia looked worried and asked how long the battle would last. Alex handed her a drink and assured her that there was no need to worry, since Alex liked nothing more than to fight attrition. Seeing this, the other girls also took drinks. They decided that they should lighten the atmosphere a little with fun. After that, they all went out to eat together, but a sudden phone call disturbed the calm. Aurora picked up the phone and turned pale. She couldn't believe it was her. The message was from Valerie, who said that she and her students needed help and hoped that Aurora could connect her with Alex. Seeing Valerie's name, Alex wondered if she had joined Zishan base. He then asked Aurora if sending messages over the phone risked their safe house network being infected with a virus. However, Aurora confidently crossed her arms and assured him that the phone was as secure as the supercomputer in the control room, making it impossible to hack. Alex then nodded and sent a message to Valerie, asking what she wanted to talk about. Having received Alex's answer, she immediately called him, saying that she had come to discuss cooperation. Her students were in danger at the base, and she needed Alex's help. Alex, answering sarcastically, asked what danger there could be in an orphanage like Zishan, and noticed that all the students were from privileged backgrounds. Valerie was a little embarrassed and explained that she was not joking. Their previous status and position were now worthless. She sincerely wanted cooperation. Alex, who was part of the team that attacked the hideout, could help her. However, to do this, he had to agree to help his students escape from the base. The hero was puzzled, wondering how such a large shelter could be in danger of life and why Valerie could not protect a group of students. He did not immediately agree to Valerie's conditions, but asked to provide him with all the information about the Western Mountain base. To show her sincerity, Valerie shared all the information she knew with Alex. Experiments on artificial mutation have actually been conducted at the base, but so far with a very low level of success. Alex noticed with horror that the base looked like hell. They were turning the dead people from the 4th rescue capsule into a protein solution. The hero then sneered disdainfully, stating that there were quite a few people left alive. Even if only 5% of the population survived, it was still a significant number. He noted that there were thousands of survivors in the village across the river, but assumed that they would eventually be captured for experimentation. Riley, meanwhile, was worried about her classmates. When she found out that they went to the base, she was happy for them. However, the more she learned, the more scared she became. Alex now understood why Valerie asked him for help. However, he told her that the base was too heavily guarded, and with his abilities it was impossible to save those privileged students. His power was for self-defense, and expecting him to go save people was overestimating your capabilities. Although Valerie was somewhat disappointed, she understood the principle of reciprocity. She asked if she could offer something valuable enough to make him take the risk. Alex then chuckled slightly and replied that his willingness to act depended on the value of what she offered. He offered to contact him again when she had something worthwhile, and then ended the conversation. Turning to Aurora, Alex asked if installing a virus on the base's network could completely penetrate their system. The hero decided that they needed to use Valerie to counterattack the base. Meanwhile, Arthur, having received a rebuff, gathered people for an important announcement. He was going to discuss with his partners a plan to take revenge on Alex. He gathered his most trusted subordinates in his room to discuss strategy to deal with Alex. Arthur sharing his thoughts, noting that although previous attacks had failed, they understood what Alex's special abilities were. Normal weapons were useless as they were absorbed and reflected back. Fortunately, Alex's capabilities were limited. He did not dare leave the shelter and could only threaten them with sniper fire. Arthur explained that there were blind spots in the shelter's defenses and that not all corners were covered with windows. He planned for the mutants to take turns attacking these blind spots, while the villagers would dig tunnels for underground explosions. The attacks on the surface were meant to distract Alex's attention, but their true purpose was to dig tunnels and detonate them from below. Valerie was horrified by Arthur's plan. She expressed the fear that if the villagers were forced to do hard work in extreme cold, many of them would probably freeze or die. It seemed to her that they were being sent to certain death. Arthur coldly replied that Alex did not care about their lives. Alex had already killed hundreds of residents of their village, and without them, the villagers would have even less chance against Alex. Certain sacrifices were necessary for final victory, and military discipline required following orders and using all means to destroy Alex's hideout. Valerie clenched her fists in anger, shaking with emotion. She protested that they were innocent villagers and that she was not a soldier. Sensing the tense atmosphere, Shelley quickly intervened, explaining that this was a desperate measure. She noted that Alex had many resources needed for the base. In these apocalyptic times, they could not afford to show mercy to others. Protect themselves and those close to them was already a difficult task, as was protecting Valerie's students. However, Valerie's sense of justice did not allow her to put up with such actions. However, she knew that she could not argue with Arthur. Confronting them directly would not only be suicide, but also a danger to her students. Shelley continued by stating that digging tunnels is not the same as being cannon fodder. The villagers are used to farming, so it shouldn't be too difficult for them. Then Valerie stood up and asked Arthur to prioritize human life and try to avoid casualties among the villagers. After a whole night of discussions, they developed a battle plan. Arthur called the villagers, then he picked up a megaphone and shouted about the killer across the river. He explained that they had spent a lot of effort and money, but this man turned out to be extremely cunning and insidious. Now they need to assist the villagers to dig tunnels and destroy Alex. However, the villagers were not convinced and began to whisper indignantly, complaining that they had to do hard work after they had already provided the guests with food and water. The village leader tried to calm them down by explaining that the organization was thinking about long-term peace in the village. The villagers were confused, thinking that they lived in peace with Alex. However, the residents grumbled dissatisfiedly because there were no more disagreements between them and Alex, and they were again led to war with him. Valerie watched this scene, thinking that Arthur's decision could lead to the death of many innocent villagers. After some time, having received information from Valerie, Alex was slightly surprised. He had not thought about an underground explosion, but given the lack of earth-moving equipment and the extreme cold, the implementation of such a project would undoubtedly be very slow. Alex decided not to worry about it in the short term. Alex had already developed a counter-strategy, planning to play along with their plan. He then quickly changed the subject by asking Valerie what room she was staying in. Valerie was puzzled, wondering if Alex was going to come and find her. Alex smiled mysteriously, making it clear that this information would determine whether she and her students would be able to escape. The next day, the Sishan base warriors moved into the attack according to the attack plan. Alex watched what was happening from the TV with a smile. Scarlett and Julia sat next to him and massaged him. Julia also brought water for the guy. Their competitive behavior made Aurora and Riley feel jealous. Then Riley broke the awkward silence, noting that Arthur was quite formidable and his attacks went beyond ordinary weapons. Alex said that this is not surprising, because they are the best forces in the West Mountain base. He added that they should value their comfort inside while they can, given the dangerous world outside. Julia then expressed concern about their plan. Although they knew the enemy's plan, staying inside all the time was a short-lived solution. They could not know how the enemy's work was progressing. Alex looked towards Aurora and asked her to explain to her sister what was going on. Aurora, looking at Julia, proudly explained that sound travels faster in solids than in air, and being in the basement allows them to feel it better with the help of a sound wave receiver. She could accurately analyze the distance to their construction using the computer. Julia seemed to see the light, realizing that they did not need to do anything except wait. Alex nodded with a smile, admitting that all their efforts were in vain. Now they just needed to rest and conserve their strength while enjoying the spectacle. After several hours of assault, Arthur and his team decided to take a short break. They headed back to check on the progress of the work at the excavation site. Soon, a man was carried out on a stretcher. After a quick examination, the military medic shook his head, stating an acute heart attack and unlikely survival. The young man, a villager, unable to contain his anger, threw down his shovel and screamed furiously, accusing Arthur of treating them like animals. Arthur coldly replied that they were doing this for their sake. He then pointed a pistol at the peasant, declaring that if anyone dared to disobey the order, he would be considered a deserter. Meanwhile, Valerie urgently called Alex, begging him to come up with something to minimize the casualties among the innocent villagers. Alex, smiling, noted that all this was within his expectations, but asked where the rest of the Special Forces soldiers had gone, since in recent days there seemed to be fewer attacks on the shelter. Valerie replied that due to the increasing number of casualties among the residents, Arthur left several people in the city to maintain order, although in fact, this was only done to suppress a possible uprising. After this call, Alex came up with a new plan. Several days had passed since their last skirmish, and Arthur and his team had probably lowered their guard. Alex decided that they needed to be brought back to their senses a little. A few days later, Alex, dressed in a special combat suit made by Riley, prepared to take Furry for a walk. The hideout had an emergency exit, known only to Alex, leading to a 3-kilometer underground tunnel that ended at a tombstone in the hills. Taking a snowmobile, Alex headed straight to the village. The guards at the entrance to the village quickly noticed Alex's figure. Mistaking him for a returning captain because of the captain's bandage on his battlesuit, they decided that he had simply returned a little earlier. They then lowered their weapons and saluted him. In the next moment, Alex quickly dealt with the guards with his sword. He silently destroyed them and removed their bodies to another space. Although he and Furry were capable of defeating them, Alex chose not to make too much noise. However, the smell of blood alerted the military dogs, who began barking furiously. Well-trained dogs would not bark without a reason, so sensing danger, the fighters rushed outside. Seeing Alex hiding, they opened fire, but to their horror, their bullets seemed to be sucked into a strange crater. Then Alex, holding his sword in front of him, began to furiously hack and slash his enemies. The commotion quickly alerted Arthur. Meanwhile, villagers at the construction site heard gunshots and wondered if someone was setting off fireworks. However, Arthur immediately became serious upon hearing the gunshots and ordered his team to return and investigate. By this time, Alex had already taken Joshua and made his escape. Joshua expressed concern that the snowmobile tracks were too visible. However, Alex, not at all embarrassed, confidently sent the snowmobile into his space and noted that anyone with a brain would eventually find this place. He admitted that he would be discovered sooner or later, but didn't worry about it, adding with a knowing smile that he was actually looking forward to them coming for him. Returning to the village, Arthur, seeing the bodies of his Special Forces soldiers scattered everywhere, became furious. He thought his strategy was foolproof, but instead his base was infiltrated. He realized that there must be a traitor in his ranks. Otherwise, Alex would not have dared to leave the hideout. Shelley noted with suspicion that they monitored the shelter around the clock and not even a fly could escape without their knowledge. She wondered if there might be another way out. Tyler slammed his fist together and suggested that there must be another escape route. He assumed it was an inside job, someone spilling the beans about the timing of the operation, allowing Alex to attack their base. Arthur's eyes lit up as he realized that their plan to dig tunnels had to be compromised. There was no point in continuing the excavation. At that moment, a soldier hurried to them to report that during a head count of the villagers, they discovered that the local mutant Joshua had disappeared, and there was no trace of his body. In addition, Captain Valerie had not returned to the squad. Hearing this, Arthur became even more furious. Gritting his teeth, he said that it seemed that they had more than one traitor, and decided to immediately follow the tracks of the snowmobile. The village leader lamented the loss of so many lives while digging the tunnel, wondering how he would explain this to everyone. Meanwhile, upon entering the shelter, Joshua was almost stunned by the sight before him. Alex prepared a room full of anime-themed figurines, tapes, and pillows. He told Joshua that from now on he would live there. Joshua, overjoyed, jumped onto the bed and hugged the pillow tightly, expressing his readiness to go through fire and water for Alex, not retreating even in the face of death. Alex then went to the control room with the information provided by Valerie. Using the equipment at hand, Aurora quickly hacked into the base's network. She confidently informed Alex that she could paralyze the base's network at any time and interrupt communication between the dispatched troops and their base. Alex then patted Aurora on the head, praising her for her good job. He said that once they dealt with the leading forces of the base, the threat they faced would be greatly reduced. He then turned to Valerie, declaring that if she would benefit him, he would naturally fulfill his promise to her. At that moment, the image of Arthur and his team, who had found an emergency exit, appeared on the monitor. Alex smiled slyly, realizing that the show was about to begin. Meanwhile, Arthur and his team followed the tracks of a snowmobile, which eventually led them to a cemetery and then disappeared. Tyler was furious after the deaths of many of his comrades and vowed to tear Alex apart when they caught him. Suddenly, one of the soldiers pointed into the distance, shouting that Alex was there. Without thinking, Tyler rushed forward, screaming that he would tear him to pieces. Then Shelley tried to stop him, persuading him not to be impulsive and to return. However, by this time, Tyler had turned into a monkey and vowed that he would make Alex pay in blood. Alex, however, did not feel the slightest panic. He raised his sniper rifle and fired several shots. At this distance, Alex would never have missed, but he took aim specifically to lure Tyler closer to the trap he had set. Just as Tyler was about to reach him, Alex quickly stepped on the detonator he had buried earlier. A snowstorm several tens of meters high instantly arose, blocking their view. Shelley froze in horror, watching her comrade being covered by an avalanche. Tyler watched as a wave of snow flew at him, not understanding what to do. At that moment, Shelley, Arthur, and others ran to his aid. At that moment, Valerie appeared in front of them, and furry next to her. Arthur angrily accused Valerie of betrayal, but Valerie, not wanting to waste words, shouted that their paths were diverging and that they could not make joint plans, and then swung at Arthur with your sword. The furry standing behind her suddenly pounced on Shelley. Shelley knew how to mostly defend herself, and she was about to block the furry's attack with an ice wall, but she clearly underestimated the power of the furry's claws. In an instant, she was killed. While Arthur deftly dodged Valerie's attacks, a powerful explosion suddenly thundered behind him. When the dust settled, he saw Tyler, impaled by spikes, lying on the ground, unable to fight. Tyler looked at Arthur helplessly, but it was too late. Meanwhile, Alex, holding a sniper rifle in his hands, fired another shot, destroying any chance of Tyler getting back up, then shouted to Joshua that it was his turn. Joshua appeared behind them as if out of nowhere. Raising both hands, he instantly blocked the retreat path for the remaining Special Forces soldiers. At this point, Valerie did not linger in the fight with Arthur. She jumped on Furry and took the opportunity to flee the scene, simultaneously dragging Joshua with her and running away at high speed. Arthur was annoyed that he was unable to kill the traitor. Meanwhile, Alex stood at the top of the hill and looked down at the Special Forces soldiers stuck in the ice and snow. Arthur, with a contemptuous look, told Alex that he would not be able to lure him into a trap. Alex laughed coldly, noting that the real show was just beginning. He said that they had already fallen into the most primitive trap. He then instantly activated the dimensional gate, releasing all the TNT he had previously stored in another dimension. At the moment of the explosion, Arthur ordered everyone to dive into the snow, and this actually saved them from severe injuries. After the explosion, Arthur and his team climbed out of the snow. Before they had time to come to their senses, one of the soldiers suddenly shouted to the captain to look up. When Arthur looked up, he saw that a powerful avalanche had fallen on them. All the soldiers were instantly buried under the snow. Alex soon returned to the control room, thanking Aurora and the others for their help. Thanks to their experience, Alex was able to deal with the enemy so easily. Aurora used computer modeling to accurately calculate the location of the avalanche. and Riley's explosives were designed with the right power. Combined with strategy, Alex's ability to lure the enemy into a trap, their coordination was flawless and perfect, which took the opponents by surprise. Alex noted that the enemies were too stupid and greedy. They did not even suspect that they themselves would face reprisals. He admitted that this could not have been done without the significant help of Valerie and Joshua, who, step by step, led their enemies into the abyss. Valerie began to worry after noticing that Alex had used all his powers against Arthur. She feared that if they could not confirm Arthur's death, it would be difficult to ensure a safe retreat. Alex, however, was full of confidence. He assured Valerie that he had already placed infrared devices in advance, due to the thickness of the avalanche and the temperature dropping to minus 80 degrees Celsius. Arthur had no room to maneuver. Alex said that in less than 10 minutes they will be frozen to death. That evening, Alex prepared a sumptuous dinner for everyone. Scarlet couldn't help but feel emotional. It seemed like everything had come to an end. After the Zishan base lost its main fighting force, and the Aurora virus revealed all the secrets to those at the very bottom, they would lead themselves to death without requiring further intervention. Scarlet also expressed her feelings, noting that Alex had no idea that so much could happen in just a few months. It all felt like a dream, and she considers herself lucky to have met Alex. Alex looked at Scarlet affectionately and noted that just as the once dominant dinosaurs could not escape the fate of extinction, this extreme cold wave was just another evolutionary step in a long history. For the fact that they managed to survive, they all had to be constantly grateful. So Alex began a seemingly shameless life with 5 women and a chubby man. As it turned out, Arthur faked his death by lying under an avalanche for 2 days. Miraculously surviving, he found himself in immense grief. His entire team was destroyed, and Arthur felt responsible for this. Through an effort of will, Arthur returned to the Zishan base on foot. Having learned the whole story, Roman was furious. He scolded Arthur, indignant that he had entrusted him with half of the elite soldiers of the base, and he returned alone. The novel reminded Arthur how valuable genetically modified mutants were, selected through numerous experiments and capable of defeating 100 ordinary soldiers. He blamed Arthur for their deaths, asking how he dared return to base. Arthur did not react to this in any way. He admitted that by allowing his comrades to die in an avalanche, he himself was the most to blame, but he attributed it all to that damned Alex. Arthur suddenly knelt in front of Roman, begging for any punishment, even death, and asking for a chance to atone for his guilt. However, he insisted that he would not rest until he personally dealt with Alex. Roman, with a cold gaze, thought about killing Arthur on the spot, but in the end, he would need this strong warrior. Then he spoke in a calmer tone, admitting that they too had underestimated the enemy's strength. He admitted that Alex was too cunning, so he could not completely blame Arthur. Roman decided not to bring Arthur to justice this time, but warned that if he made a similar mistake again, he would be punished for all his crimes. He waved his hand dismissively, signaling Arthur to return to the cabin. However, when he was alone, he realized that he had underestimated Alex. The catastrophic defeat has left the base severely weakened, and Alex needs to quickly replenish his strength. Otherwise, if others learn of the significant loss of strength, it will inevitably attract their greedy gaze. With that thought, Roman quickly called Grace and asked about the test results of the survivors he brought. Grace looked at the tablet in her hand and said that the test results were not ready yet. However, the party consisted of young and middle-aged people with very good physical characteristics, which indicates a high probability of obtaining mutants. Roman snorted with relief, noting that awakening mutants is not as simple as it seems to her. He noted that not everyone can become such, like Jordan, and stressed the urgent need to replenish the base's forces. He told Grace to hurry up with her experiments. If manual catalysis didn't work, they would have to implant Jordan's cells, as they couldn't let the base's overall combat power drop too much. When Grace heard this, horror flashed in her eyes. She doubted whether to rush into this matter, noting that if the experiments were carried out in a hurry, the success rate might not reach 30%, which would lead to more unnecessary casualties. However, Roman did not care. He waved his hand dismissively and said that he now needed combat power, not manpower. He explained that there were still many survivors in the city, and it would not be difficult to find and replenish their ranks. But if they lose a strong military force, they will not be able to influence the situation in the city. As he spoke, Roman's expression became more and more ruthless. His goal was the entire city, not just survival in a small part of Shishan. This was the first time Roman revealed his ambitions. Even his longtime secretary Grace was stunned, but still nodded and promised to take care of it. After Grace left, concern appeared on Roman's face. He wondered what to do. noting that they could not cope with Alex. He wondered if he really needed to ask others for help. However, the commander-in-chief of the district was indebted to him and promised to help. Roman was still hesitant to use the missile. He still believed that Alex was just a troublemaker on his territory, and if he eliminated him, then his authority and the authority of the base would not be shaken. Roman believed that thanks to this trump card, other shelters were unlikely to dare to harbor bad intentions towards Sishan base. However, he did not want to use this plan unless absolutely necessary. Roman was torn into pieces. Since the tough approach did not work, he decided for the last time to convince Alex to agree to peace, offering favorable conditions. Roman then immediately called the Minister of Information and ordered him to contact Alex immediately. Roman thought to himself that if negotiations failed, he would use a missile to level Alex's hideout. Finally connecting via video link, Alex addressed Roman directly, expressing his admiration for his reputation. Roman then remarked that it was truly surprising that Alex was still alive, but hinted that his luck had run out. Alex waved his hand and advised Roman to stop interfering, noting that he had already dealt with all the elite people he had sent. Alex teased Roman, wondering why he should bother him if he had no real power. He suggested that Roman give up his meaningless fantasies and let him go quickly, because he is a man who loves peace and does not mind coexisting peacefully. Alex suggested that they agree not to interfere with each other in the future, speaking in a condescending tone. Roman looked unhappy. He advised him not to misjudge the situation. He warned that he was sparing Alex because he appreciated his talent, and not because Alex could not deal him a devastating blow. He stated that if Alex was willing to comply, he could make him the second commander of the base. However, to show his sincerity, he must hand over all the supplies he has. Hearing this, Alex laughed. He ridiculed the idea of making Roman the second in command at the base, suggesting that Roman must be out of his mind. The hero continued to taunt the man, offering him to become his subordinate. If anything happened, he could use Alex's help. Roman instantly became enraged, calling Alex an ignorant fool and declaring that his end was near. Alex, still maintaining a smug expression on his face, challenged Roman to him. Roman's expression suddenly turned grim. He warned that just one phone call, and he could send a missile to level Alex's hideout. He asked if he was sure that his hideout could withstand an accurate missile strike. Hearing this, Alex was shocked, doubting that Roman was serious. However, he quickly came to his senses and told Roman not to scare them, hinting that Sishan most likely did not have missile capabilities. Roman laughed and called Alex a commoner from the lower levels. He insisted that with one phone call he could destroy the shelter. However, Alex remained unconvinced and asked that if they had so much power, then why did they wait until now? Roman stated that his patience has a limit. He hoped Alex wouldn't be too stubborn to understand him. He appreciates Alex's talent, that's why he hasn't hit him yet. Then Roman offered Alex two options: either submit, or he would raze his shelter to the ground. The choice was Alex's. Alex, outraged by such arrogance, carefully said that if Roman is really capable of summoning a rocket, then he must prove it. If he is truly capable, Alex will not interfere and will follow him. Roman's face darkened. He dismissed this assumption as a joke and declared that such a thing could not be verified. He warned that his patience had a limit. Alex noticed the old man's angry face and suspected that the missile threat might be true. However, upon reflection, he decided that Roman had a strong ability to deceive, making it difficult to understand his true intentions. Then Alex thought about it and said that he needed to think about it. Noticing that Alex's tone had softened, Roman warned that there was no point in delaying. He gave Alex one day to make a decision. If Alex did not comply within 24 hours, Roman would raze his hideout to the ground. He then ended the video call. Roman took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and prayed with his hands together. He hoped that Alex would be wise enough to choose surrender, since the opportunity to use the missile did not come often, in which case a precious opportunity would be lost. Meanwhile, Alex stood up and stretched. Aurora expressed doubt, wondering why, if Roman really had missiles, they weren't used sooner. That would mean all his soldiers died in vain. Then Alex explained that Roman himself definitely did not have missiles, but there were several missile bases in the neighboring military district. Considering that Roman has been in Sishan for so long, it is quite possible that he has connections in the capital. However, as long as there was even a small chance that he would use the missiles, they couldn't risk their lives. Alex decided it was best to figure out how to protect themselves first. Scarlett's eyes lit up and she asked if they were going back to the apartment complex, to their original home. Alex nodded in agreement. For now, they could only return there. Everyone agreed with Alex's decision, deciding that safety came first. Only Joshua found it difficult to leave. Having moved here a few days earlier and having eaten and drunk to excess, he did not want to leave the shelter and return to the apartment. Valerie suddenly stood up and reminded everyone that they had to fulfill their agreement before leaving. Then Alex looked towards Aurora. He took the SIM card from her hands and gave it to Valerie. He said that they still need Valerie's help at Sishan base, as the virus Aurora previously implanted could help her bypass the base's identity recognition system and find an opportunity to save her students. Then Valerie decided to continue hiding at the base. The girl went there undercover to introduce a virus into the base system. She overheard a conversation between two test subjects. Because Valerie's betrayal angered Roman, her students were subjected to transformation experiments. After the soldiers left, Valerie took out the SIM card Alex had given her. This SIM card, specially modified by Aurora, not only had strong signal reception, but could also bypass numerous server ciphers without being detected by the base. Valerie sent a message to Alex, urging him to hurry up and get his students out of the base. She informed him that the students were now in great danger. Alex immediately reacted to this, advising her to try to get into the network center and insert the chip that Alex gave her into any computer. This would allow Aurora to control the entire network of the base, which could help in their escape. Valerie was slightly taken aback, realizing that this task was not easy to complete. The entire base was stuffed with a surveillance system, and the entrance to the information department was heavily guarded. Nevertheless, deep down, she knew that this was the only chance to save her students. She sent a message to Alex, assuring him that there was no need to worry and that she would definitely keep her promise. She hoped that Alex would also remember the promise he made to her before leaving. Alex replied without hesitation that it was no problem. Then Valerie turned off her phone, took out her SIM card, and began to mentally plan her route. The information department was about 500 meters from her current location. She took a deep breath, her gaze hardening, and she muttered to herself that she never thought she would return to her old job. When Valerie was a bodyguard for a high-ranking official, he underwent systematic professional training. Meanwhile, Alex and the others were heading to the apartment complex area. Immediately after contacting Valerie, Alex expressed anticipation of the confrontation. He noted that Valerie's role was extremely important. Since knowing both themselves and the enemy, they could be sure that they would not be in danger. Understanding all the cards would give them a significant advantage. Aurora focused on her laptop, wanting to see if they actually had the ability to deploy the missiles. In such a post-apocalyptic world, the value of possessing such a strategic weapon was enormous, and the threat to them incomparable. Aurora then held up her computer to show Alex that she had successfully hacked into the base's surveillance system. Alex nodded admiringly, understanding that unknown forces caused the greatest concern. If they understood the enemy's capabilities, they could easily fend off his actions. At this moment, Riley, who was sitting behind the wheel, took a deep breath. Alex, worried, asked what was bothering him. Riley nervously explained that although they were safe now, Teacher Valerie was in a dangerous situation. Her mission was dangerous, and if she was caught, it would be a disaster. Alex thought to himself that he did not care about her life. Their communication was just a deal, however. He smiled and noticed that the teacher had her own destiny, and that there was great merit in the fact that she saved her students. Higher powers would on her side. Riley nodded in relief, trusting that Valerie's kindness would keep her safe. Alex, holding back his laughter, decided to keep his thoughts to himself. Soon, the hero and his group arrived in the Yahello area. Aaron and Elsa were already waiting for them downstairs. When everyone got out of the car, Alex looked around the area and noted the eerie silence, suspecting that everyone had frozen to death. Then Aaron and Elsa approached them with smiles, urging them to quickly go upstairs. Aaron had heard about the explosion in the villa and was worried whether something terrible had happened to Alex. Soon, they all went into the building to Alex's former apartment. Returning to the long-abandoned shelter, Alex and Scarlett looked at him with nostalgia. Alex doesn't think about how much time has passed since the start of the ice apocalypse. Meanwhile, Elsa said that she cleaned the rooms for the guests early in the morning. At that moment, an old friend, Julia, approached her and invited the girl to play mahjong. Soon, Alex also took off his equipment and sat down to chat with Aaron. Alex took out a pack of cigarettes, offered one to Aaron, and they started smoking. The hero spoke first, asking if anything had happened in the area during his absence. Aaron chuckled and explained that the situation was the same as when Alex left. After Alex left, people initially believed the area was safe and came to Aaron begging for sympathy. However, as the apocalypse dragged on, Aaron refused to help them, and when they tried to impose themselves, he took the opportunity to deal with them. He realized that in an apocalypse, protecting himself and others is most important. Aaron continued that not everyone was dead. There was a group of survivors in the area. At first, Alex didn't believe him. not understanding how they didn't die without supplies. Then Aaron took a drag from his cigarette and said that Carter and his group from Building 18 were still alive. Alex looked at him incredulously, noting that he didn't expect them to last long. Alex, curious, asked how they managed to survive. Aaron shook his head, saying that he was not sure. He advised Carter not to contact anyone to avoid betrayal. Aaron said they were still afraid of Alex, so they wouldn't take any chances. The man noted that he often saw the shadows of living people in Building 18. It turns out that many of them are still surviving. Then Alex replied that he urgently needed to visit this old friend. Aaron also asked with concern whether Alex's shelter was now in danger. Then the hero described the whole situation to Aaron in detail, causing him to almost drop his jaw in surprise. He was surprised that they were willing to use missiles against civilians. Then Alex took out some food from another space and noted that it was not yet clear whether they were bluffing or really had such capabilities. For safety reasons, Alex decided to temporarily return here and hide. As soon as safety was confirmed, they would return back. Aaron didn't take it as a joke. He thought that since they were already there, it was better for everyone to stay a little longer. He invited Alex to move next door, recognizing that the house originally belonged to Alex and he could not consider himself its owner. However, Alex patted Aaron on the shoulder, noting that they would not linger. Alex thought about it and decided that they needed to settle relations with the base once and for all. The conflict had reached the point where it could no longer be resolved. Roman most likely wanted him dead, and until Alex gave in, Roman would try everything to kill him and take everything he had. Alex sighed helplessly, wanting to just live quietly in the shelter without being disturbed. Aaron, seeing Alex's gloomy face, tried to console him. He noted that having too many good things often leads to trouble. He spread his hands and added that even other people were constantly trying to get in his way. People will inevitably covet what Alex has, and he won't be able to do anything about it. Then Alex stood up and walked to the window, looking towards the base. He was thinking about the idea of wiping the base off the face of the earth. Suddenly, Aaron said seriously that some time ago, very strange people appeared in the area. There were about 100 of them. Then Alex frowned, noticing that the more people, the greater the threat. Aaron continued, explaining that at first he thought they were there to steal supplies, but then realized they had no bad intentions. He tried to establish contact with them and found out that they were a religious organization, or rather, a sect of snow worship. Alex laughed, noting that even religions arise in times of crisis. He compared this to the historical practice of people attributing natural disasters to supernatural beings, such as rain or plague gods. Aaron reflected on the past and admitted that he did not take them seriously at the time. However, looking back, these people were truly unusual. Their leader determined at first glance that Alex was a mutant, and whimsically stated that he could help him unlock the potential of his abilities and become even stronger. Hearing this, Alex became serious, intrigued by the mention of unlocking the potential of the Force. He thought that nothing is free in this world and wondered why they were helping for no reason. Most likely they were scammers. Aaron nodded, agreeing with his friend's opinion. Since Alex had warned him not to trust strangers easily, he outright rejected this group. They probably decided that he was not so easy to contact and did not persist, and then he did not know what happened to them. After that, Alex thought for a moment. He realized that now only Aaron's family and the people from Building 18 remained in the area. Perhaps the survival of Kevin and his group could be connected with these people. After thinking about this, Alex decided to go and check everything himself. Aaron immediately offered to accompany Alex, but Alex refused, saying that there was no need. Despite this, Alex still put on a bulletproof vest and dressed in combat gear. Seeing that the man was ready to fight, Riley and Aurora came out and asked where he was going. The hero replied that he was going to meet some old friends. There was an eerie silence throughout the entire area. No signs of life were visible. At the foot of one of the buildings in the snow, Alex saw hundreds of snow mounds that looked like graves. Approaching the entrance to Building 18, Alex pulled out a pistol and fired 2 shots into the air. The sound of gunfire reminded the residents of the house of the fear they once felt under Alex's rule. Carter, looking out the window towards the source of the shots, immediately recognized Alex and felt a chill run through his body. He was afraid that Alex had returned to hold them accountable for the child they could not protect. Carter's wife and child approached him, expressing concern about Alex's return. They could not allow him to destroy them again and decided to face him. Carter explained that if Alex found out about what happened, they could all die. He took a deep breath and decided to go downstairs and talk to Alex. He warned his wife to stay and protect her son if anything happened to him. Carter soon walked down the stairs and soon found himself at the window in the hallway. Seeing the emaciated man in front of him, Alex expressed surprise that Carter had managed to survive until now. He noted that there seemed to be even more people in the building. Alex asked Carter how he managed to survive. Carter swallowed hard and replied that it was all thanks to the seeds Alex left them. Alex was amazed by this outcome of events, because he had mentioned the seeds in passing and could not believe that they could germinate, especially given the low temperature. It looks like there might be a mutant in their house. Alex, ready to act at a moment's notice, prepared to kill Carter if anything unusual happened. Seeing this, Carter abruptly knelt down, admitting that they had failed to protect the child Alex had entrusted to them. He sincerely apologized and asked Alex not to harm innocent people. Carter bowed his head, ready to face death as punishment. At that moment, a man's voice was heard from the snow cave next to Alex. He resolutely stood in front of Carter, stating that Carter should not be killed, as it would mean the loss of hope for all of them. He offered to take Carter's place, noting that he had lived long enough. Other people also rushed to Carter's defense. Alex, watching this scene, felt unexpected excitement. He paused as he saw a glimmer of humanity in their desire to protect Carter. Then he smiled awkwardly and assured them that he had not come for their lives. Carter, shocked, humbly admitted that the child Alex had entrusted to them had died and asked if Alex was seeking revenge. Alex, speechless, realized that all this melodrama was connected with the child he had almost forgotten about. He considered the child a burden and would have gotten rid of it himself if he had not been afraid that he would be haunted by guilt. Their fear and anxiety stemmed from the belief that the child was important to him. Alex came to the conclusion that death could not be reversed and admitted that they had done everything possible. He assured them that he would not hold a grudge against them. Hearing this, Carter breathed a sigh of relief. However, Alex, still perplexed, asked how they managed to survive until now, noting that it was nothing short of a miracle. Carter, deciding not to withhold information, said that it was a long story and invited Alex to see for himself. Alex agreed to come in and take a look. Carter took Alex upstairs and told him about the recent events in his building. He said that they were trying different growing methods with the seeds that Alex gave them. Despite all their efforts, the results were disastrous, and they even considered sending a detachment in search of food. Just when they were in complete despair, a group claiming to be from the Snow Worship sect appeared nearby. A glint flashed in Alex's eyes. It seemed like these weirdos were involved in the matter. Carter admitted that their leader had promised to give them unusual abilities to help them survive. Having no other choice, they decided to agree, since the only alternative was death. However, he expected them to only have faith in the snow god. Nothing else was required. Alex was skeptical and never believed in the concept of free help. He couldn't help but ask Carter about his special ability. Carter pointed to his forehead and explained that he had planted a seed there that made his entire body feel as if he had been thrown into an ice cellar. After some time, he became unbearably hot and soon lost consciousness. When he woke up, he discovered that a strange power had appeared in his body. Carter rolled up his sleeves, revealing arms covered in projections like seed sprouts. Carter explained that these were all seeds of food crops, his ability being to grow plants from his own flesh. After the plants absorbed his flesh and blood, they not only gained vitality, but also grew faster. Alex looked at Carter and said that despite this, the nutrients obtained from one person cannot meet the nutritional needs of all people. Carter weakly replied that this is indeed a big problem, but fortunately they have a professor, leading specialist in agronomy. Carter then brought Alex into the room and cryptically warned him to mentally prepare himself as the scene inside could be frightening. Alex laughed, saying that he had seen a lot after the apocalypse and was not easily alarmed. Carter smiled awkwardly and opened the door. Despite the preparation, Alex was still shocked by the sight that opened. The room was filled with piles of corpses, on which plants were growing vigorously. Carter continued to explain that these corpses were collected from around the area to provide nutrients for the plants, a reluctant choice. The hero smirked, noting that although the bodies would no longer be useful, this way they would be used to the maximum. Alex curiously asked if they had made snow-covered graves outside. Carter nodded sheepishly, admitting that they had piled the bodies for storage. Then the hero carefully examined the lush crops. Furry also sniffed them with curiosity, but did not seem to find any differences from ordinary crops. Carter mentioned that they have 3 more of these grow rooms. Alex became worried when he noticed that while the crops were sprouting from the nutrients contained in Carter's body, if this continued, Carter would eventually die. Then Carter mockingly remarked that he preferred to do something so that his wife and son could survive. Alex admired Carter's action, finding it admirable but a little crazy. However, he quickly put aside his sympathy and looked at Carter sternly, wanting to make sure of his abilities. Although he had seen many modified mutants with lower abilities than natural mutants, Carter's method of gaining powers intrigued Alex. The hero understood that his ability was very useful, although rather weak. He wanted to understand what methods the Snow Worship sect used to awaken abilities in ordinary people and how these abilities could be developed. Carter did not refuse and, under Alex's gaze, rolled up the sleeve of his hand filled with seeds. He clenched his fist and began to apply force. Alex noticed how a white light appeared on Carter's forehead. A moment later, the veins on his arm bulged and a seed burst through his skin, turning into a wheat sprout about 10 centimeters high. As the seed sprouted, Carter's complexion became paler. Alex quickly stopped him, showing that he already understood enough how it worked. Alex was speechless, noticing that this ability was simply using one's own flesh and blood to water plants. If abilities could be assessed, then this would be the worst. Worse than even artificially created mutants. Carter hurriedly rose to his feet and called to the professor to quickly replant the wheat sprout. Meanwhile, Alex began to think that the artificially stimulated abilities of the Snow Worship sect were completely different from the naturally awakened mutants. Although it was unclear what side effects this entailed, it definitely caused a lot of harm to the body. Fortunately, this ability was not aggressive in nature. If she was a threat to Alex, they could have killed Carter on the spot. Alex soon turned to leave. After he left, Carter was glad that everything went well. The man knew that their lives depended on Alex. Meanwhile, Alex suddenly thought that if the Zishan base found out about his location and used missiles to bomb the area, then everyone would be in danger. Since the shelter in the villa was exposed, Alex urgently needed to find a new place to live. This hideout would be too easy for an organization like Zishan to breach. Alex thought about the current situation with Valerie. If she successfully implanted the chip in the information department of the base, he would be able to understand every step of their plan. This would allow them to move into action. Meanwhile, work was underway at the base to replace the soldiers lost during the campaign against Alex. The young people kidnapped from Shu Village were closely watched by armed soldiers, leaving them no opportunity to resist. One of the villagers, clenching his fists, shouted in frustration that he would have to bear the consequences of the defeat and argued that it was unfair. Another man burst into tears as he recalled how their wives and children were killed, accusing the soldiers of being more cruel than Alex. 2 shots were fired in response, and both men were shot in the head on the spot. The soldier who shot warned the men to be smart. He explained that this is what they do to those who do not obey the base. The base sent soldiers to deal with the enemies, and now that there were many casualties, they needed to replenish their forces. The soldier advised them to humbly agree to the experiment, since they still had a chance to survive. Perhaps they would even be able to successfully awaken their abilities and live a prosperous life on the base. The alternative was to die now or agree to the experiment. Meanwhile, Valerie, hiding nearby, watched this scene and thought that most of these people would die and their bodies would be processed into protein substitutes. When she remembered this, she began to feel sick again. Then she suddenly realized a serious problem. All the main departments of the base seemed to be on the 2nd level, guarded by soldiers. Due to the limited underground space, the departments were mostly interconnected. However, security on the 2nd level did not seem very reliable. It was believed that the main danger was on the 4th level, and therefore the main defensive forces were concentrated there. Apart from Roman's personal guard, the rest of the floor was mostly guarded by patrol. Since everyone was now busy with experiments, even more guards were distracted, which gave Valerie the perfect opportunity to sneak into the information department. As she walked, Valerie observed her surroundings, realizing that this time she definitely needed to succeed. Valerie quietly approached the entrance to the information department and was about to open the door when suddenly someone's hand touched her shoulder from behind. At that moment, the girl realized with horror that she had been caught. She realized that she had no choice but to attack first, and then she clenched her fist, preparing to attack. Startled, she turned around and saw her student Ian. She was ready to strike, but when she saw Ian, she realized that the soldier was one of her students. Then she asked if he had become one of the members of the special squad. Ian admitted with a bitter smile that he was the only successful experimenter of all the students taken. He slowly unbuttoned his shirt, revealing a dark red scar on his chest, similar to a scar from the grafting of a strange plant. Valerie, worried, grabbed Ian by the shoulder and asked about the other students. Ian confirmed that all the kidnapped students were dead. Although Valerie had expected this outcome, she was still deeply saddened. The girl realized that it was unsafe to stay here and pulled Ian to a secluded place. They found a corner to avoid observation, and Ian began to vent his frustrations to her. He spoke about the inhumane testing methods at the base, with test subjects tortured in every possible way, including electric shocks, dousing with water, and cutting with a knife. If these methods did not work, It meant that the person had no abilities, and then mutant cells were introduced into his body. Ian said that if they could withstand the rejection reaction, they could gain power. However, this will come at the cost of irreversible damage to the body. The strength acquired as a result of postnatal modification was obtained at the expense of one's own life. Valerie moved closer to him to hug him, and then looked into his eyes, sincerely asking if there was a way for him to leave here, if he would cooperate. Ian, standing up abruptly and clenching his fists, said that he did not want to stay here for another minute. He would prefer to blow up this terrible place. Then the girl said that she would need the guy's help. Valerie, who was following Ian, headed towards the entrance to the information department. Ian quickly found a reason to send away the 2 guards stationed at the entrance. He reported that there was a major shortage of workers on the lower levels. When the way was clear, he used his identity to help Valerie open the door to the information department. For someone with Valerie's abilities, walking through a door and inserting a tiny chip into a computer was a simple matter. Meanwhile, Alex decided to call Roman to inform him of his decision. Roman began the conversation in a calm tone, demanding an answer from Alex. In response, Alex laughed contemptuously, telling him that his answer had not changed. Enraged and pale, Roman warned that he and his shelter could turn to ashes. After that, he immediately hung up. Alex remained calm, realizing that Roman had lost his patience. This confirmed that the missile threat was almost certainly real. Alex took a deep breath, accepting that he might have to give up the shelter. After all, he had enough supplies, and as long as the people were alive, that was all he cared about. At that moment, a message from Valerie arrived on his phone. It said that the chip had been successfully inserted into the base's computer, and she hoped that Alex would keep his promise to help her and her students escape. Without saying a word, Alex headed to Aurora's room and reported that their plan was a success. The girl immediately jumped up and down on the bed. Her eyes sparkled with joy, and she said that she would immediately get to work. Soon, Aurora moved to her workplace in a wheelchair. A few seconds later, Aurora proudly announced to Alex that the base network was now under their control. Alex was a little surprised because he expected it to take a while. Aurora explained with a hint of arrogance that hacking the base was not difficult. If not for the use of an isolated network, she would have penetrated the base much earlier. She boasted that the technicians at the base had nothing to compare her skills to. Alex leaned closer and asked if their actions would be detected if the intrusion was detected and the network was taken down. This closeness made Aurora's heart flutter, excitedly explaining that she had received supreme authority over the base, which was akin to God's eye view, meaning Alex could see their every move while the base couldn't detect their presence. Hearing this, the hero smiled even wider. Now they could find out everything about the base. Alex pointed to the screen and ordered Aurora to quickly bring up all the information related to the missiles on the screen. He wanted to check whether Roman really had the capabilities he claimed. Aurora acted quickly and soon received information about the missiles. It turned out that they did not have the authority to place them. She confirmed that Roman approached the neighbor with a request to place missiles. The region agreed to launch them exactly at 12 o'clock. Alex and Aurora were amazed. It turns out that that region had significant power. Alex was surprised by Roman's connections. Alex then hurriedly asked Aurora to check if they had sent the coordinates to the shelter. Aurora worked quickly and found out that they were still going through the approval process. The coordinates had not yet been sent, as coordination with the satellite was required for accurate targeting. Smiling slyly, Aurora suggested an interesting game. At first, Alex didn't understand what she meant. As it turned out, she suggested that Alex change the coordinates of the missile target to the Sishan base, as a result of which they would bomb themselves. Alex was delighted with the idea, but doubted its feasibility. He believed that they would probably triple-check the coordinates before sending. Aurora then laughed and explained that she could intercept the information they sent using packet sniffing, and then resend it after making changes without anyone noticing. Alex was still concerned that even if the coordinates were successfully changed, the base could not be destroyed with one missile. While thinking about this, Alex called out to Riley from behind. The girl, with a deep understanding of engineering physics, looked at the structural drawings of the West Mountain base. After studying the design and materials, Riley concluded that the shelter was intended for wartime nuclear defense. Located hundreds of meters underground, its materials and thickness exceeded those of conventional military structures. For fortification at this level, a single missile would be insignificant. It would have required a specialized bunker buster to have any effect, and even then it would have been nearly impossible to destroy it with one shot. Alex feared that attacking with one missile would unnecessarily alert them, and ordered Aurora to change the coordinates as she suggested. He insisted that, no matter what, the missile should not be directed towards his hideout. Alex also wanted all information about everyone on the base, especially the number of mutants and weapons, to be carefully studied. Having given his orders, he left the room. Riley, somewhat puzzled, asked Aurora what exactly Alex was worried about. She thought that if the coordinates were successfully changed, the problem with the missiles was solved. Aurora, thinking and looking at the screen, said that judging by the expression on Alex's face, he might be going to take the initiative this time. Meanwhile, Alex went to a room on the 20th floor with a plan to use the opportunity to completely eliminate the base. He seriously thought about the feasibility of this plan. Alex could not hide forever. The threat of a sword hanging over his neck was very annoying. And most importantly, if Roman had the opportunity to contact other forces to attack him, Alex would never be able to find peace. Eliminating the base seemed to be the only way out, and there was only one chance. Even if it did not destroy the base completely, it would at least cause a huge panic. Alex acquired a large stock of explosives. He planned to use the chaos to his advantage by placing explosives inside the base and causing a spectacular explosion. Even if the explosion does not destroy the base, it will likely cause significant casualties among those inside. With this strategy in place, Alex returned to Aurora's room. He instructed her to collect all available information about the military forces, weapons, and mutants of the base. Aurora was surprised by Alex's aggressive plan. He calmly explained that they first needed to collect all the information in order to assess the real strength of the base. If the gap in strength turned out to be insignificant and the chances of success were high, they should think about attacking. Alex believed that it was better to strike first than to wait until they were attacked. However, if their strength turns out to be too great, it will be possible to reconsider the plan. Aurora laughed, recognizing in him the Alex she knew. Receiving the information was a piece of cake for Aurora, and she quickly turned to inform Alex that the information was ready to be viewed. Alex sat down in a chair and began to study the data. Currently, there were more than 520 regular soldiers and 50 awakened fighters at the base. 6 of them received their abilities naturally. Alex focused on the information about the base's mutant captains. The first of them, Arthur, had enhanced type abilities and was codenamed Superman. He had 10 times the combat power of an ordinary person, and his speed and strength reached the level of 5 stars. Alex took a deep breath, acknowledging Arthur's impressive abilities. As a melee mutant, Arthur had an imposing physique and skills that could be dealt with if Alex kept enough distance. The second mutant, Edward, had fire-type abilities and was codenamed Fireman. He could release high-temperature flames from his body. The third mutant, Shelley, had control-type abilities codenamed Ice Block, which could create solid ice crystals for combat. The fourth mutant, Sky, had the abilities of a beastman codenamed Toxic Beast. He could turn into a giant monster with enormous strength and a corrosive liquid in his body. The fifth mutant, Tyler, also possessed the powers of a man-beast, codenamed Ice Monkey. He could transform into a giant frost monkey, greatly increasing his physical strength and resistance to cold. The sixth mutant, Chloe, had psychic powers codenamed Witch. She had the ability of deep hypnosis, allowing her to hypnotize others through brainwaves or even cause brain death. Her ability optimized through eye contact. This was the first time Alex had encountered such a classification of mutant abilities, which at this stage seemed quite general and allowed abilities to be classified only by their manifestations. His cosmic abilities didn't fit into any of those categories. Alex reflected on his own powers and noted that while Joshua had excellent close combat abilities and his cosmic abilities provided virtually invincible defense, Aurora's information made it clear that they were not entirely invulnerable. Alex reviewed the information several times, memorizing each person's type of ability so as not to be caught off guard in any encounter. The most pressing issue was how to silently enter the base, plant explosives, and ensure a safe exit. Then Riley suggested discussing the plan with everyone rather than thinking alone. If they're going to take action, it's best to get everyone involved and gather ideas that might be useful. Alex agreed and soon gathered everyone in one room. He outlined his plan, emphasizing that he had a rare opportunity to destroy the Sishan base once and for all. He explained that although he does not seek conflict, he will not tolerate being bullied. The battle seemed inevitable, and he needed everyone's cooperation. Aaron, as the eldest, was the first to be asked his opinion. Aaron agreed that reconciliation was impossible after the base had brought them so much grief. He believed that it was better to strike first than to wait until you were attacked. He was ready to fully support Alex because it was he who saved his life. Alex then turned his gaze to Joshua, who appeared to be hesitant. He asked if they could win when faced with the army, weapons, and mutants of the base. Alex answered calmly, assuring Joshua that there were only 6 mutants. Moreover, it would not be difficult for them to cope with ordinary soldiers. It reminded him of the many villagers who died at the hands of the base. Joshua, scratching his head, said he didn't get along particularly well with them. Alex, noticing Joshua's cowardly behavior, thought that while he was stubborn, Joshua seemed even more stubborn. Before Alex could say anything else, Joshua rushed to express his support. He said that if Alex decided to fight, he would support him until the end. Joshua added that he had no reason to live in this apocalypse if Alex's plan failed and he died at the base. Alex felt more confident after hearing the words of encouragement and said that in this case they should start implementing the plan. The three of them formed a single team, ready for action. However, Joshua still voiced his concerns, suggesting that the operation be carefully planned. Alex laughed, making it clear that he had no intention of dying anytime soon and that it was time to discuss strategy. Aaron noted that he has undergone professional military training and can provide specific recommendations. Alex then approached Aurora, asking her to report on the situation at the base using the information she had collected. Then Aurora led the men to the computer. Meanwhile, Alex took out his phone to contact Valerie. Since Valerie's role was critical to the success of the plan, Alex sent her a message instructing her to hide with her students in a safe place until midnight. Alex assured her that she would have a chance to escape and they would meet outside. Valerie responded immediately, agreeing to hide, but asking that they keep her informed of the plan so that they could coordinate their actions both internally and externally. Alex sensed her excitement and reported that they had successfully seized control of the base's network, so communication security would not be an issue. She will find out the specific plan in due time, but for now she needs to take care of herself and her students. Alex decided not to reveal the entire strategy in order to avoid unnecessary disputes. He wanted to make sure nothing went wrong, so he asked Aurora to conduct a detailed analysis of the base's structure. The girl said that if everything went smoothly, the missiles would hit the base exactly. The hero patted Aurora on the head and praised her for her excellent job. He then decided that it was time for the final battle, since there were 30 hours left before the missile attack on the base. According to Riley's calculations, in order to cope with the shelter, they will most likely need heavy missiles to destroy the bunkers. While these missiles may not destroy the base with a single hit, they will certainly cause significant shaking. Alex wondered if it would be useful to cut off their power during the explosion. Losing the light source would paralyze the base and cause even greater panic. However, Aurora warned that while it could shut down power through the grid, the plan to restore power would be manual, and standard bases typically have emergency lighting. There would be insufficient time for full penetration. However, Alex had his own plans. His main goal was to create internal turmoil. Valerie would take the opportunity to escape with her students from. Meanwhile, Joshua continued to worry and asked what would happen if they successfully infiltrated the base. He was not sure that they would be able to destroy the entire base. Even if they managed to destroy the leader, Roman, someone else will quickly replace him. With thousands of people inside, it was impractical to kill them all. However, seeing the serious expression on Alex's face, Joshua suddenly fell silent. He looked at Alex in shock and asked if Alex really agreed with such a plan, doubting if they were really planning to destroy everyone. Alex explained that his goal is to destroy over 80% of their combat power if possible. The ideal would be to destroy them all. Alex then revealed a detailed plan, saying that he had stocked up on thousands of kilograms of explosives. The plan was to infiltrate the West Mountain base and plant it. An underground explosion of this magnitude would undoubtedly be significant, as would its consequences. Riley thoughtfully noted that external and internal explosions have completely different consequences. Even if the structure of the base withstood the explosion, the people inside would not be able to withstand the impact. The explosion would also destroy the base's life support systems, including air circulation and evacuation systems, and would consume large amounts of oxygen while generating intense heat. All of these factors taken together would make the success rate of internal detonation very high. Joshua, now excited, thought Alex's plan was brilliant, but he expressed concern about how to get into the base without getting lost, and asked if a direct approach could be done. Alex pointed at the computer screen, emphasizing the need to memorize the internal structure of the base as it was a matter of life and death. He then took out 2 sets of white combat suits from his space. Alex told them to wear these costumes, which were supposed to help them blend in with the crowd during the chaos. He also said the explosives were placed on the 2nd level, where the base's main forces and various life support systems were located. The most important thing is that their arsenal was located there. Blowing up the armory means getting a double advantage. Moreover, Furry's mobility was unmatched among ordinary mutants. If something went wrong, Furry could instantly transform into a mutant and bring them all to the surface in the blink of an eye. Once they were on the surface, everything would become easier. As far as he knew, there was only one snowmobile at the base. Alex seriously reminded Joshua and Aaron that the most important thing was to save their lives. Meanwhile, at the base, Valerie, with the help of Ian, reached the 4th level. She told the students not to sleep and said that Alex would return at midnight to tell them something important. The students unanimously agreed, as the constant disappearances of their comrades made everyone worried. Valerie became their only hope. Calming the students, she left the dormitory. The next morning, over a hearty breakfast, Alex and the others discussed their battle plan. Alex said that the missile attack was scheduled for 12 o'clock and that an hour before it they would reconnoiter the surrounding area. If the missile hits the target, Valerie will lead her students out amidst the chaos. Alex stressed that they must wait for Valerie to come out before taking any action. If Valerie manages to escape, it will mean that the 4th is already in chaos. If Valerie didn't show up, it would mean they were in trouble and would have to abandon their plan of attack. The rough plan was to blend in with the crowd during the chaos, plant explosives, and then escape. If anything uncertain happened at any stage, escape would be the priority. Hearing this, Joshua nodded vigorously, agreeing to the plan. Aaron thought and asked if their actions depended on Valerie being able to save her students. Alex smirked, saying that although it may seem like it, he doesn't care about the fate of Valerie's students. If Valerie can get out herself, that will be enough. Alex drew attention to an important aspect. If a battle breaks out inside the base, large weapon systems will not work. Ordinary soldiers were no problem for him. The greatest danger was represented by 6 mutants. If they encountered them, Alex planned to use a divide-and-conquer strategy, but only as a last resort if they were unable to escape. Fleeing was, of course, the most important option, and he once again warned that they should not run into mutants. By evening, the group was ready to leave. Aaron and Alex said goodbye to their women, and Joshua stood alone, feeling a little out of place. Scarlett, unable to hide her concern, invited Alex to take her with him, but Alex refused, since there were already enough emergency medicine prepared, and he advised the girl to patiently wait for their return. After saying goodbye, Alex and the others headed to the base on a snowmobile. Meanwhile, Aurora informed Alex that the base confirmed the time of the rocket launch and said that it would definitely happen today at midnight. She secretly changed the coordinates, so there is no need to worry. Alex instructed her to continue to monitor their every step, and he slowly drove to the place appointments. Soon they arrived at the base. Alex parked the car some distance from the base and took out the box. There were 10 syringes inside. He handed a syringe each to Joshua and Aaron, explaining that these were special stimulants designed to stimulate the body and nerves, significantly increasing combat effectiveness and somewhat reducing the perception of pain. After receiving the injections, Joshua asked if there would be any side effects. Alex then assured him that even if there were side effects, they would not be significant in the short term. Their main task is to save their lives, and they will recover after completing the mission. Meanwhile, the attack on the base was approaching. The group was waiting in the car for a missile to strike. Meanwhile, back at the base, Valerie went to level 4 again. She reminded her students to put on the warm clothes they had to stay warm. Then the students realized that Teacher Valerie was really going to take them away from there. Vincent ordered everyone to be quiet and assured them that he would not harm them. They just need to carefully follow Alex's instructions and wait for an opportunity to escape. At the same time, Roman nervously looked at his laptop, waiting for news that Alex's hideout had been bombed. He consoled himself with the thought that although launching the rocket had cost him a lot, the prospect of getting rid of Alex made him think it was worth it. From his point of view, Alex was an even greater threat than the other major forces in the city. Having once dealt him a painful defeat, being a high-ranking official, Roman could not accept being humiliated by a man he considered trash. Then he called the team leader, Arthur, to him. He told him that he had already dealt with the man whom Arthur could not cope with. Reminding him, Arthur was surprised to learn that Roman had a way of dealing with Alex. He noted to himself that Roman had risen to his current position largely thanks to the power of his family. In terms of combat readiness, Roman could not compare even with a top-class soldier. At this moment, Roman was full of confidence. He told Arthur that mutants are not invincible. Even now, in a post-apocalyptic world, the power of the military remains unquestioned. Roman then turned the computer screen around to show Arthur the layout of the house. Roman mentioned that the head of the neighboring region owed him a big favor, so he contacted him to get an Earth-penetrating missile. Hearing this, Arthur was delighted and decided that they would finally be able to avenge their dead comrades. Then Roman called Arthur to stand behind him and announced that they would watch Alex fly to pieces. Arthur naturally was happy because many of his brothers died at the hands of Alex, and now he will finally be finished. However, he noted that using such a powerful rocket just for Alex seemed a bit wasteful. In response to this, Roman said that in the past his powers were almost the same as Alex's, but now they controlled weapons. Suddenly he had an idea. He suggested that if they could gain the support of the commander, the city would become their property. It was almost midnight. Time was passing, and Aurora still did not look up from the screen, afraid of missing some important information. Meanwhile, at the headquarters command center, a man in military uniform pressed the start button. A heavy rocket flew out of the silo and flew straight into the night sky. At this moment, the information department of the Sishan base detected an unidentified object approaching them at high speed. They realized that the rocket was flying straight at them. Alex, who was in the snowmobile, saw the bright light of a rocket approaching the horizon and falling onto the base like a meteor. With a loud boom, the rocket fell, creating a huge explosion that almost shook the area within a 10-mile radius. Even a snowmobile parked 3 kilometers from the base almost overturned from the shockwave. Alex immediately informed Aurora that the plan to change the rocket's coordinates was successful. Inside the shelter, Aurora had already prepared for her next actions. She immediately turned off the base's power supply system. At this time, chaos reigned inside the base, as if it had experienced a strong earthquake. A sudden power outage plunged the entire base into darkness. Roman did not understand what was happening, and suddenly collapsed to the ground, weak to the point of trembling in his knees. He wondered what was happening and how this could happen. That's when the information department called. Roman was puzzled, wondering who dared to attack them with missiles. He wondered if Alex had betrayed him. However, the man quickly pulled himself together, realizing that his priority was to quickly restore order at the base and ensure his own safety. He immediately ordered Arthur to call in special forces to protect him, ensure that those on the 4th did not cause problems, and send troops to strictly guard her. Roman knew that the western mountain base was built reliably and could not be penetrated by just a few missiles. As long as they could stabilize the situation, the advantage would be theirs. Meanwhile, strong shaking caused the soldiers guarding the base to panic. They hurriedly tried to contact the command center using their communications devices, but Aurora cut off the underground power supply, leaving them unable to contact anyone. At that moment, Alex flew into the building at high speed, instantly knocking down 4 people. Before the guards had time to react, Alex and his 2 companions had already gotten out of the car with weapons in their hands. In just half an hour, all the guards at the entrance were destroyed. Then Alex looked at the entrance of the base. He was not going to stop, but now everything depended on Valerie. At this moment, on the 4th level, the students also screamed from the sudden shaking. Valerie understood why they were told to wait until midnight. Fortunately, the shelter turned out to be very strong, and despite the strong shaking, there were no signs of collapse. Valerie then ordered the students to quickly follow her as every second counted. If they manage to restore the power supply system at the base, they will not have a single chance of salvation. The hall on level 4 was in chaos. The soldiers were momentarily confused, took up their weapons, and ordered everyone to quickly return to their rooms. However, in the pitch darkness, they did not dare to shoot rashly, especially since they had not yet received an order from above. Watching the chaotic scene outside, Valerie secretly rejoiced that they were finally able to escape. Valerie had already memorized the entire escape route, so she didn't run aimlessly like the others. Taking advantage of the opportunity, she led the students out of the 4th escape capsule. Several shots were heard from inside, but fortunately they managed to escape in time. Despite all the shooting, they could not stop. Valerie also knew that the base's military forces were formidable. Once electricity is restored, it will not be difficult for them to suppress such large-scale riots. As they walked past the stairs, they suddenly encountered 2 soldiers guarding the area with weapons. Seeing that the situation was getting worse, the soldiers were about to raise their weapons to stop them. Valerie did not hesitate. She activated her ability, swung her sword, and rushed forward. The 2 soldiers did not even have time to understand what was happening before they were quickly beheaded. Valerie knew that the appearance of these soldiers meant that the higher ranks of the base had begun to restore order. If they don't leave now, new soldiers will definitely appear. The students ran up the stairs. Soon, a bright light appeared ahead, and the students rejoiced as they almost reached the exit. At that moment, Valerie extended her hand to shield the students. A sinister figure appeared ahead, and the familiar sound of high heels was heard. The stranger coldly addressed Valerie as a traitor. When they looked up, they realized that a squad of armed commandos was standing in front of them, with Grace standing in front of them. The girl noted that their leader Roman was truly wise when he realized that some would try to hide in this chaos. Sashi ordered the soldiers next to her to fall into line, declaring that Sishan base was not a place where one could come and go at will. The only outcome for those who tried to escape would be to become food for the lower classes. Grace accused Valerie of not appreciating the good life given to her and risking it for the sake of worthless experimental subjects. Hearing this, the students turned pale, and some began to feel sick at the hint that they were using people as food. At that moment, Valerie extended her hand, urging Grace to think that they still had a chance to talk. Grace, however, coldly replied that there was nothing more to discuss. A traitor is a traitor, and he cannot be forgiven. Just as Grace motioned to open fire, one of her soldiers was shot in the head. He fell, shot by Alex, who appeared behind them with a silenced sniper rifle. Grace's face immediately turned pale and she loudly ordered her soldiers to return fire. In the blink of an eye, the entire narrow passage was under fire. Valerie forced the students to press themselves against the walls, and she rushed forward with a long sword, knowing that Alex and his team had arrived to help. With this support, Valerie's self-confidence increased. The soldiers of the base were attacked from two sides by powerful mutants. After Alex opened the spatial gate, all their shots became meaningless. In just 2 minutes, the passage was filled with the dead bodies of soldiers. Valerie, having come to her senses, looked at Alex with gratitude and thanked him for his support. Alex simply replied that he had only fulfilled part of the deal. He understood that without Valerie's risky return to base as a spy, he would not have had the opportunity to change the missile's coordinates. Helping her save the students was only natural. He then told Valerie that there was no time to waste, and that they needed to hurry and get the students out. Valerie quickly calmed the frightened students and urged them to move quickly, declaring that they would soon be free. At that moment, Valerie saw Grace curled up in the corner. Valerie looked at her intently and asked if it was true that it was Grace's idea that led to the death of her students. Grace's face showed fear. She begged not to kill her, explaining that she was just a secretary and that all decisions were made by Roman himself. Filled with hatred, Ian approached Grace. The experiments he underwent for human modification were like hell. He did not respond to Grace's pleas. Instead, he took out his dagger and slit her throat. He said that people like her do not deserve pity. Valerie then sincerely thanked Alex for keeping his word and helping save the students. Then Alex told her that everything had been sorted out with the guards at the entrance and there was no time to waste. He instructed her to quickly get the students out. Alex then took out 2 backpacks from another room, which contained energy bars for restoring strength and some fuel for warmth. He told them to hide in the area southeast of their current location, assuring them that he would come meet them later. He then said that Valerie could not leave with the students yet, as they still had unfinished business. Hearing this, the students got scared and began to beg Valerie not to leave them. Then Alex smiled and said that the base warriors were too busy to pursue them now. But if the students go with them, they will definitely be chased. Valerie understood that from the moment she decided to join Alex, the path to retreat was already cut off. She asked what they should do next. Alex replied that they just needed to blow up the entire base to solve the problem once and for all. Valerie felt a rejection, knowing that there were thousands of lives inside. But if they didn't fix the problem, she and the students would eventually face retribution, and they would be the ones to die. After thinking for a while, Valerie made a decision and agreed to help Alex. Valerie then ordered Ian to take the students out. Finally, Ian looked at Alex and the others and told Valerie that she had to protect herself. He then led the students out of the base. Alex then handed his phone to Valerie and told her to act quickly and get them to the designated location. This place was the second level where she had always lived and was very familiar with it. All 4 put on their helmets and ran towards the indicated place. Alex and his team quickly reached a location that was ideal for planting explosives. Alex signaled Aaron and Joshua to begin the operation. Seeing this, Valerie became worried, noticing that the amount of explosives would not have any effect because the strength of this place was very high. Alex calmly replied that it was an explosive specially made by Riley. After that, he activated the spatial gate, and the next second piles of explosives appeared in the corners. Valerie's eyes widened in shock. Grinning, Alex noted that he had always been frugal and did not waste a single grain of rice. And now they would try their own medicine. Having prepared everything necessary, Alex gave the signal for a quick evacuation. On their way out, Alex attached explosives to every door they passed. When they reached the corner, Valerie suddenly stopped. She suggested using this opportunity to directly eliminate Roman. She believed that without their leader, the base would certainly plunge into chaos. Alex also stopped and explained that even if they killed Roman, someone would quickly take his place. He noted that the problem is not in Roman, but in the base system itself. Valerie could not object, since she also believed that Alex had noticed everything correctly. Alex continued by saying that the only solution now is to destroy the entire base. During the conversation, their unusual behavior attracted the attention of the Special Forces. They were all dressed in Special Forces uniforms, especially Valerie, In the low light and chaos, no one would notice anything unusual. However, one of the special forces noticed their strange behavior, especially the cat next to Alex. The base had never heard of anyone keeping a pet. The soldier raised his pistol, shouted that something was wrong with these people, and ordered them to be captured. Alex had no choice but to immediately activate his ability. He fired quickly, and the man did not even have time to react before his head was instantly pierced through. Seeing that their comrade had fallen, the commandos raised their machine guns and began firing at Alex and his team. By this time, Alex had already opened the spatial gate. Valerie was amazed. Having followed him for a whole month, the base soldiers were unable to destroy his hideout. Soon, a person who appeared in the crowd shouted that this was a spatial ability and that this person was Alex. Everyone stopped shooting and retreated, spreading out. At that moment, Alex smiled and muttered that it was too late. He then sharply shouted the counterattack signal. Suddenly, all the bullets fired at them rushed back in the opposite direction like a hurricane, hitting almost everyone. While Alex and his team were retreating, grenades flew out of the spatial gate. Dozens of grenades thrown by Alex caused a huge explosion. The heroes understood that they could not stay there for long. If the base's energy was restored and they were surrounded, it would be very difficult, since the dimensional gates could not protect against several angles at once. Just then, Alex noticed that the light overhead began to flicker, indicating that the base's electrical system was about to be restored. Then he ordered his partners to immediately run to the exit. At this point, news of Alex's infiltration and Valerie's betrayal reached Roman. Enraged, Roman immediately gave the order, declaring that Alex must be destroyed. Wearing a special suit, Roman cursed Alex, calling him an arrogant brat and declaring that he would have the advantage. Arthur, filled with rage, immediately took his team to take revenge on Alex. His eyes glowed with murderous intent. He was determined to settle the score with Alex once and for all. However, after power was restored, chaos reigned as people discovered explosives scattered everywhere. Arthur then quickly called bomb disposal experts and then went outside to pursue Alex. Meanwhile, on their way out, Alex and his team encountered numerous troubles. No matter which direction they tried to flee, they encountered heavily armed soldiers. The soldiers did their best to delay Alex and his team, buying time for Arthur. Facing the onslaught of soldiers, Aaron stepped forward, activated his ability, and took control of the situation. His muscles bulged with astonishing speed, instantly tearing through his tough battlesuit and turning him into a muscular giant. The next second, he rushed into the crowd, and the bullets no longer caused him significant harm. Aaron, like a bulldozer, cleared obstacles in his path, sending into flight all the soldiers who tried to block his path. Alex didn't expect Aaron to use his body to deflect bullets, so the man chuckled and assured Alex not to worry as it was nothing to him. He was well aware of the powerful ability of self-healing, and if the injury was not fatal, he could quickly heal. Suddenly, several Special Forces soldiers appeared in front of them. Among them, Alex recognized Arthur and Jace. Upon seeing his enemy, Arthur instantly became enraged and declared that Alex would not escape. Aaron then stood in front of Alex and his team, taunting him and declaring that if they wanted to get to Alex, they would have to get past him first. As the 5 modified humans confronted Aaron, Alex watched with concern. Suddenly, at the moment of collision, Aaron suddenly waved his hand, sending all 5 of them flying. In one motion, he slammed them into the wall. Seeing this, Alex laughed, noting that these modified mutants were simply deluded into thinking that they could fight a natural mutant. Aaron looked puzzled. He was somewhat disappointed, because since he gained his powerful strength, he had not had a single chance to engage in a serious fight with anyone. Alex said that in any case, they better not take unnecessary risks. As they retreated, a voice was heard from ahead. A tall figure was approaching them, carrying something that resembled a barrel on its back. Alex immediately recognized the man as a mutant named Edward, who was codenamed Fireman in the files. Alex quickly opened the dimensional gate, and then Edward spread his arms, and suddenly a huge fireball rushed towards Alex. Although the dimension gate completely absorbed the fireball, Edward's attack did not stop. Alex realized that he was being detained, since due to the activation of the dimensional gates, he could not move. The temperature of the fireball released by Edward could instantly reach 1,000 degrees Celsius. If Alex had closed the gate, everyone would have been engulfed in flames. But if it had remained open, the SWAT soldiers would have been able to catch up with them. Finding herself between a rock and a hard place, Alex shouted to Joshua, asking him to look into the situation. After Alex's words, the spatial gate suddenly spewed out a huge number of icicles, which the man could barely dodge. Edward stepped back with contempt. Calling it a banal trick, he took out a canister from behind his back and began to pour its contents onto the ground. It was a specially developed fuel that, when ignited, became as powerful as an explosive. He filled the entire corridor with a black, oily substance, stepped back a few steps and snapped his fingers. Instantly, a wave of heat burst out from under the ground, engulfing the entire corridor in flames. Edward stood in the middle of the flames, unharmed, and even the hem of his clothes was not touched by the flames. Confidently stating that their team leader would arrive soon, he said that they would not be able to hold out much longer. Fortunately, Alex had already prepared a large amount of ice when the ice was released. The collision of ice and fire caused the entire corridor to fill with steam. Edward was stunned for a moment, realizing that they actually had a mutant that could manipulate ice and snow. Seizing the opportunity, Joshua held Edward back while Alex and his team quickly retreated through the steam. Suddenly, there was a terrible gust of wind ahead. Aaron did not have time to see what was happening before a giant fist fell on him. Instinctively, he crossed his arms to block the blow, resulting in a loud explosion that sent Aaron flying several meters back. He barely managed to stay on his knees. Seeing this, Alex was amazed that Aaron, known for his physical strength, was in such a state from one blow. At that moment, Arthur appeared in Alex's field of vision and invited them to begin the performance. Then the hero went to Aaron, worried and asking if he was all right. He covered it with a shield so that nothing could hurt him. Aaron was sweating, but thanks to the stimulant he didn't feel much pain. He said it wasn't that bad and shouldn't be fatal. Arthur, standing about 10 meters from Alex, examined his spatial abilities. Having learned from a previous painful lesson that it was better not to approach hastily and risk falling into Alex's trap, he decided to wait it out, knowing that they had nowhere to run. Meanwhile, Joshua hurried to Aaron and asked if he was okay. Aaron, covered in sweat, said he was fine, but felt like he'd been hit by a train. Then Alex took out a stimulant from his space and without hesitation injected it directly into Aaron's arm. Putting aside concerns about side effects, it was extremely important for Aaron to quickly restore his fighting strength. At this time, Furry approached, visibly indignant at the current situation. His fur stood up and he growled threateningly. Valerie also took a fighting stance, ready to fight, but Alex stopped them, advising them not to rush, since at the moment their opponents could not reach them. However, Arthur continued to move forward. After their last meeting, he learned that Alex's dimensional space was not capable of attacking on its own. As the confrontation continued, Arthur began to taunt Alex, implying that without the protection of his hideout, he could only surrender. However, the hero said that it was too late to give up. He had hoped to deal with this quickly, but it had come to such an unexpected stage. It seemed that his plan was too idealistic. At that moment, a woman in a cloak appeared behind Arthur and quietly called Alex's name. At that moment, it seemed to him that an invisible force was pulling him into the abyss. It was Chloe, whose ability was to hypnotize through eye contact. However, the next second, Chloe closed her eyes, screaming in pain. She screamed about the incredible pain in her eyes. Alexei grinned and showed that his space could reflect peace eye waves. Taking advantage of the momentary confusion of mind, everyone, at Alex's command, quickly climbed onto Furry's body. Then they quickly ran towards the exit of the corridor. Joshua barely managed to grab the animal's tail. Then Alex opened the dimension gates and threw the grenades out of space. Arthur and his team were just beginning to come to their senses when they were instantly engulfed in a sea of flames. The corridor echoed with continuous explosions. Joshua, worried, asked Alex if the explosives they had set had dissipated, fearing that all their efforts would be in vain. Alex replied that there was no way it could have been neutralized in such a short time. He assured Joshua that as soon as they got out, they would blow it up. While Furry ran to the exit from the base, Arthur and his team took cover behind the walls during the explosions. Suddenly, Arthur crashed through the wall and shouted to his team to hurry up in pursuit. At this moment, another mutant, Sky, stepped forward. The next moment, he turned into a 2-meter humanoid creature. He grabbed Chloe with one hand and Edward with the other. After that, he rushed after Arthur in a furious pursuit. Seeing that they were about to be overtaken, Joshua urgently ordered Alex to throw more grenades to delay them. However, Alex stated that he is not one to take advantage of other people's vulnerabilities. He noted that if they like to stalk, then let them stalk. Joshua and Aaron were speechless, finding Alex's statement unconvincing. However, they knew that Alex was always willing to use any means to achieve his goals, and that he must have his own reasons for not rushing to use his spatial abilities. A few seconds later, Furry jumped out of the opening and they ended up on the ground. Arthur and his team also rushed to the door. He was well aware that no one would be able to escape under his watch, especially in the vast, snowy terrain. He noticed that Alex's space was only invulnerable in one direction. If he avoided that side and attacked from all other directions, he would not be able to escape. At this moment, Joshua realized the gravity of the situation. Without the narrow corridors of the base, Alex's spatial defense could not block Arthur's quick attacks. He asked Alex what they should do next. A cold smirk appeared on Arthur's lips, and his eyes filled with a thirst for revenge. He mockingly said that without the protection of their shelter, they had nowhere to run. In response to this, the hero only grinned. Alex then took the remote control out of his pocket and pressed it hard. Seeing this, Arthur panicked and asked what Alex had in his hand. Just 2 seconds later, a dull sound came from behind and the ground shook violently. Before they knew it, a wave of heat rose from behind, and then fire burst out from the entrance to the corridor. Arthur's entire group was suddenly blown away by an explosion. Joshua's eyes sparkled as he watched the destruction. The base was destroyed and they all smiled in relief. Arthur clenched his fists and growled in anger, cursing Alex for what he had done. In response, Alex teased him by noting that he should actually be thanking Arthur. He reminded Arthur of the large bundle of TNT he left behind when he attacked the hideout, and said that Alex returned it all to him. Alex even added a little extra as a return gift, noting that Arthur's explosives were quite effective. He provocatively stated that if not for Arthur's generous gift, they would not have been able to make such powerful explosives themselves, especially in the snowy desert, where collecting materials was impossible. Arthur turned and looked at the destroyed base, feeling a chill in his heart. The base he relied on had been destroyed with their own explosives. The man felt an urge to go back and save people, but after such an explosion, it is unlikely that there were survivors there. Arthur's eyes were almost bloodshot with rage, and he swore that Alex would pay for this in blood. At this moment, Alex suddenly extended his hand and said that they needed to think about everything carefully. He noted that there were 4 mutants on their side. He hinted that even if Arthur was stronger, it would end in mutual destruction. And even if they could not kill Arthur, they are confident that they can destroy all the other members of his team. Alex stressed that Arthur attacked them first, and it was self-defense on their part. Then Arthur coldly answered Alex that there was no need to talk about nonsense. He stated that either Alex or he would die that day. Hearing this, Alex suddenly laughed darkly and asked if he was Arthur's target alone. Arthur said they needed to stop talking. He didn't know what trick Alex was planning to pull next. Alex then stepped forward and told Arthur that since he was his target, he should not risk the lives of his team. Alex looked at Arthur defiantly, inviting him to fight one-on-one. This sentence shocked everyone. Valerie quickly pulled Alex aside, pointing out how strong Arthur was. However, Alex ignored Valerie and continued to address Arthur, declaring that a fight between them would be mutually destructive. He proposed a one-on-one fight, stating that if he won, then Arthur would let them go, and that would be the end of their war. If Alex loses, Arthur can do whatever he wants with him, but must spare his brothers. Joshua and Aaron looked at Alex skeptically, remembering what Alex had explained to them before they set off. Alex said that all the special forces on the base are highly trained soldiers with abilities, and their combat coordination is unparalleled. Alex planned to challenge their leader to a duel. The fact is that Arthur, who had a high opinion of himself, most likely considered Alex a coward who relied only on spatial abilities. Since Arthur didn't fully understand Alex's abilities, he had to accept the challenge. Then the hero asked again if Arthur was ready to accept his challenge. At this point, Chloe warned Arthur that Alex was very cunning and could set a trap, advising him to be careful. Arthur, realizing that Alex might be up to something, still did not lose hope. Alex was right. His side was greatly weakened, and Arthur knew that Alex's combat prowess was formidable. The other commandos most likely could not stand up to her. After some thought, Arthur accepted Alex's offer of a one-on-one duel. At the same time, Alex stipulated that no outsider should enter the valley where the fight would take place. Meanwhile, Chloe did not lose hope and warned Arthur that it could be a trap. Arthur brushed her off. Soon they arrived in the valley. Chloe, who was watching the fight from above, declared that in the face of absolute power, all schemes and tricks were meaningless. On the other hand, Joshua and his companions were visibly worried. Alex said back in the car that he wouldn't fight one-on-one unless it was absolutely necessary, which meant that even Alex wasn't confident in himself. Chloe, watching Joshua and the others try to maintain their composure, smiled mockingly and shared a secret. She explained that some powerful mutants, such as Arthur, have the ability to absorb others' powers. While everyone else has a fixed level, Arthur can level up by killing other mutants and taking their powers, making his abilities potentially superior to theirs. This revelation caused Aaron and the others to become alarmed. Chloe said that their boss would definitely win and take Alex's power for himself. Joshua gritted his teeth and muttered that it was impossible because their boss had never fought a battle he wasn't confident in, and he wouldn't risk his life this time. Chloe, speechless from such logic, replied that Arthur would definitely return here with Alex's head. Meanwhile, in the valley, Alex looked at Arthur, who was ready to fight. He noted that his abilities were more of a supporting nature and would be disadvantageous against fighting types like Arthur. He suggested that they might not have to fight. Arthur told Alex to stop talking nonsense and prepare to die. Then Alex, with a helpless expression on his face, said that he hated to fight, but he was forced into it. His dream was to simply survive the apocalypse. Arthur, irritated by Alex's evasiveness, demanded that he stop beating around the bush and fight him. Then the hero once again asked to spare his friends if he lost. He also asked to let go of the cat they had brought with them, a proposal that infuriated the man. Arthur attacked Alex furiously. Without thinking, Alex activated the speed to maximum. He opened the dimensional gate to block Arthur's path. However, after several battles, Arthur already knew this tactic of using spatial gates well. He smiled, recognizing the old trick. As long as his speed outpaced Alex's ability to switch gates, Arthur believed he could win. But as he moved, he suddenly found a massive truck falling on top of him. Instinctively, he ducked to the side, wondering if Alex's ability included throwing objects. Alex grinned and showed that this was just the beginning. He then pulled out a mountain of cars, trucks, sports cars, and even excavators. There was everything that Alex collected in his free time. Originally intended for collecting, they were now perfect for attack. Arthur, drawing a war blade from behind his back, thought that if he could not dodge, then he would have to directly confront his enemies and destroy them. He then split a truck weighing tens of tons into two pieces with his blade. Seeing this, Alex became even more delighted. As if throwing out garbage, he continuously released various objects from the dimensional space. Although Arthur had excellent close combat abilities, he found this attack unpleasant. Dodging and speaking at the same time, he noticed that Alex's little tricks would not harm him. When Alex backed away, laughing, he replied that if that was the case, then Arthur shouldn't shy away. While Arthur desperately dodged and made his way through the rubble, he realized that he would not be able to get close to Alex. Since the gate area was quite large, it was not easy for Arthur to bypass it, and he could not use firearms at this moment. If he managed to get within 3 meters of Alex, he was confident that he could kill him instantly. However, Alex's objects became more and more varied. Arthur could cut ordinary objects. These light-lace materials were a serious hindrance. He didn't believe that Alex had an endless supply of objects to throw. It seemed more offensive than dangerous to him. However, suddenly Arthur noticed that Alex had thrown away a large number of iron barrels and logs. Understanding the danger if the barrels contained flammable or explosive substances, Arthur suspected that they were filled with gasoline. Despite all his attempts to dodge, he was unable to avoid the splashes. Feeling the impending danger, Arthur decided to move away. At that moment, Alex took out a pistol from space and shot at the ground near Arthur's feet. Flames shot up into the sky, engulfing Arthur in a sea of fire. Although Alex knew that such intense fire would not be able to burn Arthur to death, the special military-grade combat suit he was wearing was unlikely to be vulnerable to ordinary flames. Meanwhile, Arthur reflected that this fire did not cause him any harm. However, it could obscure his vision, rendering his high-tech glasses unusable. Arthur then jumped to his feet and shouted towards Alex that his sneaky tactics couldn't touch him. He acknowledged Alex's strong defensive abilities, but stated that they couldn't do him any real harm. Having finally escaped from the ring of fire, Arthur found himself under a pile of iron barrels flying towards him. This time, the barrels were not filled with gasoline, but with a milky white, unidentified liquid. As the barrels fell to the ground and burst, Arthur, despite his agility, was unable to avoid falling into the sticky white substance. Realizing that it was durable latex paint, Arthur growled in anger. He yelled at Alex, blaming his stupid antics instead of a real fight. Then he suddenly saw something flying towards him. The man instinctively covered himself with his hands from the next portion of paint. Angry to the extreme, he tore off his clothes and vowed to finish Alex off. Arthur decided that if he held out until Alex ran out of items, he could split Alex's head in two with one blow. However, the moment he saw Alex's faint silhouette, hundreds of iron barrels rolled out in front of him. All the barrels were open, and the cold wind spread the gas that was inside them. As Arthur inhaled the dust, his eyes filled with intense fear and his face turned red. He quickly covered his mouth and nose. Alex, noticing this, calmly stated that everyone has a weakness and no one can be perfect. He noted that even their invincible Captain Arthur has a weakness, an allergy to seafood. The hero added that the powder was made from grinding more than 100 types of seafood, and Alex assured him that at least one of them would cause an allergic reaction. Now the entire valley was filled with seafood powder. Arthur held his breath, unable to believe what was happening. He could not understand how Alex discovered his weakness. Realizing that this could not continue, Arthur gathered all his strength and rushed to Alex, ready for a desperate fight. Seeing this, Alex activated quadruple speed and began to run, teasing him as he went. Even though Arthur tried to break through the endless stream of objects and grab Alex, his caution was obvious. He kept a safe distance from Arthur. Just 2 minutes later, Arthur's complexion changed. Clutching his throat, he collapsed to the ground in agony. Seeing him lying motionless in the snow, Alex examined him from afar. Then he walked away to a distance of several tens of meters. After that, he took out a barbecue grill from the space. He leisurely began cooking sausages to replenish his energy reserves. After about 15 minutes, Arthur, who seemed completely defeated, suddenly stood up and roared in rage, declaring that he would fight him to the end. Arthur furiously attacked Alex, and then the hero ran away, noticing that Arthur's actions were explosive. Arthur, who as a super soldier always carried anti-allergy medications with him, hoped to fake his death in order to lower Alex's guard and take advantage of the opportunity for a surprise attack. But he did not expect Alex's caution. Anti-allergy drugs relieved the symptoms only temporarily, and with the valley still filled with sea powder, Arthur's condition rapidly deteriorated. His physical condition deteriorating and his mind becoming clouded, Arthur could not imagine that his unsurpassed close combat skills would yield to such low tactics. Finally, Arthur collapsed, unable to rise again. Seeing that Arthur was trying to repeat this trick, Alex kept his distance, warmed himself by the fire, and continued to eat and regain his strength. Half an hour passed and Alex regained his strength. Looking at Arthur lying motionless on the ground, Alex muttered to himself, wondering if Arthur could really be dead. Thinking about this, Alex pulled out a gun and shot Arthur right in the head, making sure that he was really dead. After that, he asked him if he was alive. Alex felt a surge of delight, finding it hard to believe that he had defeated the main fighter of the base. Alex then pulled a massive truck out of space and brought it down on Arthur. Arthur's frozen body was instantly cut in half. Alex finally breathed a sigh of relief, making sure that Arthur was finally dead. Seeing this, Alex pulled out a sword from space. He then beheaded Arthur in a swift motion. This was the only way Alex finally felt completely calm. Once he was sure that Arthur was definitely dead, Alex crouched down to examine the head. Suddenly, he felt a strong impulse pulling his right hand towards Arthur's skull. A powerful force surged from his palm into his body, stimulating him like an electric current. The sensation was incredibly refreshing. He quickly absorbed all of Arthur's power, but Alex did not know that Arthur had also absorbed the power of 3 mutants, which meant that all these powers now belonged only to Alex. Suddenly, Alex's vision became blurred, as if something was about to burst out. He blinked intensely, and the power that overwhelmed him clouded his mind for a moment. He saw nothing and only felt a sharp but unclear feeling in his eyes. Looking at the large truck pressing down on Arthur, he instinctively released an unknown force from his own. The space in front of him began to spin like a spiral. After this, there was a loud explosion. The truck spun and broke into pieces. Alex was delighted, wondering if this was a new ability. He touched his right eye and realized that it might be the legendary divine power that allowed him to bend. Alex realized that by absorbing Arthur's power, he had developed a new ability that compensated for the lack of his previous offensive capabilities. After using this ability, Alex felt that his energy was half depleted, which indicated that the ability consumed a lot of energy, according to his calculations. At this rate, he could use it up to 3 times in a row. Despite this, the effect of a mid-range surprise attack was astounding, with one blow capable of overturning a large truck, making this force even stronger than a sniper rifle. Alex looked towards the valley with an ominous smile, curiously waiting to see who would be the first to fall victim to this ability. Meanwhile, outside the valley, after waiting for almost 2 hours, everyone began to worry. According to Chloe and the others, Alex should have been easy to kill, so the battle took so long was unexpected. At this moment, Joshua and Aaron exchanged glances, and smiles slowly appeared on their faces. This delaying tactic was very suitable for Alex's fighting style. The more time passed, the more it indicated that Alex's strategy was a success. At that moment, Aaron and Joshua's headphones began to crackle, and upon hearing Alex's voice, they felt great joy. Holding Arthur's head, Alex used a walkie-talkie to warn Joshua and Aaron to watch their expressions and not draw attention. He told them to wait for his signal before destroying any remaining forces. Hearing Alex's voice, Aaron and Joshua couldn't help but feel happy. Their boss had truly won. Having suppressed their excitement, they calmly prepared for the attack. Alex did not return the same way, but silently approached the enemy from behind. After inspecting their formation and thinking about it, he decided to deal with Chloe first, given her powerful ability to control a crowd through mental hypnosis. Alex's right eye, which possessed divine power, slowly activated. At that moment, the space around Chloe's neck began to warp. She suddenly felt discomfort and was about to cry out for help, but an unknown force suddenly tore her neck, causing blood to gush out like a fountain. Everyone present was shocked, not understanding what had just happened. Then Alex rose from behind the snow mound, raised Arthur's head high, and shouted that their captain was dead. At first, the base soldiers could not believe that their captain had actually been defeated. Then Alex commanded the attack, ordering to destroy them all. Joshua had long been ready to strike. Valerie took the brunt of the attack, and Aaron and Furry quickly followed her, quickly attacking their opponents. Alex ordered them not to spare anyone. At this time, the team, left without a leader, was at a loss. Their strongest captain was killed by Alex, which led to a decline in morale and a sharp decrease in combat power. Meanwhile, Alex's men quickly and thoroughly dealt with all remaining forces. At this moment, the hero ran towards them, planning to absorb the abilities from the corpses first. However, this time he did not feel any improvement. After thinking about it, Alex understood the reason. It must be that the level of these mutants was too low, much lower than Arthur's level. Alex then called Joshua and Aaron, but after trying to absorb the power, they both shook their heads. They did not have the ability to absorb others' abilities. At that moment, Furry suddenly came closer and sniffed Edward's body. Then, in one fell swoop, he bit off his head, swallowing it whole. Alex, puzzled, asked Furry if he could absorb their powers. In response, Furry nodded slightly. In this case, Alex decided to leave these people to her as a snack. Immediately after this, Alex approached the entrance to the Sishan base. He opened a dimension and dumped a pile of objects such as trucks and machines, effectively blocking the exit. Valerie was speechless, doubting the need for such caution. Then Alex calmly took out the detonator remote control and said, "We need to complete the finishing touches." Then he detonated the explosives that had been planted in advance. Now, even if the tunnel had not collapsed, it would still be reliably blocked with all sorts of metal rubbish. Even if someone survived, it would be impossible for them to break through the heavy scrap metal and get out. Having said this, Alex took out a snowmobile and ordered everyone to go with him. He said he would take them to an interesting place. Soon, the group set off through the mountains on a snowmobile. Alex opened his phone, which displayed a structural map of the base. They soon discovered 3 figures on the outskirts of the base in the mountains. Valerie was amazed and asked how Alex came up with this idea and how he did it. Alex smiled faintly and explained that while studying the structure of the base, he discovered a special passage connected to the first level. Thinking that her students were mostly killed by Roman, a thick, murderous intent gradually flared up in Valerie's eyes. She shouted at Roman to stop. However, Roman never expected Alex to discover their location so quickly. A recent strong explosion almost destroyed the entire base. Roman immediately ran out of the evacuation passage. Not even having time to take care of his wife and children, he refused to believe that, having barely escaped, he was still destined to meet Alex. Seeing Alex get out of the car and approach, Roman turned pale. The 2 loyal guards, not yet realizing the situation, raised their weapons, intending to fight Alex to the death. Realizing that the situation could no longer be saved, Roman hastily raised his hands and began to beg, explaining that by killing him, he would upset the balance in the city, and as a result, Alex would be in even greater danger. Hearing this, Alex thought for a moment. He had not thought about this question. But then he said that Roman, as a desperate fugitive, had no right to discuss conditions. As he spoke, his partners had already surrounded the 3 of them. At this moment, Valerie was clutching her sword tightly. Dozens of her students had become Roman's test subjects, and she regretted that she could not dismember him on the spot. Roman quickly tried to explain that in the apocalypse, in chaotic times, strict measures must be taken, otherwise everyone will be in a dead end. Then Roman tried to offer cooperation, suggesting that with Alex's talent and strength, as well as his connections and brains, seizing power in the city would be a piece of cake. Alex grinned and replied that he was not interested. After saying this, he activated his divine power, and Roman's neck instantly twisted, and in the next second, his head was torn away from his neck. The 2 guards, instantly petrified with fear, knelt down in despair and began to cry. Alex coldly stated that a man like Roman could not dominate the city. Roman's 2 loyal subordinates then pulled out their grenades, intending to die along with Alex. At which point, still fueled by adrenaline, Alex quickly pulled out his pistol and shot both of them in the knees, causing them to fall limply to the ground. Despite this, they desperately threw grenades towards Alex. Then Alex opened the spatial gate, absorbing all the explosive energy of the grenades into another space. The soldiers were stunned, not understanding what had just happened. Then Alex slowly approached one soldier, released the absorbed energy, and he howled in horror. In just a few seconds, the soldier was burned to a skeleton. Alex then grabbed the other soldier's head with his right hand. After that, he activated his ability again. The next moment, the soldier's head exploded. Alex looked at his right hand with satisfaction, noting that his control over the power of space was becoming stronger. After that, Alex released a flame, burning the bodies of the 3 men until there was nothing left of them. Valerie, who watched Alex's actions, was speechless, doubting the need for such large-scale measures, because the base had already been destroyed by Alex. Alex explained that Valerie did not understand the significance of Roman's status in the city. His social connections were beyond their understanding, and if someone found out that it was Alex who killed him, they might come after Alex to take revenge. Alex didn't want to get himself into unnecessary trouble. Valerie rolled her eyes, claiming that in the conditions of the apocalypse, what Alex was talking about was practically impossible. Then Alex declared that he would not leave the slightest trace of possible danger. He then asked Valerie if she had thought about this outcome before coming to the base. If she had, perhaps her students would not have died in such numbers. Valerie's heart sank as she realized that Alex was right. She was indeed inevitably responsible for the tragic deaths of those students. At this moment, Alex prepared to return, at which point Valerie caught up with him and asked about her students. Alex didn't say anything, planning to take Valerie to her students first. The students, following Alex's instructions, hid in the village closest to the base. They quickly found the students, and after dropping Valerie off, Alex told her that, according to their agreement, Alex would put her up for the night and give her some food. She should first go to the city of Shu, where there were many vacant houses and she could learn to fish for food. Valerie couldn't help but ask if Alex was going to take them there by car. However, Alex looked at her and quietly said that he had fulfilled his promise to her. Moreover, to express his gratitude, he fed her and put her up for the night. If she wants more from him, she will have to bring enough goods with her for the exchange. Valerie, with an embarrassed face, objected that they had already become good friends, and such conversations seemed too serious to her. Alex smiled in response, noting that even friends must clearly settle scores in order to avoid offense. In conclusion, he said that they should leave everything as it is and see each other in Shu Village. Valerie nodded helplessly, and then declared that they would go there themselves. As he watched Valerie retreat, Alex was not particularly worried about the fate of the students. He felt some sympathy, but as for Valerie, a highly skilled fighter, Alex admired her greatly. He planned to force her to join his team sooner or later.